Chapter 1. Within a square inch. Qian Sanlian, Kuren Lu Duan, Li Zhong Su. The heavens and the earth were opened, and all things were in a state of confusion, ignorant and unknowing based on yin and yang. The celestial bodies began in the wilderness of the North Pole. The sun and moon revolve in their 5 orbits. The heavenly sovereign emerged to establish the heaven's image, to enact the earth's rituals, and to create the Ganji system to regulate the cycles of the sun and moon. The chi of heaven returns, the chi of earth conceals, the chi of wood brings forth life, the chi of wind incites movement, the chi of fire fosters growth, the chi of water nurtures, the chi of mountains brings to rest, and the chi of metal signifies death. Amidst the peach grove, where beasts and birds congregate, a figure resembling a monkey is seated cross-legged upon an ancient tree, muttering incantations while furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Occasionally, he scratches his cheek and fidgets with his ears, embodying an expression of profound distress. This monkey is none other than Sun Wukong. Disciple Sun, having been entrusted by the master with the path to immortality, why do you show such fervent interest in these esoteric doctrines instead of diligently pursuing your studies? At an unknown moment, a young Taoist from not far away spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Upon noticing him, the monkey promptly flipped off the branch and landed gracefully, offering a sheepish smile while scratching his head uncomfortably. 13th brother is right. It's just that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and my progress has been slow. Thus, I sought other texts to browse, hoping to glean insights that might aid my understanding. The young Taoist nodded in comprehension, realizing he had overthought the matter. After all, it was unlikely that Disciple Sun would become enamored with dubious paths. The monkey forced a wry smile. Ever since arriving in this realm, he felt as though he were burdened with an immense weight, navigating cautiously lest a single misstep lead to his undoing. Unbeknownst to him, upon awakening, he found himself ensconced within a stubborn rocko. What a convoluted tale it was. A system? Non-existent. The notion of a golden finger was even more fanciful. If the monkey depicted in the tales was endowed with innate gifts, brimming with curiosity about this world and seeking the path to immortality, then he was merely a duck shoved onto the perch, compelled to act out of necessity. Diligently and with trepidation. The idea of binding systems, confronting Tathagata, or becoming a sage in an instant, well, those were mere fantasies to indulge in fleetingly. In the 21st century, even transcending social classes proved exceedingly difficult. It was said that it was hard for the humble to produce a noble. As for someone like him, who could scarcely be considered humble, a failure in an era of peace, how could he possibly traverse into this realm unrestrained, boldly proclaiming that his fate was in his own hands? Such fantasies were not to be dared. There existed a distinction between lacking intelligence and being mentally deficient. At the very least, he believed that amidst the myriad gods and celestial beings, every one of them surpassed him in prowess. It would be folly to challenge them, for they had lived for countless years, and unless they were perpetually inundating their minds with nonsense, how could a mere corporate drone hope to sway them? What was he thinking? If only he had a system, life would surely be more comfortable. The monkey sighed silently, feeling the weight of his plight. Disciple Sun, you seem troubled. If there is something weighing on your heart, do not hesitate to share it. I would be glad to assist you in contemplation. The young Taoist, observing Disciple Sun's demeanor, spoke up. It's nothing. I was merely reminiscing about my old friends. I've been wandering in search of immortality for many years, and I wonder how they fare in my absence. Sun Wukong's expression turned sorrowful, as he spoke incoherent words. While he did have friends, only a few monkeys with whom he had a closer bond had joined him in his quest for transcendence. Alas, 2 of them had perished in the vast ocean, a fate unforeseen despite his good intentions. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Even the exalted sages encounter the unpredictable. What could he, a mere monkey, claim to predict? Disciple, you are loyal and righteous, a rare quality even among humanity with such a disposition. Surely heaven will not be unkind to you once your cultivation flourishes. You may seek them out. The young Taoist patted the monkey's shoulder, also letting out a gentle sigh. For those who pursue the Tao, being burdened by attachments of sentiment can render the journey arduous. He, too, had once been ensnared by such ties, yet now. Fate is indeed elusive, intangible, and beyond reach. Brother, you jest? Sun Wukong chuckled, for he was not one to navigate the world with guile. Possessing a character that was exceptionally reserved, though there were many brothers on this square-inch mountain, few were truly familiar to him. The young Taoist happened to be one of his closest companions. After exchanging a few more words, they made their way to the Yao Tai. For today was the day of the ancestral master's teachings. Were it not for this, the young Taoist would not have sought him out specifically. When he first entered the cave heaven, it was 13th brother who taught him the importance of cleanliness and the subtleties of interaction. Thus, their friendship gradually blossomed. It can only be said that fate had drawn them together. He also guided him in learning etiquette, discussing the teachings, practicing calligraphy, and burning incense. As they entered the hall, several brothers were already seated upon the mats, awaiting the master's discourse. Sun Wukong and the young Taoist bowed respectfully to their fellow brothers before finding their places to sit. Before long, the master ascended the platform, taking his seat, and there were no empty spaces below. As Sun Wukong's gaze met the master's, he could not help but straighten his posture. Each time he attended the teachings of the Bodhi master, he felt an odd sensation, as though the master's gaze was directed at him. Yet, at that moment, he also felt that the master was not truly looking at him. Mysterious and enigmatic. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The first few times, he thought the master must have noticed him. Could it be that he recognized him as a different monkey? However, as time passed, he himself grew perplexed. The Tao is profound and mysterious, full of. The Bodhi master scanned the assembly of immortals before speaking. As his voice began to resonate, a brilliant light enveloped the surroundings, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The ancient trees swayed, emanating a shimmering green glow. Sun Wukong could only perceive the exquisite sounds of the Tao, as all that remained was the echo of the teachings and the master's presence. In an instant, his mind became hazy, and when he regained his senses, the master had vanished from sight. Most of the brothers had already departed. How strange and marvelous! Sun Wukong was left wondering whether he had truly absorbed anything or not. If he had, he could not recall a single word. If he had not, he could not comprehend why he felt this way. After all, who had not attended a class, enduring the torment of being unable to focus, counting down the seconds until the lesson ended? How could it be that he felt as if he had dozed off, only to find that the lecture was over in the blink of an eye? Disciple, did you gain any insights from the master's teachings over these 7 days? The young Taoist stood up, observing Sun Wukong's dazed expression, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He then remarked with a grin, with that monkey-like demeanor of his, what wisdom could he possibly glean? He's been distracted during every lecture. The fact that the master hasn't expelled him already speaks volumes. One individual, unable to mask his disdain, spoke first, his irritation evident. In his view, the master's profound teachings, imparted to a mere monkey, was already an unprecedented occurrence. This fellow still failed to take it seriously. Such behavior was indeed a disgrace to their lineage. Sun Wukong offered an awkward smile, choosing silence as he rose to bow to his brothers before departing alongside the young Taoist. Brother Han, the path to enlightenment is unique for each individual. It is only natural that disciple Sun has not found his way. There is no need for such scorn. One person sighed softly, furrowing his brows slightly. In his view, all beings possess wisdom and spiritual potential constrained by their innate nature, and the opportunities for later development are limited. Some achieve enlightenment in an instant, while others progress gradually. Even when following the same path, the outcomes vary. Some grasp the essence with a mere glance, while others may spend a lifetime without success. As long as one is sincere of heart, there is no need for such harsh judgment. Indeed, disciple Sun has shown considerable diligence. The profound truths of the universe can only be lightly grasped by us all. His situation is entirely normal. After the exchange, the man known as Brother Han ceased speaking, huffing lightly before departing with a flourish of his sleeves. Brother Han means well. His words may be somewhat harsh, but do not take them to heart, the young Taoist said with a smile as they walked along the mountain path. I'll heed your advice. It's just that my state of mind has been a bit off lately, and I've been daydreaming, wasting so many opportunities for enlightenment. Sun Wukong replied with an apologetic grin. Initially, he had thought he was experiencing a moment of clarity, feeling a surge of joy in his heart, yet after each lecture, he found no advancement in his cultivation, or understanding it dawned on him that he might have been overly optimistic. Luck was never on his side. Even in this second life, it remained true life is fraught with difficulty, indeed. Chapter 2. The Unpredictability of Fate. It has been proven that he is indeed a jinx. If the tales were to be believed, he would have been better off simply serving as the elder brother on the journey for scriptures, rather than succumbing to the whims of speculation among readers. Do not lose heart, disciple, each has their own destiny that the master accepted you signifies you possess the fortune of the immortals, there is no need to rush, the young Taoist said with a gentle smile. Yet, he found it curious though he had no concrete basis for his musings, he could not help but harbor some doubts, burying them deep within. Speaking of which, I find myself missing your culinary skills since I have no pressing matters today. Would you care to showcase your talents? The young Taoist continued, for despite Sun Wukong being a monkey, in many aspects he behaved like a human. Especially regarding matters of food and drink, over the years, he had shed much of his wildness. His culinary skills were truly remarkable. As he spoke, the young Taoist felt his mouth water. Sun Wukong nodded, for he did possess some culinary expertise. Unlike the world he had come from, the inhabitants here did not delve deeply into the intricacies of flavor. It was he who, upon his arrival, found the local cuisine rather unpalatable and scoured the surroundings for familiar ingredients. Although some of the seasonings he once used in his former life were not entirely absent, their names had undergone slight alterations over the years. His culinary skills had flourished through practice, though he could not rival a master chef. His ability to prepare simple home-cooked meals was more than sufficient to satisfy his fellow disciples. Before long, the two had reached their dwelling after the young Taoist changed into a fresh set of robes. He approached with great enthusiasm, observing Sun Wukong busily working at the stove. The young Taoist could not help but express his admiration. Junior brother, your culinary prowess has reached remarkable heights in the future. Should you choose to be a chef in the celestial realm, you would face no obstacles. Elder brother, please do not jest with me. Being a chef in the celestial realm is beyond my capabilities. I have merely traversed the path of enlightenment, spending years crossing oceans and wandering through realms. Were it not for a few skills, I might have perished on the streets from hunger, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. This was no idle boast. The arduous journey between the eastern Victory Divine continent and the western Cowherd continent, separated by the southern Jambu continent and two vast oceans, was known only to heaven and himself. The perils he faced were such that he preferred not to dwell upon them. In comparison, his culinary skills seemed the least significant of his challenges. Sun Wukong kneaded the dough into elongated strips, his hands deftly stretching and pulling until, in mere moments, they transformed into slender noodles. He tossed them into the boiling pot, and shortly thereafter, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was presented before the two. The young Taoist eagerly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, slurping a mouthful with a look of utter satisfaction. Junior brother, the flavor of your noodles is truly exquisite. No matter how many times I indulge, I never tire of it. Alas, the beef is somewhat lacking. It leaves me wanting more. As he spoke, Sun Wukong chuckled at his words. The amount of beef he had included was significantly greater than what one might find in a restaurant from his previous life. If his 13th senior brother had experienced the quantity he offered, he would never have deemed it insufficient. What he had merely prepared was a rendition of the specialty beef noodles from the northwestern region, known for its claim that a cow would only suffer minor injuries over the course of a year, merely a scrape. Really, he was far from being able to compare with that. Sun Wukong prepared several more bowls of noodles, utilizing his cloud summoning technique to deliver them to his master and the celestial youths under his tutelage. He had little to offer in terms of tribute, and his master had no need for material possessions. Thankfully, his culinary skills had proven satisfactory, as his master had never refused his offerings thus far. Upon his return, the young Taoist eyed him with longing, clearly unsated. Alas, my palate has been spoiled by your cooking, junior brother. At this rate, I fear I shall become dependent on you. The young Taoist sighed, having grown accustomed to Sun Wukong's culinary delights, finding other fare lacking in flavor even when prepared with the same ingredients. There were subtle differences that rendered them inferior. If elder brother wishes to learn, he could always try his hand at cooking. It is certainly far easier than the path of Tao, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. While preparing 2 additional bowls of noodles before long, the two were once again savoring their meal. Perhaps not while eating is delightful. If I were to prepare it myself, I might as well pursue the Tao instead, the young Taoist replied with a grimace. He had attempted to cook before, even seeking guidance from Sun Wukong. Yet the results were less than satisfactory. Although the dishes were not inedible, they lacked that special flavor. Despite following the exact process with minimal time differences, the taste remained elusive. It could only be said that he lacked the talent for this endeavor. Sun Wukong merely chuckled at his words, believing that while Tao might be challenging for him, it was evidently much easier for his elder brother than cooking. As the saying goes, the differences between people can be greater than those between a person and a doga. Truth he found to be valid. In fact, his own cultivation speed was not particularly slow yet. Whether it was due to his status as a transmigrated monkey, he could not grasp the teachings imparted by his master during lectures. Time slipped away unnoticed in his hands, leading others to perceive him as disrespectful to the master. After their meal, the young Taoist departed, and Sun Wukong tidied up before sitting quietly in his room. The teachings of his master revealed to him the profound principles of the Tao, encompassing the myriad paths within the Taoist teachings. There were arts to summon celestial beings, divination practices, and methods to seek auspiciousness while avoiding misfortune. He explored the realms of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, yin-yang philosophy, the study of medicine, the reading of scriptures, and the recitation of Buddhist chants, all while striving for tranquility, maintaining stillness, and practicing meditation and dietary restraint. Yet, none of these paths promised immortality. When he first visited his master, he was unaware of how the journey to the West was portrayed. Though he had watched the television adaptation numerous times, naturally, he had not studied these methods. At that time, the master indeed struck the top of his head with a wooden ruler 3 times. This action elicited fear from his fellow disciples, who subsequently expressed their grievances against him. Sun Wukong felt fortunate to have seen the journey to the West. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might have genuinely believed the master was punishing him, and would never have guessed that the master had summoned him to meet at the 3rd watch of the night. From that moment, he acquired the path to immortality. He was later taught the methods to evade the 3 calamities, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, and the techniques of cloud riding and somersaulting. Thus, this monkey truly mastered his craft. However, by nature, he was reserved and had always been an honest individual. He could not bring himself to flaunt his Taoist abilities like characters in novels. Furthermore, if he could remain by his master's side without needing to protect the pilgrim or causing havoc in the heavenly palace, it would be for the best. It had been over 20 years since he left home in his previous life. He was an ordinary mortal, and he could only recall the events of the journey to the West in broad strokes. The quest for enlightenment had consumed more than a decade, and he had spent almost 10 years learning the Tao within this cave paradise. He was uncertain how many years the monkey in the novel had trained before being sent down the mountain by his master. This was merely an experiment. If he could evade the entanglements of fate and avoid the calamities of the journey to the West, he had no desire to become the victorious fighting Buddha. What merit was there in being a monk? Even if one were remarkable, they remained just a monk. In the stillness of night, Wukong deeply contemplated his own transformations and the myriad wondrous methods that surged within his mind. The faint sounds of the Tao resonated within him. The Taoist laws perpetually operated within him. He had long since understood the nature of the laws, solidified his foundation, and infused his essence into his body. From this perspective, it seemed his talent for cultivation was not lacking. In the tranquil night breeze, his fellow disciples had already retired to their beds. The master's resting place, where the Bodhi patriarch lay, suddenly opened his eyes, as if penetrating through layers of obstacles to gaze upon a distant realm. After a considerable time, he stretched his body and let out a soft sigh before once again closing his eyes. Chapter 3. Sister Sue invites companionship. Under the luminous moonlight, with the gentle breeze whispering through the night, the world lay in serene silence. Only a solitary monkey sat upon a meditation mat, reciting the sacred incantations passed down by the ancestral master. As the saying goes, the profound and the subtle, the true marvels of the esoteric teachings, yet the essence of life remains unspoken. It all converges into the spirit and vitality. Until the break of dawn, when the melodious calls of cranes and birds echoed from outside, Sun Wukong opened his half-closed eyes, collecting his spirit and taking a deep breath before stretching his limbs. He then tidied his abode, sweeping the floor and tending to the garden. Even after nearly a decade, his habits had seen little transformation. Engaging in these chores was, in itself, a form of cultivation. Once these tasks were accomplished, Sun Wukong exited the corridor and made his way to the library, seeking out a volume of Taoist texts before heading to the peach grove he frequented in the past. perhaps due to his reincarnation as a monkey. He retained a certain fondness for peaches. Master Bodhi possessed profound wisdom, encompassing various mystical arts, with knowledge drawn from both Taoism and Buddhism. The library did not prohibit disciples from entering, thus he often sought out books to read. While the transmission of teachings was to be approached with caution, certain texts unrelated to cultivation could be browsed freely by the disciples in the mountain. Although he could not master the strengths of numerous schools, gaining knowledge was certainly not a futile endeavor. Recently, he had been engrossed in various interpretations and discussions on the Book of Changes. Both Confucianism and Taoism held this classic text in high regard. In his previous world, this would suffice, but here existed genuine celestial beings and deities, along with the notions of karma and destiny. In this realm, one could be struck by divine retribution for merely cursing the heavens. Hence, navigating this world required utmost caution. After casually selecting an ancient peach tree, Sun Wukong leapt lightly, settling on a branch, and began to read with great interest, a classic text, which had eluded comprehension for thousands of years in Huaxia. Was naturally beyond his mastery, as long as he gleaned something from it. His efforts were not in vain. As time passed, he became increasingly absorbed in his reading, gradually losing awareness of his surroundings. All external sounds faded from his ears, no longer influencing his state of mind. "Brother Sun?" A woman, gliding through the skies above the peach grove, caught sight of Sun Wukong's figure. "Yes," she called out softly. She descended gracefully towards him. "Brother Sun," she spoke as she approached, but Sun Wukong, too engrossed in his reading, remained oblivious to her presence. With a hint of exasperation, she called out again and invoked a slight spell to interrupt his concentration. "Brother Sun, why are you, a monkey, engrossed in those dusty tomes? It's rather dull, is it not? Why not descend the mountain and accompany me on an adventure?" she remarked casually after glancing at his book. Monkeys, by nature, were lively creatures, and it was expected they would not sit still for long. The first time she encountered Wukong, she had assumed he was merely a newcomer, and his shyness was understandable. However, as time passed, it became evident that this monkey was genuinely earnest. She had seen many honest individuals, but this honest monkey was a first. His demeanor was not feigned. He was reserved, introverted, and cautious. This was her most immediate impression of her younger brother. "Ah, Sister Sue, I apologize, I was lost in thought." Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, his gaze briefly meeting hers before swiftly averting. "Are you heading down the mountain?" He shifted the topic, for reading these books was not devoid of interest for him. Wandering aimlessly like a monkey would likely lead to trouble before long. In such a case, regret would come too late. If he could remain inconspicuous and coexist peacefully, he would be content to spend his life within this celestial realm. After all, this monkey was not like any other. Well, indulging in the daily grind of cultivation can be tiresome, even for celestial beings. If we do not venture out, how shall we discover the changes of the mortal realm? Though they may not share our longevity, there are always new and intriguing novelties emerging, she stated, her eyes sparkling at the thought of descending the mountain. As she mentioned going down, her gaze brightened. "I have sought you out many times, and this time, you must not refuse. Books can be read at any time, but opportunities to descend the mountain with your sister are rare." Seeing the determined look in her eyes, Sun Wukong felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he had evaded her invitations on previous occasions, and his excuses were nearly exhausted. To refuse again might lead Sister Sue to misconstrue his intentions. His relationships with his senior brothers and sisters were generally amicable, and he seldom turned down requests for small favors. As Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, the woman beamed with delight and promptly took hold of his arm's eye. In an instant, the pair transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. Feeling a twinge of anxiety as he was pulled along, Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel at Sister Sue's formidable powers, her cultivation seeming as boundless as the vast ocean. The two glided through the clouds, speeding along the ethereal expanse, while Sun Wukong focused his attention on the breathtaking scenery around them. After a few futile attempts to break free from her grasp, he resigned himself to her hold. Though his form was that of a monkey, he felt intrinsically human, influenced by the perceptions of his past life. The unique fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating. Not a mere scent of cosmetics, but a distinct aroma that belonged solely to her being. His mind swirled with thoughts and distractions until he hastily recited the heart-purifying mantra several times to regain his composure. Sister Su, where are we headed? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the landscapes below with curiosity. At this moment, the mortal realm held little of significance for him, whether it was the grandeur of the Tang dynasty or the philosophical debates of various schools. From a historical perspective, it appeared vibrant and colorful. Yet, for the ordinary people of that era, life was often bleak and hard to articulate. Throughout history, how many had left their mark in the annals of time? As for those who longed for the splendors of ancient times, dreaming of returning to the Tang or traversing the Ming, he regarded such notions with a hint of skepticism. Writing novels and indulging in fantasies was one thing. But how many could genuinely grasp even a fragment of history if they were to travel back? Rest easy, dear brother. You have not descended the mountain in quite a while. Since you have finally ventured out, I shall ensure you enjoy yourself and indulge in delightful experiences, the woman teased playfully, her tone filled with warmth as their speed increased once more. Observing his somewhat reserved demeanor, she couldn't help but smile. Brother Sun, you are far too innocent. Being overly earnest is not always a virtue, especially for a monkey. That's simply one do. They traversed countless mountains and rivers until the woman finally slowed down. Arriving at a bustling city of mortals, Sun Wukong squinted, reading the grand characters emblazoned above the city gate. Song Ning. With no knowledge of this place, he realized that in such a vast world, the tales of the journey to the west merely scratched the surface of its wonders. His ignorance was perfectly understandable. Brother, let us go. Accompany your sister for a stroll and shed that gloomy demeanor, she urged, casually making her way into the city. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment but, after a brief pause, followed her lead. Having faced humiliation due to his identity in the past, he noticed that this great city seemed more accepting of the presence of demonkind. At least during this moment, he observed several partially transformed creatures striding confidently within the city's gates. Very well, I shall proceed with caution, he resolved. Chapter 4. Understanding Sister Su belonged to the human race. Her attire was not extravagant, and her true name was Su Qinglian. She had entered the sect many years before him, living her life with a carefree spirit, largely unburdened by constraints. As Sun Wukong followed Sister Su into the city, he noted that the guards at the city gates paid him no mind, engrossed in their own conversations. Surveying the surroundings, it was evident that this place had a long history. The moss on the blue stone was lush and vibrant, while the crevices in the walls were adorned with greenery. Observing the throngs of people bustling through the streets, he noticed that several demons mingled among them, many of considerable stature. Although the onlookers regarded them with a hint of caution, there was little outright hostility. Rather, there was a subtle distaste for the scents that accompanied them. Even as he walked by, he found himself holding his breath. The aroma was indeed overpowering. Demons, in addition to their appearance, also harbored vastly different lifestyles. While some were meticulous about cleanliness, others might go decades without washing their garments. After all, wearing clothing felt quite unnatural to them, let alone adopting human customs. Little brother, I sense you have many questions. Do not hesitate to inquire. Your sister will speak candidly and without reservation. Sister Su leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper in his ear. You find the harmony between humans and demons a bit too convenient? Without waiting for Sun Wukong to speak, she could no longer restrain herself and inquired, there is a rule set by the lord of the city. Once one enters this realm within 100 miles, it is strictly forbidden for the two clans to engage in private disputes. Whether inside or outside the city, fighting is prohibited. Otherwise, observing Su Shiji's self-questioning and answering, Wukong chose to remain silent. Little did he expect her to halt mid-sentence, her eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation, indicating for Wukong to respond. However, after a considerable pause, Wukong still did not take the cue. Aren't you curious? Not curious. Wukong shook his head, pondering what there was to be curious about. He was not the type to pry into matters. Since fighting was not permitted, he would simply refrain from it. He was not one to seek trouble. After all, he was a successor of socialism. An honest man, a law-abiding citizen. Winning would land him in jail, and losing would mean hospitalization. Cough, cough, cough. He almost forgot. This was no longer the world he was familiar with. Laws? Here, they might as well be as useful as a peach. Some concepts were indeed challenging to change, even for a monkey. Boring, boring. Su Qinglian said, playfully patting Wukong's backside, which made him stiffen momentarily, a wave of tingling coursing through him, his face flushing instantly. When he was still human, there was only one sensitive spot on his body, and no one would dare to touch his private parts. Now that he had become a monkey, however, there was an additional sensitive area, his tail. Usually, it was tucked away within his clothing, but by some unfortunate coincidence, Su Shiji's hand landed precisely at the base of his tail. The sensation? It felt as though he was being toyed with. "Senior sister, could you please refrain from patting my backside?" The look of melancholy in Sun Wukong's eyes elicited laughter from Su Qinglian. She hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her junior brother. Though her mind quickly caught up with the situation as her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Sun Wukong's tail. How could she forget that her junior brother had a tail? It is said that a fox's tail is quite sensitive. It seems Sun Wukong's tail is no different. A fleeting thought crossed Su Qinglian's mind as she observed Wukong's embarrassment, and she couldn't help but chuckle. With this display, an onlooker might mistakenly believe she had done something untoward to him. "Who told you to claim you weren't curious? Don't you know a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean? Let us see if you dare to say that again next time." Though she was in the wrong, retorting was her forte. Wukong felt helpless. He was no longer a child, yet his senior sister retained a youthful spirit. He pitted himself, a mere monkey, with frustrations he could not articulate. Sun Wukong wandered through the city alongside his senior sister and, in just a short while, found himself laden with various packages, some bought by Su Shiji for him, and some for herself. The tendency of women to enjoy shopping seemed to remain unchanged in any world. Was this innate? As a monkey, he could not comprehend it. Of course, even when he was human, he had never understood it. His previous labels were predominantly that of a homebody, a loser, or, more harshly, a waste. "Senior sister, when shall we return?" After several hours, although he was not tired, the mental strain was overwhelming. Seeing that Su Shiji showed no signs of stopping, Wukong could not help but inquire. "We just left not long ago. And you're already thinking of going back? We haven't even begun to have fun." "Relax, senior sister, won't he let you down?" Sun Wukong silently sighed. Had he known, he would have found another reason to refuse. He was just making his own life difficult. Su Qinglian indeed had not let Wukong down, at least not for the time being. Reflecting on their first meeting, Wukong had been clad in ill-fitting rags, his garments barely covering his body, tattered to the point of being little more than strips of cloth. His coarse attire was riddled with holes, patched repeatedly. Had it not been for his sincere heart, he would not have traversed mountains and oceans to seek the Tao here. Only his eyes held a remarkable spirit, as if they concealed a brilliance within, waiting to be unleashed. The hardships he had endured were evident just from the state of his appearance. This alone had deeply moved her. Thus, having recognized his good character, she often took care of this junior brother. The garments Wukong currently wore were those provided by the celestial child upon entering the sect. A total of 3 sets, which he had been rotating and washing for nearly a decade. The other 2 sets were already quite patched, and when receiving guests, he naturally dressed more appropriately. When engaged in chores, the other 2 sets came into play. As dusk approached, Wukong and his senior sister arrived at a small courtyard. It was at this moment that Sun Wukong realized that Su Shiji often came here to stay for a few days. The courtyard was neither too large nor too small, yet its location was exceptionally favorable. Wukong could not help but inwardly marvel at the privileges of the affluent. "Junior brother, I dislike having others serve me. So I haven't hired any help. If you need anything, just come to me directly. You haven't been down the mountain for a while and likely have no money on you. Take this for now." Inside the house, Su Qinglian resembled a considerate elder sister, having thought of every possible need for Sun Wukong. She provided him with clothing, silver, information about city rules, and even a talisman for emergencies, clearly fearing he might encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Unexpected events arrived swiftly. The next day, Su Shiji vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a few words. "Senior sister has some matters to attend to. Please forgive me, junior brother. Eat well and drink well. All expenses in the city will be covered by your senior sister." Sun Wukong gazed at the note on the table, offering a faint smile despite his slight bitterness. She had brought him down the mountain only to disappear. Yet Su Shiji had mentioned that her affairs were uncertain in duration, and if he could not wait for her, he could return to Fangtzuan Mountain by himself. As he reached out to touch the fabric of his clothing, He realized that these garments bought with silver were indeed far superior to the free rags. They were comfortable to wear. Last night, his senior sister had even jokingly asked if he wanted her to cut a hole in the clothes to let his tail out, to which he had firmly shaken his head in refusal. With his cultivation, concealing his true form and transforming into a human was hardly a challenge. He simply had no intention of doing so. Otherwise, with the skills from the 72 Earthly Fiends technique, it would be effortless. As the thought crossed Sun Wukong's mind, he decided that since he had come to this place, it would be worthwhile to experience it. He could not let his senior sister's kind intentions go to waste. He was not one to be overly sentimental. Before long, he began to stroll through the city once again. Chapter 5. The conflict at the tea house. It is said that there is an old city in Ling Mountain. Yet within it, no living beings exist, only spirits and demons. One day, a scholar traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at this place. Upon seeing a small city, he felt quite pleased. However, he failed to notice the oddities within, merely observing the peculiar gazes of those around him without giving it much thought. At the tea house, an elderly storyteller sat upon a wooden stool, speaking eloquently. There were few empty seats around. One could hardly say it was overcrowded. The audience was engrossed, captivated by the storyteller's rhythmic intonations and rich expressions. The tale being told was of a scholar who accidentally stumbled into a celestial city and, by chance, developed feelings for a demon immortal, leading to various stories of love and conflict. Good. Let us reward. In the upper rooms, a number of distinguished guests had their attendants offer rewards. The call interrupted the audience's immersion in the story the storyteller wove. As one segment concluded, the storyteller repeatedly bowed in gratitude for the patron's support. Storytelling, while sharing the same narrative, takes on different meanings when expressed through various voices. The storyteller before them was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner in his craft. Humph! A voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out in the gathering, causing some to turn their heads. What a disgraceful display, merely flaunting some superficial charm. Truly a disgrace to the Fox clan. The words struck the storyteller, who momentarily stood dumbfounded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What you say, sir, may not be appropriate, a voice rebutted, rising to face the accuser. Their gazes clashed in the air, both displaying a trace of displeasure. The storyteller, reliant on his craft for sustenance, knew well that in this world, regardless of whether one belonged to the human or demon race, it was not easy to stand tall based solely on one's abilities. Such words may harm both the speaker and the subject. If this profession produces nothing but disgrace, then it seems a large portion of the world's beings would fall into your description. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, as if sparks were about to fly. The onlookers found this scene quite entertaining. Observing their attire, it was evident that both individuals held status, for ordinary folk would not squander wealth on extravagant garments. One, due to a lack of financial means, and the other, following generations of thrift, would save money for emergencies. You humans are just so tedious, spouting grand philosophies endlessly. I say, why not just have a fight? Whoever wins gets to call the shots. A nearby bull demon could not help but interject. Those who enjoyed the spectacle were undeterred by the rising tension, and with this remark, several powerful demons cheered in agreement. Clamoring for the fight, if you lack a suitable weapon, how about I lend you my hammer? The cow demon, brimming with bravado, thumped his robust chest and proclaimed in a voice akin to rumbling thunder, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, the storyteller had quietly departed at some point. After a moment of silent confrontation, the one referred to as young master averted his gaze first, casting a resentful glance at the man before coldly snorting and turning to leave. Without uttering a word, the individual who defended the storyteller maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a gentleman. Observing the lack of spectacle, the surrounding crowd swiftly dispersed. There existed a severe code within the city. The consequences of private duels were dire, and no one was foolish enough to let their blood boil at the mere encouragement of others. Losing their reason, a fool does not last long in this world. At this moment, Wukong found himself amidst the crowd, harboring a certain interest in storytelling. He was indifferent to the minor sorcery employed by the storyteller, as it merely enhanced the immersive quality of the narrative. Among the audience were many practitioners of the arts, and most were well aware of this. In his own era, numerous influencers and streamers adorned themselves with heavy makeup while broadcasting and filming videos. Some even underwent extensive cosmetic procedures. This was akin to performing in a play, only to have someone declare that actors were nothing but lowly scoundrels unworthy of the stage, bringing shame to the nation. Such words would hardly endear anyone. In this realm, if a few directors were to film, the authenticity of the scenes and ethnicities would be undeniable. All living beings could draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to cultivate and ascend, transforming into ethereal beings. There was no need for props or harnesses. Everything could unfold naturally. What of special effects? A mere sprinkle of water would suffice. Wukong momentarily lost his train of thought, his mind drifting far away. Hey, monkey brother, why are you in a daze? The audience has already scattered. A hand settled on Sun Wukong's shoulder, interrupting his reverie. Turning to regard the individual before him, Wukong's expression shifted subtly. The voice was androgynous, paired with a delicate and striking visage, leaving him momentarily unable to discern the person's gender. Point 1. Must not pry into the privacy of others. The Tao is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Ah, the other exclaimed softly, an expression of mild astonishment in their eyes. Similarly, Wukong felt a twinge of surprise, for they both sensed something extraordinary about one another. A celestial immortal. Despite his own relatively shallow cultivation, he was blessed with an exceptional heritage. Having absorbed the primordial essence and achieved a pure yang body, he could traverse through gold and stone without hindrance, moving through time and space with ease. The title of Tai Golden Immortal was no trifling matter. To encounter someone of equal standing so casually was indeed remarkable. He usually kept a low profile, wary of inciting his master's displeasure. For his nature was inherently reserved, not a sign of weakness. What fine skills! It seems my experience is lacking. May I inquire which esteemed personage you hail from? Wukong remained silent, yet the other posed the question. A humble practitioner from the wilds. I am unworthy of the title immortal. Wukong humbly replied. Regardless of his self-deprecation, his strength was unmistakable. The only distinction lay in their respective statuses. He hesitated to disclose his lineage, fearing expulsion from his master for such revelations. The other person paused, then realized their abruptness. In any situation, identity and background hold immense significance. Should you encounter a beggar, if they are disabled, you may feel pity and offer some coins. However, should you meet a healthy young man begging on the street, you might regard him with disdain, perhaps even verbally chastising him. Conversely, should you encounter a wealthy merchant or a county official, even if you do not bow and scrape, the respect shown would certainly not be lacking. The essence of humanity remains unchanged. Some things are quite difficult to alter. You have misunderstood, my friend. A hero is not defined by their origins. Now that you have reached the golden immortal stage, you are my equal. There is no need for modesty. Wukong could not help but scrutinize the individual a few times. Their words were not insincere, nor mere platitudes. Of course, perhaps the other had concealed themselves too well for him to discern. However, this did not diminish his perception of them. Whether it was the great Luo Golden Immortal or the Tai Golden Immortal, there was no difference in their realms, only in their backgrounds. In that case, I am Neza. May I ask for your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes widened slightly. Neza, the infamous rebellious figure from countless tales and adaptations. His expression bore traces of bewilderment. Seeing Wukong's reaction, Neza understood. It seemed the latter had indeed heard of his name, for otherwise, he would not wear such an expression. Wukong had not anticipated that the legendary deity of the three altars, a formidable general, and the third prince himself would stand before him, appearing merely as a young man. The characters he had seen on screen now materialized before him. Such a feeling was difficult for others to comprehend. Wukong, my friend, do not be so polite. Wukong's impression of Neza came primarily from tales, and he knew little of the latter's true nature. The words penned in the books could not be fully trusted. Ah, so it is you. Sunday, your cultivation is indeed rare in this three realms, Neza remarked, recalling how, upon merely tapping Wukong's shoulder, he had felt an overwhelming power lying dormant, akin to confronting a formidable opponent. Even without direct combat, he could sense the terrifying prowess of this monkey. Though there were indeed stronger beings beyond the heavens, he was generally aware of the more powerful immortals within the three realms. Yet, encountering someone previously unknown to him piqued his curiosity. As he spoke, a glimmer appeared in his eyes, and he exerted a modicum of spiritual energy through the hand resting upon Wukong's shoulder. Prompting a fleeting contest of strength, Wukong furrowed his brow but remained still, only letting out a muffled grunt of pain. Why do you not resist? With your cultivation, it should be a trivial matter. Neza remarked, somewhat puzzled. Having retracted his force almost instantly, I have no desire to spar with you, my friend. Wukong replied helplessly. A competitive nature is unwise. Even among close friends, sparring can lead to genuine conflict. Let alone with others. Regardless of victory or defeat, the other party cannot help but feel a sense of defeat. Especially with someone as combative as Neza, he would not hold back unless rendered unconscious. Seeing Wukong remain composed, Neza quickly lost interest in a confrontation. What is the point of striking at a pile of cotton? It is akin to consuming a bowl of tasteless porridge, unless one is starving. Who would desire such a thing? I would prefer a feast with flavor, akin to the fiery hot pot or barbecue of later generations. Drinking? Neza queried several times, yet Wukong remained largely unresponsive. With a slight sigh, Neza lamented, with such high cultivation, why are you so taciturn? This is not the demeanor of a true man. It is rather dreary. Alas, I shall seek out a more entertaining endeavor elsewhere, son, should you ever feel inclined. Come visit me in the heavenly court in the blink of an eye. Neza had vanished, his voice echoing distantly in Wukong's mind. The commotion had gone unnoticed by others. Neza? Wukong murmured softly, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Was it mere coincidence, or was there intention behind this encounter? At such a pivotal moment, he could not help but ponder further. Hopefully, it was coincidental. Were it anyone else, he would firmly believe it was a deliberate test of his abilities. Neza's name indeed left him somewhat unsettled. The gentle breeze flowed, and the sun shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, Wukong had lingered here for over 10 days. During this time, he had walked alone, engaging little with others, and had no interactions with demons. Each day was spent wandering, listening to music, and observing performances, almost as if he had returned to his days of seeking enlightenment through arduous journeys. As a monkey, he possessed a human heart, a human soul, yet retained the wild spirit of a monkey. He traversed various lands, adopting human attire. After lingering for several years in the southern Jambu continent, he found himself beset by mixed emotions, a myriad of feelings swelling within him. While many envied the carefree and unrestrained nature of the great sage, unafraid of the deities, moving freely and living alongside the heavens, they overlooked the myriad of trials and tribulations he had endured. Having awaited Su Qinglian's return in vain, he began to contemplate his own return. With a thought, he left behind a letter in his room. After tidying the courtyard, Sun Wukong departed the city, heading to a place seldom trodden by others. Soaring into the clouds in the time it took to sip a cup of tea, he had returned to Mount Fengtsuan. After exhaling a breath, Wukong felt a sense of peace settle within him. The environment here was indeed more suitable. Staying outside always left him feeling paranoid, as if someone were plotting against him. In the courtyard, after a few days, a thin layer of dust had settled. Moments later, Wukong had changed into a fresh set of clothing, donning the simple robe once more, and began tidying both the interior and exterior of his abode. Sweeping the floor and chopping firewood were also forms of his cultivation. Once he had completed his tasks and settled down for a moment's rest, he slightly turned his gaze towards the window. In an instant, a celestial youth appeared outside the courtyard. It was Hongxin. Wukong, my senior brother, the master has instructed that when you return, you should take the time to pay him a visit. I have come to deliver this message, said the celestial youth. As he spoke, Wukong had already opened the courtyard door, his heart racing slightly. I apologize for troubling Hongxin with this journey. Please do not find fault with these humble offerings, Wukong said with a smile, retrieving 2 small wooden boxes from his sleeve and handing them to the celestial youth. Thank you, senior brother Wukong. If there is nothing pressing, you may proceed to visit the master. I shall not disturb you further, the celestial youth replied, bowing slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his joy evident. Among the disciples, Wukong had arrived the latest, yet he treated her and a few other celestial youths with utmost kindness. Regardless of their encounters or trivial matters, he always considered their feelings without casting any undue glances their way. There is no need for such formality, Wukong returned the gesture. the other disciples, having either completed their training or being permitted to descend the mountain for leisure, often left the celestial youths beside the master, who had not witnessed the mundane world for many years. The small trinkets he offered them were merely baubles purchased in the city, lacking any true value. He was, after all, borrowing from his senior sister's funds to offer such gifts, as he had not a single coin to his name. What need would a monkey have for money anyway? Seeing Hongxin depart, Wukong returned indoors, changed into another set of garments, and rode the clouds down the mountain where the master resided. Ascending the path, he announced softly, "Disciple Wukong has come to pay his respects to the master." "Enter," came the calm reply from within. Wukong responded and stepped inside, finding the Bodhi master seated upon a meditation mat. He too found a mat to sit upon. "Wukong, what have you been cultivating these past days?" the master inquired. Upon hearing his master's question, Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. His progress had been slow for some time. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Disciple is of dull wit. I have grasped a bit of the 72 transformations and the art of cloud riding, but have made little advancement. Reluctantly, I have turned to studying other techniques, hoping to glean some insights for improvement." As he spoke, Wukong lowered his gaze, unable to meet the master's eyes. "You foolish monkey, such nonsense you speak. Do you think I am unaware? If you have learned even a fraction, how can you expect the other disciples to understand?" Though his words seemed reproachful, his face was alight with mirth. The master was well aware of Wukong's cultivation level. In a mere short span, he had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. If Wukong were indeed as dull as he claimed, then most of his disciples would be even less capable. Seeing that the master bore no intent of chastisement, Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that his senior sister's invitation might lead to a reprimand from the master. "You cultivate an extraordinary path, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, intruding upon the mysteries of sun and moon. The road ahead will be fraught with peril. I hope you will always remember your original intent." Chapter 7. The master bestows wisdom. Again the master gazed at Wukong, his expression serene, and spoke softly. "I impart to you the path of immortality and the earthly fiend techniques, along with the art of cloud riding. Do you wish to learn anything further?" Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, as this was not what he had anticipated. Had he perhaps misremembered? Had Wu Cheng'an written this segment? Was it omitted from the television adaptation? He recalled that the monkey had learned so much here, yet had not employed any other techniques during the journey to obtain the scriptures. Traversing heaven and earth, with myriad transformations, the techniques of stillness and incantations. All these methods were indeed part of the earthly fiend arts. For a moment, he was taken aback, and only when the master looked at him again did he regain his composure. "Master has already conferred upon me the path of immortality and numerous techniques. Such grace is beyond any debt I could repay. I must not be greedy." Wukong bowed closely, speaking earnestly. That moment, his sincerity was palpable. He was not a man of avarice, having found himself in this world by mere happenstance. He was uncertain whether he was usurping another's place, yet to him, living a second life was an immense fortune. Now, having obtained the path of immortality, he had often believed he would perish on his quest for enlightenment. Throughout these years of wandering and seeking, life had been fraught with trials. Simply witnessing the dawn of a new day brought him joy. The current state of affairs was already remarkable, and he harbored no further desires. One should learn to be content. The master had bestowed upon him the gift of wisdom. How could he dare to seek anything more? Furthermore, attempting to encapsulate this world within the confines of a former novel was somewhat misguided. If it were identical, he ought to have been transported directly into the narrative. The two realms were ultimately distinct. The master's expression remained tranquil, yet inwardly he sighed. From the moment this monkey had arrived, he sensed a connection and thus accepted him as a disciple. However, he also perceived that this disciple bore an abundance of karmic ties, which might one day draw the ire of powerful figures. Nevertheless, seeing the disciple's nature, he found him endearing, albeit overly naive. He feared he might suffer indignities in the future. "Foolish child, what you just stated was not out of fear, but rather out of an inability. Such intent is indeed rare." With a thought, the Bodhi master extended a finger, sending a beam of spiritual light into Wukong's mind. "Your cultivation has already reached substantial heights. The journey of practice has its ebbs and flows. You must learn to gauge the intensity of your efforts. After a brief pause, the master continued, I shall impart to you the 36 celestial transformations. With diligent practice, you will certainly achieve success at present. Your abilities surpass many of your senior brothers. Yet you do not flaunt them, which is commendable. With a slight sigh, the master appeared concerned yet pressed on, however. While it is true that words can scatter divine energy and that speech can incite discord, the world is vast, and even the sages cannot silence the murmurs of the masses. Wukong was momentarily taken aback by these words. He understood the master's meaning, yet it was not entirely clear. To err is human. Even the most perfect among us cannot escape criticism. Despite achieving true perfection, there will always be individuals who look down upon him. Such is the nature of humanity. The phrase "the voice of the majority" is hard to appease encapsulates this truth. You possess a pure and kind nature, yet there are seeds of inner turmoil taking root within you. Though I am unaware of the reasons, it appears as if you bear a great weight upon your heart. This is your tribulation. Merely avoiding it will not resolve the issue. These are simply cycles of the moon and sun. Always remember your original intent and act in accordance with your true self. Wukong's mind sharpened. Yet he displayed no signs of surprise. It was not surprising that the master could perceive such matters. He was well aware of their origins. He was, after all, a person without grand ambitions, having found himself in an unfamiliar realm upon gaining consciousness. He felt a myriad of emotions, doubt, fear, and unease. He was neither the Qi Tian de Sheng nor the so-called Buddha of battle. The characters were worlds apart. Even if he wished to play the part, he could not embody the true grandeur of the great sage. It was far better to simply be himself. Yet, regarding the uncertainties of the future, it would be disingenuous to claim he was untroubled. Would he, like the tale described, cause an uproar in the heavens only to be subdued, awaiting the arrival of the scripture-seeking monk? If not, what other trials lay before him? The myriad of enigmatic possibilities weighed heavily upon him, often leaving him breathless when he pondered deeply. It was a burden he could not share with others. The human heart is complex. It is not the lack of fortune that troubles many, but rather the inequality of it. Some things, though you see others possess them, you may not wish to demand from others. Yet if you do possess them, it is inevitable that others will seek them from you. Wukong, do you grasp my meaning? The Bodhi master inquired gently. Disciple is dull-witted, but I have gleaned a fragment of understanding. If I fare worse than others, perhaps some will feel pity. However, should I fare better, it is likely to incite jealousy. Upon hearing this, the master nodded slightly, recognizing that one must understand the world's complexities while remaining untainted by them to aspire toward the great path. To acquire something, it is not merely a matter of asking. It is often seen through acts of theft, murder, and plunder. Wukong began to comprehend the master's intentions, though whether there were deeper implications hidden within was beyond his current understanding. Over the course of centuries, human nature seemed unchanging. If a stranger were to gain great fortune, others might lament their own lack of luck. Yet, should it be someone close, friends, family, or acquaintances, the chances of discord arising are considerable. Wukong had long understood this truth. Regardless of where one finds themselves, troubles are inevitable, though the nature of the incidents may vary. Once, he had adhered to the doctrine of science, dismissing any notions of the supernatural as mere superstition. Yet now, with the emergence of gods and spirits, what remained impossible? When someone made a name for themselves, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by friends and relatives, often seeking favors before even finishing their sentences. Should you lend a helping hand, how many would return the kindness? Most merely perceive your current affluence, deeming the trifling amount he borrows as inconsequential. Should you refuse him, he might even regard you as a commendable individual. Yet, if you acquiesce, it is likely that whispers of your ill reputation will circulate immediately. Furthermore, some may believe that your rise to prominence is solely due to their influence. If one day you choose not to lend them money, there will surely be those who denounce you as ungrateful, lacking in human sentiment, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The complexities of familial matters are notoriously difficult to navigate, no matter how one attempts to clarify. It remains a convoluted affair. Moreover, the notions of right and wrong cannot be encapsulated by a singular standard. Between men and women, among family, colleagues, clans, cities, and nations, it appears there are clear distinctions of right and wrong. Yet, How can one delineate them with absolute clarity? It is merely a matter of considering from one's own perspective. All things in the world either complement or contradict one another, each possessing its own significance. Concerning the Master's counsel, one can only be cautious and strive to avoid calamities. Beyond that, it is a matter of luck and fate. Preserve oneself can safeguard one moment, but it cannot ensure a lifetime. There are myriad paths to choose from, and it is up to oneself to make the decision. If you wish to evade misfortune, yet calamity seeks you out, what can you do? While it is indeed virtuous to understand the value of forbearance, what if you retreat time and again, until there is no ground left to yield? What then? If others seek your life, sever your means of existence. Even if you have mastered a formidable array of skills, you may still encounter demonic obstacles, with calamity looming large. Even the master cannot substitute for you. Sun Wukong bowed his head in contemplation, fully aware of his master's intent. Understanding the nuances of advancement and retreat is a testament to the master's appreciation of his character. However, should he perpetually defer, he will inevitably become a target for oppression. What, then, is the worth of the path he has cultivated? Your 13th senior brother possesses a fiery temperament, quick to seek vengeance. Your sister Sue is carefree and unrestrained. Your brother Han appears aloof yet possesses a warm heart. Observing Sun Wukong in deep thought, Bodhi Patriarch continued to speak. He never dismisses an individual based on their character flaws. In other words, every person embodies duality. Where there are strengths, there are also shortcomings. A being that claims to be omnipotent is merely more skilled in various areas. They are not truly all capable, if such a being exists. It resides within the essence of the Dao. No person is perfect, nor is any gold without impurities. Wukong, your path must be walked by you alone. The master cannot interfere excessively. Should you overcome the trials of the heart, your grand destiny awaits. With that, Bodhi Patriarch closed his eyes and sat in silent meditation. Thank you, master. I take my leave, Sun Wukong expressed. Realizing that his master's words had reached their conclusion, he bowed deeply and exited the room. Upon leaving, he did not feel the elation of acquiring mystical powers. Instead, his heart grew heavier. The fact that his master chose to share these insights indicated that he regarded him as a true disciple, a sentiment he could deeply appreciate. For the teachings imparted by the master encompassed not just the 36 celestial techniques, but also, Chapter 8, the wide robes and breezy sleeves within the peach grove. On a large stone, Wukong sat cross-legged. The 36 celestial techniques and the 8-9 terrestrial methods were now all within his grasp. He had mastered the arts of penetrating the ethereal, driving away spirits, bearing mountains and restraining waters. Even the incantations of nightmares were within his capabilities now. With the master imparting celestial techniques once more, his cultivation would surely ascend further. Wukong pondered meticulously, his aura gradually withdrawing inward. The wind stilled and silence enveloped him. The 36 celestial techniques encompassed the manipulation of creation, the inversion of yin and yang, the movement of stars, the reversal of time. All belong to the marvelous arts. When employed correctly, these techniques can benefit all living beings. If used for malevolent purposes, they can bring about destruction. Thus, the Tao must not be imparted lightly, nor the arts shared carelessly. The intricacies of cause and effect are often elusive, even to sages. Though Wukong perceives the profundity of the celestial techniques within his consciousness, the master has not mentioned, yet has conveyed, an unnamed path, which is even more profound. With his current abilities, he finds himself unable to grasp even a mere fragment of it. Akin to deciphering a celestial scripture, beyond his comprehension. Days and nights swiftly passed. Yet Sun Wukong remained motionless within the peach grove. During this time, a young Taoist, having merely cast a distant glance at him, observed his deep immersion in practice and chose not to disturb him. On this day, Bodhi and 2 celestial children appeared in the clouds above the peach grove, watching as the master gazed upon Wukong's figure. Master, senior brother Wukong possesses a sincere and genuine nature. Why do you wear a furrowed brow? The celestial child on the left, filled with curiosity, asked softly. He could not comprehend why, among the master's disciples, Wukong was the most tranquil, never engaging in disputes over trifles nor speaking ill of others behind their backs. Although his comprehension may be lacking, in terms of interpersonal relations, none could surpass him. There is a saying in the mortal realm, Though it may be crude, it carries some truth. The silent dog bites. Bodhi Patriarch gazed thoughtfully at the large stone below, casting a complex glance at Wukong, and spoke slowly. If he were to stir up some trouble, I would find it somewhat reassuring. His other senior brothers, with their flamboyant temperaments, arrogance, and jealousy, each with their distinct personalities, occasionally cause disturbances. Their troubles can be managed. But tell me, if one day Wukong were to become enraged, could I quell his turmoil? Bodhi Patriarch seemed to pose the question to the celestial children, yet also to himself. The children paused, pondering what would compel senior brother Wukong to such a state. The image of Wukong's calm and serene face flashed before their minds, and for reasons unknown, they all felt a shiver down their spines. Such an admirable figure as Wukong surely would not invite trouble upon himself. The celestial child spoke uncertainly. The reason for their uncertainty lay in the fact that if someone truly foolish enough were to provoke Wukong, it would not require Wukong to take action. His close companions would likely be the first to intervene. Simultaneously, the children understood the master's intent. If another senior brother were wronged, and their hearts were unsettled, they would likely erupt on the spot. Seeking retribution, it was akin to children at play, their tempers flaring quickly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. However, senior brother Wukong would surely not be swayed by such trivial matters. To truly provoke him, one would have to commit heinous acts, endangering his family. Such matters would undoubtedly escalate. Considering the master's transcendent cultivation, would Wukong ever find himself in such dire circumstances? As this thought crossed their minds, the two celestial children exchanged glances, suddenly feeling parched. Soon, they resumed their previous demeanor, tightly sealing their lips, with very few individuals capable of troubling even the master. There were some senior brothers who appeared fierce on the surface, but only took advantage in trivial matters. In significant affairs, everyone understood the underlying truths and refrained from crossing certain boundaries. For instance, some may relish in brawling yet would not dare to commit murder, a character as unassuming as Wukong, who typically avoids conflict. If ever he were to harbor thoughts of killing, would likely instill greater fear than those few senior brothers. Master, have you secretly imparted some wondrous techniques to Wukong again? I see his cultivation has become somewhat nebulous. The young Taoist, riding on a cloud, appeared before Bodhi Patriarch. After bowing respectfully, he exchanged greetings with the two celestial children and continued, Wukong shares a close bond with you. You may inquire directly, Bodhi Patriarch replied. Then I shall refrain. If you do not speak, how could the junior brother divulge anything? The young Taoist chuckled. However, your junior brother is quite adept at concealing his intentions. I wonder what mischief he is plotting. He must have formidable enemies. I ought to chant a few Buddhist verses for his adversaries, Amitabha. The young Taoist recited with mock seriousness, then, with a playful demeanor, glanced at the two celestial children, playfully blinking his eyes. Yet, the celestial children chose to ignore him, pretending not to notice. Moments later, only the young Taoist remained in the clouds. After the master departed, the young Taoist lay back upon the clouds, observing Wukong's increasingly unadulterated state with intrigue. Your journey from nothing to something has reached an extraordinarily profound level. It seems you have grasped a hint of the Tao from existence to non-existence. Remarkable. Retracting his gaze, the young Taoist tore a piece of cloud from his hand, its shape shifting continuously. Soon, it took on the form of a monkey, resembling Wukong perfectly. Alas, to capture the form without the spirit is rather dull. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cloud returned to its original state. After yawning, the young Taoist reclined, drifting into a deep slumber, occasionally grinding his teeth. As spring transitioned to autumn, days turned into weeks. And before long, over a year had passed. The peach trees in the mountains bloomed vibrantly, yet Wukong was now shrouded in a thick layer of dust and fallen leaves, with petals swirling about him in the wind. Though junior brother Wukong may lack keen insight, his unwavering determination in seeking the Tao is perhaps the most steadfast among us, remarked a senior brother, observing the resolute figure resembling a rock. With such resolve, what worry is there in failing to achieve the Tao? He may not possess innate wisdom, but if he remains diligent and steadfast in his aspirations, the master would not have accepted him. You all should strive to emulate his heart. Otherwise, how could you honor the master's teachings? Let us disperse, a man said calmly. his tone serious. Brother Han's admonition is well noted. The crowd responded in unison and began to scatter. The man cast a brief glance at Wukong, giving a slight nod, before placing a layer of barrier in the peach grove to shield the sounds of the outside world. Those who beheld this barrier understood that someone was engaging in cultivation here. This place was the ancestral Master's dojo, a sanctuary typically free from disturbance. He merely added an extra layer of protection before departing slowly. With a perpetually stern expression, he carried himself as though the world owed him a considerable debt, leaving one to wonder which maiden would take a liking to such a demeanor. The young Taoist observed the retreating figure and, resting upon a cloud, spoke to himself. Below, none detected his presence. Days turned into weeks. One day, the sun rose in the east, casting vibrant rays that illuminated the heavens, where sun and moon shared the sky. The shadows within the peach grove stirred slightly, with dried leaves cascading down and dust settling. The brilliance in his eyes momentarily faded, as the colorful clouds danced in and out of view. In mere moments, the trees and flora of the grove flourished anew, the peaches ripening before one's eyes. Glistening and delectable. With each breath, Wukong restored the grove to its original splendor. His understanding of the profound mysteries not only benefited him but also greatly aided the surrounding flora and fauna. Yet, with a fleeting thought, he attributed this extraordinary phenomenon to tranquility. Congratulations on your progress in cultivation, younger brother. However, should there be no bloodshed today, I shall not let you leave, the young Taoist declared, leaning against the treetop and laughing heartily. Thank you, elder brother, that I am eternally grateful. Their gazes met, and a shared smile conveyed unspoken camaraderie. 5. Chapter 9. The path is endless, yet mortals have their limits in the mountains. Wukong tended to the fire, while the young Taoist ventured into the wilderness to hunt some game. Younger brother, the birds here are quite robust. I imagine their meat will be delectable, he remarked, his Taoist robe billowing in the wind as he strode towards Wukong. As you venture to the netherworld, may your karma allow you to be reborn as a human, thus completing this karmic bond, he mused, plucking feathers from the game he had caught, preparing the ingredients. Elder brother, being human is not always a blessing. The world is fraught with suffering, and humanity bears the brunt of it, Wukong replied with a smile. Yet, what of it? The cycles of reincarnation serve the purpose of cultivation. Understanding the essence leads to the great way. Failing to grasp it is not my fault, the young Taoist stated earnestly, though his hands worked swiftly. Wukong took a bird and began to skin it. Mortals strive throughout their lives merely to attain ascension. Yet, ascension to immortality is not the end of the path. Rather, it is the beginning. Cultivation can be tedious. Without engaging in various activities, one might easily forget their former humanity. Moreover, in this world imbued with celestial energy, the game truly is a delight. A little preparation transforms it into a culinary masterpiece. All beings, divine and demonic, possess their desires. The word desire eludes precise definition. To truly be free of wants is not his path. Monks chant and meditate to attain enlightenment and become Buddhas. Common folk labor tirelessly, facing the earth, seeking bountiful harvests to fill their bellies. Officials aspire to rise in ranks, aligning with heavenly mandates and winning the hearts of the populace. Aiming for stability and prosperity in this world, few exist without desires. Yet, the path is endless, and desires know no bounds. Even when one achieves their goals, new wants inevitably arise. Most beings find their lives unsatisfactory. Why? Because desire is insatiable. How then can one fulfill each yearning? Yet, is this not the driving force that propels generations to strive? Like humans, when one is hungry, they seek mere sustenance. Once satiated, they might crave richer fare. With meat comes the desire for wine. With wine, the company of beauty. 1 Beauty may not suffice, leading to further desires. Thus, the world undergoes constant change. Whether these changes are deemed good or bad is merely a matter of perspective. Some are born at the wrong time, while others seize opportunities. Some, disheartened, retreat into the mountains to escape the chaos of the world, while others thrive in the bustling world, leaving their mark. Some lose hope and end their lives, while others embrace life, undeterred by myriad trials, their inner flame of hope unwavering. All thoughts and aspirations are but a fleeting notion. What then of himself? Does he seek death or life, attaining immortality and longevity? What of it? Worries still linger in his heart. Younger brother, your audacity is remarkable. You allow your inner demons to roam freely within your heart, unchecked and unrestrained, the young Taoist remarked, clicking his tongue. His younger brother fluctuated between states of good and evil, teetering on the narrow edge of a fine line, perpetually oscillating, leaving even him perplexed. Better to be accommodating than to constrain. All is me, so why divide it so clearly? Wukong murmured. The method of the three purities severs the three corpses, leading to the Tao. This is also the path of the great Luo, though it eludes me. The notions of good and evil stem merely from differing perspectives and definitions. Who can truly delineate them? Ah, you too, feasting on delicacies without inviting me, sneaking about. A sudden, melodious voice interrupted, and a figure appeared in an instant. You heartless little brother. I have treated you well, yet my sincerity is met with insincerity. The woman lamented, covering her face as if on the verge of tears. Wukong and the young Taoist remained indifferent, continuing their preparations. You ungrateful souls. Not even offering a word of comfort. It's no wonder you haven't encountered a fair maiden. The newcomer was Su Qinglian, who had vanished since their last meeting in the city. Seeing the two remain unmoved, she abandoned her theatrical display and approached them, sitting beside them and quietly observing their actions while swallowing her saliva. Su's sister, your words imply you have chosen a partner, yet you remain alone, the young Taoist quipped, prompting a darkening of Su Qinglian's expression. Among the three, Wukong spoke the least, while the other two engaged in playful banter. Even as food entered their mouths, their conversation never ceased. Wukong remained a silent listener, only responding when directly addressed. I heard you returned after not much time. Why did you not stay longer? The world outside is far more interesting than here. Constantly cultivating is rather dull. You might learn from your elder brothers. Though they do not indulge in frivolities upon descending the mountain, they certainly explore and observe the world. Seeing Wukong remain silent, Su Qinglian resumed her lecturing, exclaiming, What a brooding fellow you are! If she were Wukong, she likely would have burst out. After a brief time, the three gathered before parting ways. Su's sister seemed perpetually busy, and Wukong had no idea what she was occupied with. 13th elder brother appeared lazy and carefree, spending little time in the mountains, often wandering outside. Even other brothers frequently descended the mountain to explore. Isolating oneself from the world is never wise. He, too, balanced work and leisure, not solely immersing himself in Taoist studies. In his early days of learning, he believed he had grasped much of the teachings, feeling accomplished. Yet, as time passed, doubt crept in. The more he learned, the more he recognized the shallowness of his knowledge, akin to a drop in the ocean. The path of the Tao is infinite, and an individual's strength is ultimately insignificant. Should he become the monkey of the tales, it would indeed be a challenge. In the garden, Wukong was busy with a spade, loosening the soil and weeding. A group of elder brothers approached with enthusiasm upon noticing him. As they drew near, son Wukong looked up and stood to greet them. I greet all my elder brothers. The elder brothers returned the greeting. We greet you, younger brother. There is no need for such formalities. Then one of them continued, Younger brother, Master has imparted the Tao to you for several years. How much have you learned? All eyes were fixed on Wukong, eagerly awaiting his response. Wukong felt perplexed, unsure of the purpose behind their visit. Master has conveyed that a Tao examination is forthcoming. Those who qualify may descend the mountain for a century. We intend to journey together, hence our visit to find you. One individual could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Wukong scratched his head, and upon witnessing this, the radiance in the eyes of the crowd diminished considerably. In the past, although they were allowed to descend the mountain, it was always in the vicinity of the Taoist temple, never daring to venture too far. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, their mastery of the Tao was incomplete, and the outside world was fraught with peril. Secondly, there existed an unspoken rule within the mountains that none dared to transgress. Their time of entry was not significantly disparate from Wukong's, merely 7 or 8 years earlier, and they lacked his innate talent and fortuitous opportunities. The last time Sister Su brought Wukong down the mountain, it stirred envy in many hearts. Among these disciples, most had barely embarked on the path of cultivation, barely qualifying as immortals, a stark contrast to Sister Su and her peers. Although Wukong's aptitude was lacking, his amiability was extraordinary. In a short span since his entry, he had already garnered the attention of many senior brothers. Notably, Sister Sue and the 13th senior brother, whose years of entry were lost to time, nonetheless showed exceptional care towards Brother Sunday. Such an opportunity was beyond envy. Should he pass this assessment, embarking on a journey together would indeed be a blessing. Despite his dull aptitude, having only grasped a fragment of the Tao. During the examination, I shall do my utmost, not daring to disappoint the goodwill of my seniors. Sun Wukong spoke earnestly, silently uttering an apology in his heart. It was not his intention to conceal anything from others. The notion of equality among all beings is but an empty phrase. Even within a single family, achieving balance is a challenge. There will always be someone who bears the burden of forbearance and grievance. Such is the nature of family and country, let alone the myriad beings in the world. Human hearts are prone to jealousy. He was not one to seek the limelight. Facing calamity, should he descend the mountain now? Trouble might ensue, potentially dragging him to the Ling Mountain with that monk to seek the scriptures. It would be wiser to remain in the mountains. He had no desire to be pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain by the Tathagata for 5 or 6 centuries. Thus, during this assessment, he must tread carefully. Acting was never his forte, but if forced, he would have to put on a performance. Should he be too ostentatious, not only would he provoke envy and jealousy among his senior brothers, but he might also bring calamity upon himself through careless words. Ultimately, balance is not the same as equality, and even equality cannot ensure balance. He could not expect his senior brothers to be like him. Hence it was prudent to remain low-key. The capriciousness of human hearts is wholly unpredictable. If he could not fathom the thoughts of his senior brothers, how could he hope to divine the minds of the myriad deities? Thus, the ideal of universal harmony remains a dream, at least here. Chapter 10. The Ancestor's Teachings. The day of the assessment approaches. Do not be disheartened, younger brother. Even if you do not succeed this time, there will be another opportunity, one voice offered in consolation. Cultivation talent varies from person to person. It cannot be generalized. Indeed, Sun Wukong, just do your best. If you succeed, we will descend the mountain together. If not, it is of no consequence. The crowd expressed their sentiments, and Wukong merely nodded gently, displaying neither joy nor sorrow on his face. Others perceived Wukong as carefree. Had it been them, after so many years without attaining the path, they would likely have departed the mountain. After bidding farewell to Wukong and gradually moving away from the area, one senior brother sighed, lamenting that it was a pity for Wukong's determination to seek the Tao, given his inability to unravel the mysteries of the teachings. The others nodded in agreement, feeling a shared sentiment. But let us not think this way. Younger brother has already begun his cultivation, nurturing his character here, which is an opportunity that others cannot attain. Though lacking in comparison to those above him, he has a surplus compared to those below. Indeed, we are merely vexing ourselves, another added. Should we pass this assessment, we too can descend the mountain to spread the teachings and aid the people. Time in the mountains flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed on this day. The ancestor once again opened the platform of teachings, skillfully expounding upon the 3 vehicles of enlightenment. The lotus blossoms unfolded, and extraordinary phenomena manifested. Birds and beasts fell silent, revealing their spiritual essence. Once the teachings concluded, the ancestor gazed at the disciples for a prolonged moment. The senior brothers felt an endless aftertaste, the echoes lingering, leaving them wanting more. Qingchen, today you shall be responsible for the assessment of your junior brothers. Be sure to avoid any misconduct, the ancestor calmly instructed one disciple. Yes, Wukong, coming back to his senses, sighed softly. It was once again a situation where he felt lost, uncertain of whether he had truly comprehended anything. The path to enlightenment is indeed arduous. He wondered how the other senior brothers had achieved their understanding. After the ancestor departed, everyone turned their gaze towards Qingchen. Qingchen, a name bestowed by Brother Han, was also the title given by their master. Brother Qingchen, may I inquire about the nature of the assessment? A junior brother, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. You have cultivated for over a decade, some even for several decades. While you have not yet ascended, you are still considered individuals of the immortal realm. Qingchen pondered for a moment, stepped forward, and gazed down the stone path, speaking in a solemn tone. I have devised this method. If you can comprehend the entrance within 3 hours, you may descend the mountain. If you fail, then diligently cultivate your character and refrain from other thoughts. With that, He formed a seal with his hands, and a beam of brilliance erupted forth in an instant. Clouds and mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the mountains. The senior brothers focused intently, their expressions growing increasingly grave. This technique was indeed exquisite, even if they were to cultivate for another 10 or 8 years. They might not reach Brother Han's level. Moments later, someone stepped forward with determination, crossing into the formation. Soon, all the senior brothers had entered the formation, leaving only son Wukong standing in place. Younger brother, you have been in the door for many years. You should participate in the assessment. Why do you not enter? Qingchen remarked, noticing Wukong's hesitance. Brother, my understanding of the Tao is minimal. It would be of no use for me to go in. Besides, remaining on the mountain is not without its benefits. Thus, I shall forego the assessment, Wukong replied softly, glancing at the surrounding mist. Whether you descend or not is your own affair. The master has tasked me with the assessment, and no one may be exempted. You should enter. Seeing Brother Han's stern demeanor, Wukong had no choice but to step forward, crossing into the formation. In an instant, the scenery before him transformed, and he found himself no longer within the Taoist temple. Wukong's brow furrowed slightly, and he felt troubled. Acting was not his strong suit. He quietly suppressed his cultivation level, reverting to that of a novice in the Tao, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The surrounding environment quickly became shrouded in clouds and mist, his visibility reduced to about 7 or 8 meters. At that moment, it seemed he was lost in a dimly lit bamboo grove. After gathering his thoughts, he set off in a forward direction, estimating that half an hour had passed, yet he still felt as if he were treading in place. He could not afford to be idle. Brother Han merely employed a fragment of the Tao within the transformations of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Breaking free was not particularly difficult. However, he lacked the intention to descend the mountain and could not allow his disguise to be seen through. That would be truly challenging. Having cultivated for many years, others had entered his formation willingly. Any oversight on his part could lead to his exposure. Thus, Wukong could only examine his surroundings, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Spotting a seemingly flawed section, he suddenly shouted and executed a fire technique to test the waters. On the stone steps, Qingchen's spirit surged forth, observing the junior brothers within the formation. Some furrowed their brows. Others lamented their plight. Their expressions varied. Seeing Wukong diligently seeking an exit, Qingchen nodded slightly. The peculiar feeling he had previously experienced dissipated, and he ceased to ponder further. Within the ancestor's Taoist temple, no one would dare to act recklessly. Observing Sun Wukong's gestures of attack, Qingchen's expression shifted slightly. There is some skill indeed, but regrettably, his cultivation is somewhat lacking. Even if he comprehends certain aspects, he cannot extricate himself. Torn between indecision, he ultimately refrained from taking any action. The ancestor had said not to engage in misconduct. 3 hours is neither long nor short, and by the end, 16 junior brothers had successfully passed the assessment. The 17th, however, remained unqualified, and that left only son Wukong. 3 hours have elapsed. You have passed the assessment. Choose a day to descend the mountain and embark on your journey. The others nodded in agreement. As the mist dispersed, Wukong was still in a corner, tapping away, his clothing drenched in sweat, hair soaked, and he breathed heavily, casting an awkward glance at his senior brothers. Though you did not succeed, you were not far off. Given another cup of tea's worth of time, you could have emerged. With diligent practice, you too can descend the mountain like the rest. Brother Han unexpectedly offered a few encouraging words, leaving Wukong somewhat astonished. Grateful for the encouragement, Wukong watched as Qingchen departed without further ado. It's just his usual temperament. Wukong could only scratch his nose to mask his embarrassment. Younger brother, your understanding of the Tao has significantly advanced. Merely a step behind us. Given time, you are certain to rise. Indeed, younger brother need not feel disheartened. Even Brother Han acknowledges your efforts. Let us learn from you. Several individuals approached to comfort the unqualified Wukong with kind words. Wukong reciprocated their sentiments. Descending the mountain, he felt no inclination to engage with the outside world. He truly wished to avoid it. Instead, he preferred to remain in the mountains in quietude, cultivating his practice, allowing time to flow gently, reveling in the peace and harmony, extending his life alongside the heavens. What could be more delightful? In a matter of days, the mountains grew significantly quieter, devoid of disturbances. Wukong reveled in the tranquility and leisure of his surroundings, occasionally meditating in contemplation, perusing books, fetching water, chopping wood, and tending to flowers and trees. In a spacious clearing amidst the mountains, within a thatched cottage, Sun Wukong sat quietly, pondering profound truths. This serene place, which he had chosen for its solitude, had seen few visitors since his arrival. He found a relatively flat area to erect this humble abode, enclosing a modest courtyard where he constructed a fence, raising chickens, ducks, fish, and geese, as well as cultivating fruits and vegetables. This allowed him to engage in various activities beyond his spiritual pursuits. After all, if he were to tend to such creatures in the vicinity of his elder brothers, they would likely reprimand him for it. Furthermore, preparing delectable dishes spared him the need to seek out ingredients, as this paradise naturally yielded superior produce compared to the outside world with minimal effort on his part. The sounds of clucking, quacking, and cooing filled the air outside the thatched cottage, painting a picturesque rural scene. Chapter 11. The monkey finally leaves the mountain gate on this day, as the sun rose high, casting vibrant rays of light. Wukong felt a surge of inspiration within him, an ethereal aura enveloping his being. Strange phenomena unfolded. Suddenly, the chickens, ducks, and various birds outside the cottage became restless and animated. As the commotion subsided, Wukong, having reigned in his celestial energy, observed the birds outside with a hint of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that they too had encountered a touch of destiny, embarking on their own paths of cultivation. Wukong muttered to himself in resignation. What a pity! After all my efforts, I merely sought to enhance their flavors, never expecting this outcome. In the courtyard, the multitude of birds exhibited varying degrees of awakening, their eyes gleaming with newfound wisdom. Upon Wukong's emergence, they quieted, each displaying curiosity as they gazed at him, huddled together in a manner suggesting they were at his mercy. Very well, very well. Since you possess some awareness, I shall grant you your freedom. Should the day come when the master imparts teachings, you may seek opportunities then. Wukong sighed softly, waving his hand to disperse them. If these were ordinary birds, they would not comprehend human speech, even if they were to attend the master's lectures. Of course, with enough exposure, they could eventually awaken their own understanding. Sun Wukong had not foreseen that, by a twist of fate, this flock of chickens and ducks would one day develop their own sense of spirituality. Though they remained birds, the spark of enlightenment had begun to ignite within them. Prior to this, they were no different from unyielding stones. Yet, even with this awakening, the path to cultivation would be fraught with challenges. This, however, was not a matter for him to fret over. As time passed, Wukong grasped some aspects of the 6 heavenly stems, gaining a rudimentary understanding. Nevertheless, he continued to maintain a low profile. He understood that secrecy fosters success, while speaking carelessly may bring misfortune. Wukong, the master seeks you. You should go, a celestial youth called out as he approached. Hearing this, Wukong leaped from the tree and, alongside the celestial youth, rode the clouds to the master's dwelling. After the celestial youth departed, the voice of Bodhi Master resonated from within. Wukong, come in. Disciple pays respects to the master, Sun Wukong said as he entered, bowing sincerely. Wukong, how long have you been in the cave? The master inquired. Upon hearing the question, Wukong pondered briefly before responding, replying to the master, it has been approximately 13 years. He had sought immortality and enlightenment at Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, ultimately taking refuge under the master's guidance. He had spent over 13 years here. During the first 7 years, he mainly focused on self-cultivation, engaging in discussions of doctrine with his elder brothers, practicing calligraphy, and burning incense. Yet, the actual time spent on cultivating the Tao was only 6 years. Your understanding of the Tao is quite profound, leaving even your elder brothers in the dark. However, your path does not lie solely within these confines. Choose a day to descend the mountain, the master proclaimed. Leaving Sun Wukong momentarily stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow, is this the day I have awaited? Master, are you casting me out of the mountain? Sun Wukong blurted out in a moment of anxiety. Only to realize the inappropriateness of his words, Bodhi chuckled softly, never having anticipated that this monkey would first think of such a thing. You foolish child. I merely wish for you to descend the mountain to cultivate your heart and resolve your inner turmoil. There is no talk of expulsion. Are you perhaps lost in your thoughts? He continued, Your inner demons are growing stronger, and isolating yourself within these mountains is not the solution. Descending may allow you to disperse the clouds and reveal the moon. Sun Wukong felt a slight relief, realizing he had misunderstood. As for the inner demons, whether they were divine or demonic, he found it difficult to distinguish. He did not perceive any significant issue. Then, Master, how long may I be away? Sun Wukong inquired cautiously, closely observing Bodhi's expression, hoping to glean something from it. Is the Master deceiving me? If you wish to return, you may do so. There is no set time frame. However, once you descend the mountain, do not become overly proud or ostentatious like a wild stallion. Neither should you allow others to bully you, retreating time and again. Wukong, do you understand? Bodhi spoke calmly, though Wukong appeared tranquil while cultivating in the mountains. His inner pride was not something others could easily match. While he would not resort to tyranny or oppression, he still had to speak his mind as for whether this would lead to trouble. Who in this world could navigate every situation flawlessly without ever causing offense? Even a sage is not without flaw. Disciples shall heed the Master's teachings, Sun Wukong replied gratefully, relieved that he was not being expelled from the mountain. As for being bullied, the Master had overthought the matter. The grievances he endured were trivial, akin to sesame seeds. All were brothers. Some harmless actions could be overlooked. There was no need to engage in arguments over trivial matters. If someone were to persistently provoke him, even a clay figurine would possess a measure of temper. He would not allow himself to be easily manipulated. After bidding farewell to the Master, Wukong returned to his dwelling, gathered some clothing, and took with him a modest sum of silver given by his elder sister. After saying goodbye to his fellow brothers, he prepared to descend the mountain. With Sister Sue and 13th brother absent from the mountain, he did not seek them out. As he reached the mountainside, he spotted Brother Han standing by a secluded pavilion. Brother Han, Wukong greeted with a bow. Are you descending the mountain? Qingchen, standing with hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing black robe, inquired upon noticing Wukong's travel bag. The Master says my inner demons remain unresolved, and staying here is of no benefit. Thus, I shall descend the mountain for a while. Sun Wukong replied, feeling no need to conceal this matter. Qingchen nodded in agreement, recognizing that since the Master had spoken, there must be wisdom behind it. Your cultivation is still modest, and descending the mountain alone without any treasures is unwise. Here, take this item to assist you. Upon your return, you may return it to me. With that, Qingchen produced an object that shimmered with a blue light before settling into stillness. The treasure has concealed itself. As Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon it, he beheld a rod of considerable length, forged from an extraordinary iron. However, he had not encountered many renowned treasures in his lifetime. When Brother Han tossed it to him, Wukong caught it deftly, feeling its weight in his hand. It was manageable enough for him to wield. No need for thanks, he remarked. Consider it a loan from you, which I shall return in due time. Upon descending the mountain, do not tarnish our sect's reputation or stir up trouble, yet do not be afraid of confrontation. Although he felt that Wukong lacked understanding and often drifted into reverie, he acknowledged that they were still brothers in arms, sharing no enmity. Nonetheless, his expression remained stoic and devoid of emotion. Thank you, brother, Wukong replied, bowing respectfully before making his way down the cobblestone path. Once he exited the mountain's confines, Wukong summoned his cloud and soared into the sky. Brother Han's words of lending were but a guise, for he had bestowed upon him the secrets of the alchemical arts, urging him to refine the rod. If only that stern visage could break into a smile, it would surely lighten the atmosphere. Among their brotherhood, Han was known for his reclusive nature and lack of eloquence, seldom befriending others. Those who slacked off received his scathing reprimands. And Wukong was among the few who had escaped with minimal chastisement, while others faced harsher critiques in the vast sea of clouds. Sun Wukong rode upon his somersault cloud, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After years of cultivation, he had indeed gained mastery over such sorcery, yet he pondered the state of his beloved flower fruit mountain. Since he had descended, his master had not imposed a time limit. Thus he decided to make a brief return. It had been over 20 years since he had left Flower Fruit Mountain. As he passed through a region of the southern continent, he paused, descending into a dense forest. Within, on a small mound overrun with weeds, memories surged forth in his mind. Little 5, Little 6, I seek the path to immortality. This journey may stretch on for years, my lord. We wish to accompany you. The journey is fraught with peril, and life and death are uncertain. Whether there are immortals is still debatable. Why must you take us along, my lord? If they choose not to accompany, I shall follow you through thick and thin. Seeking fortune and sharing in hardship, to repay this kindness, I too. Little 5 and Little 6 were but two monkeys abandoned in the forest after being cast aside by their kind. Wukong had stumbled upon them by chance. At their first encounter, they were mere shadows of their former selves, frail and on the brink of death. Had it not been for luck, they would have surely perished. Fortunately, he possessed a unique memory that set him apart from other monkeys. After a period of nurturing, they remarkably survived. Yet the bond that had begun with him came to an unexpected end. Little 6, there truly are celestial beings in this world. I have come to take you home. Wukong murmured to himself, lost in nostalgia, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 12. A return to Flowerfruit Mountain. The two monkeys bore no names, merely referred to as Little 5 and Little 6 by Wukong in a whimsical sequence. The four monkeys that had preceded them had perished during skirmishes with other creatures while still on Flowerfruit Mountain. Little 6's remains were preserved, having been interred by Wukong, while Little 5 had perished at sea. His bones consumed by fish, dissolved within the waters. Wukong lingered at the site for a considerable time before sweeping his hand, causing the earthen mound to vanish. His figure had long since disappeared into the clouds. In the sea of clouds, Sun Wukong endeavored to trace the remains of Little 5 through the threads of causation, yet found himself at an impasse. It was clear that locating his remains would prove exceedingly difficult. In the vast ocean, even he felt lost. Sorrow welled within him, and his eyes grew misty with tears. Though he practiced the path of cultivation, he remained deeply emotional. After a long while, he managed to compose himself. What had once seemed an insurmountable ocean to cross, with treacherous mountains, now lay before him as swiftly as a thought. Truly, the world had changed beyond recognition. Before long, he beheld the familiar territory of Flowerfruit Mountain. A singular thought propelled him into the depths of the mountain. Monkeys, I have returned. Wukong's voice echoed through the forest, resonating in the ears of the monkeys as if he were right beside them. Prompting them to look up in unison, my lord, it is the voice of our king. He has returned. Within the thicket, the monkeys erupted in joyous exclamations, hurrying toward the waterfall cave. In an instant, the forest was alive with activity as monkeys emerged from the foliage. Flowers and rocky outcrops, all rushing toward the boulder near the waterfall cave. Why, lord, did you find the immortal and secure the path to longevity? Before long, a throng of monkeys had gathered, encircling Sun Wukong with expressions of eager anticipation. Observing that little had changed in their surroundings, Wukong felt a swell of emotion, the furrow between his brows easing considerably. While he could not claim to have attained immortality, he had indeed encountered celestial beings and acquired some mystical knowledge. As he watched the stream of monkeys approaching, he smiled, for he had been venerated as their king. This sight filled his heart with joy, yet thoughts of Little 5 and Little 6 lingered painfully in his mind. My lord, the monkeys assured him, the path to enlightenment is riddled with danger. Now that you have returned, Little 5 and Little 6 would rejoice upon hearing the news. They would not wish for you to grieve over them. Indeed, another monkey chimed in, Little 5 and Little 6 fulfilled their bond with you, and the cycle of life and death is an inescapable fate. You should find solace in that in that moment. The monkeys began to offer words of comfort. Have you all fared well during my absence? Wukong exhaled deeply, suppressing his melancholy as he inquired. He recalled tales from the journey to the west, where many demons had wreaked havoc upon the monkey clan during his absence, resulting in significant casualties. Fortunately, my lord foresaw these challenges and imparted upon us various life-saving techniques, while also encouraging us to strengthen our bodies and practice martial skills. Our lives have been relatively stable, an elder monkey replied, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. My lord is truly a saint sent by the heavens to assist you. It is said that among the human race, there exist those who possess innate knowledge. Our king is no less remarkable. The monkeys had adhered to Wukong's teachings, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and cooperating with other demon clans when possible. In instances where negotiations fell short, they maintained a policy of non-aggression, and those demons who were fierce and unruly could do little against them. Wukong nodded, relieved that no significant troubles had arisen, though he held little emotional attachment to these monkeys. They were still his kin, and as their king, he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. However, news of a recent wave of demons that had emerged 3 to 5 years prior, who had shown no regard for reason and demanded they relinquish their territory, had troubled him deeply. Upon my departure, I had cautioned you all to yield minor territories if necessary, for coexistence among the myriad races is far preferable to violence. My kin need not monopolize this blessed land. A peaceful existence would suffice. He had not anticipated that there would still be those intent on causing strife. The domain of Flower Fruit Mountain was considerable. Having claimed it, they sought to monopolize it further, truly insatiable in their greed. Although my understanding of the arcane arts is not profound, I am not intimidated by ordinary demons. Speak in detail of the demon that dares to be so audacious. I shall seek justice from him. Wukong's voice grew somber. He would not be bullied, nor would he allow others to be oppressed. Go reason with others. One must possess the strength to back it up. My lord, this fiend refers to himself as the Demon King of Chaos. He resides to the north, arriving amidst clouds and mists, accompanied by thunder and lightning, his methods formidable. Perhaps we should deliberate further. One monkey spoke, and the others nodded in agreement, fear evident in their expressions, as they were powerless against the demon's prowess. Their ability to protect their territory rested solely on their collective strength. I shall venture forth to discern his strengths. Wait here for a moment, and I shall return. Wukong shook his head. Deliberation would take time. From what he had gathered, many monkeys had been captured, their lives in peril, if he had mastered the arts. Now was the time to apply them. With that thought, Wukong leapt into the air, soaring northward upon his cloud eye in no time. He arrived at a perilous mountain that towered into the clouds, thick with demonic energy and home to fearsome creatures. The scene was one of grim ferocity, and with a steady mind, Wukong surmised this must be the place. Recalling his master's counsel, he quelled his anger and recited the heart-purifying incantation several times. This location, too, could be deemed a good place. Judging by its appearance, it was not greatly inferior to his Flower Fruit Mountain. It was a pity that the demon occupying this territory had strayed from the righteous path, for they had not attained the true teachings, resulting in a scene of malevolence. Where is the demon king of this domain? Wukong materialized, standing on the mountainside, and spoke, his voice resonating far and wide. I am the lord of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. I have come today for a matter of great importance. It is clear in your hearts what you have done. I demand one among you to step forward. I seek justice. The lesser demons in the mountains were taken aback upon hearing these words and hurriedly scurried into the cave. Why, Lord, it is grave news. The Monkey King, who seeks immortality, has returned, and he demands justice. When they first arrived, they had heard tales of a Monkey King in the vicinity who had left home in pursuit of the path to eternal life. However, they never anticipated his return on this day. What is there to fear? A mere monkey, even if he has cultivated some skills, poses no threat, the Demon King replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. Maintaining his composure. Oh, by the way, what weapons has he brought? What is his attire? He bears no weapons, clad only in human garments, neither resembling a Buddha nor a Taoist, and his origins are unknown, replied the lesser demon. The Demon King rose, his gaze indifferent. Theo approached me unarmed. Has he learned some superficial skills and become arrogant? With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the lesser demons to fetch weapons and don armor. Where is the lord of the Water Curtain Cave? Is he tired of life and come to die beneath my blade, to accompany his monkey kin in the afterlife? The Demon King, along with his minions, stepped outside. The Demon King called out loudly. Sun Wukong focused his gaze and saw that the Demon King indeed bore a fearsome and menacing appearance, his armor gleaming in the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura. The Demon King stood several feet tall, making Wukong appear much smaller in comparison. You are the chaotic Demon King. Let me ask you, you have trespassed upon my domain multiple times, causing my kin to suffer and die. And you have captured my monkeys. Where are they? Release them at once and apologize, and we may negotiate. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless actions, Sun Wukong declared in a solemn tone. Before he could finish, the Demon King and his minions erupted into raucous laughter, their mockery echoing through the mountains. You, demon monkey, dare not engage me in combat and resort to idle chatter. As for your monkeys, I have already feasted upon their brains. And I must say, the taste was quite delightful. The Demon King laughed boisterously, displaying his arrogance. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, an unrecognizable emotion flickering in his eyes. Are you serious? He inquired, suppressing his fury. The Demon King, mistaking Wukong's hesitation for fear, became even more audacious. Why would I lie? I would feast upon human brains just as easily. You are nothing but my food, yet you dare to shout if you know what is good for you. Swiftly surrender your mountain and offer your bodies for my enjoyment. Otherwise, I shall ensure your souls are scattered, not even reaching the underworld. With these words, Sun Wukong's rage surged. He thought it futile to converse. This demon lacked any semblance of reason and committed evil deeds, yet dared to act so brazenly. His murderous intent ignited, and without waiting to take a stance, Sun Wukong appeared before the Demon King in an instant. Relying solely on his own strength, he unleashed a single punch, sending the Demon King hurtling into the mountainside. The earth trembled violently, and several of the nearby lesser demons were caught in the shockwave. Reduced to mere pulp. Spare me, Great One. This small demon was blind to the mountain's majesty and has offended you. Please spare. The Demon King, embedded in the rock, cried out in terror, only for his pleas to be abruptly silenced. Wukong's anger had not yet subsided. With a light flick of his hand, without even glancing back, he shattered the small mountain, creating a tunnel that pierced through it, and the Demon King was left without a soul. The lesser demons, trembling in fear, wet their pants, and those with weaker constitutions fainted on the spot. You have set foot on the path of cultivation, yet you think not of righteousness, aiding evil and committing heinous acts. It is not fitting for you to live, Sun Wukong stated coldly, his fist suspended in midair. He understood the principles of cause and effect and recalled his master's teachings. He did not wish to end up like the great sage equal to heaven. Ultimately becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, he held back. Though it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, he could still sense the weight of their wrongdoings. Reflecting on this, he could not help but smirk. These lesser demons had accumulated considerable evil karma. By ending their lives, he had in a sense resolved their wrongdoings in no time. He had vanquished the entire horde of lesser demons. Entering the cave, he discovered a few scattered young monkeys huddled in a remote corner, evidently captured recently and spared from consumption. Do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you. The Demon King has met his demise. No one shall bully you again, Sun Wukong said softly, his expression softening as he cast a spell to soothe their anxious hearts. The cave still bore the remnants of several deceased monkeys. Sun Wukong employed his magic to gather their remains, believing that resting in the earth would grant them peace. As for the corpses of the other demons, they were reduced to ashes by flames. My lord, you are the great king. One of the young monkeys exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. It was only natural that the younger monkeys, having not seen him for so long, did not recognize him. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find some who did. Several monkeys bowed down, but Wukong gently prevented them from doing so. There is no need for such formalities in Flower Fruit Mountain. We do not adhere to such customs. Now that this matter is resolved, let us return to our home, he declared. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, transporting the young monkeys out of the cave. And in mere moments, they had returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. The king has returned. The king has returned. The monkeys scattered across the mountain had not yet departed, all awaiting news of Sun Wukong, their hearts tinged with worry. Upon seeing him return with several young monkeys, their faces lit up with joy, and the air was filled with jubilant cheers. Their emotions were sincere, unlike the hollow flattery of later generations, and Wukong could not help but smile. My lord, did that chaotic demon king cause you any trouble? An elder monkey inquired, urging a few of the younger ones to care for the little monkeys Wukong had brought back. Fear not. From this day forth, there shall be no more chaotic demon kings in this world. He has committed countless evils and has been vanquished by me, Sun Wukong stated, his words barely leaving his lips before silence enveloped the area. Followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. The monkeys were filled with excitement, leaping and bounding about, their voices echoing through the skies. They believed their king had learned the ways of immortality and could engage the demon king in battle. securing the release of his kin. Little did they know, their formidable king had effortlessly eliminated their foe in the brief span of a tea break, showcasing skills far beyond their imagination. Long live the king. The king is mighty. The king is extraordinary. The first two praises delighted Sun Wukong, but the last phrase darkened his expression. In his early days, his behavior mirrored that of his past life, and some of his catchphrases had inevitably been picked up by the monkeys. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Observing the uproar among the monkeys, some of whom were shouting until their voices cracked, the elder monkey raised his voice. Silence. The king has returned from his studies and has vanquished the demon king. It is likely he is fatigued. Let us welcome him back and allow him to rest. The other monkeys nodded in agreement, realizing that even immortals need respite. In their moment of excitement, they had momentarily forgotten this fact. And without further ado, they pushed Wukong into the cave. The cave was in even better condition than when he had left. Some items that had not been there before were now neatly arranged. Weapons, tables, and chairs. Though mundane objects, they were indeed rare treasures. The monkeys crowded inside, filling the space, eager to catch a glimpse of their king's grandeur. Some bolder ones swung from the vines, only to be quickly pulled down by the older monkeys. The cave was spotless, devoid of any dust, a testament to the monkeys' diligence. You have all suffered during these years, Sun Wukong said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Though the chaotic demon king was weak, it was weak only in comparison to him. These monkeys, having not learned even a trace of cultivation, would undoubtedly have suffered in combat against him. It has not been hard at all. It is you who has borne the burden. But now that you have returned, it is indeed a happy ending. The elder monkey replied, My lord, you have cultivated the ways of the immortals and attained the path of divinity. It is time you considered a title. The elder pondered for a moment. All the various demons and immortals in this world possess titles. Now that our monkey king has returned, he too should have a title. Though the name Beautiful Monkey King is pleasant, it seems somewhat mismatched for an immortal. Chapter 14. There is no perfect method in this world. What title to choose? Though I have acquired some skills, I have merely scratched the surface of the path. If I were to flaunt it, it would be contrary to my original intent, and I wish to avoid that, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head repeatedly. However, it is indeed a joyful occasion that we have acquired a surname. Surname? May I inquire, O king, what is your surname? The old monkey asked. I now take the surname Sun, with the name Wukong. From this day forth, you may all bear the surname Sun as well. Henceforth, the monkeys of Huagua Mountain shall also possess surnames. Sun Wukong proclaimed, a glimmer of light sparkling in his eyes. The acquisition of a surname signified that they were no longer mere wild monkeys of the mountain, but rather a recognized clan. He believed that the days ahead would only grow brighter. Your Majesty, although we have been granted a surname, we have yet to receive names, one monkey voiced. Sun Wukong paused, contemplating the matter. After all, it was indeed a dilemma. Surely we cannot simply assign numerical labels like 1, 2, 3, 4, he mused. No matter. I shall ponder this and, in due time, provide you all with names. He spoke confidently. It was not an insurmountable task, merely one that required some time. After exchanging a few more words with the other monkeys, the old monkey allowed Wukong to rest and sent the others away, leaving behind a few to heed Wukong's commands. There would be ample opportunities for conversation in the future. Once the monkeys departed, Sun Wukong sighed with relief. The throng was overwhelming. Although it was not entirely nerve-wracking, he found himself somewhat out of sorts. The surroundings fell silent, and feeling unwearied, Wukong stepped outside the cave and made his way to the back mountain. This was the burial ground for the fallen monkeys. Initially, it was a solitary endeavor, but upon becoming the Monkey King, the other monkeys began to follow suit. All those who passed away were interred here. Over the span of 20 years, numerous small mounds had accumulated, numbering in the hundreds. With a gentle sigh, Wukong cleared a space and buried the remains of Xiao Lu and the other monkeys. Standing tall and lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the old monkey's voice. O king, matters of life and death are beyond human control. We must look forward. The monkeys do not wish to see you burdened with grief, as it may harm your spirit. The old monkey had appeared at some point, standing nearby. Noticing Wukong's somber mood, he spoke. What if I possessed a method to defy the heavens, enabling them to be reborn and live again? Sun Wukong's abrupt declaration caused the old monkey's pupils to contract. Your Majesty, surely such a method would come at a cost, he responded thoughtfully. You have often said that every action has its consequences. All things in this world are bound by fate. After a moment of contemplation, the old monkey continued. All living beings tread their own paths, guided by their choices. There are no infallible methods in this world. To gain is to lose is to gain. While you have acquired the path to immortality from your master, you must remember that there are higher powers, and that there are always greater beings beyond our understanding. Life is rarely as one wishes. Sun Wukong felt a deep sorrow. He understood all too well that there would always be those stronger than himself. The world was not his to manipulate at will. Even if he were to descend into the underworld and erase the ledger of life and death, breaking the cycle of reincarnation, he still could not protect Huagua Mountain. Taking lives is easy. Saving lives is far more difficult. Although the great sage equal to heaven had once descended into the underworld and erased the ledger, granting the monkeys of Huagua Mountain immortality, the outcome was still tragic. They had fallen to the hands of celestial soldiers, the Erlang god, and hunters, ultimately meeting a sorrowful end. The path of cause and effect is indeed perplexing. Even the demonic god of causality from before the heavens were formed could not escape its grasp. How could a mere novice on the path of cultivation transcend such constraints? The king has imparted the way of survival to us, and now, with your presence, we are blessed beyond measure. We dare not be greedy. If Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, along with the other monkeys, possess any spirit in the heavens, they surely would not wish for you to suffer thus. After the old monkey spoke, he noticed Wukong's demeanor had calmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had heard of the underworld, he was aware of its perilous nature. The grim figures of the bull-headed and horse-faced, as well as the black and white impermanences, were not to be trifled with, not to mention the judge Yanluo and the king of the underworld above them. Sun Wukong let out a bitter laugh. A sudden thought had crossed his mind. O king, the current condition of Huagua Mountain has surpassed our expectations. We are well fed and at ease, living in delightful tranquility. I am already content to witness such a scene in my lifetime. As the old monkey spoke, his eyes gleamed with joy. Although Sun Wukong had ventured out in search of enlightenment, he had shared many unheard tales with them before his departure. The monkey tribe had established rules. They refrained from wielding weapons against the weaker, standing united. They had weathered the hardest of times alongside their king. Without him, they would not have reached this day. Rest assured, I understand that this is not a path to pursue recklessly. I will not act impulsively. You have managed this place with great care, and I would not wish to destroy Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong sighed softly. How many monkeys are there now? Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, the old monkey calculated for a moment before responding. Including those born recently, there are approximately 130,000, though that number is somewhat lacking. Wukong was somewhat astonished. When he left, there were merely 30 or 40,000. Now, the count had swelled to over 100,000, a considerable increase. Previously, they had engaged in numerous conflicts with other creatures, resulting in frequent casualties. The population had fluctuated, but now it had grown by nearly 10,000. I cannot impart the secrets of immortality to the monkeys, but I do possess methods for self-cultivation and martial training, which they can practice daily, leading to future gains. Sun Wukong spoke softly. The old monkey, having stepped down as king, was more knowledgeable than the other monkeys. The path to immortality had been passed down from their ancestors. The master had taught him with great caution, never taking on many disciples. Thus, he could not act on impulse. Nevertheless, he could share some texts on cultivating the mind and prolonging life, which even some wealthy families in the mortal realm possessed, albeit not as comprehensively as he did. Your Majesty's wisdom is profound. With this, the monkeys of Huagua Mountain shall surely rejoice. Truly, as the saying goes, when one achieves the Tao, even the chickens and dogs may rise to greatness. The old monkey's eyes sparkled with hope. The methods for self-cultivation were indeed rare, and the secrets to immortality were universally acknowledged as precious. Even if the king shared them, it did not guarantee that all would have the talent to learn. He was well aware of his own limitations. One must eat according to one's capacity. Sun Wukong produced a few books from within his robes, containing knowledge he had gleaned from various texts, which he had personally validated to be beneficial for both body and mind. As for martial training, his understanding was rather limited. Much of it was merely an imitation of others, with strategies for formation and deployment only grasped in broad strokes. A spark of inspiration shot into the old monkey's forehead. In a matter of moments, the old monkey bowed deeply to Wukong. Wukong did not shy away, accepting the gesture with grace. Although the monkeys could speak, they were illiterate. He imparted all the characters he had learned to the old monkey, alleviating him of the burden of teaching. Select some clever and quick-witted ones with good memories. Teach them to read and write first. Before introducing them to these methods, each monkey, without exception, must not be left behind. Even if they were to leave here one day, they would be able to lead fulfilling lives. Sun Wukong spoke gently. The knowledge within the books, once learned, would become their own. Basic breathing techniques, while not leading to magical powers, would strengthen their bodies and reduce illness and misfortune. If they possessed extraordinary talent, they might even glean insights into the path of cultivation from them. All beings, heavenly, earthly, human, divine, or ghostly, who embark on the path of cultivation are companions on the journey and may be referred to as immortals. Chapter 15. A neighbor's visit in the stillness of the night. Under the luminous moonlight, a gentle breeze stirred, yet it bore little chill. The stars twinkled in the night sky, occasionally veiled by clouds, momentarily obscuring the moon's glow. After discussing recent events with the old monkey, Sun Wukong returned to his cave to rest. For reasons unknown, he felt genuinely fatigued. Barely had he lain down when he succumbed to slumber. A night passed without incident. During the past few days since his return, Sun Wukong had not been idle. He selected one or two poems from his memory, extracting lines to serve as names for the monkeys, establishing their lineage, as for the second character of their names. It could be chosen by each monkey once they learned to read. The old monkey, being the eldest, received the character Zhen and personally added Rue, becoming Sun Rue Zhen. Sun Wukong had little concept of naming. As long as there was a name, it sufficed. The elder monkeys, both older and in their prime, congregated to discuss establishing certain guidelines, which would serve as a form of restraint for all. The specifics, however, would be determined through their own discussions. He merely provided a general direction. His master had feared that he would act recklessly upon his return, and he too was concerned that these monkeys might abuse their newfound power and act tyrannically. Without rules to govern them, while they might not cause great calamities over time, it could lead to trouble. Reason can be shared, but virtue must be cultivated from within. He did not wish to mold the monkeys into paragons of goodness. But he also did not want them to become a scourge. There were certain limits he could accept, as long as they did not cross his own boundaries. The only aspect that puzzled the monkeys was the prohibition against consuming human flesh. They quenched their thirst with mountain waters and fed on fruits from the forest. They had never tasted the flesh of humans. In this place, not a single shadow of a person has ever been seen. However, I have heard from other creatures of the forest about the taste of humans. Some demons regard them as a delectable delicacy, claiming they are a great source of nourishment. Others, however, assert that their flesh is difficult to swallow, and would only consider touching it in dire hunger. Yet, the king has established a rule, and they abide by it, for the consequences of consuming humans led to their expulsion from Flower Fruit Mountain, and the loss of their household registration. They could no longer bear the surname Sun, which they consider a grave matter, far more distressing than being killed. Days have swiftly passed, and on this day, Sun Wukong is diligently practicing in the peach grove. Great King, our neighbor has come to visit, wishing to meet you. A monkey leaps and bounds through the branches, calling out from the side. Sun Wukong opens his eyes, raising an eyebrow at a neighbor. He recalls that the old monkey mentioned that after his departure, a few cultivated spirits had arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain. They harbor no malice. Having only inquired about the old monkey's intentions before choosing a few spots to practice nearby. When the world-destroying Demon King came, it was they who rendered considerable assistance, allowing the monkeys to fare a bit better. I understand, you may go play. Sun Wukong nods and says, sending forth a wave of thought, feeling their approximate location before vanishing from his spot. Having come to see the great king, we have heard of your return. It is understandable that you must have been busy these past few days, so we waited a while before coming to pay our respects. Please do not take offense, the three figures say in unison as Sun Wukong's presence materializes in the water curtain cave. Upon his arrival, three figures rise to greet him. The old monkey gestures for the little monkeys to leave, following suit behind them. Sun Wukong smiles, observing that they are indeed spirits who have embarked on the path of cultivation. Though not yet fully transformed, their bodies still retaining some semblance of their demonic forms. With just a glance, he discerns their true natures. A yellow bull, a carp, and a locust tree have all attained spirithood. My apologies for my tardiness, as the host. I have been quite occupied these past few days and have not yet had the chance to visit my neighbors. I hope the three of you can forgive me. Sun Wukong says gently, bowing to each of them. After some polite exchanges, they take their seats. We have long heard of the great king's illustrious reputation, and now that we stand before you, we realize the truth of the tales. We have been eager to pay our respects, but lacking your initial consent, we took root here to cultivate, and we humbly seek forgiveness. The three spirits express, relieved by Sun Wukong's amicable demeanor, which lacks any hint of arrogance. It is indeed rare to encounter a demon king so approachable, for most are characterized by their overwhelming arrogance and hostility. They surmise he must have trained under a formidable master. The heavens and the earth are the abodes of all spirits. Not my personal domain. What harm is there in coexisting as neighbors, as long as we avoid conflict and maintain harmony? Sun Wukong remarks with a smile. Respect begets respect. With countless beings residing in Flower Fruit Mountain, it would be unwise to sever the paths of cultivation for others simply because of my own enlightenment. The great king's virtue is deeply appreciated. Should there be any tasks in the future, please do not hesitate to command us, and we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, the Yellow Bull's spirit rises to say. This is my second brother, Huang Huai, and this is my third sister, Li Qingyue. For myself, I have adopted the human surname Lu, with the name Yunsheng. He introduces each of them to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong rises in kind, returning the greetings, and instructs the monkeys to bring forth fruits and wine. You should already know my name from the old monkey. I am Sun Wukong. Please, esteemed friends, let us drink. He perceives that all three spirits are earnest in their cultivation and possess a genuine desire to ascend. Lu Yunsheng is composed and steady. Huang Huai is reserved. While Li Qingyue frequently glances at Wukong, her eyes bright with curiosity, though she refrains from asking too many questions due to their initial encounter. Previously, I relied on the three friends' protection for my monkeys, and I shall not forget this kindness. If there are challenging matters in days to come, do not hesitate to seek me out, Sun Wukong adds. It was but a trifling effort. We only acted in self-defense and do not seek accolades. The great king need not concern himself with it. Lu Yunsheng gently shakes his head. If the world-destroying demon king had taken the mountain, our fate would have been no better. Our actions were merely to protect ourselves. How could we expect gratitude in return? Furthermore, this matter of human sentiment is as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain, entirely dependent on the character of the other party. Should Sun Wukong value it, any future request would surely be met with assistance, even if unspoken today. Conversely, if Wukong does not regard it, even if he agrees today, it would be difficult to oblige in the future. After a lengthy conversation, with the wine flowing freely, the spirits begin to feel a pleasant inebriation, and their earlier reservations fade. I observed the great king practicing martial skills earlier. Yet all I saw were bamboo spears and sticks. Why not seek out swords and weapons? Lu Yunsheng voices his curiosity, for with Sun Wukong's prowess, acquiring such should pose no difficulty. The other two spirits also look up. Sharing the same query, I have them practice with these tools merely to keep them occupied, strengthen their bodies, and hone their physicality. Weapons can cause harm. One must know that possessing sharp instruments invites murderous intent, which inevitably leads to trouble. Thus, these suffice, and should true weapons be needed in the future, it would not be difficult to procure them, though it is best not to have to resort to such measures. Sun Wukong explains softly. Besides, engaging in violence rarely leads to favorable outcomes. Lu Yunsheng nods slightly, the clarity of understanding washing over him. With such a powerful neighbor nearby, and no intention of expulsion, this visit has indeed proven to be a fortuitous encounter, allowing for a more tranquil existence henceforth. After further exchanges, as twilight approaches and the sun begins to set, the three spirits take their leave of Sun Wukong, exiting the cave and departing with a wave of their hands. As they journey halfway, Li Qingyue exhales deeply. Brothers, the movements of this monkey king are more human than human itself, making me forget that this is the dwelling of a demon king. I find him quite amiable. And he does not seem like a villain at all. He is rather easy to get along with, Li Qingyue remarks, her eyes sparkling. Having come with the caution instilled by her brothers, she had been wary of speaking freely. Fearing the wrath of the demon king, but now felt stifled by her restraint. "Dear sister, my caution is for our own good. Although the Monkey King is courteous, we are still unfamiliar with his true nature, which can only be discerned through subsequent interactions. Point 1 must remember, to know a person's face does not mean to know their heart. One can paint a tiger's skin but cannot depict its bones. The human heart is hidden deep within." Wang Hui finally speaks up. He agrees with his elder brother's perspective, asserting that while the other party may be polite, they cannot take it at face value, lest they overreach and ultimately suffer the consequences. Lu Yunxing nods, acknowledging his younger brother's wisdom. Without greedy desires, one can avoid many troubles. Our cultivation has only just begun. We must not grow complacent, nor allow the presence of a formidable neighbor to breed negligence. As they converse, they arrive at their residence, a trio of small bamboo courtyards, surrounded by numerous little demons peering curiously. The immortal has arrived. The immortal has arrived. Upon seeing the three spirits return, the little demons excitedly call out, "Esteemed immortals, does the Monkey King truly allow us to stay here?" One timid spirit inquires, having gathered bits of information from the monkeys, but still uncertain. Demons are often embroiled in fierce battles over territory, fiercely protective of their domains. To remain here would inevitably require offerings, and if the Monkey King were of a more malevolent disposition, expulsion would be the least of their worries. "Fear not, for the great king's son is not a malevolent being. My brothers and I have paid our respects, and the king was exceedingly courteous, showing no intention of expulsion. You may rest assured. As long as you do not instigate trouble, the king will not bring down punishment upon us." They reassure the anxious spirits. Their words quell the spirits' apprehensions. With confirmation from the three, the other demons express their delight. Flower Fruit Mountain is a blessed land. Although they do not reside in the core, proximity is still a significant boon. With the Demon King's protection, other spirits would not dare to invade, ensuring a more comfortable existence for them. Days pass without a sight of the Monkey King, yet the monkeys diligently practice reading and martial arts each day, creating a magnificent scene. "Great King, several Demon Kings have come to pay their respects, most of whom have had past conflicts with us. They seem to come seeking forgiveness and understanding. Should we grant them an audience?" In the Water Curtain Cave, the sage Sun Wukong, engrossed in his reading at the desk, heard the words of the old monkey. "You may go and take a look from now on. These visitors can negotiate among themselves. Do not abuse your power to intimidate others, nor should you diminish our own prestige. There is no need to consult me about each and every one of them." Sun Wukong turned to Sun Rui's Hin and spoke softly. "One or two are inconsequential, but the constant stream of visitors has become rather tiresome. It is of no great matter. I am not one to hold grudges. Even with my own brothers, we often had our disagreements in our youth. Should anyone dare to bully my kin, seeking justice would not be out of the question. However, the recent matters have all been trivialities, akin to someone apologizing for accidentally soiling your shoes or snatching away a cherished pebble. How vexing it is! I have merely vanquished the chaotic Demon King. As for the other demon lords nearby, so long as they refrain from tormenting my kin, their affairs bear no relevance to me. I understand." The old monkey nodded. Not only does Sun Wukong find it bothersome, but I too have grown weary of this. In the past, encounters often led to disputes over territories. Following the king's orders, we would yield when possible. Where we could not, we were quite resolute. After repeated encounters, the others have come to understand our boundaries and dare not overstep. Yet now, they all come to our doorsteps seeking forgiveness, which is truly laughable. Meanwhile, Yukong chose to disregard the commotion, settling his mind to scribble and ponder on paper. Despite being a blessed land, it remained connected to the outside world, allowing for free passage. While this was advantageous, it also bore its drawbacks. A few hundred miles east of Flower Fruit Mountain lay a realm called Aulai. Inhabited by humans, he recalled that after the great sage equal to heaven had embarked on his journey for scriptures, many of his monkey kin fell prey to hunters, lured by a delicacy that required fresh monkey brains, leading to much suffering among the monkeys. Such a calamity must not befall his Flower Fruit Mountain. Having perused numerous tomes on the 5 elements and yin-yang, as well as having some understanding of the 8 trigrams, he endeavored to construct a natural formation around the vicinity. While it could not conceal celestial secrets or render the place invisible to the world, it could deter mere mortals from intruding. Thus, a harmonious coexistence could be established, ensuring that each party remained unbothered. Should conflict arise, it would not bode well for Flower Fruit Mountain. After setting the tone, Sun Wukong chanted incantations, manifesting myriad clones that scampered through the mountains and forests. Surveying the terrain, climbing mountains and traversing waters, delving into the earth and sky, he spent over a month laying out a maze. Should a mortal enter, they would find themselves turned around within half an hour. And after several such experiences, they would learn that entry was forbidden. Meanwhile, the creatures of the air and land could roam freely. Should anyone attempt to exploit birds or other creatures to gain entry, they too would become lost if they ventured too deep, wandering like a child in ignorance until they found their way out of the mountain's bounds. His intent was solely to protect his kin from harm, with no desire to inflict injury upon others, which accounted for the extended duration of his efforts. Otherwise, he could have easily set up a lethal trap. Not even mortals, but demon lords or celestial beings would meet their demise here. Within the peach groves, Wukong gazed upon the vibrant flora and fauna, the symphony of birds and beasts surrounding him, and he felt a wave of emotion. The harmonious calls of the creatures, the majestic presence of dragons and tigers, and the celestial cranes soaring above painted a scene that could only be described as otherworldly. The dew-kissed fruits of the mountain provided ample sustenance. Just then, as he strolled, a voice interrupted his reverie. Looking up, he saw a bird perched on a branch, speaking human words, its eyes glimmering with curiosity as it fluttered closer to him. "How did you know I am the great king's son?" Wukong inquired, intrigued. He often roamed about, and while some monkeys would glance at him from afar, they dared not approach out of respect for the old monkey's instruction that the king cherished solitude, and unless there was urgent business, one should not disturb him. Yet here was a bird that recognized him. "My lord, I have had the pleasure of meeting you on several occasions before you ventured out to seek immortality. I encountered you, though I was not yet aware and could not speak." The bird alighted on Wukong's outstretched palm, speaking softly. Wukong realized that at that time, he had not paid any mind to a mere bird and thus had no recollection of it. After all, the mountains were home to many birds of similar hue and form, making individual recognition quite impossible. "What is your name?" Wukong asked out of curiosity, but then thought to himself that a bird newly awakened to consciousness might not possess a name. "My great king, I do not yet have a name. Given your vast knowledge and experience, might you bestow one upon me?" The bird's eyes sparkled with hope as it earnestly spoke. Wukong paused, taken aback. In this world, naming held far greater significance than in his own. The demon clan might hold fewer taboos, yet true names were still highly regarded. However, he could not bring himself to refuse and thus lowered his gaze in contemplation. He had never been particularly scholarly. Observing the small bird with its vibrant plumage of red, green, and blue, Wukong eventually proposed, "How about the name Yinyu? If you find it unsatisfactory in the future, you may change it at your leisure." "Yinyu, Yinyu, thank you, great king's son, for granting me this name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Yinyu." The bird's eyes brightened, joy evident as it repeated the name several times. Flapping its wings excitedly in Wukong's palm, Wukong smiled gently, pleased that the bird was happy. "Farewell, great king. I now have a name." Before departing, the bird solemnly plucked one of its most beautiful feathers and offered it to Wukong as a token of gratitude. Wukong accepted it graciously, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill, a light gift yet rich in sentiment. At tea present, Flower Fruit Mountain thrived in peace, and the monkeys flourished more than ever. Sun Wukong felt a sense of contentment in his heart. If things continued this way, he would have little to worry about. Even in his absence, Flower Fruit Mountain would remain unharmed. With nothing pressing on this day, he thought it might be nice to explore elsewhere. With a calm mind, Sun Wukong conceived an idea and vanished from his spot, reappearing atop a cloud. The sensation of soaring freely through the skies invigorated him, filling him with joy and clarity. "Ah, now I am truly a monkey, yet not quite human." He wandered at will, unrestrained, drifting among the clouds, gazing at the vast expanse of land and sea. In this moment, he felt inspired to compose a poem. Ahem! Sun Wukong cleared his throat. Though he felt the urge to write, he lacked the literary skill. The skies are wide, the earth is vast, roam free as you will. Yet alas, his mind was devoid of ink and paper, and he could not conjure a single verse. Below him lay the limitless ocean, and before he knew it, he had arrived in the eastern sea. although the Eastern Sea possessed the Rui Jingu Bang. He had no desire to retrieve it. After all, would he then be able to create chaos in the heavenly realm? Would he still be able to evade the Buddha's grasp, which had imprisoned him beneath the Five Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries? At that very moment, the atmosphere in the Eastern Dragon Palace was far from Wukong's leisurely demeanor. A radiant light illuminated the depths of the sea, dazzling the myriad aquatic beings. My lord, the divine iron that stabilizes the riverbed is today emitting an extraordinary radiance. A phenomenon we have never witnessed before. An anxious shrimp soldier rushed in to report, clearly alarmed. The sacred treasure had lain undisturbed since the Great Yu's flood control efforts. Why had it suddenly stirred? The Dragon King, perplexed, observed the golden glow enveloping his palace, casting it in splendid hues reminiscent of the sun. The young ones, bewildered by the spectacle, hastened to inform their lord. The Dragon King waved dismissively. Signaling that he understood, he strode out of the palace, accompanied by a host of sea demons, to a location where a towering pillar emanated brilliant golden beams, illuminating the surroundings as if draped in golden garments. Indeed, a breathtaking sight. My lord, could it be that this treasure is destined to reveal itself today, thus causing such an anomaly? One sea demon speculated. This object is merely a stabilizing pillar of the river, though it is a divine rarity. It lacks substantial utility. What significance could its emergence possibly hold? The Dragon King shook his head dismissively, yet he could conjure no other reasoning and discerned nothing further. After lingering for a while, he observed that no other disturbances arose, and thus instructed those around him, send some shrimp soldiers to keep watch here. Should there be any unusual activity, inform me at once. Having said this, he returned to the Dragon Palace. For it was inconceivable for him to remain here merely due to a minor commotion. The shrimp soldiers, having received the Dragon King's command, stationed themselves in this location, standing guard. Not long after, a figure of a young woman approached the area. Having met the Dragon Maiden before, the 4 shrimp soldiers immediately saluted her as she approached. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony. Carry on with your duties, as I have merely come to take a look. The girl spoke softly. The Dragon Maiden, noticing that the pillar still emitted a radiant glow, felt a surge of curiosity. She stepped closer to inspect it, yet sensed nothing amiss. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Placing her palm upon it, she found it to be chillingly cold, no different from iron. She could not fathom the reason for such phenomena. Be vigilant. If you discern anything unusual, promptly report it to my father to avoid any mishaps. She instructed. Yes, we dare not be negligent, replied the soldiers. The Dragon Maiden nodded slightly, seeing that the pillar exhibited no further signs of disturbance, and departed from the site. Thereafter, the dragon offspring, upon hearing the news, were also filled with curiosity and came to observe, yet they gleaned nothing substantial and returned disheartened. Amidst the clouds, a small dragon flickered in and out of sight, appearing quite lively, unbeknownst to her. She found herself near Wukong. "Hey, you little monkey, why are you resting on my territory?" exclaimed the small dragon, who instantly transformed into a girl of about 7 or 8 years, exceedingly adorable, with a pair of blue glimmering eyes. Pouting in indignation. "This place holds nothing but clouds. How can you claim it as your territory?" Wukong opened his eyes, gazing at the youthful visage, and chuckled lightly, turning slightly while remaining reclined upon the clouds. The child's angry demeanor was rather endearing, albeit she was somewhat lacking in patience. Nevertheless, her charm provided her an advantage, for at that moment, Wukong could not muster any ire. "Humph! I play here every day. So naturally, it is my territory. You, insolent monkey, are too rude." The girl huffed, hands on her hips. Observing her slightly furrowed brows, one could still find her delightful. If those infatuated suitors laid eyes on her, their hearts would surely melt. "Very well, if this is your playground, I shall seek another place," Wukong replied with a smile, having no desire to engage in conflict with the child, and he yawned slightly, his thoughts drifting as he leisurely rode the clouds to another destination. "Hey, you thin-skinned monkey, just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. Even mere mortals often quarrel over land. You should at least engage me in debate." The girl persisted, trailing behind Wukong, her words flowing incessantly. It turned out that she frequently played along the riverbank, often teasing the nearby monkeys, provoking them into frantic cries, which amused her greatly today. Encountering a monkey adept in cultivation, she felt a playful urge to tease him. Little did she expect that this monkey would not be easily provoked. He bore none of the traits of a mere monkey, but rather resembled a sage who had attained enlightenment. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "Your cloud riding technique appears quite profound. Which immortal imparted it to you? Monkey, are you mute?" The girl repeated her queries several times, yet Wukong offered no response. She pouted, her cheeks inflating in annoyance. "You silly monkey. You are utterly dull, as boring as a closed gourd." Not fun at all with that, she feigned to leave but glanced sideways to see the monkey calmly riding the clouds away. Stamping her foot in frustration, she quickened her pace to catch up. Suddenly, Wukong, appearing to be asleep, abruptly opened his eyes, the confusion clearing. The girl, seeing that he ignored her, felt a surge of petulance and inhaled a puff of cloud, transforming it into rainwater that she showered upon Wukong. "Ha ha ha! Now you must pay attention to me," she laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the bewildered monkey. "Ah! Release me! Release me! You uncouth monkey! How dare you? I shall inform my father. Woe is me! This monkey is bullying me!" she wailed, her tears cascading as Wukong simply lifted her by the waist. The girl, already in tears, wailed louder, her cries echoing in the air. To an onlooker, it would appear as if Wukong had dealt her a heavy blow. Wukong sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 18. The Little Girl of the Eastern Sea. Children can be quite mischievous. If caught by nefarious individuals, they might lose their lives. After giving her a light pat on the backside, he spoke again. He then released her, noticing her attempt to escape, and gently cast a spell to immobilize her. Witnessing her pitiful expression, he further cast a silencing spell, for her cries would be too disruptive. Thus, Wukong sat cross-legged, the two of them exchanging glances. The girl was rendered speechless, her eyes swelling with tears. Before long, droplets began to fall, resembling pearls cascading down. Your mischief is such that those who know you, be it family or those who fear your elders, might hesitate to speak up. Your elders likely indulge you. Allowing your antics to flourish, Wukong spoke calmly. Children are inherently lively, and a little mischief is perfectly natural. With proper guidance from adults to correct their mistakes, most can amend their ways. Not to mention, I too, in my youth, often erred. When I saw something I fancied, I would simply take it home. It was only later that I learned that taking without asking is akin to theft. I endured grievances and bullying in silence, only to grasp the term bullying upon growing up. Children do not distinguish right from wrong, yet this world does. If one comes from a privileged background, they may disregard others, bullying the weak. However, should they ever cross paths with someone of even greater privilege, they would come to regret their actions. Once, there was a child who would urinate upon passers-by from a tree branch. Neighbors, knowing his parents and recognizing his youth, often reprimanded him lightly or merely smiled. Seeing the monkey begin to narrate a tale, the girl could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. One day, that same child urinated upon a passerby once more. This person, rather than reacting in anger, chuckled lightly and tossed a few coins to the child. Wukong seemed to address the girl, yet also spoke to himself. The child rejoiced, took the silver home, and shared the incident with his parents, who, with love in their eyes, praised him. From that day forward, the child became even more brazen, urinating upon anyone he encountered. One day, a great general was riding by, and by unfortunate chance, the child stood upon the branch. A stream of urine fell upon the general, igniting his fury. He ordered his subordinates to seize the child. With a flash of his sword, the boy's head was severed, extinguishing his life. The general then summoned the farmer to inquire about the child's identity and commanded his subordinates to execute the child's parents and burn their home. Whose fault is this? Wukong's expression turned somber as he finished recounting the tale, then he lifted his hand to release the silencing spell. How could the general be so petty? It was merely a stream of urine. And yet he took 3 lives. How vile! Had I encountered him, I would have swallowed him whole, the girl exclaimed in anger, and the one who tossed the coins was surely no better, furrowing her brow. She pouted as she contemplated for a moment. However, discerning the gravity of the situation, she felt somewhat perplexed. Wukong chuckled lightly. If one were to trace the root cause, it lies with the parents who raised but did not educate. Their culpability is considerable. Had the passerby firmly reprimanded the child, yet spared his life, the child would likely not have acted so recklessly. If the general had shown mercy, he would not have so easily taken a life. It seems that the blame is widespread, yet it appears that no one is entirely at fault, ultimately leading to such tragedy. Suddenly, the girl grasped the situation, casting an indignant glance at Wukong. "You wretched monkey! Are you insinuating something about me?" At this moment, she could only speak, yet was rendered utterly motionless. Tears welled up in her eyes, and my father is the Dragon King of the East Sea, governing one ocean, while 3 uncles also preside over the other 3 seas. I in this vast world. How could I be compared to that little brat? You foul monkey, release me at once, or else when my father sees this, he will open his gaping maw and devour you whole. The girl exclaimed in a fit of anger, laced with a hint of threat. Sun Wukong paid her no mind, letting out a faint sigh. If you dare spray water at me today, tomorrow you might dare to urinate on me, and the day after, you might even instruct your father to slay me. If I cannot defeat your father, I will certainly perish here. Thus, it would be wiser to take advantage of the moment when no one is watching and end your life, erasing all traces. Before Sun Wukong could finish his words, the girl's face began to pale, a twinge of fear creeping into her heart. She had merely been joking. How had it suddenly escalated to matters of life and death? Though your father is formidable and your uncles are prominent figures, at this very moment, if I wished to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Sun Wukong spoke calmly, as if discussing something trivial. His serene gaze only served to heighten the girl's trepidation. There is a saying that one can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Do you not agree? Sun Wukong remarked with a smile that was neither quite a smile nor a frown. The girl's pale face wore a hint of grievance. She had never anticipated that her innocent jest would lead to such a perilous situation. If she were to die, it would be far too unjust. What troubled her further was the sheer strength of this monkey. With just a simple binding spell, he had rendered her immobile, unable to break free. Could it be that her life as a dragon was destined to end today? Just as an uncontrollable wave of fear surged within her, the girl suddenly felt her body loosen. It was Wukong who had lifted the spell. He uttered no words, merely turned and continued to ride the clouds away. He was, after all, just a monkey. Why bother quarreling with a child? The girl let out a soft sigh of relief, patting her small chest, her eyes filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why the monkey had chosen to release her. Hesitating slightly, she found herself inexplicably following him. Noticing the little girl trailing behind him, Wukong turned and asked, "Why do you follow me, little one? I have not made things difficult for you." The East Sea Dragon Maiden, after all, held a certain status among the deities. Many would never have the chance to meet her. He simply recalled a few matters and spoke a little more. Regardless of her identity, it was not his place to educate her. He had already meddled more than he should have. You may be an annoying monkey, but some of your words did hold some truth. I, the Dragon Maiden, did indeed act improperly earlier. I apologize, the girl pouted. Somewhat unwillingly, yet she still bent slightly and offered a sincere apology. Yes, not that I am afraid of you. I merely apologize because I was in the wrong, she added, feeling a bit of pride twinge within her. Kicking her small feet in frustration. What did you just say? I didn't hear you, Wukong said, eyes widening in surprise. You? The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, her lips pouting high enough to hang a lantern. I am sorry for spitting at you. It was my fault. Can you hear me? She shouted at Wukong that I heard you. I forgive you. Now go back. Wukong waved his hand with a smile. From the very beginning, he had never intended to impose any hardships on her. He could not overlook her identity as a dragon maiden. He wished to live a peaceful life, not truly set against her. He had no desire to engage in worldly disputes. Nor was he foolish enough to wade into such waters. Offending the Dragon King could lead to repercussions. If the king could not deal with him, he might end up in the heavenly court. And then he would find himself in a predicament akin to that of the monkey. Alas, he could not afford to provoke the Dragon Maiden. Chapter 19. The third princess of the East Sea. Why are you still following me? Sun Wukong asked, glancing at the little girl trailing closely behind him, perplexed. Since you have forgiven me, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Yiling, the girl said, extending her hand with a bright smile. Wukong merely glanced at her. offering no response. Instead, he executed a somersault cloud and vanished without a trace. The girl stood there, stunned for quite some time. Foul monkey, I, the dragon maiden, was merely trying to befriend you, yet you. She stamped her foot in frustration. Feeling a bit angry, she was not a man-eating tiger. Why did he have to run so fast? After finally encountering someone who was not sycophantic, he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly, she returned to the dragon palace, feeling rather disheartened. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was yawning slightly, basking in the warm sunlight, comfortably perched on a cloud, gazing at the mountains and rivers below, feeling quite content. His master had mentioned that inner demons would grow stronger and must be confronted proactively. One could evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. However, to him, inner demons were simply the distractions of his heart in this world. Who could truly achieve freedom and a carefree existence? Even the greatest sages, the three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, and the Buddha of the Western paradise, had their own troubles. If one truly desired to be free of desires, to empty all matters, then what was the point of cultivating immortality or seeking enlightenment? One might as well bury oneself and vanish, which would be far more convenient. Humans inherently possess a multitude of thoughts. A cultivator is not necessarily superior to an ordinary person. It is merely a matter of strength and weakness. His only worry was that he would fulfill the prophecy of the journey to the west, ultimately ending up as a monk. Why the end of the journey to the west? It was evident that Tang Song had not attained the true scriptures to enlighten all beings. Nor had he witnessed a genuine improvement in the world. All creatures being equal and the world in harmony were merely nonsensical platitudes. He despised those who donned the guise of nobility while being false. Among Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, how many true masters were there? Most were just pretentious charlatans. Could he not avoid trouble? Sun Wukong muttered to himself, contemplating the clouds rolling overhead, the sunlight cascading down, his mood lifting slightly. As the sun dipped low in the west, Wukong leapt from the clouds, descending into a secluded forest below, which appeared to be an uninhabited wilderness, likely not belonging to the human race. Upon reaching the riverbank, Wukong waded into the shallow water and caught a few small fish. He gathered some dry branches and started a fire on the ground. His master had taught him to refine his heart on the mountain, but he was unsure how to resolve this inner tribulation. Oh well, let it be. I in the East Sea Dragon Palace, within a certain palace, little sister. Why do you look so glum? Did that inconsiderate fellow upset you? A woman asked softly, observing the little one sulking by the window. The girl shook her head, gazing blankly at the fish swimming in the distance. And why, dear sister? Is there something troubling you that you cannot share with me? Speak up, and I can offer you advice, or at least be a listening ear. The woman, adorned in a shimmering blue-green gown, approached gracefully and sat beside the girl, her curiosity piqued. Third sister, do you think I am particularly unpleasant? The girl suddenly spoke, turning to her sister, her demeanor appearing somewhat downcast. Why would you think that? Has someone bullied you? Which fool dares to offend the East Sea Dragon Princess? Tell me, and I shall help you take revenge. The woman clenched her fist, waving it in front of the girl. Nobody has bullied me. I am just particularly willful and unreasonable, the girl said, pouting her face, using every word she could think of to describe herself. If no one has bullied you, then why would you think such thoughts? The woman was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning serious. It seemed someone had indeed spoken words that genuinely hurt her little sister. A hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. You are the East Sea Dragon Maiden, still young. You should simply enjoy your days with joy, without worrying about others' opinions. The woman reached out to gently pat her sister's small head, soothing her. Furthermore, even if you are a bit willful, what of it? With us backing you, who would dare to cause you trouble? Father and mother love you. Your brothers and sisters all cherish you. That is more than enough. You are still young, at an age meant for play. If you were to act mature like an adult, that would truly concern me. The woman smiled, making a funny face to amuse her sister. Thank you, third sister, I understand now, the girl replied, smiling back at her sister and gently embracing her, feeling the warmth radiating from her. What the monkey said was indeed true. In the eyes of her family, her willfulness and temper were often overlooked. Because of this familial bond, the feedback she received was always positive, albeit not entirely genuine. Her family loved and cared for her, even if she occasionally erred. They mostly offered understanding and affection. The girl pondered, wondering if she would become an unpleasant person like the monkey had suggested when she grew up. Alternatively, akin to the child in that tale who inadvertently offended a formidable figure. A king, leading to calamity for the entire family, the girl found herself tightening her embrace around her sister. She had no desire to mirror the fate of that child, whose mischief brought suffering upon her kin. As the young woman gazed down at her sister, a flicker of surprise mingled with affection stirred within her heart. This little one had never been so clingy before. Although her sister could be rather willful, her nature was not unkind. Her innocent essence remained intact, and the elders in the Dragon Palace indulged her. Minor transgressions were hardly deemed significant, and in comparison to most dragon offspring, she was exceptionally well behaved. While she may not fully grasp certain matters, she was aware of some, albeit vaguely. Yet, even her father, the king, chose to overlook many things, leaving her powerless to intervene, as long as she did not cause any major troubles. With the identity and strength of the Dragon Palace, they could still manage to contain any fallout. After a while, the young woman exited the palace to inquire about the whereabouts of the little princess, wondering why she had returned in such a glum state. Her cool voice resonated as she addressed the guards. "Report, my esteemed guards, where has the little princess been? Why does she return in such low spirits?" "Your Highness, the little princess did not venture far. She merely played in a western sea area for a few hours and returned in this manner," one of the sea spirits replied, bowing his head. "Have you spoken any words that may have displeased her? We would never dare. The little princess is so endearing that we would only offer her compliments, never wishing to cause her sorrow." The group of shrimp and crab soldiers hastily bowed in unison. The weight of such an accusation upon them would spell ruin for their lives. Offending the Dragon King was one thing, but offending the little princess was quite another. This was a consensus in the Eastern Sea. Even the most exuberant dragon offspring would not dare to stir trouble where they should not. The Dragon King was undoubtedly the sovereign of the Eastern Sea, yet above that authority, there existed a little sovereign. To incur the wrath of the Dragon King might lead to death, but to displease the little princess would make death seem a mercy. One could only wonder who had been foolish enough to upset her. "Take good care of my younger sister. If you neglect her, I shall not let it go unpunished," she warned coldly. "Understood. We shall not be careless," came the replies. The young woman surmised that it was not these guards who were at fault, else they would not be behaving in such a manner. Upon seeing her depart, the group of sea spirits wiped their brows, which bore no sweat, in relief. The might of the third princess was not to be trifled with, rivaling even that of certain dragon offspring, sending shivers down the spines of the lesser spirits. Chapter 20. Profound and unfathomable. Is there any peculiarity regarding the divine treasure? The Dragon King inquired, seated high within the palace, his demeanor calm. "Why, King, the radiant glow continues to shine brilliantly and ceaselessly. Yet beyond that, there is no sign of activity," replied an elderly turtle bearing a shell. "You appear somewhat troubled. Is there something amiss?" The Dragon King's gaze swept over the old turtle, who, upon hearing these words, slowly bowed before responding. "My king, the radiance of that pillar cannot simply emit light without reason, which is why I am anxious." The old turtle paused before continuing. "This sudden phenomenon leaves us perplexed, unaware of its auspicious or ominous implications. If we cannot ascertain its cause soon, I fear for the safety of the realm." Having spoken, the old turtle resumed his position, feeling a slight relief in his heart, for he had laid out the stakes clearly, reminding those in power. Beyond that, it was no longer his concern. Regardless of the Dragon King's intentions, all he needed was to support his superior. The Dragon King pondered deeply. Though he wielded great power and ruled over a vast expanse of sea, he could not claim omniscience. Regarding that pillar, he had little understanding. It was simply an iron column established by a human sage to stabilize the sea, something he had never deemed worthy of attention. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to disregard it. The inability to fathom its significance hinted at potential unforeseen events. Thus, it was indeed prudent to keep a watchful eye. However, aside from assigning guards, what more could he do? This position, seemingly glorious and exalted, could easily lead him and his family to plummet from the heights of power into the depths of despair. "How do you perceive this matter?" the Dragon King inquired, directing his gaze toward the old turtle, Since you have brought it to my attention, you must possess some insight. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be wise to report this matter to the celestial court. Should any unforeseen events arise, the responsibility shall not fall upon us, the old turtle suggested. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King could scarcely suppress his laughter. To think that a mere pillar would necessitate a report to the Jade Emperor. Such a request would render his position rather pitiful. As he spoke, a frown crossed his countenance, for he still held the title of the Eastern Seas sovereign. My king, do not be angered. There is no need for you to personally report this. Simply submit a memorandum, informing them of the situation. Should nothing arise in the future, it will merely be a routine note. The old turtle advised. The turtle's words sparked a glimmer of insight in the Dragon King's eyes. This indeed was a viable strategy. He could merely allude to the matter in passing within the memorandum, requiring little elaboration, thereby ensuring the Jade Emperor was aware. Should calamity truly befall them in the future, he would have forewarned them, preventing others from seizing the opportunity to ensnare him. With this plan in mind, the Dragon King promptly retrieved a piece of paper, contemplated briefly, and began to compose a note of inquiry. Noticing the Dragon King had made up his mind, the old turtle slightly bowed and declared, I shall take my leave. In the Eastern Sea, a figure suddenly emerged upon the surface of the water. None other than the third princess of the Eastern Seas. At that moment, she invoked a few magical techniques to reveal her younger sister's essence. Indeed, her sister must have encountered someone from the outside world recently. She simply could not discern who that individual might be. The young woman formed a series of gestures with her hands. Murmuring incantations under her breath, a brilliant blue light emanated from her eyes. She sensed an aura that starkly contrasted with her sister's. Her sister's essence remained clear, while this mysterious aura was exceedingly faint. As the currents around her stilled, indistinct shadows began to materialize amidst the clouds, almost elusive. Suddenly, the young woman standing upon the clouds trembled, her complexion paling as crimson blood trickled from her lips. What a formidable expert! How could one with such cultivation possibly be connected to my sister? She pondered, her heart filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, she had merely intended to imprint the stranger's aura, so that if she were to encounter them again, she could recognize them in an instant. Yet, such a simple task had nearly endangered her own essence. With such cultivation, not only would her sister struggle, but even she would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. In that instant, she comprehended that the individual bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, her sister would surely not have survived. With a thought, the young woman vanished from sight. Sister, did you go out to play during the day? The third princess reappeared, her urgency palpable as she rushed to her younger sister's quarters, disregarding the guard's formalities. What's wrong, third sister? The girl inquired, noticing the paleness of her sister's face. Her concern evident. How could a simple outing transform you into this state? Did you also venture there? The girl suddenly widened her eyes and inquired sharply, Sister, you didn't happen to encounter that troublesome monkey? Did you? Could he be the one who harmed you? Seeing her sister's unstable breath, the girl hurriedly assisted her in sitting down, her face etched with confusion. What monkey? I am perfectly well. However, I would like you to recount, word for word, the events of your outing today. The third princess indicated that she had no significant matters at hand, merely a desire to ascertain whom her younger sister had encountered. Her original intention was to locate the individual who had caused her sister distress and deliver a warning. At this moment, she realized how absurd her thoughts were. It was not a matter of issuing a warning, but rather contemplating how to make amends. Noticing her sister's serious demeanor, the girl recounted her experiences. You scared me to death. Upon hearing her sister's words, the third princess exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was nothing grave. With a smile, she gently tapped the tip of the girl's nose. Thank goodness it was you. If it had been your brothers or sisters, the third princess halted her words, deciding that family matters should not be aired outside. What purpose would it serve to share such things with her younger sister? Since that senior had already forgiven her, it was likely that there would be no further complications. There was no cause for worry. You have truly grown up, little sister, the third princess remarked with satisfaction as she embraced the girl. Though her younger sister was somewhat mischievous, her nature was undeniably good. Were it not so, that senior would not have so readily granted forgiveness. She had refrained from expressing that had those dragon offspring been involved, The older ones would have possessed enough discernment not to easily offend others. However, the others had personalities that surpassed mere mischief. Were it not for the protection of the Dragon King, they might well have found themselves consigned to the depths of hell. Sister, he is clearly just a monkey. How can he be considered a senior? He does not appear to be much older than I am, the girl pouted, exasperated. He merely possesses a bit of skill and speaks incessantly of principles. A monkey should not aspire to be a teacher. Although her words held some truth, there was something about him that simply did not sit well with her. When you encounter him next time, you must not be so willful. 10th sister, I in this world, there are some individuals one can offend, and some. The third princess spoke earnestly, her seriousness rare. Having watched this sister grow up little by little, her affection was no less than that of others. She had initially believed that with their protection, her sister could lead a carefree life. However, it was only today that she realized some matters were beyond their control. All right then, I shall call him a stinky monkey behind his back, the girl said with a wink. The lady rubbed her forehead, feeling helpless. Although her younger sister was indeed sensible, her understanding was still limited. Why was she so fixated on the monkey? Chapter 21. Tai Jinxing's decree descends to the mortal realm in heaven. At the golden palace of Daluo, during the morning court, the Jade Emperor, with a hint of amusement, remarked, the Dragon King Aoguang of the East Sea is overly cautious. A mere iron staff, a divine treasure, only causes a slight disturbance, yet he feels the need to report it. The Jade Emperor chuckled as he recounted the Dragon King's petition to the assembled immortals, fully aware of the old fellow's little schemes. What storm could a mere iron staff stir? Your Majesty, this iron staff is a treasure from the human hero Yu the Great's water control efforts. It possesses considerable power. Should an ordinary immortal come into contact with it, they would either perish or be gravely injured. Yet its weight is such that none can lift it. The recent disturbance must indicate the arrival of its master. Tai Jinxing stepped forward to report. The Jade Emperor, calm in demeanor, laid down the document. According to Tai, how should I respond to the Dragon King? It is merely a divine treasure. The treasures among the heavenly officials are countless. What is there to be concerned about? Your Majesty, since a treasure has emerged, its owner must be near. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion become red, those who are close to ink become black. Since the Dragon King is worried about this matter, when its owner appears, it would be best for the Dragon King to introduce them, bringing them to the heavenly court and bestowing them an official title. That would be a delightful event. Tai suggested. The concerns of the Dragon King were understood by all the immortals present, yet no one dared to voice them. Such matters were best left unspoken, since the Dragon King had initiated goodwill. The heavenly court should not disregard his face. Tai's words are indeed reasonable. Let this matter be entrusted to him, the Jade Emperor replied peacefully, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Understood, Your Majesty. Tai, though somewhat helpless, had no choice but to comply, for he was the one who had proposed the idea. The other immortals averted their gazes, yet smiles danced upon their faces. Old Tai, the more capable you are, the more work you shall have. The Jade Emperor turned his attention to the gathered immortals, inquiring, do any of you have matters to report? One by one, the immortals stepped forward to present various trivial affairs, and the Jade Emperor addressed each in turn. Before long, the morning court concluded, and the immortals dispersed. Ha ha ha! Why does old Tai appear so glum? Neza clapped Tai Jinxing on the shoulder, laughing. Why must the third prince mock me? The task bestowed by the emperor is no easy feat, with the divine staff having encountered its master. Its emergence is surely imminent. Tai Jinxing sighed, shaking his head in frustration. He regretted speaking out. Had he kept silent, he would not have been tasked with this. Now, he could only hope for some good fortune, that the master would be a reasonable person, if they were of a more malevolent nature. Introducing them to the heavenly court and bestowing them an official title could very well lead to his own troubles. Initially intending for the Dragon King to make the introduction, he had unwittingly entangled himself in the matter. Do not fret, old Tai. Since the Dragon King has already reported, he will certainly keep an eye on it. It is merely a divine treasure encountering its master. There is no need for alarm. Ha ha ha! As Neza laughed heartily, Tai's eyelids twitched. That ravenous mouth. He did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. If he were to encounter a character like young Erlang, he would not have enough lives to spare. With an exasperated huff, Tai-Bai vanished in a flash of white light. Neza shrugged, thinking that old Tai-Bai was rather fragile, unable to take a joke. I in heaven and earth, how many individuals like young Erlang truly exist? I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Suddenly, Neza's mind flickered, and he recalled someone, not quite a person, but that monkey he encountered the other day. Although they had not truly sparred, it had undeniably instilled a sense of crisis within him. This feeling of trepidation was not inferior to that he felt in the presence of Big Brother Yang. Perhaps he could actually engage in a sparring match with that monkey. Yet, they had only crossed paths briefly, and he had no knowledge of which sect he belonged to. He had heard it was Taiji, but he did not truly believe it, for he had never heard of any disciples being accepted by the elders of the Three Pure Ones. Lost in thought, Neza soon exited the southern heavenly gate, unaware of where he would seek amusement next. In the East Sea, a flash of white light appeared. Your Majesty, Tai-Bai jinxing from the heavenly court has arrived. A shrimp soldier rushed to report, and the Dragon King, with a gleam in his eye, swiftly strode out of the Dragon Palace. Lord Tai-Bai has come. I have failed to greet you from afar. Please forgive me, the Dragon King declared, repeatedly bowing in welcome. Your Majesty, I am but a humble visitor. I did not mean to intrude. May I inquire if you have time? Tai-Bai jinxing promptly returned the gesture and spoke. Ha ha ha, with a distinguished guest in attendance, how could there be no time? Please, Lord Tai-Bai. The Dragon King gestured with a smile. The two exchanged amicable glances before entering the Dragon Palace together. After a few cups of wine, the Dragon King broached the main topic. To be honest, I have come regarding the disturbance of the divine staff. The Emperor is already aware of what you reported. Tai-Bai jinxing briefly recounted the happenings in the Lingxiao Hall. Might I ask if the Dragon King could guide me to view this divine treasure? Although I have heard of it, I have yet to see it. Tai-Bai jinxing inquired softly, and the Dragon King did not refuse. It is merely an iron pillar. Usually, when I invite others, they do not always agree. Yes, they spoke. They had already arrived. Tai-Bai jinxing's eyes brightened as he carefully examined the item. What a divine iron! What a divine treasure! What a Rui Jingu Bang! After scrutinizing it for a while, Tai-Bai exclaimed thrice his admiration, astonished. This object had remained here for countless years and was no longer ordinary, just by its appearance. One could sense its extraordinary nature. Its owner was likely not simple either. Tai-Bai jinxing remarked that this item was about to emerge, responding to the approach of its master, hence the persistent golden light and auspicious aura. The Dragon King paused before continuing, however, within the East Sea. While there are many talented individuals, they have all gained fame over many years. Recently, I have not heard of any exceptionally gifted individuals emerging. Clearly, the Dragon King was skeptical of Tai-Bai's words, yet he could not express it outright. If the Dragon King does not believe me, how about we make a wager? Tai-Bai proposed with a smile. Having spent many years in the heavenly court, he had seen much. While he may not be among the very best, he was certainly among the foremost. The sight he had witnessed before arriving had left him with a shred of uncertainty. But after seeing it, he had no doubts. How shall we wager? The Dragon King inquired calmly. Worried about other matters, he might have been indifferent, but regarding a wager, he felt no trepidation. I possess no great treasures. But here I have a jar of exquisite nectar gifted by the Queen Mother. If my prediction proves true that this divine object is encountering its master, would the Dragon King be willing to gift this item to its master? Conversely, if the little fairy's guess proves incorrect, then this pot of exquisite nectar shall rightfully belong to me. The Tai-Bai smiled and said. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King felt a flicker of joy. Although the exquisite nectar, while not comparable to the finest celestial artifacts, is nonetheless a rare treasure. The mere name of the Queen Mother's bestowal incites envy among the immortals, rendering its actual efficacy the least of concerns. Yet, how could the gifts of the Queen Mother be undervalued? In this case, it seems this king stands to gain some advantage. Should there truly exist such a person, as Tai-Bai claims, then giving this treasure to him would pose no issue. I could permit him to select another item from my treasury to accompany it, the Dragon King remarked with a smile. After all, it is merely an ornamental piece. If we speak of value, it undoubtedly possesses some. However, within my Dragon Palace, where treasures are countless, acquiring a few more or losing a few is of little consequence, merely a drop in the ocean. Tai-Bai jinxing, intent on performing a favor. would certainly not be stingy. As for the wager, he was genuinely intrigued. Moreover, this favor rendered by Tai Bai could easily be reciprocated by him. Both are astute individuals, benefiting mutually, achieving multiple gains. Even if nothing materializes, fostering a closer relationship with Tai Bai is certainly advantageous. Chapter 22. Let us pause, forget, and go with the wind. Let us walk, observe, and remain unhurried. However, this wager must have a time limit, the Dragon King continued. Without a deadline, when would it conclude? A decade or a century would suffice. But if it were to stretch into millennia, one might find a master to claim it, rendering this wager an unjust loss. Naturally, if within 30 years this divine treasure remains unclaimed, I shall concede defeat. Tai Bai smiled faintly, stroking his beard as he spoke. Such treasures certainly would not manifest these unusual phenomena without cause. The Dragon King, seeing Tai Bai's confidence, felt a slight jolt of seriousness within himself. Could it be that a true prodigy has emerged in the world, prompting this reaction from the treasure? Tai Bai and the Dragon King established their wager, after which they conversed for quite some time before Tai Bai left the Eastern Sea, stepping lightly as if slightly inebriated. The Dragon King, treating him with respect, escorted him from the Dragon Palace, his gaze lingering on Tai Bai's retreating figure, and he sighed softly. After all, Tai Bai Jin Xing from the heavens is meticulous in his dealings. Despite being in such a celestial realm, he still manages to endear himself to most celestial officials, a feat not achieved overnight. In this regard, he humbly acknowledges his inferiority to Tai Bai. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would not find itself in such an awkward predicament. Meanwhile, as Tai Bai approached the southern heavenly gate, he dispelled the remnants of his inebriation and regained a demeanor of calm poise, a faint smile lingering on his face. As the saying goes, a day in heaven equals a year on earth. Thus, these 30 years amount to little more than a month's time for him. Neither too little nor too much, considering the span of his existence. It is merely a fleeting moment. For someone of his stature, the outcome of the wager holds little significance. It merely adds a touch of amusement to life. Living too long may not necessarily be a blessing. According to the Taoist sage, the great surge from the west is an inevitable cosmic trend, beyond human control. Yet, it remains unclear where it begins and where it ends upon entering the southern heavenly gate. Tai Bai exchanged greetings with the gatekeeper and engaged in conversation for a short while before returning to his abode. The gatekeeper, currently one of the 4 heavenly kings, observed Tai Bai's departure for quite some time before retracting his gaze. He was well aware of Tai Bai's purpose for descending. One of the 8 generals beside him remarked, "This Tai Bai Xian is going to and fro for such trivial matters, utterly devoid of." Before he could finish, he was silenced by the gatekeeper's piercing glare. "Forgive my indiscretion, Your Highness." The general quickly bowed. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted unfavorably, he added hastily, "This shall be the last time. As heavenly generals, you must adhere to your duties, exercising caution in speech and behavior, for calamity often arises from careless words." The gatekeeper replied coldly, "Martial officers frequently possess a certain flaw. They are blunt and outspoken. To put it harshly, they are brash fools, knowing little beyond combat. Habits are hard to change. Even after serving in the heavenly court for so long, their strength may have grown, but their wits remain unchanged." After issuing a brief warning to his subordinate, he resumed his previous demeanor, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, directed towards the south continent. The southern heavenly gate serves as the nexus between the celestial realm and the mortal world. A place not to be trifled with. How could he afford to be careless? The boundary between the celestial and mortal realms is but a thought away. Even he, who appears high and mighty, treads carefully as if walking on thin ice. A single misstep could lead to total ruin, let alone for his subordinates. The more he witnesses, the more he recognizes his own insignificance. It is said that suffering in the world is overwhelmingly prevalent. One must remember that even deities find it challenging to endure. In recent years, Tai Bai has become increasingly benevolent, forging numerous good relationships. Yet, who would have thought that he was once a genuine harbinger of death? His presence in the heavenly court was unmatched, instilling fear in both gods and demons, and leaving even the celestial Buddhas astonished. Such a figure has now chosen to conceal his brilliance. What grounds do they have to feel smug? As these thoughts gradually dissipated, the clouds appeared fluffy like cotton, layered upon one another, occasionally accompanied by the calls of celestial cranes and the harmonious songs of colorful phoenixes, an extraordinary sight seldom seen in the mortal realm. In the East Victory Divine Continent, at Flower and Fruit Mountain, the Great King, you now possess boundless cultivation, capable of traversing the northern sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk, yet you lack a decent weapon. An old monkey beside him scratched his hand and grinned, speaking. Suddenly, the voice that reached the ears of Wukong, who was contemplating life atop a peach tree, caused him to pause. The unexpected words left Wukong momentarily dumbfounded. Confusion flickering in his eyes, he suddenly felt that the old monkey's mindset had shifted, partly due to the influence of the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Great King, our neighbor, the old dragon king of the Eastern Sea, lives quite nearby. Why not request a weapon from him? The old monkey, oblivious to Wukong's change in demeanor, continued speaking, scratching his armpit absent-mindedly. The old dragon king possesses numerous treasures. Surely he wouldn't mind parting with one or two. Coughing lightly, Wukong interjected, "You truly are quite familiar, aren't you? No matter how many treasures he possesses, there is no such thing as a free gift. One must understand that free things are often the most costly. Heaven has already marked the price for them. One may not necessarily possess the fortune to enjoy them. Sun Jiming, your name is indeed quite unique, but as for the matter of weaponry, let us not pursue it further." Sun Wukong exhaled softly and smiled, adding, "Even if the old dragon king possesses countless treasures, they are still his own. There is no reason for him to simply give them to us." Noticing the old monkey's perplexed expression, Wukong elaborated, "Much like the relationships between nations and families in the mortal realm, every inch of land is fiercely contested." Wukong spoke calmly, "In this world, all thrive for profit. Human desires are inescapably bound to fame and fortune. Alliances, laws, familial ties, friendships, in the face of certain matters, they can be as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Even the 3 inches of land on an old farmer's plot, a few acres of meager fields, can lead to brothers quarreling violently, severing ties repeatedly, and no matter how many treasures the old dragon king possesses, he cannot possibly provide one for every person in the world. If one loses their original intent, confusion becomes apparent. Sometimes, a single misstep can lead to an abyss of despair. Treat others with the understanding you wish for yourself, and hold yourself accountable as you would others. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself." Wukong's words left the old monkey in a state of shock, rendering him immobile for a long while. It was as if thunder had erupted within his mind. He was merely a monkey dwelling in the mountains, and all he had seen in his life was the surrounding world. The so-called leaf obscuring the view was now lifted by Wukong's words, granting him a vague sense of the broader world. He suddenly felt a desire to venture forth and explore the outside realm, the world that instilled fear in him and his fellow monkeys. Though his fear remained intact, he also harbored a budding anticipation for the world the Great King described. "Great King, your grace is beyond repayment. I can only wish for your daily safety." Suddenly, the old monkey knelt, his expression earnest, mimicking the gestures described in the texts, and deeply bowed to Wukong, leaving him utterly bewildered. Oh? His mind was filled with questions. What grace was he speaking of? What had he said? Wukong had merely wanted the old monkey to extinguish his desire to seek treasures from the old dragon king. How did it turn into a matter of grace? His mind could not process it for a moment. It was only after the old monkey departed that he regained his senses. Forget it. I and the old monkey are clearly not on the same wavelength. Perhaps it is for the best, as long as he doesn't go to the dragon palace to borrow treasures. After the old monkey returned to his dwelling, he resolved firmly. His earlier life had been muddled and aimless, merely living for survival. Thanks to the great king's enlightenment, he now yearned to venture into the realm of humanity, to witness it for himself. Even if it leads to death, he would have no regrets. Chapter 23. To hear the Tao at dawn is worth dying at dusk. Shortly after the old monkey returned, a young monkey came to report that Sun Jiming had departed. An aged monkey, having had his heart's fog lifted by a few words from Wukong, harbored a desire to venture into the world beyond. Previously, during Wukong's moments of leisure, he had shared many tales of the outside realm with the surrounding monkeys. As the stories circulated, word spread among the majority of monkeys that the world outside was vast and boundless. Although he did not embellish his accounts, many monkeys found themselves yearning for the unknown, which is only natural for their kind. Flower Fruit Mountain was but a small corner of the universe, yet the intricacies of fate are hard to fathom. Remaining on Flower Fruit Mountain, where his presence provided some measure of safety, meant that, to a degree, he could deter nearby demon kings. However, venturing into the outside world would leave their fates to chance. Wukong was uncertain whether the old monkey had come to clarity or was merely being whimsical. Nevertheless, he did not impede him. Everyone has their own choices, and he could not make decisions for others. Yet, in silence, Wukong left a single strand of his monkey hair on the old monkey, not of much use, but enough to allow him to evade a certain calamity. Additionally, it served as a mark, infused with Wukong's essence, so that if other practitioners were to see it, they would recognize that the old monkey was under protection. As long as the old monkey did not act recklessly and did not encounter those with foolish minds, he generally would not attract trouble. My lord, Sun Jiming has already left the borders of Flower Fruit Mountain. Heading towards the southern direction of Jianbu continent, I have informed the nearby demon kings to keep an eye on him, reported Sun Ruizhin. Wukong nodded, acknowledging that this area was relatively safe. The nearby demon kings would, to some extent, show him respect and would not trouble an aged monkey nearing the end of his days. However, the days ahead would likely bring the old monkey much hardship. Yet, compared to his earlier days, things were indeed better. When he, along with Xiaowu and Xiaolu, first set sail, they were utterly oblivious, wandering aimlessly. While humanity still possesses warmth, treachery abounds as well. He had encountered kind souls who, seeing his plight, offered him coarse grains, as well as those who, pretending to be generous, hurled buns at him while scolding him down the street. He had also met hunters who coveted his handsome appearance, wishing to capture him for profit, and wealthy merchants eager to sample the delicacies of his mind. The dangers he faced were countless and inexpressible. Human hearts are inscrutable, and good and evil cannot be summed up in mere words. May the old monkey find what he seeks. With a soft sigh, Wukong gazed into the distance. Isn't Jiming nearly 200 years old this year? He suddenly asked Sun Ruizhin, turning his head. Approximately 240 years. If I calculate correctly, he is just about 20 years my junior, Sun Ruizhin replied after a moment of contemplation. The lifespan of the monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain is somewhat longer than that of those in the outside world. However, 200 years equates to the age of a man in his 60s or 70s. The monkeys here, barring any unforeseen events, could live close to 300 years. Those with longer lifespans might reach around 350. Compared to ordinary humans, they indeed enjoy a lengthy existence that, of course, those who embark on the path of cultivation have no such comparisons to make. With even a modest grasp of the arcane arts, living 400 to 500 years is easily attainable. Should one receive true teachings, the limitations of lifespan are even further diminished. With connections, one could ascend to immortality, becoming a minor official in the heavenly court. Securing a golden rice bowl, able to boast to anyone in the monkey community, Sun Ruizhin was among the oldest. If the local powers were to engage in fierce conflict, these elderly beings would not survive long. Having paved the way for their descendants long ago, now, living peacefully, they were free from worries and ailments. Their lives were quite comfortable, and all of it stemmed from the young king before them. Although he was an orphaned stone monkey, he had ensured that they did not live in a state of perpetual instability and deprivation, even if some of his rules seemed to restrict their natural inclinations. He had never voiced dissent. He was their monkey king, and they lacked the complex thoughts of humans, unwilling to resort to unscrupulous means to seize power. The responsibilities borne by the monkey king far exceeded those of the other monkeys. For them, it was a burdensome duty. As long as the king remained, they needed only to follow his commands. The path they chose was their own, and even if circumstances changed, they could not blame others. Even the cunning humans understood the principle of repaying kindness, so how could these monkeys fall short? If any among them reached an age where they yearned to explore the world, there was no need to restrain them. Wukong contemplated. He cannot confine all the monkeys as if they were mere pets, restricted to this small plot of land. However, some challenges should be established, whether in literacy or martial training. Wukong merely proposed an idea. The specific framework would require many monkeys over generations to accumulate experience and make continual adjustments. Blind faith in books is inferior to having none at all. His words were not infallible, At times, they may apply. But in a different environment, they could lead to irrevocable consequences. His modern mindset could not supersede this world, at least not at present. He urged the old monkey to set some challenges, not wanting these monkeys to easily lose their lives when they ventured out. Life is as fleeting as a candle's flame, and monkeys are no different. They each possess but one life. It is wise to cherish it. Those like him were ultimately in the minority. The souls that traverse the underworld enter reincarnation, emerge as entirely new beings, leaving their former lives behind. Naturally, if one has sufficient connections, any rule can be bent for them, and why, Lord, I understand. The monkeys have often remarked that these days truly embody the blessings of Flower Fruit Mountain. A paradise akin to Water Curtain Cave, however, my lord, you remain without offspring or companions, and even among humans, one would be nearing marriageable age. The old monkey's fatherly demeanor left Wukong momentarily speechless. How did we end up here? I can't escape the marriage pressure even in this context. More crucially, he was a monkey now. Yet within, he retained the innocence of a young heart, yearning for love. The thought of mating with another monkey. Well, that was a bit, ahem. Wukong coughed lightly, the embarrassment fleeting from his face. Rui's Hin, the path of cultivation is endless. I am wholly dedicated to the Tao. This matter can wait. It is not urgent. His open-mindedness, while genuine, was relative to two different timelines. Perhaps in his time, after 1,000 years, such unions would be legally recognized. Yet, in this era, they had not reached that point. The most critical factor was that the monkeys here had yet to attain humanoid forms. Should they embark on the path of cultivation, opening the 9 orifices and transforming into human shapes, such unions would not be impossible. After all, many predecessors had engaged with spirits and demons in peculiar manners. His acceptance threshold could be lowered a little without issue. Alas, it seems my granddaughter and the king are fated to be apart, my lord. Would you consider meeting my granddaughter before making a decision? Son Rui's Hen suggested tentatively, a glint of hope in his eyes, recalling the saying among humans that love can blossom unexpectedly. However, before he could finish, Wukong had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of the king behind. Chapter 24. The sudden arrival of the Demon King. While the seasons changed outside, Flower Fruit Mountain remained a perpetual spring. As time passed, the great demons surrounding the mountain became aware of the existence of a monkey king within, one who had achieved considerable cultivation yet remained exceedingly low-key, rarely showing his face and abstaining from territorial disputes, embodying an aloofness that transcended the realm of demons. Such behavior elicited both admiration and resentment. On this day, the previously clear skies, bright and sunny, were suddenly overtaken by a gust of wind. In mere moments, a tempest arose, bending trees nearly to their breaking point. Thunder crashed and dark clouds obscured the sun, plunging the surroundings into a twilight gloom. Who is the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain? Come forth at once, or I shall raise your pitiful domain. A voice boomed from the heavens as a figure appeared amidst the clouds, illuminated by a flash of lightning. The voice was as thunderous as the storm, sending small creatures scurrying in terror. Wukong emerged from Water Curtain Cave, whereupon the monkeys brandished their staffs, forming ranks to confront the threat. Retreat! Wukong spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the Demon King above. The moment his command was uttered, the raging winds ceased. The monkeys, previously blinded by the tempest, rejoiced at their king's might. Such power, to dispel the storm with but a word. Wukong's expression remained serene, and as his voice resonated, it calmed the anxious spirits around him, akin to a gentle spring breeze soothing the tempestuous sea of emotions. Concurrently, the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, and the thunder was silenced. My friend, I apologize for not welcoming you to Flower Fruit Mountain, he said, extending his hand in a slight bow. Why must you emulate the insincere ways of humanity? It is truly nauseating. The Demon King scoffed, failing to return the gesture, his disdain palpable. You, as a Demon King, adopt the customs of humanity, thus disregarding the dignity of our kind? The words dripped with sarcasm, revealing his dissatisfaction with Wukong's earlier demeanor. The contrast between their statures was stark. Wukong's form was that of an ordinary human, while the towering demon, clad in the hide of an unknown beast, stood at an imposing height of over 3 meters, his fangs gleaming ominously. Today, I merely sought to explore your domain and by fortunate chance, captured a few morsels. Would you care for some? The Demon King's voice thundered through the clouds. As he produced several human captives from behind him, grinning as he tossed them downwards. Demon King, I do not partake in human flesh, nor have I ever fed upon humanity. Your kind gesture is acknowledged. But I invite you to converse with me indoors, Wukong responded, weaving a spell to catch the falling figures, ensuring their safe landing. Others claim you revere humans as deities, placing restrictions upon them. Today, it seems those rumors hold truth. You are indeed a disgrace to our kind. The Demon King, without revealing his name, conjured a brilliant purple light, brandishing a colossal iron hammer aimed at Wukong, its weight promising to reduce him to mere pulp. Beware, my lord, Sun Ruizhen exclaimed, his heart racing as he beheld the imminent clash. Despite Wukong's formidable prowess, he had never witnessed its full extent, and now, the odds appeared unfavorable. Should Wukong fall, the fate of their kin would be dire. In a flash, the iron hammer descended upon Wukong. Some timid monkeys closed their eyes in fear. Yet, the anticipated disaster did not unfold. With a swift motion, Wukong deflected the blow with a single palm. Remaining unperturbed, the Demon King's eyes widened in disbelief, his muscles tensed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Your claim is erroneous. Whether I feast upon humanity is my own affair, and it is not for others to dictate. As for venerating them, it is absurd. Does this flower fruit mountain harbor any trace of humanity? Wukong calmly articulated his viewpoint, having never perceived others as malevolent, but also recognizing the world's imperfections. The notion of treating humans as deities was far from his desire. He had no need for such reverence, as the world was not governed by absolutes of good and evil. He was no paragon of virtue, merely navigating the complexities of existence. You, a mere monkey, speak with such eloquence, yet I trust you not. Prepare yourself. The Demon King's resolve stiffened, astonished that such a diminutive creature could possess such strength, with his weapon nearly shattered. He found himself at a loss. By your own words, it is merely survival of the fittest. Wukong replied coolly, why strength surpasses yours. Even if I allowed you to feast upon me daily, what could you do? The strong regard the weak as playthings, casually taking their lives. The weak strike at the weaker still. Wukong's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He had no desire for conflict nor to alter others' beliefs. Whether demons feasted upon humans or vice versa was of no concern to him. His humanity lingered only in his treatment of his fellow monkeys, for he had little regard for the rest. Each creature walked its own path, and he found solace in that. Right and wrong, he deemed unworthy of discussion. In this world, did any true moral compass exist? He would not condemn the demons for their predation. As long as he did not witness it, he could remain indifferent. To criticize demons for consuming humans was no different than them denouncing humans for devouring all living beings. The demons spoke a truth. Humanity was indeed hypocritical. In times of prosperity, they preached virtue. Yet in dire straits, countless resorted to cannibalism, indistinguishable from beasts. Once their basic needs were met, they began to preach morality. Wukong was disinclined to debate such matters, for those who understood their own nature did not require explanation. The law of nature dictated survival of the fittest, and he could not single-handedly resist the tides of fate. Thus, he tended to his own small domain with utmost care, mindful of the world around him. Yet still cherishing the green of the grass and trees, it was not a matter of superiority. Rather, it was the presence of kindness within him that prevented him from indulging in cruelty for amusement. Chapter 25. The intimidation. Since you are not here as a guest, I shall not keep you any longer, Wukong stated blandly, his heart unwavering. Though the Demon King held a certain level of power, he was, in truth, rather mediocre, possessing little more than brute strength and the ability to conjure storms. Flower Fruit Mountain has no desire to be at odds with other demons, yet neither do we fear them. Today marks the first encounter. I shall consider it a jest between friends, and I bid you farewell. As he spoke, Wukong waved his robe lightly. The Demon King felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And when his senses returned, he found himself outside Flower Fruit Mountain, seemingly 1,000 miles away. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, for he now understood the disparity in their strengths. In that moment, he realized how embarrassing his actions had been, akin to a mere insect. Wukong had not even entertained the notion of taking his life. He had merely been a fool, deceived by the words of others. If he had not been cautious, he might have lost his life in this encounter. Thank you, Monkey King, for sparing my life. Should you require anything in the future, you may find me at Thundercloud Cave. The Demon King said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed slightly towards Flower Fruit Mountain. He recognized his folly. A wise Demon King would never have allowed such an opportunity to slip away. He had acted foolishly, heedless of the consequences of his actions. Great Monkey King. Had I known your true might, I would have refrained from coming here at all, the Demon King lamented, his expression one of bitterness. With such power, Wukong could have easily devoured him, and he would not have dared utter a word in protest. At that moment, he cared little for dignity. He had escaped with his life, and that was a stroke of fortune. He had sought out the Monkey King under the impression that Wukong's strength was merely average. Wherever one found oneself, strength mattered above all. Only with a strong fist did one possess the right to speak. Otherwise, who would care about notions of fairness? The lives and deaths of mere ants go unnoticed by anyone. Today, had Sun Wukong lacked sufficient strength, the mountain of flowers and fruits would have long since changed hands. And the fate of these monkeys would hardly be any better. The Demon King departed in a state of disarray, while Wukong, either intentionally or unintentionally, cast his gaze around before vanishing into the clouds. Making his way back to the Water Curtain Cave, the Demon Kings concealed in various corners, how could he possibly fail to notice them? He simply chose to avoid a confrontation, allowing everyone to save face. He granted these Demon Kings their dignity. Should they ever overstep their bounds, they would have no one but themselves to blame. He harbored benevolent intentions, wishing to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Not that he lacked the ability to take lives. The mountains rose and fell in layers, lush with verdant greenery. Soon, the powerful auras hidden in various places began to depart one by one, quietly retreating. Long live the Great King is mighty. A chorus of cheers erupted among the monkeys, their previously tense spirits dissipating like dark clouds. Their king had once more repelled a formidable foe, and it appeared he had done so with ease. The stronger their king grew, the more secure their lives in the mountains became. Even when encountering other demons, they could hold their heads high, no longer having to bow and scrape before others. In this region, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to rival the prowess of King Sunday. Lu Yunxing stood on a mountain path, softly reflecting on the fact that it was his first time witnessing a demon king engage in battle with such composure. As if strolling through a garden, utterly unperturbed. Despite the many demon kings lurking nearby, not a single one dared to utter a word. Just this fact alone placed King Sun on an entirely different level. Huang Huai stroked his beard in admiration, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Whether in raw strength or celestial abilities, the Monkey King was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Yet, it was a mystery from whence he had acquired such prowess. The mastery he exhibited was truly enviable. They had toiled for many years, yet their own abilities paled in comparison to those of the Monkey King. Theo claimed they felt no jealousy would likely be a lie they could not convince themselves of. As for the hidden Demon Kings, they too sensed the atmosphere. The three siblings were acutely aware that claiming the Monkey King was oblivious would be hard to believe. Let us go. The Monkey King has driven off a formidable enemy. And we should extend our congratulations, lest we lose our courtesy, Lu Yunxing suggested. In recent days, he had observed the Monkey King's demeanor and increasingly felt that he was no ordinary figure. Perhaps he aspired to ascend to the celestial path. Although those with all 9 orifices open could engage in cultivation, any being who embarked on the path of cultivation could be deemed a celestial. However, such celestials, while not entirely common, were not exceedingly rare either. Among the realms of heaven, earth, humanity, gods, and demons, celestial beings rarely descended into the mortal realm, typically residing high above in the 9 heavens. The earth immortal, with Zhen Yuanzi as the foremost, enjoyed freedom and ease. Immortals served in the heavenly court. Though bound by regulations, they also partook of the offerings of the mortal realm. Human immortals might claim the title of immortal, but they were merely self-styled practitioners of the human world. Genuine ascensions to the celestial realm were exceedingly rare. Those who served in the celestial realm were, without exception, the most distinguished heroes of the mortal world. The truly exceptional who ascended through cultivation were few and far between. Ghost immortals fell under the jurisdiction of the underworld. a domain they understood little about. As for beings like them, these spirit creatures proclaimed themselves as demon immortals, merely elevating their own status. Even within the mortal realm, there existed a division among various sects and schools. Among practitioners, this tendency was even more pronounced. The Taoist sect often judged worth by lineage, and discussions of such matters were frequent. Yet, in their rhetoric, even a mere association with the Tao of the Great Luo brought them a sense of pride, though they were essentially just 50 paces mocking 100. Such behavior invited ridicule. The three demons summoned a small cloud, and before long, they arrived near the water curtain cave. Some monkeys, upon seeing them, remained unperturbed. These three demons were familiar visitors. If they had not been engaged in cultivation, they would have come by every few days. Not to meet the king, but to interact with the monkeys, chatting and occasionally pointing out their missteps, truly akin to family. Lu Xianzhong, Huang Xianzhong, Li Xianzhong, please come in, Sun Ruizhen greeted warmly, knowing full well that the three demons had not come merely for idle conversation. Having just repelled a formidable enemy, we are truly sorry to intrude, Lu Yunxing replied. Please, it is no intrusion at all. Flower and Fruit Mountain has always been rather quiet, and we are delighted to have visitors. Sun Ruizhen responded cheerfully, devoid of pretense. His rapport with the three demons had always been amicable, requiring no formality. Does King Sun have a moment to spare? Yes, please, come in. Wukong's figure appeared behind them, smiling as he spoke. Although he had not formed a deep bond with the three demons, he appreciated their goodwill and had taken note of their guidance towards his monkeys. However, to specifically express gratitude seemed a touch contrived, so he refrained from mentioning it. Wukong welcomed the three demons into the water curtain cave, instructing the monkeys to bring forth fruits and fine wines, while also requesting the kitchen prepare some cooked dishes. Before engaging in conversation with the three demons, the battle between King Sun and the Wild Boar King has struck awe across the lands. Life should be considerably more peaceful from here on out. Let us raise a toast to the king, Lu Yunxing declared with a smile, lifting a cup in salute. This was both a gesture of respect and gratitude. The stronger Sun Wukong became, the more benefits they too would reap. After all, the spirits residing peacefully in Flower and Fruit Mountain had, in a sense, already been branded with its identity. When they ventured out, this association could not be erased, and even if Wukong had no such intention, other demon kings would not be inclined to believe it today. Our king has indeed experienced double joy. There is another piece of good news. In 7 days, it is the birthday of the ECS little princess. The old Dragon King is hosting a banquet, inviting friends from afar and neighbors, and has sent out invitations, Lu Yunxing said, producing an invitation from his sleeve and smilingly handing it to Sun Ruizhen. I have a friend who happens to serve in the East Sea and knows I reside in Flower and Fruit Mountain, thus entrusted me with delivering the invitation to the king. Lu Yunxing explained, elaborating further to ensure Sun Wukong did not misunderstand. The old Dragon King was renowned for his hospitality, and given that this occasion marked the birthday of the little princess, even if it were merely a banquet, the food would undoubtedly be exquisite. Moreover, as the ruler of the East Sea, having the opportunity to pay respects and bask in his glory would be a matter of great pride. Furthermore, with a gathering of diverse individuals at the banquet, forming new friendships could only be beneficial. In any case, it was a win-win situation. However, at that moment, upon hearing this, Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his expression complex, leaving the three demons quite puzzled. What is this expression about? Does the Demon King harbor some unspoken grievances with the East Sea? Huang Huai inquired, surprised. I must admit, it's somewhat alarming that my little hillock has received an invitation. Wukong shook his head and replied, I have only seen one dragon lady from the East Sea. Whether she is the youngest, I do not know, and I bear little animosity towards her. Lai Qingyu's eyes flickered with an inscrutable meaning. Yet seeing her two brothers remain silent, she quelled her desire to speak. Her candidness had often landed her in trouble, and it was evident that the Monkey King wished to keep the true reason to himself. There was no need for her to create unnecessary discord. King Sun is too humble. After all, aside from the Chaos Demon King, the nearby Demon Kings are all aware of the King's renown following the previous battle. Receiving an invitation is entirely reasonable, given the old Dragon King's reputation for hospitality, Lu Yunxing remarked with a smile. After all, he is the ruler of the East Sea, and though the Dragon clan may not be as prosperous as in years past, their foundation remains intact. Hosting banquets is hardly an issue in the past. During significant events, the old Dragon King would also send invitations to neighboring Demon Kings. While we may not be esteemed guests, it is quite common to attend for a meal and to meet friends. Since it is an invitation from the Dragon Palace, I cannot decline. When the three friends plan to attend, do let me know so we may go together. Wukong pondered briefly before speaking. As a newly ascended Demon King, many sought to gauge his strength. The previous battle had somewhat curbed the curiosity of those who watched from the sidelines. Now, with the invitation from the Dragon Palace presented, if he were to refuse, those with ulterior motives might assume he had grievances with the Dragon Palace. However, it was merely a banquet. Surely nothing untoward would transpire. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, yet inwardly he mused. It is only natural. The king has graciously provided my three siblings and me with a place to reside, for which we are profoundly grateful. Lu Yunxing hesitated momentarily before speaking. Such matters ought not to be broached by me. Yet during my retreat at Flower and Fruit Mountain, I felt compelled to offer a reminder regarding these mundane affairs, as a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, should we visit the Dragon Palace and become the subject of ridicule, I would feel remiss. He continued, I possess a treasure, the relic of a millennium-old ginseng king, which I wish to present to the king as a token of my esteem. Lu Yunxing then procured a jade box from his sleeve, revealing the ginseng king within, albeit diminished in some essence. Such a rare treasure should be kept by you, my friend. Flower and Fruit Mountain is not solely mine, and all beings should have the opportunity to cultivate here. Wukong shook his head. He did not wish to accept another's gift, though do so would not merely be an exchange of kindness, but rather akin to becoming a true mountain overlord. A title he could not bear. He discerned the underlying intention behind the gesture. The timing of the gift suggested a concern that he might lack a suitable offering for the upcoming Dragon Palace gathering, potentially causing him embarrassment. After a brief conversation with the three demons and sharing a meal, he bid them farewell. What would be an appropriate gift? Wukong pondered aloud. After residing here for so many years, this was his first experience attending a banquet. Although he had declined Lu Yunxing's goodwill, he found himself perplexed regarding what to present in this regard. He was indeed a novice. Furthermore, he was unaware of the prevailing standards. A gift that was too lavish was beyond his means, while one that was too meager would be unworthy. Alas, the desire to maintain his dignity was proving to be a burden. Great King, if you find yourself in a quandary, there is a spiritual peach tree atop the mountain, and the peaches it bears are quite exceptional, Sun Rui's hen suggested after contemplation. Although they considered their home a paradise, when it came to treasures, they were somewhat lacking. The Dragon Palace would likely scoff at their humble offerings. A family renowned for its treasures would hardly regard their trinkets as worthy. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. The suggestion of the old monkey was indeed a sound one. He was aware of that peach tree, which bore but a single peach each year, neither large nor small, yet imbued with a wondrous fragrance. While it could not resurrect the dead, it possessed remarkable efficacy for monkeys in dire straits, suffering from grave illnesses or injuries. However, as a gift, it felt somewhat, how should one put it? It was akin to offering something of similar value that was abundant in their own home. Presenting it would elicit indifference from the recipient, while he would lament the loss for a considerable time. It seemed impractical. Chapter 27. The East Sea Feast. He was not a man of immense wealth. There was no need to put on a fade. Nonetheless, offering something excessively meager would also be inappropriate. Ideally, he sought to present an item of modest value that was nonetheless rare, something that could be deemed acceptable by all parties involved. After a lengthy contemplation, Wukong finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Sun Rui's hen, witnessing this, inferred that the king must have devised a plan and thus refrained from further commentary. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and soon the East Sea Dragon Palace was a hive of activity, bustling with preparations as various sea clans adhered to the Dragon Palace's commands, adorning the palace and arranging the marine scenery. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with crab and shrimp soldiers bustling about, welcoming early guests into the Dragon Palace for leisure. The Crystal Palace shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Observing the increasing number of figures around, one could discern the Dragon King's earnest regard for this event. The little princess was indeed the king's cherished jewel. Never before had such grandeur been witnessed for the birthdays of dragon sons and daughters in previous years. Look at the road. The shrimp soldiers are running with envy, one remarked. The king's affection for the little princess is no mere fade. Besides, the little princess is so adorable. Even if they ran themselves ragged, they would relish the experience. Indeed, the little princess is the youngest and most beloved. Even in ordinary families, the youngest is often the most cherished, let alone a dragon princess, another shrimp soldier chimed in. In matters such as these, no one could escape the mundane reality. The youngest invariably received more pampering and, of course, was more prone to being spoiled. This current spectacle, with the presence of the other 3 sea dragon kings and even the celestial court sending gifts in advance, was a testament to their prestige. I heard from above that this gathering is not solely for the little princess's birthday. There are other matters at hand. Does anyone know what they are? This question sparked interest among the nearby shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who turned their attention with curiosity. They had assumed the king's affection for the little princess was the sole reason for the festivities. But other motives had not been disclosed. Suddenly, a cough echoed from a distance, prompting the sea demons to straighten their postures, though their innate curiosity could not be contained, leading them to speculate what other matters might be afoot beyond merely celebrating the little princess's birthday. As time wore on, the number of guests swelled. My goodness, the little sister truly has a grand celebration. Even the dragon prince did not host such an elaborate affair in the past, an untimely voice interjected, laced with dissatisfaction and jealousy, evident in their expression. Yet, the surrounding sea demons feigned ignorance, casting their gazes elsewhere. The familial discord was beyond the reach of these insignificant shrimp. After all, who was the little sister? She was the most beloved little princess of the king, incomparable to them. Indeed, incomparable, another voice echoed. As the conversation unfolded, 3 figures clad in splendid brocade robes approached from a distance. 9th prince, 10th prince, 17th prince. A chorus of sea demons greeted them respectfully. There's no need for formalities. Today is the little princess's joyous day. You need not concern yourselves with us. We have merely come to observe. The 9th prince casually waved his hand, though his tone was tinged with envy. While he understood their father's favoritism, witnessing such a display of splendor was almost too much to bear. Even at their own births, they had not experienced such grandiosity. The little princess, for her rather ordinary birthday, had orchestrated such a lavish affair. How could this not incite jealousy among the dragons? Even among humans, it is often said that fairness should prevail. After all, she was merely one princess, destined to marry one day. Was it truly worth such extravagance? Had the old dragon king become senile or merely blinded by affection? The 9th prince maintained a fade of smiles while internally harboring resentment. Chapter 28. The East Sea Feast. Meanwhile, 4 figures arrived at the East Sea, none other than Wukong and his companions from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Though I have visited the Dragon Palace a few times, I am always struck by its magnificence, Lu Yunsheng remarked. For ordinary demons, crafting small items from crystal could be quite painful. Yet the Dragon Palace constructed entire palaces, indulging in utmost opulence. Everywhere was illuminated with radiant colors, and large pearls adorned the surroundings, casting light upon the paths. The old Dragon King truly possesses a wealth of treasures. There is no doubt about that, Wukong concurred with a nod. Previously, he had heard tales of the Dragon Clan's fondness for glittering objects but had never taken them to heart. Now, it appeared the rumors had understated the truth. Goodness! Wukong exclaimed, marveling at the lavishness on display. A gathering of such prominence could easily deplete the entire treasury of Flower and Fruit Mountain, leaving nothing behind. The disparity between immortals and demons was indeed vast. The group followed the shrimp soldiers into the Dragon Palace, where the number of guests continued to swell, comprising both demons and celestial beings from various clans. After presenting their gifts, Wukong and his companions found a secluded spot to sit. Most of the attendees possessed higher statuses than them, and Wukong had no intention of drawing attention to himself. He did not feel the need to concern himself with such matters. To him, it felt akin to attending a meal at the wedding of relatives from a past life, merely a change of scenery. Once the festivities concluded, they would return to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Picking up a grape from the table, Wukong plucked one and tasted it. It seems no different from an ordinary grape. However, this was to be expected. If it were truly a celestial delicacy, it would hardly be within the reach of such a minor demon. Sun Taoist, today, Most areas of the Dragon Palace are open for exploration. Such opportunities are rare. Why not take a look? Huang Huai invited them, recalling how they had previously referred to Wukong as Sunduang. Wukong felt uncomfortable with this title and requested that they address him as Daoyu instead. Although the Dragon King was known for his hospitality, it was not an easy feat for ordinary demon immortals like them to gain an audience with him, much less to enjoy the delights of the Dragon Palace. Given this rare opportunity, they were determined not to let it slip away. You may go ahead. I prefer solitude and shall not intrude upon your enjoyment, Wukong said with a gentle smile, declining their invitation. Had it not been for this invitation, he might not have come at all. As for the Dragon Palace, the novelty of the journey had long since faded. In that case, Daoyu, please take a seat. We shall reconvene shortly, Huang Huai suggested. They were quite familiar with Wukong's temperament, which was not one for frivolity. The nearby demon kings frequently invited one another to gatherings, small ones every 3 days and grander ones every 5. Initially, Wukong found it difficult to refuse and attended a few times, but he soon became less inclined to socialize. Even when lesser demons came to summon him, he would politely decline or send a monkey in his stead. Before long, the 3 demons from Huang Huai departed. Meanwhile, Wukong sat quietly on the mat, occasionally picking up a piece of fruit or a few slices of delicacies to savor, washing them down with a sip of wine, relishing his solitary meal without paying heed to the curious gazes around him. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the surroundings, causing Wukong to narrow his eyes. An earthquake beneath the sea. The slight shudder caused the water above him to churn, though a thin membrane prevented it from entering the Dragon Palace. Yet, the tremors quickly subsided. Esteemed guests, please do not be alarmed. It is merely, a sea demon began, but was interrupted as brilliant golden light erupted around them. Compelling everyone to squint, a howling sound ensued, and Wukong felt a violent jolt beneath his feet. Before him, a flash of golden light revealed an ethereal silhouette. As the radiance faded, a colossal pillar stood before him, evoking a sense of inexplicable wonder that left Wukong momentarily stunned. Chapter 29. Rui Jiangu Bang My King, the Dingzi? The Dingzi is missing. A sea demon rushed in, panic-stricken, tasked with guarding the area. He had been present for the grand banquet, but most of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals had been called away for other duties, leaving only 4 shrimp soldiers by the Dingzi. Suddenly, the surge of golden light had instinctively caused them to close their eyes, and when they reopened them, the iron staff had vanished without a trace in the great hall. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King furrowed his brow slightly. How could such a fine Dingzi simply disappear? Do not worry, Your Majesty. Surely you recall our previous wager. It seems the master has made an appearance, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked with a smile. This wager? Tai Bai rose, stroking his beard, shaking his head slightly, though the smile at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed, revealing a sense of self-satisfaction. It has not even been a year yet. The Dragon King, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, wondering if Tai Bai's words held truth. Had this divine treasure indeed acquired a master? Just then, another sea demon rushed in to report, Your Majesty, the Dingzi has inexplicably reappeared outside the Minglong Palace. The Dragon King frowned again. Enough. You may withdraw. I shall handle this matter. He waved his hand, raising an eyebrow. Since Tai Bai Xian has stated that its master has appeared, let us go see who possesses the power to claim this staff, with the golden light still aglow. The West Sea Dragon King stroked his beard and mused. It appears that my elder brother Ao Guang may be losing his wager with Tai Bai. This divine treasure radiated golden light and auspicious energy that illuminated a significant portion of the Dragon Palace, casting a golden hue over the surrounding halls. They had long been aware of such an extraordinary phenomenon. Now, it seemed that Tai Bai Jinxing's assertion was rather close to the truth, likely sensing a compatible entity, thus causing this commotion. Meanwhile, the 4 sea dragon kings and Tai Bai Jinxing approached the Minglong Palace. Outside the Minglong Palace, Wukong found himself in a predicament, neither able to stand nor sit comfortably. The table that had been in front of him lay shattered. Yet the ground remained intact, the earlier commotion having instilled fear in the surrounding great demons, who now kept their distance. They regarded Wukong with suspicion, assuming he had come to seek revenge against the Dragon Palace. Unaware of how the Dragon King had incurred the wrath of such a formidable figure, Wukong looked up, observing the object before him, resembling a massive pillar nearly 10 zhang in height, and its width was close to a zhang as well, truly impressive. As he focused on the inscriptions above, a jolt of surprise coursed through him, for the characters boldly proclaimed, Rui Jingu Bang. Though its golden light had subdued, its heavy aura was palpable, causing the surrounding sea demons to tremble in trepidation. Wukong awkwardly retracted his gaze. Once upon a time, he had been young and full of vigor, wielding a mere stick and dreaming of soaring through the clouds like the great sage equal to heaven. Carefree and unrestrained, but that time had long passed. He was no longer the same youth. How had this object come to him? Had it truly leaped into existence? Was the journey to the west merely a deception? Wukong felt a pang of frustration, realizing only then that this object was the creation of the writers from his past life. It was not he who had summoned it, nor was he the monkey from the book. Bound to its narrative, truly, one is often lost in their own circumstances. Cough, cough. Wukong cleared his throat, feigning ignorance, and prepared to distance himself from the pillar. Yet, just as he took a step, a cold voice rang out from his left. Who dares to disturb the Dragon Palace and insult us, believing there is no one to challenge you? Everyone perceived a flash of azure light, and a figure dashed past, striking directly at Wukong's visage. Wukong remained unfazed, merely sidestepping slightly, causing the great blade aimed at him to crash into the ground beside him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. This matter is unrelated to me. My friend, please do not misunderstand. Unbeknownst to him, Wukong had already stepped on the blade, speaking in an even tone. Chapter 30. Respite. This object belongs to my Dragon Palace. You, demon monkey, dare to steal our treasure. Where are the shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Seize him! The speaker, with a chilling gaze, exclaimed loudly while retreating to the back. The demon monkey was formidable. He was not a match for him in a single encounter, causing him to feel a surge of dread. Though he dared not show it, stop, do not be disrespectful. Just as the sea demon was about to capture Wukong, a sharp cry from a distance halted them, leaving the group of sea demons at an impasse, unable to advance or retreat. Third sister, this fellow intends to steal the treasure of the Dragon Palace. A man in blue brocade began, but before he could finish, he was silenced by a fierce glare from another. Lowering his head, he swallowed his words and dared not speak further. Handle this later. The woman shot a disapproving glance at the man, fearing that his inaction would lead to the Dragon Palace becoming the subject of ridicule. As she passed by him, she whispered softly, then walked toward Wukong, offering a slight "my apologies. Esteemed Demon King, my younger brother is young and ignorant and has offended you. I hope you can forgive him." Her words were sincere, and her tone earnest, leaving Wukong momentarily taken aback. Sister. You? The man glared at Wukong with fury, wishing to stop her, yet the intensity of her gaze forced him to swallow his words. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve in dissatisfaction, feeling that a mere minor demon king was not worth such humility, as it would tarnish the dignity of the Dragon Palace. Third princess. You are too courteous. It is merely a misunderstanding. Such grand gestures are unwarranted. This object, for reasons unknown, has found its way here. If there is nothing else, I kindly request you to remove it, with a faint smile. Wukong remarked, one does not strike a smiling face. Courtesy is paramount, and with such sincere demeanor, one should not be overly calculative. Having observed that the man referred to him as the third sister and commanded the surrounding shrimps and crabs, it was evident that she must be the Dragon Princess of the East Sea. Addressing her as the third princess was, therefore, entirely appropriate. We have inadvertently disturbed you all, and for that, I sincerely apologize. The third princess first extended her apologies to the gathered guests before instructing the shrimp and crab soldiers to escort him to another hall. She then turned to Wukong and offered him a respectful bow, to which he promptly returned the gesture. Fortunately, during the years of his apprenticeship, he had acquired knowledge and understanding in various aspects, allowing him to avoid any breach of etiquette in this moment. This object is remarkably heavy and imbued with a spirit of its own. It cannot be moved by ordinary means. I kindly request the Demon King to step to my hall, the third princess said softly. Her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. This peculiar object chose today to stir, causing chaos when it could have been any other day. Thankfully, it had merely damaged a table without claiming any lives. As she glanced at Wukong, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes, and she mused inwardly, though this demon king possesses a demonic form, he carries no trace of malevolence. He seems to embody the essence of a celestial being, with clarity in his gaze and no hint of wildness in his demeanor. Either he is an exceptional practitioner or wholly devoted to the path of enlightenment, having cultivated himself for many years. Yet, I wonder which demon king he truly is. Wukong nodded, choosing not to question the veracity of her words. From his understanding, the power of deities could easily shift heavy objects. The golden cudgel weighed 13,500 pounds. Yet even 1,000,000 pounds could not be deemed immovable. The ability to move mountains and fill seas exists in this world, and it is not uncommon. However, such matters were not for him to concern himself with. Casting one last glance at the object, Wukong felt a sense of nostalgia and sighed inwardly. You should remain in the East Sea. If I were to take you, tranquility would elude me in the future. It is indeed a good thing for everyone to be at peace. Young friend, please wait a moment. I sense a connection between you and this object. Wukong, momentarily taken aback, had not yet departed when a voice called out to him. He turned to see an elderly man with a completely white beard, holding a whisk, blocking his path along with several others. Father, Celestial Tai-Bai, esteemed uncles, the third princess slightly bowed in respect, acknowledging the Dragon Kings and Celestial Tai-Bai. Wukong also returned the greeting, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his heart raced. How did he, a mere monkey, find himself entangled in their affairs? Had he known, he would not have come, though the cudgel was splendid. He had no desire to become a monk. Chapter 31. Wukong finally acquires what he desires upon encountering the legendary Tai-Bai Jinxing and the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Wukong was initially astonished but soon settled into a state of calm. They were not as mysterious as he had imagined. The old man's appearance was quite ordinary, and he felt no overwhelming excitement. Where do you practice, young friend? Inquired the East Sea Dragon King, curious about this monkey king he had never seen before. I reside in the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, which is a neighbor to the East Sea. I was invited to the Dragon Palace and have come to attend the banquet. Wukong replied with a gentle smile. The Dragon Kings were momentarily taken aback, and even Tai-Bai Jinxing's eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Wukong. Could this be the famed Monkey King's son Wukong who vanquished the Chaos Demon King? The West Sea Dragon King inquired. Wukong nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. It seemed everyone was already aware of his exploits. Young friend, you may not know that I once made a wager with Celestial Tai-Bai. The old Dragon King began, noting Wukong's humble demeanor. He proceeded to explain the terms of their bet. Tai-Bai nodded slightly, tacitly confirming the narrative. This object is remarkably heavy. Only those with a connection can wield it. Recently, it has displayed unusual phenomena, radiating golden light, and today it has stirred once more. Might you be able to handle it? The Dragon King continued, his gaze lingering on Wukong with an unmistakable curiosity. The treasure is far heavier than me, and its bulk is daunting. It may prove challenging to lift. Before Wukong could respond, the mysterious object suddenly shimmered with golden light, shrinking significantly in size until it was no longer 3 zhang in length. The onlookers gasped, caught off guard by the transformation, as it spun in the air and morphed into a staff that could easily be grasped by a human hand, adorned with 2 golden hoops at either end and made of dark iron in the center. Now resting before Wukong. Wukong's lips twitched, regretting his earlier words. I was merely being modest. How could you take it literally? He thought, suppressing a laugh. Indeed, this treasure is destined to meet its rightful master. It is truly a matter of fate. Tai-Bai Jinxing chuckled, his spirits lifted, and the Dragon Kings were equally astonished but quickly regained their composure. It was unexpected that Tai-Bai's words would manifest into reality, if there was any trickery involved. This object had remained in the Dragon Palace for many years without being moved by anyone. The divine treasure held a spirit of its own. Even if forcibly taken, it would not comply so willingly. It appears that this is indeed the arrival of a master, Tai-Bai continued. Do not forget to thank the Dragon King for bestowing this treasure upon you. Tai-Bai spoke again. Such invaluable treasures are not to be taken lightly. I am undeserving of them. Please, Dragon King, take it back. Wukong shook his head, refusing to accept. This response caused a stir among the onlookers, who regarded him with newfound respect. Although this object was deemed useless in the Dragon Palace, it was undoubtedly a divine treasure, and its value could not be underestimated. While others would rush to claim it, Wukong's repeated refusals were unusual. Young friend, your words are misguided. Since I wagered with Tai Bai, your refusal cannot be accepted. Otherwise, it would be a breach of trust. Moreover, this object has radiated brilliance upon meeting you, indicating a connection, the Dragon King said gently, his tone imbued with a subtle authority that was hard to dismiss. As neighbors, we should foster closer ties. You have come to this banquet, so I assume you recognize me as a neighbor. Please accept this gift without further hesitation. The others nodded in agreement, viewing it as a fortunate occurrence and hoping the Monkey King would not decline. Since this is the case, I humbly thank the Dragon King for this gracious gift, as well as the esteemed celestial beings, Wukong said, resigned to his fate. If he refused again, it might provoke discontent. And he certainly did not wish to earn a reputation for disrespecting the East Sea. This situation had arisen from the wager between him and Tai Bai. Surely, no one would report him to the heavenly court? He reassured himself that without this matter, he would encounter no significant issues. As the gazes of the assembly rested upon him, Wukong raised his hand and slowly grasped the staff before him. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls, as the sea surged and a beam of gold pierced the ocean's surface, soaring into the sky and scattering the clouds above. The sky seemed to echo with thunderous roars. Chapter 32. Wukong chooses his treasure. As Wukong's thoughts stirred, the extraordinary phenomenon ceased, and the golden cudgel was drawn into his heart's sea. The auspicious radiance that had enveloped the Dragon Palace for days dissipated alongside it. Wukong bowed once more in gratitude. Though their interaction had been brief, he understood in that moment of contact that this object was indeed a superior treasure, resonating perfectly with his spirit and not lacking in power. This staff is a formidable weapon. Young friend may now choose another treasure from my Dragon Palace SC vault, for good fortune often comes in pairs, the Dragon King said with a smile. Noticing Wukong's intention to refuse and halting him with a wave of his hand, Bishuan, please escort young son to the sea vault for him to make his selection, the Dragon King instructed plainly. The young woman stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and nodded to the Dragon King. Yes, father. Young son, please follow me. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong could only manage a bitter smile, for it was rare indeed for someone of his stature to be offered treasures, yet feel too apprehensive to accept them. Who could fathom the bitterness that lingered in his heart? If this continued, he feared that the calamities of the journey to the west would draw ever closer. Yet, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. In a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gloom that rendered him almost speechless. The Dragon King recalled the disturbances at Flowerfruit Mountain from years past, which had alarmed the sovereign, prompting the command for Shunfeng Heir and Qinli Yin to investigate. Tai Bai, observing Wukong's departure, pondered slightly before remarking, "We are all beings of intelligence. There is no need to lay it bare." A mere hint suffices. The others present quickly understood. The Dragon King paused, noting Tai Bai's nod, and felt a flicker of surprise. Tai Bai's implication was unmistakable. It seemed that this was indeed the stone monkey transformed from that celestial stone. However, having recently emerged into the world, it had yet to encounter any celestial masters or great sages. Thriving instead on mountain peaches and spring water, its innate brilliance still concealed, appearing no different than an ordinary monkey. Now, it seemed that the monkey had embarked on the path of cultivation. This monkey, with its repressed divine aura, exhibited a calm demeanor and clear gaze. Its future achievements were likely to be significant. Tai Bai spoke languidly, yet a frown soon crossed his brow as a flicker of insight flashed through him, though he grasped nothing concrete. A subtle calculation revealed that the heavenly secrets were obscured, leaving him unable to perceive anything further. The Four Seas Dragon Kings nodded slightly, though they remained unconvinced. In this realm, the importance of the Tao was both significant and trivial. Presently, the heavens were tranquil, devoid of conflict or calamity, much like the flourishing world of mortals. What was needed were talents capable of comprehending the greater picture, recognizing the essentials, and paving the way for prosperity, if one merely judged by the standards of the Tao. How were they different from mortal warriors? In times of peace, civil officials wielded greater power while military officials were diminished. This truth was timeless. Even amidst the multitude of celestial beings, it remained unchanged. The Dragon Clan, if they were to engage in a contest of abilities with humans, would find themselves among the finest contenders when facing great tribulations. Yet, for now, they still adhered to the will of the heavenly court, attending to trivial matters of rain and clouds for the human realm. For all, the world was at peace, with a balance prevailing among the myriad beings spanning the three realms: gods, demons, humans, and spirits. Even those of remarkable strength were merely Taiji immortals. Lacking orthodox status, they could not stir the waters significantly, be it the great Luoshan immortals. They could easily be swatted down like flies. Who would dare? They were forced to greet them with smiles. Seeing the expressions of the Dragon Kings, Taibai surmised their thoughts, though he knew the heavenly secrets were inscrutable and should remain unspoken. Even he could only make educated guesses. The benevolence established today would reveal its true nature in time. Be it fortune or misfortune, within the Dragon Palace, the treasures shimmered brilliantly, illuminating every corner of the grand hall. Son, my friend, please, in accordance with my father's decree, feel free to select any treasures here. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me, the Dragon Maiden softly stated. Thank you, third princess, Wukong replied gratefully, his gaze sweeping over the hall. Having already incurred a debt of gratitude, he felt compelled to take advantage of the opportunity. As he looked around, he was dazzled by the array of treasures. These are all treasures, he exclaimed, marveling at the richness of the Dragon Clan's heritage. Wukong sighed inwardly, acknowledging the saying that even a starving camel is larger than a horse. The Dragon Clan, while no longer the central figures in the realm, still held considerable weight. Yet, he found it astonishing that there were few forces in the world capable of discarding such an abundance of treasures as if they were mere scrap metal. Littering the great hall, if one were to disregard their value, one might as well call it a junkyard, for the items were haphazardly arranged and covered in dust. Wukong's eyes sparkled with clarity. The old Dragon King, akin to an ancient landlord, had allowed these countless treasures to gather dust in this place. They were not mere coins or gold. Even a single piece tossed into the mortal realm could incite fierce competition among cultivators. With a sigh of relief, Wukong relaxed, gently closing his eyes. The third princess observed his actions with a hint of confusion. She had brought son Wukong here to select treasures, yet he remained stationary. Lost in thought, did she expect the treasures to come to him like a magnet? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Could this be the monkey that her younger sister had spoken of? With a buzzing sound, the third princess abruptly raised her head, only to see Wukong lightly beckoning towards a certain spot. A beam of white light flashed, and a small object appeared in Wukong's hand. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to face the maiden. Third princess, this item resonates with me. May I take it? The object in Wukong's hand was a small gourd, no larger than a palm. Although it bore a hint of precious energy, amidst the vast array of treasures, it was hardly the most remarkable. If you truly desire it, you may take it, but its value is not substantial. Since my father has permitted you to choose, why not select something of greater worth? The Dragon Maiden inquired with puzzlement. Tiomi, what matters most is the connection. The value is subjective and varies from person to person. Wukong replied with a smile, gently toying with the object, clearly pleased with his choice. The Dragon Maiden nodded slightly, recognizing that preferences differ and value is never absolute. She realized she had become overly fixated on the matter. If you have leisure one day, do visit Flowerfruit Mountain as my guest, that I may extend my hospitality, Wukong said sincerely, his eyes clear and inviting. The third princess smiled and inquired, does this count as an invitation? Indeed, it does, Wukong affirmed earnestly, knowing he lacked the standing to invite the Dragon King. The Lord of the East Sea would not easily accept an invitation from him, and besides, his territory was within the East Sea as well. The fact that she referred to him as little friend was a gesture of goodwill. One should treat others as one wishes to be treated. We are neighbors, after all, so it is not mere formality. He added, I shall certainly come, and I hope you do not find my presence a burden. The third princess replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she innocently blinked. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the third princess to possess such a lively side beneath her previously serious demeanor. Her captivating eyes resembled clear springs, yet also the depths of the ocean, a delightful sight. Not at all. If you come, it would be my honor. Wukong shook his head, determined to express his sincerity. The third princess observed the earnestness of Wukong, and a light chuckle escaped her lips. Most monkeys were known for their capricious nature, often restless even in stillness. Yet here was this monkey king, exhibiting a demeanor of seriousness that appeared both calm and distant, making him hard to approach. Although their conversations did not feel alien or estranged, there was an undeniable barrier that made intimacy difficult. The notion of a monkey cultivating such a disposition left her both astonished and perplexed. The distance between them remained palpable. If she moved closer, Wukong would instinctively create space. Earlier, when she had deliberately approached him, it had caused a rare fluster on his face, quickly replaced by an unnatural expression. This piqued her curiosity about this monkey king from Flower Fruit Mountain. For such a creature was indeed a rarity. Chapter 34. Even the celestial gods have their hierarchies. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. Upon arriving at the banquet venue, Lu Yunxing approached Wukong, his expression more jubilant than if he had acquired a treasure himself. My friend, with such a divine treasure, your cultivation will surely advance further. How delightful! A glimmer of envy shone in Lu Yunxing's eyes. They had all heard of the earlier events, recognizing that fortune often favored the prepared. Wukong could only smile in resignation. There is no need for modesty. Without your foundational support, would such luck even arise? Huang Huai chimed in, his tone cheerful that Wukong's fortune was a source of pride for them all, as they had all taken refuge at Flower Fruit Mountain for their cultivation. With Wukong's temperament and skills, coupled with the newfound friendship with the Dragon King, it was unlikely that nearby Demon Kings would harbor intentions against Flower Fruit Mountain. The troubles ahead had been significantly reduced. Today's events held numerous benefits that extended beyond mere appearances. Wukong surveyed the surroundings, noting that the attendees were primarily Demon Kings. While there were some shrimp soldiers and crab generals present, the more prominent figures, such as the Dragon King, were absent. Even the young princess was nowhere to be seen, leaving him puzzled. Curious, Wukong inquired of Lu Yunxing, do you know why we are here? I thought it was a banquet invitation. But it seems the esteemed Dragon King is not among us. Lu Yunxing responded in a hushed tone, ensuring no one else could hear. We are merely neighbors, and the old Dragon King values his reputation. Being invited to such a gathering is already a considerable honor. The true esteemed guests are in another grand hall, where those of high status converse with influential figures. We, however, are not fated to meet such company. Lu Yunxing, with a wry smile, acknowledged that such was the case. They too felt that this journey was not in vain. In contrast to other regions, there were places where not even an invitation would be received, let alone the chance to take a seat. Each individual circle varies, and crossing from one circle to another is indeed a formidable challenge. The position they currently occupied was a realm that countless beings could only dream of but never reach. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded slightly, having momentarily forgotten this aspect. Ultimately, this world is, after all, somewhat different. However, from a certain perspective, there is little difference at all. The myriad changes do not stray from their essence, at this moment. He also comprehended why the three demons had rejoiced over such a trivial matter. The rare opportunity to meet the Dragon King and the illustrious Tai Bai, to engage in conversation, and even to receive precious gifts. For an ordinary demon king, encountering a single treasure could be a source of pride for years. For someone like him, such an occurrence was indeed rare. Moreover, he was profoundly influenced by his past life. Instinctively overlooking this aspect, viewing the world of Journey to the West from a reader's perspective, he naturally regarded only a handful of individuals as noteworthy. Those who were undeniably prominent in status, his master, the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata, Guanyin, and Lao Jun. Yet, if one were to truly inhabit this realm, it would become apparent that even a mere county magistrate from the southern Jambu continent would be an exalted figure. Difficult to encounter. Entities such as the Dragon King were even more unattainable. All of this stemmed from the fact that he possessed such status, rendering it seemingly insignificant. Rank and power are perpetually paramount. Even a minor demon from the East Sea, upon venturing forth, would invoke trepidation among countless mortals. Everything hinges upon the perspective from which one views it. Great sage, congratulations. I am Hongqing from the island of the immortals in the East Sea. Should the opportunity arise, please visit my cave for a drink. A great demon approached Wukong with a smile, speaking warmly. Naturally, if you have the leisure, you are also welcome to visit Huagua Mountain. Wukong raised his cup in acknowledgement, an action that prompted numerous demon kings to step forward, lifting their cups in a toast. Wukong could only respond in kind. When one's status reaches a certain height, it is indeed true that one is surrounded by friends. Chapter 35. Receiving the Immortal Talisman? In the Grand Hall where the demons gathered, although it belonged to the lower echelon, the Dragon Palace did not neglect its hospitality. Exquisite delicacies filled the air with enticing aromas, while melodious music serenaded the attendees. Goblets clinked, and the attendants in cloud-like garments frequently poured wine. Dancers, graceful and enchanting, mesmerized all with their elegance. Even Wukong could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Who said the lives of the ancients were lacking? To him, such a scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, until the banquet concluded, neither the Dragon King nor the many dragon sons and daughters, nor the day's guest of honor, the little princess, made an appearance. However, Wukong could understand. The place was filled with demon kings from various regions and great demons of the East Sea, with whom the East Sea had little connection. It was only to be expected that they would not receive much attention. After the feast, Wukong left the Dragon Palace alone. Lu Yunsheng and his siblings, having prior acquaintance with the Dragon Palace, decided to linger for a few days. They had previously come to invite Wukong, but he had politely declined, preferring the comfort and ease of his own Huagua Mountain. Ascending to the clouds, Wukong felt a sense of calm wash over him as he let out a gentle sigh. This journey could be deemed complete, and there were no mishaps. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. Little friend, for the time being, I will take my leave. He intended to depart when suddenly a white light appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Taibai Jinxing. Having met Taibai, Wukong inquired, "What summons me, esteemed immortal?" "Ah, little friend, my memory is rather poor. I nearly overlooked an important matter," Taibai replied, adjusting his attire and looking at Wukong with a sudden smile. Then adopting a serious demeanor, "I come on the Jade Emperor's decree to invite you to the heavenly realm to receive the Immortal Talisman." After Taibai finished speaking, he looked at Wukong with a warm smile. Such an opportunity was not something everyone could encounter. Yet, Wukong's expression revealed no joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly, causing Taibai's smile to falter for a moment. Wukong's reaction was beyond Taibai's expectations. This was a good fortune sought after by countless cultivators. How could it be perceived as a misfortune? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Wukong's mind, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes, though more prominent were his confusion and bewilderment. "Esteemed immortal, I am merely a minor demon from Huagua Mountain, without the merit to benefit sentient beings, and I hold a humble status. I dare not accept the talisman. I kindly ask the heavenly realm to reconsider." Wukong spoke earnestly. "Is this not politeness? I do not dare to be polite. This matter fills me with trepidation. I implore the immortal to rescind the decree." Wukong responded solemnly. Serving in the heavenly realm does not align with his true heart. Regardless of the reasons, he saw no necessity to acquiesce. "This matter is the Jade Emperor's command, and you, monkey, truly know how to pose a dilemma. Very well, you shall accompany me to the heavens to meet the Jade Emperor. Whether success or failure in this matter lies solely with you. It no longer concerns me," Taibai said, fixing his gaze upon Wukong, who appeared resolute and sincere. After a pause, Taibai sighed in resignation. "Could it be that I failed to check the calendar before leaving today? How is it that this situation has arisen? Truly, the audacity of the young is remarkable. Within the three realms, when the Jade Emperor speaks, who would dare not to show respect? Even a trivial matter is not something a minor demon could refuse. This little bit of worldly wisdom, I cannot believe you do not understand. If you do understand yet still persist in your refusal, the reasons behind it become worthy of contemplation. Thank you, esteemed immortal." Wukong expressed his gratitude. Taibai's willingness to present him to the Jade Emperor was indeed a rare opportunity. "Your reasons for refusal, I do not wish to delve into, but when you meet the Jade Emperor, you must not lose your manners, nor dare to offend the heavenly majesty. Otherwise, even I may find it difficult to save you." With that, Taibai summoned a cloud and, together with Wukong, vanished into the sky. Heading straight for the southern heavenly gate on the way, Wukong furrowed his brows, contemplating how to refuse. It was no simple matter. He could not simply state that he did not wish to follow in the footsteps of the great sage equal to heaven. Avoiding the calamity of journey to the west, hence rejecting the heavenly invitation. How could he predict the future? Seeing Wukong's demeanor, Tai sighed lightly. Previously, the Dragon King had reported that the treasure of the sea-stabilizing divine pearl, shone with brilliant light, and auspicious signs persisted. As Tai slowly elaborated, Wukong began to understand the reasons behind the situation, and a bitter smile emerged within him. Could it be that this was indeed fate? Unavoidable and inescapable? Otherwise, how could it possibly involve him? Such a coincidence seemed implausible. Chapter 36. Meeting the Jade Emperor's Celestial King. I come on the Jade Emperor's decree to bring this one to receive the talisman. I kindly ask for passage. Outside the southern heavenly gate, as Tai arrived, his voice resonated simultaneously. No need for that. Just proceed, Tai. The Celestial King of Growth nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing to open the barrier, allowing the two figures to enter the southern heavenly gate. Wukong exchanged a glance with Tai, his mind momentarily focused. This was one of the four heavenly kings. Yet, he remained unaware of which king was currently guarding the southern gate. Regarding the heavenly officials, he had only heard their names and never laid eyes upon them. Noticing the azure sword in the Celestial King's hand, Wukong speculated. Could he be the Celestial King of Growth, Leeching? The world misrepresents me. Though he merely caught a fleeting glimpse, the visage he beheld was far removed from the common depiction. How could a handsome celestial figure be so grotesquely portrayed by the mundane world? While the Celestial King appeared imposing, his countenance was rather ordinary. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, Wukong truly arrived at the heavenly realm. His understanding of the heavenly realm was limited, so he closely followed Tai lead. Throughout the clouds, figures occasionally manifested, golden phoenix's sword and golden dragons coiled. Heavenly birds were not in short supply, and the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. Everywhere exuded an air of peace and solemnity, grand and majestic. The sound of bells resonated, and celestial music floated, bringing joy to the heart in every corner. Auspicious signs flourished, and purple chi flowed from the east. Golden-armored deities patrolled, and it was said that there were 33 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls, filled with countless rare flowers and auspicious herbs. Following Tai, Wukong arrived at the Jade Clear Palace but did not enter the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Instead, they proceeded to a side hall. Wukong gazed at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, momentarily entranced, before quickly averting his gaze, though he felt a sense of awe within. There lay the place where the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials held court, truly magnificent and imposing. Even outside the hall, golden phoenix's sword and dragons and phoenixes danced in the air, embodying the grandeur of the celestial realm. Tai led Wukong to the side hall and brought him before the throne, where he respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, I have brought the demon immortal son Wukong as per your command." After a brief pause, Tai continued, however, he believes himself to possess lowly powers, having failed to benefit sentient beings, lacking in merit, and thus dares not to accept this immortal talisman. Tai concluded. A piercing gaze fell upon Wukong, who immediately felt a weight of pressure. Lowering his head, he thought to himself, now, it's over. He could feel sweat forming in his palms. After all, he was the sovereign of the three realms, radiating an inherent majesty. Just the title alone could instill awe in countless beings. This is no mere exaggeration. You have transcended the mortal realm, and possess such a mindset, indeed rare. The Jade Emperor's gaze revealed a scrutinizing interest. His curiosity piqued. Observing that Wukong's eyes were clear and his heart calm, he nodded slightly. Since you have not previously benefited all living beings, it would be permissible to wait until after receiving the celestial talisman to proceed with your duties. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling a profound sense of distress. Do you have something to say? The Jade Emperor inquired, noticing Wukong's hesitance. Your Majesty, this humble demon's cultivation is still nascent, with a fragile foundation. My actions are dictated by impulse, making it difficult to maintain composure. I dare not accept this celestial talisman. For if it were merely to satisfy vanity, obtaining this celestial rank could lead to great calamity. Wukong spoke sincerely, his tone grave. His words were not without merit. Every ascendant to celestial rank has endured countless tribulations. Their character refined, and their divine nature revealed, meriting their position. For one such as him, Even if he were to attain celestial status, it would be challenging to assume such responsibilities. The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened at this. His gaze upon Wukong shifting slightly, he stroked his beard and said, "Well said, noble demon. Your awareness is commendable. Even if granted the celestial talisman, calamities shall not follow you." The Jade Emperor contemplated internally. This matter arose from the East Sea Dragon King. This demon monkey, being the master of that fixed child, possesses good character. Even if appointed as a celestial official, it would be beneficial. Since you fear calamities and hesitate to accept the talisman, and given my words are not to be taken lightly, I shall grant you 3 opportunities to err. Should you incur 3 calamities, it would indicate that you are indeed unworthy of celestial fate, your fortune yet to arrive. I shall grant you passage to the mortal realm. Otherwise, you may remain in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. Tai Bai was taken aback and quickly interjected, looking at Wukong, "Why do you not thank His Majesty?" The Jade Emperor's previous words had afforded Wukong a tremendous opportunity. Although the heavenly court is the upper realm, and all the celestial beings have achieved a certain level of cultivation, it does not imply a state of universal peace. The affairs of the celestial court are not unlike those of the mortal world. The Jade Emperor's granting of 3 chances to create mischief could rather be seen as 3 chances to avoid disaster. Such a precedent had never before occurred. "I am deeply grateful for your favor, Your Majesty," Wukong said, recognizing that refusal was no longer an option, and bowed in thanks. Chapter 37. Acquiring a position as horsekeeper. Tai Bai. Are there any vacancies in the various offices of the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor regarded Wukong with a slight nod before raising his gaze to inquire. "Your Majesty, to my knowledge, there are indeed many positions unfilled throughout the heavenly palace. Yet the horsekeeper's office is in need of a chief." Tai Bai pondered briefly, glancing at Wukong again before bowing. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyelids twitched. Here it comes. He could not escape the whims of fate. "Ah, in that case, you shall serve as the horsekeeper's envoy." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Wukong responded, momentarily stunned before expressing his gratitude. After exiting the palace, Wukong felt a weight upon his heart. How had he so inexplicably returned to this path? Although the process differed, it seemed he could not truly evade it. However, he was not one to indulge in comparisons. The rank of office held little significance for him. Acquiring a position as a horsekeeper was not without merit. He had not caused a ruckus in the Dragon Palace nor destroyed the Book of Life and Death. Instead, he was directly brought to the heavenly court by Tai Bai. Fortunately, he had not received the title of horsekeeper, which was somewhat comforting, for that was hardly a commendable position. Seeing Wukong's solemn expression devoid of any joy, Tai Bai understood that this monkey truly did not relish the idea of becoming a celestial official in the upper realm. "Do you find this position beneath you, my young friend?" Tai Bai inquired with a smile. "Not at all." Wukong gently shook his head, his emotions complex. "I see that you do not wish to hold office, presumably to avoid the constraints of bureaucratic affairs. While the horsekeeper's position may be modest, it is a place of leisure, devoid of trivial matters and rarely interacting with others. You need only care for the horses, and no significant troubles will arise." The Jade Emperor instructed Tai Bai to take Wukong to the horsekeeper's office for his appointment. During the journey, Tai Bai offered Wukong some explanations, as he had good intentions. After all, he had brought Wukong here and bore some personal interest. If Wukong were to cause trouble, Tai Bai would undoubtedly share some responsibility. Caring for horses is a leisurely task, with others to assist and no need to flatter anyone. It is a life of relative freedom. Tai Bai had considered this thoroughly before suggesting it. There are indeed larger celestial officials, but proposing such a thing would inevitably incite jealousy among the other celestial beings upon the Jade Emperor's approval. Should anyone harbor envy, they would undoubtedly create obstacles, leading to a precarious situation. Schemes and intrigues are not exclusive to the mortal realm. A newly arrived demon in the upper realm, with a moment's carelessness, could find themselves cast down from the clouds. Before long, the duo arrived at their destination, the horsekeeper's office. "Your Excellency has arrived. We apologize for the lack of proper greeting." A figure leaning against the wall lazily opened their eyes, rubbing them before hastily approaching with trepidation. "Speak no more. Summon the officers of this place. Today, you shall meet the chief of the horsekeeper's office," Tai Bai said sternly, noting the laziness of these individuals. Though he was not their direct superior, the sight was enough to darken his expression. "My young friend, you are now the envoy of the horsekeeper's office. I should not speak too much, but I fear your kind nature may struggle to manage these indolent souls. Without rules, there can be no order. It is better to punish mistakes than to overlook them, though not grow too close to your subordinates, nor regard them as friends. Otherwise, your authority will wane, and they will not fear you, leading to chaos. As for the degree of discipline, you must gauge it yourself." With that, several figures emerged from within. They bowed in unison. "We greet your excellency." The officers, including the chief of the horsekeeper's office, the deputy, the record keeper, and the laborers, all gathered, awaiting inspection. "I come on the orders of the Jade Emperor to lead the horsekeeper's office as the envoy." "Sun Wukong," Taibai declared. "You should bow to him." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, we greet Envoy Sun. Do not stand on ceremony." Wukong gently nodded. Taibai smiled slightly and looked at Wukong. "My young friend, feel free to carry out your duties here. Should any issues arise, you may come to Taibai Hall to find me." He then handed Wukong a token. "Taibai, why not take a moment to rest and share a cup of tea before you depart?" Wukong suggested as Taibai prepared to leave. "Not today. It is your first day here, and there are many trifles to attend to. I shall visit another day when you are more settled. You may continue your work." Taibai transformed into a beam of white light and departed, his voice echoing in the distance. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Wukong's heart. "My young friend, there is no need for concern. Serving in the heavenly court may indeed be beneficial. After you take charge here, you may descend to Flower Fruit Mountain to arrange matters before returning to your duties." Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a warmth in his heart. Taibai's attentiveness was truly heartfelt. The various lesser celestial beings in the horsekeeper's office, however, looked upon Wukong with curiosity, stealthily assessing this new superior. Chapter 38. Each one's thoughts. Greetings, colleagues. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Wukong. Wukong spoke in a calm tone, his demeanor composed. Shun Sanyue, currently the chief of the horsekeeper's office. Wen Xing, deputy of the horsekeeper's office. One by one, the others stepped forward to briefly introduce their identities and positions. Wukong was welcomed into the hall, where they retrieved documents and led him to the stables. There were 1,000 fine steeds, all spirited and resplendent. "Why, lord, the horsekeeper's office currently houses 3,000 celestial steeds, all robust and battle-ready," Shun Sanyue stated, stepping forward cautiously, casting a furtive glance at Wukong. "I handle the procurement of materials," the record keeper added. Seeing Wukong's calm demeanor, he continued introducing the duties of the various minor celestial officials. Wukong nodded. Caring for horses was indeed a skilled endeavor, and these individuals seemed dedicated. At least the celestial steeds appeared to be in good condition. "My lord, do you have any instructions?" "We shall do our utmost to assist you," Shun Sanyue inquired after concluding his introduction. "No need. I am new here, and you may continue as usual," Wukong gently declined, acknowledging that he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the situation. Offer hasty guidance might result in more mistakes than successes. Theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. Afterward, Wukong allowed the minor celestial officials to attend to their respective duties and return through the southern heavenly gate, making his way back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Though he had spent only a brief time in the heavenly court, several days had already passed in the mortal realm. Upon Wukong's departure, the lesser celestial beings of the horsekeeper's office did not disperse. Instead, they gathered together. "Brother Shun, this new lord seems unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. How did he suddenly arrive here to retire?" A small-statured man with notably prominent eyes inquired of Shun Sanyue. Could it be that he offended some significant figure? Seeing Shun Sanyue remain silent, he questioned with confusion. "There is no need to ponder too much. The individuals sent from above are not ones we can casually speculate about." Shun Sanyue shook his head and replied in a deep voice. "Indeed, the person personally delivered by the Taibai Jinxing is unlikely to linger here for long. Even if they have fallen from grace, it is just a pity for you, Brother Shun." The slender man sighed gently after speaking. Slender. Shun Sanyue's expression darkened slightly. He usually referred to him as Slender Monkey. At this moment, he refrained from voicing it, recalling that his current superior was also a monkey. If he continued to address him thus, it might displease that esteemed figure. He swallowed the words back forcefully. "Let us not speak of this again. We are but insignificant minor deities, obliged to adhere to the directives from above. Furthermore, if the esteemed one were to overhear, he might mistakenly believe we harbor discontent. Shun Sanyue's gaze turned stern as he regarded the group, speaking in a grave tone. Although it was previously assumed that the position within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office would fall to him, now that a new superior has arrived, they naturally ought not to voice any grievances. I do not require anyone to speak on my behalf. Disperse now, attend to your respective duties. We know not the temperament of this Lord's son. Let us tread carefully. Should you offend him, I would find it difficult to protect you. With a slight frown, Shin Sanyue cast a glance at the minor deities and spoke flatly. Understood. In unison, they acknowledged and subsequently dispersed. Shun Sanyue's gaze fell upon the steeds, and he exhaled softly, a hint of solitude in his expression. If anyone here felt the most discomfort, it was undoubtedly him. After all, he was the one closest to that position. Even a mere sesame-sized title held its intricacies, with many vying for it, let alone the esteemed position within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. For those significant figures, it might be a minor title. But for them, who could see the end of their paths, it was indeed a rare gem in the current era of peace, with the world stabilized and battles being a scarce occurrence, even if there were conflicts. The celestial steeds were rendered unnecessary. Chapter 39. Idle gossip wounds the heart. Moreover, it served more as a symbol, appearing on certain occasions merely to act as a good omen. Consequently, their positions as caretakers of the horses became increasingly inconspicuous. Over here, a group was engaged in grooming the horses, attending to their coats. This new official has done nothing since his appointment, vanishing without a trace. Truly a young master's demeanor. One murmured, yet his hands did not cease their work. You understand nothing. When someone comes in and scolds you, you feel at ease. If you ask me, it's better not to be involved at all. If they do get involved, an outsider directing an insider. Wouldn't he that be more troublesome? Another scoffed, speaking leisurely. Under the current circumstances, we are quite comfortable, replied another, but that is not the point. What if he is not an outsider? If someone from above sends a monkey to tend to the horses? I sense there's more to it. Another individual countered, a glint of pride in his eyes, as if he had discerned the intentions from above. Tossing aside his cloth, he leaned against a horse and elaborated. He is Lord's son. Let us not lose our decorum. One person glanced around before whispering, but another was unfazed. They had been colleagues for many years. Who among them had not let slip a loose tongue? After all, I said nothing offensive. Cough, cough, cough. The person lightly cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the group. Then, with a mysterious tone, he remarked, Do you not know that when horses are placed alongside monkeys? His voice slowed, eyes signaling to the others with a knowing glance. There is an ancient saying. The stable often breeds plagues, known as horse plague, yet there exists an ancient remedy to alleviate such ailments. Surely, you have heard of it. With a hint of pride in his voice, the person remained oblivious to the newcomer behind him. What ancient remedy? A voice called out from behind. The man slapped his forehead, raising his brows, and blurted out, Of course, you just put a monkey in the stable. Before he could finish, he noticed the expressions on the faces of the crowd and felt an inexplicable familiarity in that voice. His face fell, and he smacked his forehead with frustration. Boss. The man turned around obediently, lowering his head and muttering, I have no subordinate like you. Do you take my previous words for nonsense? The newcomer was none other than Shin Sanyue, who had come to inspect their work, his countenance dark and foreboding. Lord's son is your direct superior. Is this how you treat him? Is there a lack of the most basic respect? Do you find this amusing? You not only bring shame upon yourself, but also drag me into your embarrassment. As Shin Sanyue spoke, his temper flared further, and he kicked the offender to the ground. He was about to strike again, but restrained himself. Snorting coldly, Boss, I was merely joking to lighten the mood for my brothers. I meant no harm. Furthermore, since Lord's son is not present, how would he know? The man, unfazed by being kicked, stood up and brushed off his clothes. Grinning, however, Shin Sanyue was not his usual self. His frown deepened as he took a deep breath. Is this the consensus among you all? Do you think I am overreacting? He surveyed the room, noting the dodging gazes and the evasive glances. With a sense of helplessness, he continued, This is heaven, not the streets of the mortal realm, where coarse words and jesting at others' expense are tolerated. While one may muddle through life, casually gossiping about others behind their backs is unacceptable. Previously, when there was no main hall, I could turn a blind eye, but now, Shun Sanua spoke earnestly. Although his cultivation was not high, he had toiled through the ranks to ascend to the celestial realm. Despite this being their first meeting, he sensed something extraordinary about his new superior. Though he bore the form of a monkey, there was not a trace of inferiority in his demeanor. His gaze was clear, and his every gesture exuded grace. His form was ethereal, devoid of the typical monkey's mischievousness. Even scholars of significant cultivation or Taoist masters would find it hard to match his presence. Standing alongside the Tai by jinxing, he did not exhibit a trace of servility. Most demon immortals preferred to conceal their true forms, primarily because in the current three realms, the human race flourished, and many took pride in assuming human forms. The pantheon of gods and Buddhas favored humanity, while other races were often viewed as mere beasts. There were even claims that human form was favored by the heavens, and those of animal or avian nature. Upon gaining intelligence, often found the path to enlightenment arduous. Yet, here was Lord Sun, traversing the world in his original form, utterly unconcerned with others' perceptions. Such conduct, while lacking arrogance, surely possessed a certain pride. He did not follow the crowd. Instead, he stood out amidst the overwhelming tide. To have the Tai by jinxing personally guide a demon immortal was not something they could afford to offend. Even if the individual was broad-minded, could they truly remain unperturbed upon hearing such words? If they were to take offense, the gossipers might find themselves stripped of their celestial essence and cast into reincarnation. This was not excessive. It was merely adhering to propriety and decorum. Thus, while muddling through life may be acceptable, mocking and ridiculing others behind their backs, if one were to truly apply the principles of law, these individuals would not meet a favorable fate. Joking is permissible, but it must be done with mutual consent. To cloak mockery and insult in the guise of humor is despicable and a grave offense. Chapter 40. The most difficult heart to understand. Shun Sanua's reprimand left the man's face flushed. His head bowed in silence. The others too fell silent, unwilling to meet his gaze. Although they had not openly mocked him, they had not hindered the jest either. It had merely been a source of amusement for them. You two have toiled for several decades to attain this divine position. If you feel this work is beneath you, you may resign and return to being a mere scattered immortal. However, if you continue to slander others behind their backs, disguising it as jest, do not blame me for lacking compassion when it comes to enforcing the law. Shun Sanua's expression turned cold, tinged with displeasure. The laws of heaven can be strict or lenient. While it may be permissible to be casual at times, losing one's virtue can lead to dire consequences. Boss, I was wrong. Please punish me. The man lowered his head in contrition, and others echoed pleas for leniency. Shun Sanua, not wishing to embarrass them further, relented with a stern warning, stating it would not be tolerated again before departing with a cold demeanor. With a sigh of relief, the others exchanged glances and shook their heads with wry smiles. All right, let us get back to work. Though the boss's words were harsh, they were for our benefit. We should remember that sentiment. One of the older laborers said. They too had once been young and impetuous, having seen their fair share of gifted individuals, even to the extent of considering themselves among them. Yet, once they entered the celestial realm, who among them was not? One may casually pluck a genius from the multitude, yet countless geniuses abound. If one desires superior treatment, one must aspire to be not merely extraordinary, but to surpass even the most brilliant among them. Should one lament the inequities of the world, one must ponder when it has ever been just. The denizens of the lower realms continue to struggle, yearning for the path to immortality yet finding it elusive. Though they may dwell at the fringes, they have not been subjected to the dire pangs of hunger and cold, nor do they suffer the anxieties of aging, illness, and death. Is life truly so intolerable? It is merely an insatiable desire that drives them. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient cultivation, a mere manifestation of unchecked desires. On Flower Fruit Mountain, Wukong rode upon his cloud, arriving at the mountaintop in no time. Entering the water curtain cave, upon seeing his sovereign return, Sun Ruizhen beamed with joy and approached. Why, Lord, your visit to the Dragon Palace has been lengthy. Did the old Dragon King extend his hospitality? Wukong shook his head, leaving Sun Ruizhen puzzled. The journey to the Dragon Palace was but a day's return. However, on the way, I encountered the Tai by Jinxing, who summoned me to the upper realms for a decree. Wukong softly recounted his recent experiences. Sun Ruijian's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind buzzing, momentarily at a loss. In just a few days, his sovereign had transcended the realm of demon kings, ascending to the celestial domain. This revelation truly astonished him. The Jade Emperor has requested you to tend to horses, perhaps unaware of your prowess. Yet, my lord, there is no need for vexation. Even the minor celestial beings of the heavenly realm are figures we hold in reverence. Sun Ruijian's eyes darted around, fearing his sovereign might disdain the insignificance of such a position, and thus spoke words of comfort. Now that you have attained celestial status, it is indeed a joyous occasion. I shall summon the monkeys and prepare a grand feast to celebrate for 10 days and nights. However, as Sun Ruijian was about to call forth the monkeys, Wukong raised a hand to halt him. There is no need for such extravagance. It is merely a minor celestial being. I must promptly ascend to my duties in heaven and cannot linger. Merely inform the monkeys. Wukong pondered briefly. Having received my celestial decree, I am constrained from frequently descending to the mortal realm. You may convene with the other monkeys and elect a new monkey king. Though I may dwell in the celestial realm, my strength is limited, and I must not allow the young ones to grow complacent. When dealing with neighbors, it is best to be benevolent and cause them little harm, if any should dare to oppress Flower Fruit Mountain. There is no need to endure it. As Wukong spoke, he gestured, and a wall within the cave suddenly became impeccably smooth. With a flick of his fingers, strands of magical power etched themselves upon its surface, revealing a group of meditating monkeys as if they were alive. I am but a celestial being. I have not departed this world. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may call upon my true name. Sun Ruijian's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he repeatedly affirmed his understanding. Chapter 41. The Heavenly King's advice. Wukong arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After conversing with Sun Ruijian, he did not summon the other monkeys but returned to the heavenly court. He had initially intended to meet with Lu Yunsheng and his siblings, but since Sun Ruijian had not seen their return, he assumed they were still at the Dragon Palace. Thus, he abandoned that thought and simply advised Sun Ruijian to maintain regular contact with them. With his status as a shield, other demon kings would not dare to cause trouble in this blessed land. The spirits of its inhabitants are already quite perceptive. With a modicum of cultivation, one may ascend to the heavens in a single leap, far surpassing the ordinary cultivators. In truth, even in his absence, the situation on Flower Fruit Mountain had not deteriorated significantly. He had, to some extent, instigated positive changes, steering it away from the trajectory depicted in the texts. The monkeys' lives were improving. He was aware of his limited abilities. The world would always remain the world, and no matter how it changed, it would not become remarkably better or worse. Even if it were to decline, what could he truly accomplish? Could a destitute laborer, upon arriving in a foreign realm, truly rise against fate and sweep all aside? Even if he succeeded, then what? Did he possess the confidence to transform this world for the better? Did he have that capacity? Throughout the annals of history, numerous heroes have surged forth like waves, seemingly affecting change. Yet, amidst countless dynastic shifts, what truly altered? When a dynasty flourishes, the common folk suffer. When it collapses, they suffer still. This is not merely an ancient adage found in texts. Having witnessed this world, one understands the profound weight of those words. He could cultivate to live as long as the heavens, transcending the 3 realms, unbound by the 5 elements, and roam freely. Yet, he could not alter the chaotic state of the world. A heart full of resolve is oftentimes rendered powerless. Life is fraught with dissatisfaction. It has always been so in any era. This holds true. The ancients faced hunger and cold, yet some found joy in their circumstance. In a technologically advanced world, amid towering edifices and unparalleled advancements, basic sustenance is no longer an issue. Yet humanity is often treated as less than human. Social stratification and class distinctions persist. The Buddha proclaimed the equality of all beings, yet when has true equality ever existed? Each founding monarch was a remarkable individual. Yet how many have endured through the ages? Long live is but an empty phrase. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, and thus, he resolved to tend to his own small plot of land. Among the myriad great powers in the world, the sages retreat from society, be it the Taoist patriarch, the Buddha, the sovereign of heaven, the emperor of the underworld, or hermits like his master? Could they truly be oblivious to the world's suffering? Are they blind to the plight of the people? Even those exalted figures find themselves powerless. What could a mere monkey accomplish? Such is the nature of the world, perpetually unchanged through the past, present, and future. Life persists endlessly. All things bear the yin and embrace the yang, intertwining and counterbalancing. Good and evil both have their paths, without beginning or end. With his limited power, he saw no hope for a better world. Thus, it suffices to quietly attend to his own affairs, allowing events to unfold as they may. He may serve as a pillar for Flower Fruit Mountain, but he must not allow the monkeys to become arrogant or unruly. Such behavior would ultimately lead to misfortune. In the past, they acted with caution, fearing for their lives at the hands of other demon beings, and as a result, their lives were tolerable if, due to his influence, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were to become reckless and willful. It would inevitably lead to calamities beyond measure, bringing about dire consequences. In the blink of an eye, Wukong found himself once more outside the southern heavenly gate. Having greeted the heavenly king, the celestial generals, and the diligent officials, he dispelled the clouds and mist, ascending the jade steps and bowing respectfully to the heavenly soldiers. As you have newly arrived in the upper realms, it is essential to sever ties with past worldly entanglements to embrace this celestial fate. While nostalgia is commendable, it can lead to karmic entanglements and ultimately be detrimental. If you wish to experience fewer troubles, it is wise to minimize interactions with the lower realms. The overseeing heavenly king, who had first encountered Wukong upon his initial ascent to the celestial realm, felt a surge of goodwill upon witnessing Wukong's respectful demeanor and couldn't help but engage further. I must remain vigilant, lest I become complacent, Wukong replied gratefully. The heavenly king smiled faintly, offering a nod. Proceed inside. Some matters are best left unspoken. To elaborate further may yield little benefit. The heavenly court does not prohibit celestial beings from associating with lower realm denizens. It is merely a matter of balance that many newcomers to the celestial realm struggle to navigate. They may believe that upon receiving a heavenly post, they may act without constraint in the mortal realm. While it is true that one person's ascension can elevate those around them, such a notion must also consider the fortune of one's friends and family. Should one's blessings be sparse, pride may easily take root, resulting in a disregard for others. When trouble arises, one suffers not only personally but may also drag down the celestial beings of the upper realms. Thus, the previous cautionary words, though unpalatable, were indeed wise. Chapter 42. The day of horse tending above the clouds, the vast expanse of the heavenly palace seemed endless, shrouded in mist and revealing glimpses of shimmering golden light and vibrant colors. Wukong arrived in the celestial realm, transforming into a streak of light that darted straight into the stable monitoring office. After reviewing the documents and noting the number of horses, he made his routine rounds in the stables, which he found to be rather leisurely. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he believed he could hold this position indefinitely, as many minor matters were overseen by his subordinates. The division of labor among the monitoring officials was well defined, and he recognized just how relaxed leadership could be. This was not a particularly demanding position. There were no regular inspections from superiors, allowing him to enjoy a sense of tranquility. During his moments of leisure, he diligently contemplated the teachings of the Tao. The methods imparted by his master revealed increasingly profound mysteries the more he pondered them, leading him to endless insights. His cultivation never faltered, and as time passed, the aura surrounding him became ever more ethereal. On this day, Shun San approached Wukong, "My lord, today is the day for horse tending. Would you care to observe?" As Sun Wukong found himself momentarily distracted, he was soon met with an explanation. The celestial steeds, he learned, required regular exercise to prevent their speed and agility from waning. Although the heavenly realm knew no war, the practice of horse training remained unchanged. There were indeed designated areas for the care and management of these celestial horses. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes glimmered with interest. He was eager to partake. With that, he followed his guide to the stables, where he instructed the lesser deities to release the heavenly steeds, and they made their way to the pasturing grounds in the mortal world. Horses were treasures of considerable value. During his travels, he had glimpsed bandits and noblemen riding their steeds. Yet he had never experienced it himself in his past life. The art of horseback riding had been the privilege of the affluent, and as a penniless youth, he could hardly afford such indulgences. Now, however, an opportunity had presented itself, stirring a ripple of excitement within him. My lord, these 3,000 steeds are extraordinary, embodying traits of thunder or lightning, adept at harnessing the winds and clouds, each with their own unique strengths. If it pleases you, you may select a divine steed to assess our capabilities, one of the attendants suggested. In a short while, they arrived at the designated area for riding. Noticing Wukong's expression, Shen Sanhua understood his burgeoning interest and seized the moment to speak. Wukong nodded lightly, his gaze flitting among the horses, each exuding a remarkable spirit. As he approached, the horses whinnied in response to his presence. Ultimately, Wukong's attention settled upon a dark, unassuming steed, which, though not particularly striking, possessed a formidable weight and eyes as deep as a tranquil pool. Its coat was a lustrous black, smooth and unblemished, akin to a sword sheathed, poised and ready for action. Recognizing Wukong's choice, Shen Sanhua signaled for the horse to be brought forth. This steed is named Qingchen. Its speed and endurance are average, though it tends to be somewhat lethargic and often appears listless, yet it is free from ailments, Shen Sanhua explained. If my lord seeks a superior mount, there are indeed many fine horses among them, yet only a select few can be deemed exceptional. If it were up to me, I would suggest you choose one of the higher quality steeds. Wukong followed Shen Sanhua's gesture but gently shook his head. He believed in the significance of instinct and connection when selecting an item. The condition of the steed he had chosen was unparalleled, perhaps without equal among the others. However, he felt that selecting the best was not a necessity. No need. I shall take this one, he stated softly. Is there a boundary to this pasturing area? I would not want to stray too far. Wukong inquired as he mounted the horse. This area is extensive and lies at the edge of the heavenly realm. Aside from the direction we came from, all other areas are accessible, Shen Sanhua clarified. As long as you do not recklessly charge about while returning, there should be no issues. Thus, this area is indeed the finest for horseback riding. Very well, you may conduct your usual affairs with the horses. I shall take a leisurely ride and return, Wukong proclaimed, giving a sharp command as he set off on the steed. Qingchen soared through the clouds, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving behind a resounding neigh that echoed in the heavens. My lord truly possesses a remarkable demeanor, riding so effortlessly upon the celestial steed for the first time. Evoking admiration, remarked Wen Xing, who stood nearby, nodding in agreement. The others, having spent countless days alongside the horses, were adept at discerning the rider's skill from their movements. They could see that their master's mounting was far from that of an experienced rider, and the joy in his demeanor was unmistakable. It was evident that he had little experience with horses, perhaps even none at all. Yet, in mere moments, his posture melded harmoniously with the steed, which clearly preferred not to be ridden by a monkey. Hence, its initial burst of speed would have left an ordinary person behind. Even they, with their experience, would stumble if not careful. Yet Wukong rode with unwavering steadiness, betraying not a hint of panic, evoking their envy. Chapter 43. A calm mind brings no worries. Some things can be achieved through time and persistence, yet certain innate talents are not granted to all. The disparities between individuals can be perceived as vast or minuscule, depending on one's perspective. Meanwhile, Wukong, as he rode, sensed the horse's reluctance. It is said that a gentle soul can be taken advantage of, just as a horse may be ridden against its will. One must earn the right to ride. For now, he resolved to remain calm. Gently stroking the horse's neck, he smiled and remarked, "If one day you surpass me, you may ride me without hesitation." As he spoke, his brow relaxed. The celestial steed, true to its nature, galloped through the clouds with remarkable speed, far surpassing ordinary horses. The horse neighed, as if protesting, but Wukong paid it no mind. The stars shone brightly above, the clouds thinning, revealing a picturesque landscape below. He patted the steed, and with a flash, they streaked across the sky, landing gracefully in the woods. Allowing Qingchen to regain its composure, he dismounted and led the horse along a serene forest path. The crescent moon hung overhead, and the night sky was adorned with stars. The woods at night exuded a captivating charm. He inhaled deeply, the fragrant scent of grass and trees invigorating him, prompting a contented sigh to escape his lips. How does this place compare to the stables? I treat you well, and in return, you should treat me well. We are all mere laborers here. Let us not make things difficult for one another. Wukong said leisurely. Qingchen let out a low grunt, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if struggling to comprehend Wukong's words, more curious about the monkey before my dear horse. Now that we have a moment of respite, do not fixate solely on me. Otherwise, we shall miss the beauty of this splendid landscape. Wukong mused aloud, occasionally reflecting on profound truths or expressing his feelings with a few wise sayings. Unfortunately, Qingchen lacked the education to grasp the monkey's ramblings. Come, let me show you the wonders of this world. You and I are fortunate to share this bond. Other horses merely wander the heavenly realm, never experiencing the meaning of being grounded, he declared. Giddy up, Wukong laughed heartily, startling the birds perched on the branches. Apologizing, he mounted Qingchen, who snorted in response, and with a few light steps, they vanished into the forest. On this day, a celestial observer gazing at the stars witnessed an extraordinary sight. A shooting star streaking across the sky, moving as if directed by an unseen hand, akin to a brush painting the heavens. The luminous trail persisted until dawn broke, gradually fading into the morning light. As time passed, Wukong grew accustomed to the responsibilities of horse care. Diligently observing the processes involved in grooming, feeding, and watering the steeds, it is often said that a horse that does not graze at night will not thrive, due to their substantial appetite and rapid digestion. If they were not fed at night, they would surely suffer from hunger. Every task requires a balance of diligence and attention to detail. Before he understood the intricacies, he refrained from giving orders. For even the management of horses could descend into chaos, drawing complaints from all. Qingchen's initial resistance had faded, and it now greeted Wukong with a soft grunt, displaying a hint of affection. Indeed, when beings share time together, a bond inevitably forms. The 3,000 steeds flourished under Wukong's care, their bodies robust and their eyes sparkling with vitality. As Wukong watched them gallop forth, each exuding an air of majesty, he felt a swell of joy. He observed how the horses, often confined to the stables, seemed depressed, and thus decided to allocate more days for their pasture. In the absence of any celestial beings, he would often ride freely, reveling in the horses' spirited neighs. He found joy in their exuberance, and they, in turn, galloped with abandon, releasing any pent-up energy, creating a sense of unparalleled contentment. Chapter 44. Wukong's visit outside the Taibai Hall. A sleepy celestial attendant struggled to keep his eyes open, his head bobbing as he fought off drowsiness. Just as his eyelids threatened to close, a figure emerged in his blurred vision. Ahem! A gentle cough jolted him awake, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the newcomer. Who goes there? The attendant stood and approached, steadying himself to inquire. Forgive my intrusion upon your rest. I am Sun Wukong, introduced by the esteemed Taibai, here to receive my celestial duties. I have come to pay my respects. May I inquire if Taibai is present? With a respectful gesture, Wukong greeted, a smile gracing his face, which relieved the two celestial attendants. They exchanged glances before turning to Wukong, saying, "Oh, it is indeed Sun Sishi. Please wait a moment. I shall notify him right away." The attendant returned the courtesy and then turned to enter the door. The remaining celestial attendant observed the courteous Sun Wukong with a rather peculiar expression. Ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, he pondered why the Sishi chose to present himself in his true form, dressed in such attire that seemed rather unrefined. Wukong, noticing the other's confusion, glanced down at his own clothing. I was born of this earth. I have not exposed any private parts, so how can it be deemed unrefined? Wukong retorted. As long as my body exists within this world, I stand openly and upright. I am not naked. I am aware of the heavenly etiquette. There is no rule that states one must take on a human form to appear before others. The celestial attendant scratched his head, unable to articulate a proper response to Wukong's inquiry. He merely felt that everyone else presented themselves in human forms, while Wukong was an exception, creating a rather awkward impression. Yet, there was no established rule forbidding one from appearing as they truly are. So he could only smile sheepishly, revealing a bright set of teeth, his gaze clear, indicating that he bore no malice. Merely curiosity. Oh, not be rude. Since you have arrived, why not come in directly to find me? You need not concern yourself with the token I previously bestowed upon you. Taibai Jinxing's voice grew nearer. As he spoke, he appeared at the doorway. Wukong bowed, stating, it would be improper to neglect the etiquette of a first visit. The celestial attendant was merely jesting with me. There is no offense taken. He accepted the token, but knew he could not recklessly enter Tai Bai's abode simply because he possessed it. That would be a breach of decorum. Moreover, his acquaintance with Tai Bai was limited. Their relationship was not intimate enough to warrant such familiarity. With no ties of kinship, how could he act so presumptuously? After some polite exchanges, Tai Bai, finding no alternative, led Wukong inside. The hall of Tai Bai was notably simple and devoid of extravagance, in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Dragon Palace. Wukong felt a slight astonishment. It appeared Tai Bai favored tranquility. This is my first visit. I am unaware of your preferences, so I brought some modest wine and simple dishes from the mortal realm. I hope you will not take offense, Wukong said as he presented his offerings. Ordinary meat from birds and beasts. Skillfully prepared using techniques from his past life, and thus quite delectable. This wine is crafted with care by my fellow monkeys. While it may not compare to the celestial nectar, it possesses its own unique flavor. And I hope you will indulge in it at your leisure, Wukong continued. Tai Bai's nostrils flared slightly, his eyes brightening as he gestured for Wukong to take a seat. Excellent, excellent. I have long been deprived of the earthly incense due to my busy affairs and have not visited the mortal realm in quite some time. To speak truthfully, I find myself quite tempted. Although now that they had attained celestial status, they would not experience hunger even if they abstained from food and drink. The earthly offerings merely replenished their spirit and enhanced their cultivation. For Tai Bai, food served merely to satisfy his palate. From the enticing aroma wafting from the oiled paper, he could discern that the dishes must be of superior quality. As for the wine Wukong presented, he paid it little mind, having tasted countless exquisite celestial wines and considering it unlikely that Wukong's offering would surprise him. Nevertheless, he felt genuine joy that Wukong had come to visit. Such an attitude delighted him greatly. Other considerations paled in comparison. In a moment of elation, Tai Bai gently beckoned, "Attendant, bring forth a jar of my finest wine. I wish to enjoy a drink with my young friend today, as my spirits are exceptionally high." The celestial attendant acknowledged his command and soon returned with a jar of aged wine. Upon opening it, the fragrant aroma burst forth. With a delicate sniff, Wukong recognized that the brewing ingredients must be quite valuable, likely crafted from superior celestial herbs and fruits. Thus, his own wine truly paled in comparison, being merely unique in flavor without being overly ordinary. "My young friend, please, since you have come to my abode, consider me a friend. Henceforth, do not refer to me as senior, that creates distance. Simply call me Tai Bai," he said as the attendant poured wine for him. Wukong nodded in gratitude, replying, "Then forgive my boldness. I shall address you as Brother Tai Bai." Rising, Wukong returned the gesture with a toast. "Ha ha ha, brother. This is delightful indeed. Henceforth, I shall refer to my young friend as little brother." Tai Bai paused momentarily, taken aback by the novelty of being called Elder Brother Tai Bai for the first time. It felt refreshing and, in a way, affirming. With this newfound camaraderie, he proceeded to sample the dishes brought by Wukong. As he savored a morsel, a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. It had been ages since he had tasted such exquisite fare. Could it be that another culinary master has emerged in the mortal realm? The flavors were indeed unique. If my little brother knows this chef, why not introduce him to the heavenly court? Tai Bai spoke with notable enthusiasm. The dishes crafted by the god of cuisine in the heavenly court are indeed remarkable. Yet after indulging in them repeatedly, they lose some of their novelty. Regardless of the place, it is essential to infuse fresh blood into any domain to prevent stagnation, even in the culinary arts. Chapter 45. A brief conversation. Elder Brother Tai Bai, you flatter me. The chef you speak of is none other than myself, so I fear I cannot make an introduction. Wukong replied with a hint of resignation after taking a sip of his drink. He was somewhat aware of the current state of the mortal realm. The flavor of the dishes, while decent, was hardly remarkable. The fare consumed by the wealthy and powerful was, in truth, quite ordinary, not to mention the daily meals of the common folk. As for the various other races, their culinary practices were even less sophisticated than those of humanity. Most of the food consumed by the spirits and creatures of nature was merely minimally processed, emphasizing a return to the natural state. Who would search for substitutes for the spices and seasonings of their past lives, as he had done, simply because the current food was unpalatable? It was only after settling down post-apprenticeship that he began to explore such matters. Before finding peace, his days were filled with unappetizing food, which he nonetheless regarded as a luxury. Having endured hardships, he now cherished the present moment. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai swallowed his food, astonished. "Little brother, your culinary skills surely hold a place in this realm." His words were laced with admiration. "Oh no, I was mistaken. Had I known of your talents, I should have recommended you to the imperial chef." Tai Bai lamented with a sense of regret. "Elder brother Tai Bai, you exaggerate. I merely dabble in cooking for my own amusement, hardly worthy of such recognition." At present, I find myself fortunate to be in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Wukong replied, after listening to him. Tai Bai sighed softly. It was evident that Wukong held little enthusiasm for the affairs of the upper realm. His desire for power seemed curiously low. It was as if, well, it was a rather strange state of mind, one that he could not quite articulate. Never mind, let us not dwell on these matters. Tai Bai pushed aside his distracting thoughts and inadvertently glanced at the wine Wukong had given him. His gaze lingering, he picked up the gourd containing the wine and examined it closely, exclaiming softly, "Such a precious vessel, and you use it merely to hold wine. What a waste," Tai Bai remarked gently, his discerning eye still sharp. After a brief contemplation, he understood that Wukong wished to avoid accumulating too many debts of gratitude. Upon opening the gourd, Tai Bai's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a twinge of surprise. Though the wine was mortal, it was teeming with pure spiritual energy, devoid of impurities. The most remarkable aspect was the aroma, a complex bouquet of scents that remained distinct yet harmonious. As he inhaled deeply, he discerned the fragrances of various fruits, flowers, and even a hint of herbal notes, a fine creation indeed. Such a unique brewing method. "Could it be that you crafted this yourself, little brother?" Tai Bai inquired. Astonished, seeing Wukong neither confirm nor deny, Tai Bai realized, these two offerings are impossible for me to refuse. Delicious wine and exquisite cuisine. Yet, this gourd is rather valuable. I cannot accept it, with a serious tone. Tai Bai continued, "When I first met you, I was quite taken aback. Your unique aura, though modest, speaks volumes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and having encountered countless individuals, I can often discern their nature from a mere glance at their demeanor, expressions, and posture. I had wondered about your origins. You must be a disciple of a formidable master. After years of navigating the three realms, I have gathered some news, yet I have never heard of any sect taking you in. At that time, I had my suspicions, but I could never have anticipated the connection that would arise between us today. Brother, please accept this. The gourd has a space of its own, allowing for ample storage of wine. I have yet to find a good treasure for storage in Flower and Fruit Mountain. If I were to send you some wine in those ordinary ceramic jars crafted by the monkeys, it would hardly do justice," Wukong said, his demeanor calm and gentle. After a brief pause, he added, "I fear that upon reaching the entrance, I would surely be mocked by others." What he said was true. Flower and Fruit Mountain was devoid of treasures. The vessels used for wine storage were merely ceramic jars fashioned by the monkeys, rather unremarkable in appearance and craftsmanship. They were only for personal use. Without any pretensions, if they aimed to achieve the standards of the future, it would take countless years of experimentation by those monkeys. Tai Bai sighed softly, aware that Wukong spoke the truth. Not to mention outsiders, even the celestial attendants guarding him would likely mock Wukong if they saw him carrying a few jars. If the wine runs low, you may send the celestial attendants to Flower and Fruit Mountain to refill it. Wukong suggested. He himself knew little about pottery and was not particularly skilled in the craft, so he deemed it acceptable to make do. However, gifts should not be taken lightly. Even celestial beings cannot do everything, let alone a monkey who has only been cultivating for a few short years. Chapter 46. The Bond of Fate. This gourd, chosen from the Dragon Palace, is not particularly precious, yet its value is not insignificant. Tai Bai had received this divine treasure as a result of a wager with the Dragon King, an entirely different scenario than forcibly claiming it from the palace. Regardless of the other party's intentions, this gift represented a kindness that he felt obliged to reciprocate. Thus, after accepting it, Tai Bai felt a sense of relief. "How are you finding your time in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, little brother?" Tai Bai asked. "Very well," Wukong replied. "Interacting with the horses is quite easy, requiring little effort or concern. Tai Bai laughed heartily, pleased with his recommendation. After all, it was a well-considered decision on his part. Few positions in the heavenly court were idle. Most demanded constant activity or strict adherence to duty, making them rather monotonous. You have indeed found a fortunate position. Once you have settled in for a while, I shall petition the Jade Emperor to elevate your position in the heavenly court. You will then possess a measure of influence, Tai Bai mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. That should not be necessary. I am quite content as I am. Anything beyond this is but fleeting, and attracting attention is not desirable, Wukong replied, firmly rejecting the notion. With an earnest tone, he added, I am uncertain when the calamities of the journey to the west will arrive. If I do not cause a commotion in the heavenly palace now, the future will be fraught with uncertainty. I wish to remain uninvolved, preferring to keep my distance from such affairs. He aimed to dissuade Tai Bai from his intentions, lest what Tai Bai deemed a blessing turn into a misfortune for him. Little brother, your carefree disposition is evident. Elevating your status seems akin to harming you. Very well, I shall not press you further. Tai Bai sighed, taking another drink. In days gone by, many sought my favor, hoping for a sliver of opportunity to advance their positions. To secure a few flattering words before the Jade Emperor, countless treasures were offered at my feet. Yet I did not covet them. It is quite ironic that now, when I wish to elevate someone I deem worthy, I find myself powerless to do so. The affairs of this world are truly unpredictable and confounding. Wukong smiled slightly, chuckling. What good is holding an official position? It brings nothing but burdens, mental strain and worry. Truly without merit, my desire for power is pitifully small. I am not cut out to be a good official. Nor can I play the sycophant. For someone like me, the most arduous part of being an official is the internal conflict. Torn between two opposing forces, I would much prefer a life of leisure and freedom. Unbeknownst to them, time had passed, and Wukong had lingered long enough. The wine was nearly finished. As he departed from Tai Bai's hall, he felt a slight intoxication, yet his spirit was remarkably uplifted. The wine offered by Tai Bai was profoundly beneficial for both body and mind. The celestial brew was indeed extraordinary. With a smile upon his face, Tai Bai watched as Wukong soared away on his cloud. Reflecting on how rare a character he was, it seemed a pity that he was merely serving in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Such potential should not be squandered. Tai Bai spoke as if in a reverie. Murmuring softly, the two celestial attendants gazed at their master in astonishment, their minds swirling with confusion as they contemplated the monkey that had long since vanished into the clouds, yet dared not voice their inquiries. If he should come again, simply allow him entry without the need for further notification. Should I be absent, welcome him in and treat him well, ensuring that all decorum is observed, Tai Bai instructed in a hushed tone. The celestial attendants readily acquiesced, their respect for Wukong deepening. They remained unaware of the reasons behind their master's esteem for the monkey, yet felt compelled to heed his command. Quietly, they harbored a sense of envy towards Wukong. Throughout, Tai Bai had never inquired about Wukong's teachings, a curiosity that was only natural. However, if Wukong chose to remain silent, it would henceforth be a topic left unasked. Friendship demands sincerity, and sincerity must be genuine. Chapter 47. The Visit of the Ninth Prince of the East Sea. Upon returning from the Dragon Palace, the three demons were stunned to learn from Sun Rui's Hin that Sun Wukong had ascended to a celestial position. They were rendered speechless for quite some time, each reflecting the bitterness and helplessness mirrored in the other's eyes. Fate can be a cruel trickster. What they sought was the very essence of cultivation. To rise to the celestial realm, thereby achieving enlightenment and escaping the suffering of worldly reincarnation. The realm they fervently pursued was effortlessly within Wukong's grasp, which naturally filled their hearts with bitterness. Yet, after this moment of discomfort, they recognized that it was, in fact, a good fortune for them. A celestial being had emerged from Flower Fruit Mountain, which could provide protection under such a prestigious title. In this world, the authority of the heavenly court was not to be trifled with. Who would dare invoke such misfortune? As their hearts settled, time flew by rapidly. On this day, dark clouds suddenly loomed in the sky, and a shadow appeared within, resembling both beast and bird, stirring up the winds and rain. Where was Sun Wukong of Flower Fruit Mountain? With the arrival from the Dragon Palace, had he not come forth to receive the visitor? The voice boomed, resonant like thunder, echoing across the lands of Flower Fruit Mountain. causing all creatures to tremble and prostrate themselves, instinctively aware of the inherent authority. "Forgive us, we were unaware of the ninth prince's arrival." A voice trembled with reverence from below, and no sooner had the words been spoken than three figures, riding the clouds, ascended, revealing themselves to be Lu Yunsheng and the other two demons. Upon hearing the ninth prince's voice, Lu Yunsheng's expression shifted slightly, his face falling in dismay. He silently lamented the situation. The reputations of the Dragon Palace princes had long been notorious throughout the seas, and this ninth prince was certainly not known for his benevolence. His visit to Flower Fruit Mountain could spell trouble, however, with Wukong absent and the other monkeys yet to cultivate their abilities. It was left to the three of them to face the situation. At this moment, their gazes met, and the ninth prince manifested, transforming into a dashing young man. Yet, to assert his identity, he left his dragon horns prominently displayed. "What brings you here? Where is Sun Wukong? Does he truly presume that I should seek him out in his lair?" The ninth prince's words dripped with disdain, his gaze growing cold, clearly displeased, as a prince of the Dragon Palace. His status was exalted beyond measure. To condescend to visit here was already a monumental favor, yet to be met with such insolence upon arrival was intolerable. "Forgive us for our rudeness. It was truly unavoidable. Sun Wukong has been in the celestial realm for decades under the guidance of Tai Bai, and we have had no word from him, which is why we did not come to welcome you." Lu Yunsheng bowed and explained, "We invite you to sit inside, and we shall prepare a feast in your honor today." Huang Huai interjected with a smile. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince's brows furrowed slightly. "Ascended to the celestial realm? How come I have not heard of this? If he has received the celestial decree, it is indeed a matter for great celebration. Could it be that I missed the announcement? What are you, to enjoy a banquet with me? It is only due to my whim that I have descended to this place to see what sort of individual my father has bestowed his treasures upon." He sneered, dismissing them with disdain. "3 mere little demons, not even fit to carry my shoes." Yes, my brothers spoke out of turn. "Please forgive us, your highness. Allow us to make amends." Lu Yunsheng maintained a facade of cordiality, smiling apologetically. "Very well, I shall sit inside for a spell, treating it as a diversion. But do not think to placate me with your meager fare. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves in dire straits," he declared. Strutting past the three siblings without a glance, Li Qingyue could not help but scoff at his arrogance. What is there to show off? A mere peacock strutting about, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Were it not for the Dragon Palace, he would have been dealt with long ago. Huang Huai's expression was equally tumultuous. He felt as if he had pressed his warm face against a cold backside, enduring ridicule without the liberty to express his displeasure. It was a vexing situation. Lu Yunsheng promptly followed, signaling to the other two demons to endure the humiliation, recognizing their subordinate status. Chapter 48. Humiliation and endurance. Circumstances dictated their actions. Refusing to bow would cost them their lives. Entering Flower Fruit Mountain, Lu Yunsheng personally welcomed the ninth prince until they reached the water curtain cave. Upon entering and seeing the couplet, the ninth prince could not help but snicker, his contempt only deepening. What kind of blessed land is Flower Fruit Mountain? A mere hill dares to call itself a paradise. Truly, it is laughable. Upon his remark, Lu Yunsheng hurriedly agreed. Sun Rui's hen, who was accompanying them, wore a slightly frosty expression but chose not to contest the matter. Knowing the ninth prince's esteemed status, "We welcome you, esteemed prince, with humble offerings of wine and food. Please forgive our inadequate hospitality," Sun Rui's hen said with a hint of a smile. Yet, the ninth prince did not even spare a glance. Striding directly toward the inner sanctum as for the newly crowned Monkey King, he was utterly disregarded. Sun Ruasian's smile faltered, feeling as though he had consumed something foul, caught in a bind. Lu Yunsheng cast an apologetic glance. Acknowledging that the prince was insufferably arrogant, they had prepared a sumptuous feast to honor him, and once he departed, it would suffice. They sought not accolades but merely wished to avoid offense. Sun Rui's hen understood this well. Nodding in agreement and returning a polite smile, they were all sensible individuals. The understanding was unspoken. Seeing the prince make his way to the central seat, the Monkey King's temper flared, his breath quickening. That was a place reserved solely for him. Though it had never been explicitly stated, in their hearts, only their Monkey King deserved to occupy that position. It was akin to a throne among men. Even he, when elected, had insisted on sitting apart in his heart. Only Sun Wukong was worthy of such a seat. Were it not for his leadership, they would still be subject to the elements, prey to all manner of beasts. With nowhere to call home, he witnessed the ninth prince disdainfully patting the seat that rightfully belonged to their king. He felt a surge of indignation. However, observing the celestial beings' countenances and Sun Wukong's ever-present smile, he recognized the formidable might of their visitor and understood the need for restraint. He was no fool. After all, one does not become a monkey king without wisdom. You call this wine? Bah, even horse urine would be better. And the food? Mediocre at best. This is indeed a small place, and the culinary skills leave much to be desired. Is this how you intend to entertain me? The prince sampled the wine, took a bite of the dish, and spat it back onto the plate. Take this away. It seems you do not regard my status as a prince of the Dragon Palace as worthy compared to those celestial officials. He chuckled lightly, reclining with his legs crossed, casting a sidelong glance at the three demons. How could we dare presume, Your Highness? We are but humble creatures, unaware of your refined tastes. It is my oversight. I shall have them prepare new dishes at once. Lu Yunxing bowed repeatedly and said, Your Highness, this jar of Qingyundan has gathered dust here. You might as well take it as a snack. For it would not be a waste. He produced a jade vial and presented it, while also holding a few other treasures, all cherished possessions from his years of cultivation. He understood that without shedding a little blood today, the visitors would not depart. It was clear they had come to demand tribute. The monkeys of Huagua Mountain had nothing of value to offer, especially with Sun Wukong absent. It was only he who had arrived. This would have to suffice. The flavor was tolerable enough to swallow. Should you continue to deceive me, despite my good temper, I would not dare to lose face for the Dragon Palace. The prince casually tossed a few pills into his mouth, chewing as he did so. Each time his lips opened and closed, Lu Yunxing felt as though his heart was being tugged. Such cruelty. These were precious items, painstakingly refined, yet they were consumed as mere snacks. Witnessing this scene was unbearable. He could not show his discomfort. It was truly a matter of life and death. After consuming several pills, the prince tucked them into his sleeve and lazily lifted his head, his eyes scanning the room with a languid gaze. Wasn't your great king appointed to some position in the upper realm? Pray tell, what office does he hold? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxing stepped forward and replied, Your Highness, the great king's son has been favored by the heavens and granted the title of supervisor of the imperial stables by the Jade Emperor, overseeing the stables. Supervisor of the imperial stables? The prince's eyes widened in shock, followed by a hearty laugh, unbothered by the decorum of the setting. His laughter rang out until he was left clutching his stomach, gasping for breath. The supervisor of the imperial stables. Ha! What a splendid idea, to have a monkey manage horses. As for the title of supervisor, it would be more fitting to call him the bane of horse plagues. His expression was filled with amusement as he carelessly surveyed the three demons. Indeed, a monkey blessed with some fortune, even with my father's aid, can only aspire to be a bane to horse plagues. Otherwise, no matter how many centuries he cultivates, he would still be unable to find a path to the heavens. He paused for effect before continuing. He who has received my father's grace now comes to appease me with such trifles. If word of this spreads, he shall surely be labeled as ungrateful. The prince's enthusiasm grew more pronounced. By now, even Lu Yunxing felt his smile fading. He had long known that the princes of the East Sea were not easy to deal with, yet previously they had never had the opportunity to converse. Now, they barely qualified for the exchange, and yet the taste of it was truly difficult to endure. What's this? Are you angry? The prince seemed to finally notice the shift in atmosphere and feigned surprise. Is there something I said that was amiss, or do you feel I have insulted your great king? He glanced at the small demons, who had lowered their heads in silence, raising an eyebrow in disdain. Had he uttered any falsehood? After all, it was merely a monkey capable of human speech, who had practiced for a few years and had a stroke of luck to acquire divine treasures. Were it not for that, he would not have bothered to come to this wretched place. Chapter 49. A disagreement. Do not think that just because you have received celestial decrees from the upper realm, you can act with impunity. A mere stablekeeper is but an ant. What do you think? Am I wrong? The atmosphere within the cave gradually turned cold. The three siblings had not even taken a seat since their arrival, but had instead been subjected to humiliation. Even they found it hard to maintain their composure. Sun Ruizhen stood there in silence, appearing as though he had not heard a thing. This Huagua Mountain lies within the realm of the East Sea. I, the Dragon Palace, am the Lord of the East Sea. Have you ever offered tribute in these years? As far as I know, it seems you have not. My Dragon Palace has no desire to contend with you over past grievances. But this year's tribute should rightfully be presented. With a sigh, Sun Ruizhen took a breath and stepped forward. Ninth Prince, as a member of the Dragon Palace, you hold great wealth and status. It is indeed a good thing for you to visit here. As neighbors of the East Sea, we should greet you with smiles and hospitality. He paused for a moment, then raised his gaze to meet the princes. However, you make it a point to challenge us at every turn, insulting the identity of our great king and disrespecting the overwhelming celestial authority. Our great king is personally appointed by the Jade Emperor. Yet you speak so brazenly here. Where is your decorum? As these words fell, the air seemed to freeze, plunging into silence. Lu Yunsheng broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting that things had gone awry. He positioned himself in front of Sun Ruizhen, his expression grave as he cautiously regarded the ninth prince. The words of the little demon may be offensive. I hope your highness will bear with us. Ha! Ha ha! The ninth prince found this amusing. Since his birth, he had always been the one to make things difficult for others. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Truly, they were but Navi bumpkins from a small place. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. A wave of dragon might surged forth, rippling around them. Alas, Lu Yunsheng sighed inwardly. Your Highness, I apologize. As he spoke, a barrier appeared, blocking the rippling force before them. The two powers collided, and Lu Yunsheng let out a muffled groan. Huang Huai and Li Qingyue's expressions changed simultaneously as they rushed forward to cast a barrier. Just mere ants, yet you dare to strike at me. So unaware of your own insignificance. A cold laugh escaped the ninth prince's lips, and before his words were fully spoken, he suddenly rose, unleashing his overwhelming dragon might as if it were an unchallenged domain. Sending the three demons flying with a single blow, I came here with goodwill, and yet a mere demon servant dares to insult the Dragon Palace. Seeking death, the ninth prince's expression was filled with scorn. This was hardly a challenge, and he could not help himself. The mocking smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Though Huagua Mountain held an illustrious name, it was regrettably home to some insignificant creatures. Sun Ruizhen, though untrained, could not stand by and watch the three celestial beings bear the brunt of this disaster. Seeing that the prince had already made his move towards Lu Yunsheng, in a moment of desperation, he cried out, "Great King, save me!" His shrill scream echoed through the cave as he unleashed his full strength, leaping forward to shield Lu Yunsheng with his own body. In an instant, the scornful smile on the ninth prince's face deepened. With his strength, it would have been child's play to kill Lu Yunsheng the moment the old monkey moved. Yet he relished the spectacle. Thus he continued to lightly strike towards the old monkey who had positioned himself in front. Your great king is busy tending to horses for the Jade Emperor. He likely cannot hear your cries. Allow me to send you down to him. You may deliver your dreams to him yourself. The chilling voice dripped slowly from his lips, and his palm descended upon the old monkey's heart. A glimmer of cold light flashing, bang! A loud crash resonated as the eyes of the three siblings widened in shock, staring at the old monkey who stood before them. The anticipated scene of the old monkey's body exploding did not unfold. When the prince's hand made contact, a ripple of energy emanated from Sun Ruizhen's body, clashing with the dazzling light. Instead, it was the ninth prince who was sent flying, retreating several steps before coming to a halt. The old monkey, with "Hi, the old dragon king has shown me kindness. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you this one reprieve. However, from this moment forth, you are forbidden to set foot within the borders of Huagua Mountain. Please, ninth prince." The voice of the stone monkey was neither too loud nor too soft. His gaze tranquil, as his words echoed. A beam of white light enveloped the ninth prince. Before he could react, he was whisked away. The stone monkey's eyes pierced through numerous barriers, and in an instant, he was transported thousands of miles away. In his hand, he held a strand of hair that he had previously extracted from the ninth prince. Tracing back to its origin, he then infused it into the underground magical formation. From this moment on, Even if the ninth prince were to arrive in the Huagua mountain territory, he would be as blind as a bat, akin to an ant gazing at the sky. Unaware of its appearance, my three fellow Taoists, it has been a long time. It is truly my fault that you have suffered this calamity, the stone monkey said, assisting each of them to their feet. He placed a finger on their pulse, and a trickle of magical energy flowed into the bodies of the three demons, circulating to unblock the meridians obstructed by their blood qi. After spitting out a mouthful of stagnant blood, they felt an immediate sense of relief. Old monkey, did I not instruct you to call for me in times of trouble? The stone monkey, a manifestation of Wukong's magical power, looked somewhat helplessly at Sun Ruizhen. This was his domain, and it was unreasonable to expect Lu Yunsheng and the others to fend for themselves. Great king, I did call out. Sun Ruizhen's face bore a bitter expression as he spoke anxiously. What did you call? Wukong turned his gaze. Great king, elder son. Elder son shouted for the great king to save him. The young monkey king hastily stepped forward, not sensing anything amiss. The stone monkey's expression faltered, and he looked at Sun Ruizhen in disbelief. I instructed you to call my true name in times of need. How could you expect me to sense great king? If the stone monkey were capable of expressing emotions, his face would likely have begun to twitch. He had never anticipated such a complication would arise here. His understanding of causality was still superficial, and he could only leave traces within Huagua Mountain. Moreover, it was only when someone called his true name that he could sense it. Otherwise, how could he know of any disturbances in Huagua Mountain from the heavens above? Great king, I momentarily forgot about that in my haste. Sun Ruizhen said, displaying rare embarrassment as he scratched his arm and spoke softly. Given the tense situation, he had called out Great King out of habit, and even if he were to call out Sun Wukong at this moment, it would feel somewhat awkward. He had never considered it at the time. How could he have summoned his true name? In the company of other demon kings, such a direct address would be profoundly disrespectful. Thank you, Taoist Sunday. We are not gravely harmed, merely sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, you left behind this magical form. Otherwise, our lives today would likely have been in jeopardy, Lu Yunsheng said with a bitter smile after taking a moment to recover. Elder Sun was merely in a moment of desperation. He cannot be blamed. Who could have anticipated the ninth prince would prove to be such a cunning adversary? He sighed, his expression tinged with resignation. Having offended the ninth prince, he would likely find it difficult to live in the East Sea region henceforth. Chapter 51. The ninth prince in terror. In a certain maritime expanse, the ninth prince's figure materialized suddenly. His expression one of terror, his face still pale from shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who exactly is this monkey king? He took several deep breaths to steady himself. What a terrifying ability. This place is surely no less than 10,000 miles from Huagua Mountain, he murmured, his gaze absent. How could this happen? He had merely entertained a fleeting thought, recalling how his father had given the sea-calming divine pearl to a demon king. He intended to come to Huagua Mountain to reap some benefits. Furthermore, during the banquet, he had found himself at a disadvantage in his encounter with the monkey, losing face and needing to reclaim it. As a dignified prince of the Dragon Palace, how could he possibly be outdone by such a minor demon king? If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. Little did he know. This fellow had hidden his strength so deeply. He had underestimated him. He couldn't help but speak to himself. The previous encounter at the Dragon Palace was merely a cursory engagement, and he had not perceived the Monkey King as particularly formidable. He had merely been careless. Yet today, merely a spirit form, he was unable to retaliate, effortlessly sending him thousands of miles away. Such prowess must be divine. Those who master great abilities are typically endowed with exceptional talent and must possess significant fortune. Having been mentored by renowned masters, regardless of which faction, he would need to tread carefully. Seeing that no other beings around had noticed him, the ninth prince plunged into the sea, quickly vanishing from sight. In the water curtain cave, after Wukong heard their account of the events, he frowned slightly. Why is the ninth prince of the Dragon Palace so narrow-minded and erratic in his actions? It appears that my previous interaction with him at the Dragon Palace has displeased him, and now he seeks retribution. Taoist friends, it seems that this matter has surely offended the ninth prince. You are on duty in the heavenly realm. Should the old Dragon King learn of this, he might seek to reprimand you in the celestial court. Lu Yunsheng expressed his concern. Although they aspired to ascend to the celestial realm, they were also aware of the significant standing the Sea Kings held in the heavenly court. If the ninth prince were to deliberately cause trouble for Sun Wukong, it could lead to dire consequences. There is no need for worry. The old Dragon King would never blame me for this matter. I have already advised him kindly, and even if he were to report to the old Dragon King, he would require justification, Wukong reassured him. Moreover, if my position were truly stripped from me, it may not be such a misfortune after all. Seeing Wukong's calm demeanor, the three demons sensed that he might possess some confidence, likely having formed some alliances in the heavenly realm. Great King, you have only recently ascended, yet the third princess of the East Sea came by. Intending to visit, however, upon finding you absent, she did not linger for long before departing, Sun Ruizhen suddenly recalled, speaking up unexpectedly. She also asked me to convey a message to you, saying that you did not fulfill your duties as a host this time, and that when you meet again, you must make amends. As Sun Ruizhen spoke, he observed his lord's reaction, but given that his lord was merely a manifestation of a stone wall, he could discern no distinct change in expression. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue's gaze flickered with curiosity as she regarded Wukong closely. The expressions of the three siblings varied. Wukong's complexion darkened as he observed the trio's expressions, feeling as if he had some entanglement with the third princess. Do not overthink it. During the banquet at the Dragon Palace, I had invited the third princess to Huagua Mountain as a guest, but I was unexpectedly summoned to the heavenly realm midway and forgot about it. It was indeed my oversight, Wukong pondered aloud. If my three fellow Taoists do not mind, you may cultivate within the Water Curtain Cave. This cave is vast and tranquil, and you may each select a place as your residence. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct the monkeys. The Water Curtain Cave was not merely this one location. Wukong had previously inspected it, discovering that it connected throughout the interior of Huagua Mountain, offering ample space for cultivation. A splendid place indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxing's spirits lifted. Although he intended to refuse, Wukong's words acknowledged them as part of Huagua Mountain, thereby deepening their bond. We, the three siblings, shall shamelessly accept your kindness. Thank you, Taoist friend, Lu Yunxing said with a slight bow in the future. If you encounter trouble that you cannot handle, do call my true name directly. My magical body here will sense it. Even if you cannot prevail, I can delay matters until I descend. Wukong reiterated his instructions before dissipating his magical form and leaping into the stone wall, once again transforming into the meditative stone monkey, restoring to his original state. Chapter 52. Li Qingyue observes the path Taoist son. Your abilities are truly remarkable. We have cultivated for hundreds of years, yet we cannot even begin to compare, Huang Huai softly marveled. Acknowledging the exquisite mastery of his petrified form, the depth of his Taoist cultivation was evident. Had it not been for this, the old Dragon King would not have bestowed the divine treasure upon him. Lu Yunxing concurred, expressing his admiration for Taoist Sun's cultivation. Hearing that Taoist Sun had only been in the heavenly realm for several decades, they were astonished. Even if he had encountered a celestial teacher on his very first day, it had only been a little over 20 years, allowing him to outshine those who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It was truly astonishing. Now they could still converse with him, but in a few years, they feared they might not even glimpse his shadow. Truly, Wukong's innate talent for cultivation was extraordinary, and his speed of advancement was unparalleled. How could others keep pace with him? If the three siblings had not cultivated in Huagua Mountain, they might never have encountered someone like Wukong in their lifetimes, let alone forged any connection. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? Has the red Luan star stirred? Huang Huai teased, noticing Li Qingyue gazing intently at the stone monkey depicted on the stone wall. Wait, it seems our sister has encountered an opportunity and entered a trance. Do not disturb her, Lu Yunxing interjected, stopping Huang Huai from speaking. Huang Huai, upon hearing this, was somewhat incredulous, his eyes narrowing as he observed his sister, who stood motionless, as if in deep meditation. Her clear eyes remained fixed on the stone wall, her brows occasionally furrowed and then relaxed. If it were merely a budding infatuation, she would not exhibit such a demeanor. Could it be that there was truly some mystery concealed within that stone wall? How is it that he did not notice? Elder son, may I request that my younger sister stay here for a moment? Lu Yunxing clasped his hands in respect towards Sun Ruizhen. It is a trivial matter. Do not mention a mere moment, Even if it were 10 or 8 years, it would be quite acceptable. If Master Li were to gain any insight, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, Sun Ruizhen replied courteously. If that is the case, let us step outside to converse, so as not to disturb Master Li. Sun Ruizhen added, casting a curious glance at Li Qingyue, sensing that her demeanor was somewhat different from usual. As they spoke, the aura surrounding Li Qingyue was inadvertently stirred by the stone wall. As if a faint connection had formed between the two, Lu Yunxing nodded in agreement, finding this to be quite favorable. Within this water curtain cave, he felt assured that his friend's son would not bring them harm. He was most familiar with his younger sister's condition. However, her current state was rather unusual. Typically, during meditation, even the slightest disturbance could rouse her, and even if she were to delve deeper, it would not be to the point where those nearby remained oblivious. Practitioners should possess a certain level of vigilance, and for his sister to immerse herself so completely here must indicate an extraordinary opportunity. Although he sensed the stone monkey's spiritedness, he could discern nothing further. Very well, he thought, when she awakens, it would not be too late to inquire, at this moment. What Li Qingyue beheld was no longer the stone monkey. After Sun Wukong's departure, her curiosity compelled her to gaze at the stone wall several more times, only to find that the more she looked, the more peculiar it became. The figure seated upon it no longer resembled a stone monkey. Gradually, the stone monkey morphed in her vision into a carp swimming within the stone wall. Until eventually, even the stone wall itself vanished without a trace. She remained unaware of the anomaly. Moments later, it seemed as though the entire world had dissipated, leaving only the solitary fish in motion. The fish emanated a radiant white light, yet it was not blinding. Its movements possessed an indescribable grace, shrouded in mystery and a daze. As Li Qingyue's gaze drifted from the white fish, she suddenly noticed a dark fish, as black as ink, swimming playfully alongside it. The surrounding area was illuminated solely by the white fish, rendering her oblivious to other sources of light. She had long aspired to transcend the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. Yet at this moment, she felt an unexpected allure towards these two fish, seemingly more captivating than the dragon's form. The ripples created by their movements soothed the confusion within her heart, instilling a sense of tranquility. The layers of her mental fog gradually dissipated, in comparison to becoming a dragon. She found herself yearning more to embody these free-spirited fish, gliding effortlessly through the realms. This was truly what she desired. Yes, this encapsulated her longing, as she observed the fish frolicking joyfully. Her entire being became enraptured, mirroring their movements as if she too had transformed into a carp, losing track of time. Before she realized it, the fish had become ethereal, akin to awakening from a dream. Even she gradually regained her senses, with past memories resurfacing. Her brother, the ninth prince, and her friend's son. Wait, was she not in the water curtain cave with her two brothers? At last, the fish faded from her sight, her pupils refocusing, and the scene before her returned to the familiar stone wall. The stone monkey still perched there, unmoving. Upon regaining her composure, Li Qingyue was struck by a wave of weakness. As if she had not eaten in ages, leaving her with barely the strength to stand. Chapter 53. I just feel very hungry. Though she had practiced for over 100 years and could go several days without food or drink, she still required the nourishment of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. She had not yet reached a point where sustenance was unnecessary. The cave now showed no sign of her two brothers. Confused, she noticed some fruit on the table beside her and hastily grabbed a handful to shove into her mouth, feeling somewhat better afterward. After a brief rest, Li Qingyue appeared at the cave's entrance. Lu Yunsheng and Huang Huai sensed her presence and turned to see her emerge, their faces lighting up with joy. "Sister, how are you? Are you feeling all right?" Lu Yunsheng and Huang Huai hurried to support her. "You have been contemplating profound truths for over 3 months, without a drop of water or a morsel of food. You must be famished," Huang Huai remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qingyue. His tone tinged with a hint of envy. When they awakened their own talents, it had never taken them this long. At most, 3 to 5 days, unlike this instance. Huang Huai was quite curious about what practice had allowed his sister to comprehend for over 3 months. 3 months? How could that be? Li Qingyue gasped in disbelief, her pupils quaking. How could it be 3 months? It feels like no time has passed at all. The sensation was akin to falling asleep, only to awaken moments later, with daylight still bright, as though only a few hours had slipped by. Normally, when she meditated, she remained aware of the passage of time in the outside world, yet this time felt entirely different. Do not worry, sister. This is a fortunate occurrence. The longer you contemplate the mysteries, the deeper your understanding will be. This is an opportunity that others can only envy. Lu Yunsheng reassured her as he guided her to sit by a nearby stone table, smiling as he spoke. What mysteries? Eldest brother, second brother, what riddle are you playing at? I feel like I'm about to starve, Li Qingyue exclaimed, glancing at the two as they spoke in vague and peculiar terms. She understood not a single word. Snatching a peach, she took a bite, the delightful sensation of the fruit's flesh sliding down her throat providing a long-lost comfort. The satisfaction brought by food made her squint her eyes in pleasure. Ha ha ha, sister is blissfully unaware of her own fortune. That day, when the 9th prince from the East Sea came here to challenge us, Lu Yunqing's face radiated joy as he explained the situation to his sister. The human race speaks of enlightenment, and what they experience in understanding profound methods is merely a different expression of the same notion. Some may go an entire lifetime without a single opportunity for enlightenment. While certain prodigies may encounter such states multiple times, these matters are devoid of fairness and depend solely on individual circumstances. Time may vary, but there is no definitive evidence suggesting that the longer one contemplates, the more one gains. However, most tend to follow this pattern. Given that Li Qingyue had been immersed for over 3 months, it likely boded well. During those 3 months, they had ventured inside several times, but found Li Qingyue in such a state of concentration that she was difficult to rouse. Fearing that other beings might disturb her understanding of the profound methods, Sun Rui's Hin had instructed the monkeys to refrain from approaching the water curtain cave for some time. He and Huang Huai had remained vigilantly by their side, unwilling to stray far. The human race has a saying that taking another's wealth is akin to murdering their parents. After hundreds of years of cultivation, an opportunity like this, if interrupted, would be far more severe than the loss of parental life. It would be a matter of life and death. Li Qingyue, having listened to this, felt incredulous. Sister, quickly tell us what wondrous insights you have gained. Huang Huai could no longer contain his curiosity, feeling restless. Even Lu Yunqing's expression was filled with eager anticipation. What profound methods! I simply gazed at the stone wall, and the more I looked, the more wrong it felt. A perfectly fine monkey inexplicably transformed into a fish. And then there were 2, Li Qingyue recounted, her brow slightly furrowing as she recalled the previous scenes. Fish? Lu Yunsheng and Huang Huai exchanged puzzled glances, both harboring doubts. What sort of profound method is this? You did not mention how to cultivate it, nor were there any incantations or techniques. Did you feel anything different? Has your power increased, your senses sharpened, or is there something else that feels distinct? Lu Yunsheng inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue lowered her head to ponder carefully. Well, eldest brother, second brother, does hunger count? The 2 brothers, upon hearing this, wore expressions of discontent. What was so different about this place? Anyone who had not eaten or drunk for such a long time would surely feel hunger. He wished to discern what aspects had improved compared to the past. Chapter 54. The mysterious young girl. After a thorough investigation, the 3 siblings were left in a state of confusion. They truly had not detected anything unusual about Li Qingyue. The enigmatic aura had dissipated upon her emergence. The words of the 3rd sister suggested that she had grasped some profound insight. Yet their limited experience rendered them ignorant of its true nature. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunsheng, with a calm demeanor, stated, since it was left by Taoist's son, when we meet him in the future. 3rd sister, you may inquire directly. I am certain Taoist's son possesses the knowledge. Upon hearing this, Huang Huai nodded in agreement. Their unorthodox methods had led them to treasure even the slightest teachings in cultivation. Cherishing them dearly, they had never encountered any superior techniques, and their horizons were indeed limited. Now, with the 3rd sister having discovered a treasure trove, she was at a loss as to how to utilize it. Li Qingyue felt a tinge of disbelief, but also acknowledged that it was improbable for her to have been ensnared in that scene for 3 months without reason. Most likely, it was indeed genuine. However, she had not discerned anything particularly extraordinary. Brothers, why don't you take a look as well? Perhaps you might uncover something, Li Qingyue suggested, struck by a sudden inspiration. Lu Yunsheng could only manage a wry smile. In the realm of cultivation, methods are bestowed only upon those with affinity. They cannot be forcibly obtained, "Why, second brother and I have observed that stone wall for several days, and it appears quite ordinary. Were it not for the stone monkey's previous appearance, I would not have perceived any remarkable pathways therein. I am simply not destined for this, even if I were to gaze upon it countless times." No miracle would occur. Meanwhile, Sun Rui's hen had instructed the monkeys to prepare several spacious areas within the waterfall cave for the three siblings to use as their dwelling. Thus, they had finally settled in Flower and Fruit Mountain. As night fell, with the bright moon hanging high and a gentle breeze stirring, the soft chirping of insects filled the Art. Li Qingyue felt the onset of drowsiness and turned onto her side to sleep. Amid her even breaths, that unfathomable aura manifested once more, subtly merging with her entire being. Yet, in this moment, not a single soul perceived it, not even she herself, who merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the two fish in her subconscious. As if in a dream. In the heavenly court, within the horse monitoring office, Wukong was resting at the desk. "My lord, we have a visitor," when Xing spoke softly. Wukong's eyes opened slightly. Before him stood a young girl. Her expression somewhat displeased as she shot a glare at Wen Xing. "I was unaware of the fairy's arrival. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Wukong's gaze sharpened as he rose. "This place is usually quite tranquil. Why is it that someone has come here today? You must be the new lord. I humbly greet you. My lord, I wish to borrow a horse. Might that be possible?" The girl curtsied respectfully. Wen Xing's lips twitched at the sight. However, he had already received a warning glance from the girl, rendering him silent. He could only pretend not to see, observing with a detached demeanor. "Borrow a horse?" Wukong exhaled in relief, having feared an inspection from above. "That is certainly permissible. However, the horse must not roam freely within the heavenly court. If the fairy wishes to ride for leisure, we must find an appropriate location." Wukong nodded, explaining that certain areas within the heavenly court prohibited riding. Yet, most regions were not restricted. Nonetheless, as they were the residences and offices of various deities, maintaining decorum was essential. Thus, they chose secluded spots for their equestrian activities to avoid disturbing the divine beings. "My lord, I am not well versed in horses. Could you assist me in selecting one?" "I would be immensely grateful," the girl inquired softly, biting her lip with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Wukong felt his heart skip a beat and averted his gaze. Why did the heavenly maidens seem so alluring? No, it was as if they were enticing the monkey. Fearing misunderstandings, he intended to have Wen Xing accompany her to choose a horse, but soon realized Wen Xing had vanished without a trace. With a sigh of resignation, he declared, "If the fairy has a request, I shall gladly assist." Maintaining a serious demeanor, he gestured for her to follow. The girl regarded Wukong's earnest expression, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her bright eyes seemingly filled with mirth. Wukong felt the weight of her gaze, his composure faltering. Typically, he admired the beauty and grace of the celestial maidens from afar, each with their unique charm. Being socially inept, he had earned the moniker of a recluse. Even in this new life, he instinctively avoided interaction with women unless absolutely necessary. Leading her to the stables, Wukong regained his usual demeanor. His gaze now clear. After years of cultivation, he had acquired some skills. As they walked, he learned her name. Xinhua. "This is the stable, where 3,000 fine horses reside." Wukong gestured towards the steeds. "What sort of horse does the fairy desire?" "The Windstorm breed is lively and swift, while the Suyu breed is gentle, adept at navigating lightning." Wukong pointed out several horses with distinctive traits, and with each mention, the corresponding horse would raise its head. Snorting proudly, the girl chuckled softly at the sight. "Seems this monkey manages the stables quite well. Everything is in order, my lord. Please select a horse for me. I am not knowledgeable in this matter," she requested gently. Chapter 55. An invitation. "If the fairy seeks to ride, might I suggest this one?" Wukong pointed to a steed with a coat as white as snow. The girl followed his gesture, her eyes sparkling with delight as she nodded gently. "My lord, I feel a bit frightened alone. Could you accompany me?" "Frightened?" Wukong furrowed his brow. "Surely not. You are a celestial being. What could instill fear in you? This is akin to a flying person being afraid of heights. Old Shun, this fairy is riding for the first time. She may be a touch anxious. You should accompany her for a while," Wukong suggested to Shun Sanyue. However, Shun Sanyue shook his head vigorously. "My lord, I have many matters to attend to today. If the horses are not properly cared for, it could lead to trouble, and the feed has yet to be organized. I simply cannot spare the time. Yukong blinked in surprise, turning to another attendant. I am quite busy too, my lord. You seem the most at leisure here, so please do not refuse. That person also declined repeatedly, leaving Yukong bewildered. What is happening with everyone today? My lord, if you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter, I can go alone. Yukong felt a touch of embarrassment at her words, as if it implied his reluctance. Though he indeed felt somewhat hesitant, he replied earnestly, Fear not, fairy. I am more than willing to assist you. With that, he summoned a horse and they exited the horse monitoring office together. My lord, you may still be oblivious, but accompanying the ninth princess is truly a fortunate endeavor. Do not hold it against your brothers. An onlooker chuckled as he watched the departing girl and Yukong. When Xing, why did you not give my lord a heads up? Shin Sanyue remarked, glancing at the quietly retreating Wen Xing with a sigh. The ninth princess is rather playful around here. She enjoys teasing others. Today, however, for reasons unknown, she has come to the horse monitoring office. I had no opportunity. As soon as I saw her, she signaled for silence, when Xing lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. The ninth princess possesses numerous treasures, making it exceedingly easy for her to conceal her whereabouts. By the time I realized, it was already too late. She had entered the hall. Even my warning was given at the risk of punishment, lest the ninth princess continue resting her chin on her hand for an eternity. Let us get to work. Given my lord's nature, I doubt anything untoward will occur. We can discuss it with him upon his return, Shan Sanyue concluded. Above the clouds, Yukong watched the girl ride joyfully, his own brows relaxing. The heavenly realm was filled with many rules, and such innocent souls were indeed rare. Of course, this might also stem from his own lack of exposure. Giddy up! A youthful maiden let out a delightful exclamation, and the steed's speed quickened once more, effortlessly traversing through the billowing clouds with remarkable lightness. Yukong, unhurried, followed closely behind. Lord's son, this horse is indeed a fine creature. The maiden's voice floated back, her heart brimming with joy. It had been a long time since she had experienced such exuberance while riding. She could sense the horse's excellent condition, as it bore no resistance to her. Rather, it harmoniously synchronized with her movements. Yukong smiled faintly at her words. When others praised a horse, it signified that he had cared well for it. The maiden's identity was likely not trivial. A common celestial maiden would not so casually borrow a steed for her ride. Yet, as she did not explicitly state her status, he refrained from probing further. Regardless of who she was, as long as there was no malice, he paid little heed to her background. Yukong, may I venture down to the mortal realm for a while? The maiden suddenly turned her head to ask, as long as I do not reveal myself before others, it would be ill-fated to attract trouble. Yukong nodded in agreement. He often rode in the mortal realm. Though he had yet to visit the city, he preferred the serene mountains and flowing streams, traveling along hidden paths, concealing his and the celestial horse's presence, or manifesting as an ordinary person to avoid any issues. Splendid, steed, we can descend to the lower realms for some fun, the maiden joyfully murmured as she stroked the horse's mane. With that, she guided her mount, soaring like a shooting star, straight towards the mortal realm. Chapter 56. The fortune teller Yukong watched the maiden recede into the distance, signaling the horse to follow. He was merely astonished by her ability to change her address so casually, or perhaps she was simply amiable. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of envy. Were he in her place, he could not exhibit such familiarity. Yukong raised an eyebrow as he observed her meandering through the wilderness before directing her horse towards the bustling city below. Let us go. The mortal realm is unlike the heavenly one. We should take care to avoid trouble. Yukong patted Qingqian, who had undergone a transformation, now appearing as a humble old man. However, upon seeing Qingqian's appearance, he felt it did not suit him. A flicker of white light emanated from his fingertips, and when he looked again, Qingqian had transformed into the guise of a scruffy donkey with a slightly worn, grayish-brown coat. Yukong felt a slight satisfaction at this. Xinhua, too, understood the need for disguise. She merely donned a plain skirt, concealing her and the celestial horse's essence, appearing no different than an ordinary person. Though her features were somewhat unremarkable, they were certainly not unattractive. Yet, her remarkable aura was impossible to conceal. As she approached the city gates, Wukong followed closely behind. A day in the heavens equals a year on earth. Staying in the mortal realm for several days poses no issue. Xinhua glanced back at the aging Wukong, unable to suppress a light laugh. Grandfather, hurry up. I want to enjoy more time in the city. She called out unexpectedly. This outburst caused Wukong to stiffen momentarily, nearly revealing his true identity. Coughing awkwardly, he finally ambled forward with the donkey, ignoring the curious gazes from those around him. Grandfather, I wish to buy some delicious food. Xinhua chimed, adding a layer of kinship to Wukong's disguise. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she called out to him. Look, grandfather, that older brother is praising me. Wukong's smile froze on his face as he found himself caught in this charade. Feeling as though he had made a grave error in agreeing to accompany the maiden into the mortal realm, thus entangling himself in this predicament. Please, celestial maiden, cease your antics. Do not toy with me. I adopted this guise solely for convenience in our travels. Wukong conveyed through his thoughts, exuding exasperation. Do not take offense, Wukong. Who told you to dress so old? It would be inappropriate for me to call you anything else. Xinhua teased, playfully sticking out her tongue, her expression a mix of jest and mockery. Perhaps Wukong prefers me to call him grandfather? Wukong felt a flicker of irritation. He knew all too well that arguing with women was a futile endeavor. A truth he had learned over countless years. He resigned himself to her whims, knowing he would not accompany her again after this venture. Wukong smiled and nodded at the onlookers as he stepped through the city gates. Leading the donkey, Old man, your granddaughter is clearly a beauty. She will surely find a worthy suitor in the future, remarked a bystander, admiring Xinhua's enchanting presence. Thank you for the compliment, kind sir. I am rather ordinary. Xinhua feigned shyness, smiling demurely. Grandfather, that older brother is praising me, she called again, her laughter ringing sweetly. Wukong, caught in this charade of grandfather and granddaughter, felt a swell of discomfort, like waves rising and falling within him. He was on the verge of tears, left only with the option to nod and smile, contemplating whether it would be easier to maintain silence altogether. Once inside the city, the attention surrounding Xinhua was unrelenting. Her extraordinary aura was impossible to mask, especially with her starry, captivating eyes that drew the gazes of numerous men. Even the women nearby glanced at her in amazement, stealing glances at the elderly man she called grandfather. Their expressions were filled with curiosity. One could only wonder how stunning the old man's daughter-in-law must have been to bear such a daughter, given that the old man's appearance left much to be desired. What a fine horse, noble lady, and what a lovely young lady you are. I offer to read your fortune free of charge, if you would like, a clear voice chimed in from the side. Unbeknownst to them, a fortune teller had approached, eyeing the maiden and her exquisite steed with keen interest. Such a horse and such a person exuded an air of nobility. A mere glance was enough for him to discern that they were not of ordinary stock. A stark contrast to the frail old man beside her, who seemed a mere facade, likely a servant. No, absolutely not. The voices of Wukong and Xinhua rang out in unison. The nearby crowd paused in surprise, including the fortune teller, who regarded them with a puzzled expression. Xinhua turned to Wukong, her face tinged with confusion. She then pouted slightly, blinking her eyes with a feigned sense of grievance. Grandfather, what harm is there in a little fortune-telling? I wish to know. Chapter 57. Cause and effect. Celestial maiden, do not jest. He is but a mortal, tampering with heavenly secrets. For any inquiry, regardless of its magnitude, an equal price must be paid, if he possesses the requisite skill. It may be acceptable, but if he is but a novice, such divination could cost him his life. Wukong conveyed with a hint of seriousness in his thoughts. Should he delve too deeply, it may disturb the delicate threads of fate, leading to calamity, and we would bear the consequences. Xinhua was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? She mused, having not considered the implications. She merely thought that fortune-telling in the mortal realm could be an entertaining endeavor, forgetting the distinctions between the celestial and the mundane. Interfering with the fates of mortals could yield significant repercussions. Celestial beings, revered as divine figures, seldom manifested among humans. Once entangled with ordinary lives, the ramifications could be monumental. While the notion of all beings being equal existed, the impact of the death of a commoner versus that of a county official was vastly different, leading to divergent consequences in the web of fate. I apologize, sir, but I shall not partake in your reading. Nonetheless, I appreciate your offer. Xinhua spoke gently, feeling a pang of remorse at the thought of causing harm to another. No worries, young lady. If you are unwilling, I cannot force you, the fortune-teller replied with a slight nod, though his gaze lingered on the old man leading the donkey. The maiden had changed her mind in mere moments, and he suspected the old man had something to do with it. Yet, he could not discern the truth. The old man appeared to be an ordinary figure. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could read a fortune for the old man instead. While it might incur some risk, it would not be excessive, and it would allow him a glimpse into the maiden's destiny. With this plan in mind, the fortune-teller's fingers danced within his sleeves, however, when he looked at Wukong again. His expression shifted to one of surprise, as this truly just an ordinary old man, merely escorting his granddaughter into the city, he pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The conclusion he reached left him perplexed. Where, then, did the maiden's nobility stem from? In a short while, the elderly man and the young maiden had vanished from sight, leaving only a fortune-teller in deep contemplation, pondering why his divination was so unremarkable. Merely relying on facial features, he could derive no further insights. To delve deeper, he would need to examine palmistry or analyze characters, as well as the individual's birth date and time. However, since these details were not disclosed, he found himself at a loss. Wukong maintained his usual demeanor, showing no concern for the fortune-teller's attempt to read his fate. If he truly possessed such abilities, he would not be reduced to seeking customers on the streets. Wukong could surmise the reason for Xinhao seeking a fortune. In this world, myriad beings are driven by personal desires, whether for fame or fortune, all striving for a brighter future and the chance to encounter a benefactor. Naturally, one must seize such opportunities. It is far easier to embellish a success than to provide assistance in times of need. Fortune-tellers, in their ability to assess others, indeed surpass the average individual, thereby increasing the chances of altering one's destiny. Yet, every cause has its effect. To glimpse even a sliver of divine insight requires a price to be paid. Wisdom should not be disseminated lightly, nor should divination be conducted casually. The man, wishing to cast a reading for Xinhao, clearly sought future benefits in return. Unfortunately for him, this esteemed benefactor was of too high a status. Should he attempt to cast a reading, his own fate might prove inadequate, akin to an egg striking a tofu, harmless enough. But should it strike a stone, the outcome is well known to all. Though Wukong wished to avoid trouble, he inadvertently spared the man from a calamity. Of course, this predicament arose solely because the two had descended to the mortal realm. Thus, fundamentally, they were the architects of their own troubles. The young maiden, leading her horse, wore a slightly troubled expression. She too had noticed that upon descending to the mortal realm, she felt increasingly constrained, devoid of freedom. Even the most mundane of tasks, if not executed with care, could lead to unforeseen calamities. Had Wukong not offered her a timely reminder moments ago, she might have already landed in trouble. And upon returning, she would likely face reprimand. Naturally, this weighed heavily on her spirits. Chapter 58. Purchasing a horse. Ah, what a splendid horse! A sudden voice interrupted Xinhao's reverie. Observing the individual before her, she chose to disregard him and continued leading her horse forward. Hey, young lady, might you consider parting with that horse and selling it to me? The man blocked Xinhao's path, speaking confidently as if he possessed boundless wealth, exuding an air of arrogance. If you're not buying, please step aside, Xinhao retorted, exasperated by the man's insolence. His expression was infuriatingly smug, a clear indication of his dubious character. Miss, I advise you to sell the horse to him. Do you know who he is? A bystander remarked. Silence. Who asked for your opinion? In broad daylight. I am certainly not the type to bully others, the man snapped, visibly displeased. Rest assured, I am a gentleman who appreciates wealth through honorable means. I would never resort to unscrupulous acts, he continued, his voice softening slightly. Even if you refuse to sell to me, I would not harm you in any way. With that, he smiled faintly, an expression of self-satisfaction evident on his face. His gaze frequently wandered to the white horse, showering it with admiration. Indeed, it was a magnificent steed, robust in build, with exquisite lines and fur. Nothing short of exceptional. Enough of your prattle, kindly step aside, Xinhao said, her brow furrowing in annoyance. What makes you think he can afford it? Each celestial horse is worth a fortune. No mere paltry goods could exchange for it. Moreover, this is merely a borrowed steed. To engage in the sale of a celestial horse without proper authority would be a transgression against heavenly laws. Even if she wished to sell, she would need the requisite power to do so. Apologies for the interruption, my dear. The man sidestepped with a smile, showing no signs of anger. Pardon me, is this venerable elder your grandfather? He inquired curiously, glancing at Wukong, who trailed behind. Young man, my granddaughter is a bit headstrong. I ask for your understanding, Wukong replied, his voice slow and aged, addressing the man. Not a problem. Her spirited nature is indeed a virtue, old friend. So there is no cause for concern, the man responded warmly. His demeanor endearing, however. Wukong sighed softly, observing the elderly figure trailing behind the spirited young lady, contemplating the demeanor of the courteous, affable young man. Was it a blessing or a curse? It all hinged on the choices he would make. Wukong shook his head slightly. He had no desire to interfere in the affairs of mortals. The notions of good and evil among humanity would ultimately be judged by the world. How curious it was that a lad in his 20s already possessed such depth of character. Wukong mused on the absurdity of it all, noting how, had he not been fortunate enough to find a master, his circumstances would likely have been worlds apart from this man. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Wukong followed Xinhao as they meandered through the city. Even the donkey behind him seemed to embody the frailty of age, its eyes cloudy, letting out soft grunts as if weary from the journey. Wukong paid no heed to the donkey's theatrics. This celestial steed had taken to the art of mimicry quite adeptly. Look, those candied hawthorns do appear delectable. Wukong's thoughts drifted, only to be interrupted by Xinhao linking her arm with his. Her bright eyes fixated on a stall, selling the treats. A jolt surged through Wukong as if struck by electricity, a delightful tingling sensation coursing through him. He found himself unable to resist the young maiden's playful charm. In a moment of nostalgia, it truly felt as though a granddaughter were requesting candied hawthorns from her grandfather. Very well, let us buy some, Wukong relented, reluctantly reaching into his waist to retrieve a few coins. Xinhao's eyes widened, her mouth agape in surprise as she regarded Wukong. You are quite convincing, aren't you? To think you possess such small change. This must be quite an old coin. Little did she know that Wukong, during his travels across realms, had endured countless hardships and indignities. It was said that a rat crossing the street would be met with shouts of disdain. Though he was no rat, his striking looks set him apart among the monkeys. Much like a golden-haired monkey of his previous life, in those days, there were no animal protection laws, and hunters, farmers, merchants, and nobles alike all yearned to possess such a rare creature. Their minds were filled with bizarre and outlandish ideas. And Wukong had witnessed a plethora of astonishing thoughts, some of which individuals had dared to act upon. While some were kind-hearted, others were driven by darker impulses, but let us not dwell on the past. He cherished all that he had acquired, even the few insignificant coins, as they were rightfully his. Chapter 59. A night's lodging, thank you, grandfather. You are the best. Xinhao spoke softly, her tone sweet. Yet, Wukong felt as though his head were swelling with the weight of her words. He was no pervert. He held no desire to assume the role of an elder. The more fervently she called him grandfather, the more uncomfortable he felt, leaving him no choice but to respond with a smile. Are you not exhausting me with this? As they lingered in the city, the sky began to darken, and the streets grew increasingly desolate. Xinhao, having wandered for an entire day, perhaps it is time to return? Wukong suggested gently. There is little entertainment to be found here at night, unless one is fortunate enough to encounter a festival, which might provide some liveliness. Yet, compared to the grandeur of my previous life, this is but a mere shadow, lacking any real allure. The realm of entertainment is sorely lacking, primarily enjoyed by the elite of noble families. Such individuals, regardless of the era, will never be deprived of material pleasures. What? We are returning already? I have only just emerged for a day. Why not find a place to stay? I have never spent a night in the mortal realm, Xinhao pouted, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she looked at Wukong. Wukong found himself at a loss for words. How could this celestial maiden resemble a child? Just one night? It will pass quickly. We can depart tomorrow. That is not a problem, is it? Unable to resist the pleading tone of Xinhao, Wukong eventually nodded in agreement. What was there to enjoy in staying overnight? The accommodations were likely to be reeking and exceedingly basic. The bedding was hardly worth mentioning, an unspeakable affair. The environment was decidedly ordinary. Merely a novelty for him, he couldn't help but wonder if this young maiden had never ventured to the mortal realm before. Otherwise, why would she be so curious about everything? The two sought out a nearby inn for lodging. "Good sir, are you here for lodging or dining?" Upon their arrival, a young attendant greeted them, leading the horse and donkey to the back. "Accommodation," Wukong replied with a gentle smile, unconsciously hunching his back as if he truly were an elder. "What type of room do you require?" "2 rooms for 2 guests. Pleased out, of course. Could you kindly register here?" Little C smiled as he spoke, leading the two to the desk. He opened the ledger, and Wukong produced a talisman. After a brief glance, Little C returned it to Wukong and recorded some additional information before escorting them upstairs. "These 2 rooms are yours," he announced, presenting them with the room keys. "Please take good care of them and return them to me upon your departure." "Thank you," they replied. "You are too kind." Once Little C left, Xian he redirected her gaze. Until then, her attention had been fixated on Wukong, intrigued by his apparent familiarity with the surroundings and his calm demeanor throughout their journey, an innate tranquility that belied any signs of joy or sorrow. His smile, while genuine, offered no insight into his true feelings. A mysterious monkey indeed. As Wukong was about to push open the door to their room, he noticed Xian he still trailing behind him, and he was taken aback. "The fairy's room is next door, isn't it?" he queried, puzzled. "Hee, it's still early. I thought I'd have a little chat with you before heading back." Xian he replied with a light chuckle, fluttering her eyelashes. "Very well," Wukong conceded, opening the door for her to enter first before turning to close it behind him. "Wukong, I believe there might be even better rooms available here. Why aren't you staying in one of those?" Xian he asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "They're too expensive. I'm merely looking for a place to spend the night," Wukong stated plainly. "Though there are rooms of higher quality, they require a substantial amount of silver. To me, that feels like giving away money unnecessarily. A room for 2 is sufficient." "Huh?" Xian he's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected such a rationale. Can even deities lack funds? Surely, gods have their stipends and would not find themselves wanting for the mundane currency of the mortal realm. This fellow seemed even more frugal than the god of wealth. Wukong, if you're short on silver, I can lend you some, actually have quite a bit," Xian he tentatively offered, unfastening a small pouch from her waist. She deftly turned it upside down, spilling an array of gold, silver, and jewels onto the floor, creating a dazzling heap. Wukong could only facepalm, utterly at a loss for words in response to this extravagant display. Had she never heard of the saying wealth should not be flaunted? Even deities should exercise restraint. If someone were to covet her riches and harbor ill intentions, the consequences would inevitably fall upon Xian he. After all, she had descended to the mortal realm with his consent, making him partially responsible. Chapter 60. Ugh, fairy Xian he, it's not that I lack funds. It's merely a matter of habit. Wukong sighed. We are both celestial beings. The distinction of where we reside is inconsequential. As long as there is a roof over our heads, that suffices. Greed knows no bounds. Although practitioners do not adhere strictly to the Buddhist principle of detachment and emptiness, indulging in hedonism can lead to insatiable desires. Today, we find ourselves in a fine inn, yet it is certain that there are establishments of far greater comfort. Living in a palace would undoubtedly be more pleasant. However, I have simply grown accustomed to this way of life. The reasoning is secondary. Wukong, just call me Xian he. Referring to me as fairy feels rather distant, she said with a playful smile. I didn't expect that after becoming a celestial being, you would still refrain from indulgence like some deities do. Yet, I believe adhering too rigidly to rules and suppressing your nature might not be healthy, as she reflected on their journey together. She found Wukong's demeanor peculiar. Despite having recently ascended, he exhibited no signs of liveliness or cheerfulness, displaying impeccable manners. Yet, for a newly minted celestial, he was excessively cautious, avoiding mistakes at all costs, devoid of visible joy or sorrow. Such a person, no matter how admirable, ultimately seemed unhappy. What could Wukong be worried about? Xian he pondered, her curiosity piqued, yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts. She sensed a vague unease but deemed it unwise to pry. Especially so early in their acquaintance. After taking a seat, Wukong poured a cup of tea for both Xi and himself. Before long, Little C returned with food and drink, informing them that dinner was included with their stay. As Xi took a bite, she immediately recoiled. Ugh! She had intended to swallow it, but the taste was so abominable that even the act of swallowing caused her stomach to churn, and she promptly spat it out. This isn't how poison is meant to be. Xi. They do serve rather mediocre fare here. If you do not wish to eat, feel free to leave it, Wukong observed gently. The salt in this meal is coarse, and the preparation is quite rudimentary. Indeed, it cannot be considered palatable. Mortals lack the magical arts, and technological advancement is nearly non-existent. Their understanding of culinary techniques and seasoning, including the purification of basic salt, remains primitive. Naturally, they cannot produce anything delectable. Life in ancient times was not as splendid as depicted in time travel tales, nor could everyone transcend to become nobility and alter the course of history. If one were to take it seriously, even if time travel were possible, the odds of survival would be slim. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. My apologies. I truly did not expect the food here to be so indescribable. Xi grimaced, quickly casting a spell to cleanse her palate of the offensive taste. She frowned at Wukong, only to find him calmly continuing to eat. Curiosity piqued, she picked up a piece of food from his plate. As soon as it touched her tongue, she gagged again. Wukong, do you not have any sense of taste? She blurted out. The flavor? It's overwhelmingly salty. How can you possibly eat this? Well, what we're consuming is already considered better than what the average commoner has access to. This is the reality of their meals. They are often quite unenjoyable. The general populace's understanding is limited, and the emperors and aristocrats tightly control resources. Good food is not widely distributed, and without divine powers, the situation remains dire. Wukong replied unhurriedly, yet that candied hawthorn was delightful. Why is this meal so unpalatable? Xi questioned, recalling that she too had enjoyed the sweetness of the hawthorn. Why, then, did the food taste so terrible? Wukong shook his head, indicating he had no answers. His knowledge of ancient history was scant, and he was oblivious to how this world's trajectory had unfolded. With deities in existence, technological advancement was stifled. Magical texts and techniques were closely guarded by various sects, preventing the dissemination of superior knowledge. Furthermore, the pursuit of immortality left little room for trivial pursuits. In any case, even if certain advancements were to become widespread, it would not guarantee improvement for all. A single elite institution can only accommodate a limited number of students, while the world is teeming with billions. Even if everyone were exceptionally gifted, it remains impossible for all to ascend to the highest echelons of society. In the end, only a select few would hold the majority of resources, while the masses would find themselves perpetually struggling to scrape by. Chapter 61. Good and evil reside in a single thought. Wukong continued to consume his meal at a leisurely pace, leaving Xianhe's untouched portion alone, as it truly was unpalatable. He had forgotten to request that the innkeeper not prepare dinner for them. As Xianhe pondered what to do with her plate of food, Wukong inquired and subsequently offered her meal to a homeless man on the street. Observing him savoring the food with gusto, Xianhe was taken aback, a whirl of emotions stirring within her. Wukong's words rang true. The very dish she found inedible was still considered a delicacy by some. A new thought emerged in her mind. How could these individuals appear so content during the day, yet be condemned to live in such circumstances for a lifetime? Here she was, indulging in a brief escapade, while they were destined to endure decades in this plight. It was truly tragic. What's wrong? Wukong approached, holding an empty plate, perplexed by the expression displayed. A flicker of compassion flashed in Xianhe's gaze, soon followed by a gentle illumination as she produced a silver ingot and placed it upon the table. Have the servant provide that vagrant with a room, and treat him to fine food and drink until this silver is exhausted. Wukong observed quietly from the side, offering no objections. The servant, noticing the elderly gentleman's lack of disapproval, mused that this pair of kin shared a certain kindness, though it bore no relevance to him. With wealth to gain, anyone could assume the role of a benefactor. The vagrant, upon realizing this, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, tears streaming down his face, weeping pitifully. Xianhe, witnessing this scene, felt her heart soften and gave another ingot. Once they returned to their quarters, Wukong remained silent, merely sipping the now lukewarm bitter tea, his gaze lost in thought. "Brother Wukong, have I acted wrongly?" Xian, he inquired, feeling a sense of fulfillment in her heart, her prior sympathy now satiated. The weight of compassion lifted, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. This is the feeling of helping others. It is rather pleasant. There is no right or wrong. Those on a path of cultivation seek clarity in their thoughts, and notions of good and evil are similarly elusive. Wukong gently shook his head, reflecting that even those who commit malevolence may not perceive their actions as erroneous. The distinction between right and wrong has always been nebulous. Having ascended to the celestial realm, notions of correctness vary greatly. As long as one does not stray from their true nature, it suffices. Many individuals, aware of their misdeeds, still cannot restrain themselves, while others, cognizant of what is right, hesitate to accede in the realm of cultivation. It is impossible to ensure every action is correct, for right and wrong have no definitive conclusion. It is getting late. "Let us rest," Wukong remarked, directing his gaze towards the moonlit window. "All right, Brother Wukong, I shall take my leave." Xian, he replied with a gentle smile, her lips curving upwards, before playfully making a face and bouncing out of the room towards her own quarters. In the deep of night, the inn had long extinguished its lights. Enveloped in silence, save for the occasional call of a night owl and the sounds of guests snoring in nearby rooms, Wukong sat in meditation by the edge of the bed, his eyes lightly closed. Concealing his true form, on the bed lay an elderly man, sleeping soundly, his breath steady, as the night grew deeper. Approaching the fifth watch, when most were deeply ensconced in slumber, the vagrant suddenly opened his eyes. Rising to assess the outside sky, which was shrouded in clouds, intermittently obscuring the moonlight. Though the surroundings were dim, he could discern vague shapes. The man hesitated momentarily, then resolved to act. Observing the girl's lavish attire and her generous demeanor, he concluded that she must come from a wealthy family, undoubtedly possessing considerable riches. A person cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune. Horses do not thrive without night fodder, he thought to himself. You are unaware of the treachery of society. I shall impart a lesson to you. Taking some wealth is only fitting. With this rationale, he felt justified in his intentions, a smile creeping upon his lips as he stealthily approached the door. His bare feet treading silently, he took a moment to steady his breathing before arriving at the door, where he skillfully manipulated the latch, ensuring it opened with the faintest of sounds, taking advantage of the owl's call to mask any noise. Upon entering, he carefully closed the door behind him, his expression revealing uncontainable delight, entirely oblivious to the pair of bright eyes watching him from the bed. Chapter 62. Lust's allure. Xian, he remained undisturbed. Though her brows knitted slightly, this intruder had ventured into her room under the cover of night, surely not for virtuous reasons. She was no fool and felt as if her previous good intentions had been devoured by a dog. Leaving her quite repulsed in that moment, she maintained her guise, observing coldly from the side. The man reached out, groping for the coat rack, fumbling about while frequently glancing towards the bedside. Noting that the girl remained undisturbed, he felt a measure of relief. Soon, his hand brushed against a small, plump pouch, and his face lit up with joy by the dim moonlight. He untied the string, revealing glimmers of gold, actual gold. The man gasped, his eyes darting about nervously. Upon confirming the stillness by the bed, he swallowed hard. This is a windfall. His heart raced, his mind swirling. He had suspected the girl was affluent, but never anticipated such wealth. What sort of young lady carried so much wealth on her person? He could hardly fathom her life. How ungrateful! I showed you kindness by allowing you to stay, and you dare to plot against me. Xian, he scoffed inwardly, her anger simmering. Had she been an ordinary maiden, this gold would have truly been stolen from her. The man struggled to compose himself. Slowing his breath, he turned to leave, clutching the wealth. But his feet inexplicably froze. Upon first encountering the girl, he had been struck by her beauty, her youth and allure igniting an insatiable desire within him. However, while he harbored thieving intentions, he lacked the courage to act upon them. Besides, they were in an inn, where discovery was all too likely. With his pockets empty, he thought that had he possessed some intoxicating substance, perhaps this endeavor might have succeeded. Alas, he sighed, feeling slightly vexed that he had not prepared such a thing. But surely, A mere glance will suffice. He reasoned, his thoughts spiraling into fantasies. As he contemplated this, his throat grew dry, and he crept closer to the bed, his heart racing faster with each step. Perverse fiend. Seeking your own demise. Xianhe's eyes glinted coldly for the first time, feeling defiled as she was scrutinized through such lecherous, sordid eyes. A murderous intent brewed within her. The man's hand trembled slightly as he reached towards the blanket. Intending to lift a corner eye in the throes of lust, his rationality had nearly evaporated. Had it not been for the wealth he had just acquired, he would have fled at that very moment. Yet, after years devoid of female company, his appetite had been piqued after a satisfying meal, leading him to entertain illicit thoughts. A soft sigh escaped him, abruptly snapping him back to reality. Panic surged within him as he abandoned the front door. Making a frantic dash for the window in his haste, he flung it open and leaped down. Ouch, he grunted in pain, stumbling away, limping into the night. Brother Wukong, why did you stop me? Xianhe exclaimed indignantly. Had it not been for Wukong's intervention, she would have surely struck that vile scoundrel dead. Xianhe Wukong began, but was interrupted. Call me Xianhe, she huffed, her cheeks puffed in irritation. Suddenly, a realization struck her. When she had offered the money earlier, Wukong had remained silent. She had failed to grasp the depth of his gaze at that moment. Did you know he was no good from the start? Unaware, Wukong shook his head gently. Seeing Xianhe's skepticism, he continued, human hearts are inscrutable. After he accepted your generosity, the gratitude in his eyes was hardly substantial, which led me to doubt his character. People should know contentment. This wisdom is not exclusive to the learned or the sage. Even a villager who has never left her home understands this truth. They have not studied or been educated. Yet their innate goodness, coupled with familial influence, compels them to act accordingly. Be why providing that man with a meal. You have already filled his belly. A small kindness can be a great burden. If he truly understood gratitude, he wouldn't have allowed you to expend your wealth on his behalf, nor would he have required an extended stay at the inn. Even if he truly needed a few days of lodging, he could have returned most of the silver you gave to the servant after some negotiation. A few days do not necessitate such an expense. Even if we take a step back, he ought to have refused any further silver you offered him. Yet, aside from empty words of gratitude and deep bows, he offered no genuine tokens of appreciation. Surrounded by filth, he harbored no inclination towards the light. If he truly understood the difficulty of earning money and possessed a kind heart, how could he accept money from a young girl? Once greed takes root, it is difficult to extinguish. He is but a prime example of this folly. Chapter 63. Misfortune of one's own making. Xianhe, the heavenly realm has decreed that one must not act against mortals at will. Had you struck him down just now, you would have been entangled in worldly affairs. Entering this world is easy, but departing it is arduous. All living beings have their own paths, some dictated by variables, others by constants. To take a life is a simple task, yet the entangled causes and effects that follow are not so easily shed. If one day catastrophe strikes, it will be too late. A minor transgression may stir up great trouble. Should the higher powers discover it, a severe reprimand is unavoidable. Wukong said, Brother Wukong, as long as you don't speak of it, who would know it was I who did it? Xinhe replied lightly, though a hint of displeasure lingered in her tone. That man was vile. His demise was well deserved. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know, and the Tao knows. Once this deed is done, how can it be concealed? The treasures and methods for tracing causes and effects are countless, and one must harbor no ill will while remaining vigilant against the malice of others. Wukong, feeling helpless, remarked that Xinhe was too Navi. A secret is only a secret when known to one person. From royal succession disputes to the struggles of commoners over mere plots of land. Familial ties, friendships, and romantic love are but fleeting illusions. Countless relationships have turned sour in an instant. Even when one interprets others with the greatest malice, as long as one does not intend harm, it suffices. Wukong explained that even if one approaches others with the utmost goodwill, believing they will not cause harm, can one truly guarantee that some will not betray him? If he himself cannot ensure he won't betray Xinhe, how can she unconditionally trust him? With her head bowed, Xinhe fell silent. How could she not understand that Wukong acted for her benefit? Otherwise, he could merely observe from the sidelines. Why disturb that man? Should the heavenly court cast down judgment, he would only face a few scoldings. Moreover, even if he refrained from killing him, the man would not survive beyond 3 days. Seeing Xinhe in low spirits, Wukong spoke up helplessly. How could that be? I see him in good health. He jumps high and can run and leap. Upon hearing this, Xinhe expressed mild disbelief. Follow me. Without further explanation, Wukong gestured for Xinhe to keep pace. They left behind mere phantoms of themselves as Wukong cast a spell. By dawn, the girl in the guest room and the old man would surely bring their horses and donkey out of the city. He and Xinhe, however, ambled leisurely behind that man. Could he truly not survive 3 days? Xinhe wondered. Though that scoundrel injured his foot, it clearly isn't fatal. How could he not last 3 days? It is difficult. He ought to cling to life for over a decade. But Wukong's gaze remained calm as he observed the man hiding in a corner, secretly reveling in his fortune. Pausing slightly, he added, Unfortunately, he encountered us. Your earlier act of charity and your presence in his guest room was a blessing. Yet the man before us could not bear such fortune, turning good fortune into misfortune. His greed has taken root. Even if you do not act against him, he would not last many days. Wukong spoke softly, his expression complex. With his current abilities, discerning a person's past lives is a trivial matter. If what Brother Wukong says is true, then you truly are remarkable. How is it that I cannot see through it? Xinhe, though somewhat skeptical, could not help but believe upon seeing Wukong's expression. She was curious to witness how this rogue would meet his end. Xinhe's eyes could not conceal her disdain. Time passed, second by second. As dawn broke, the man chuckled lightly, unhurried to leave. Once the streets filled with passers-by, he adjusted his attire and strode confidently onto the street. He visited a clothing shop, purchasing a fine outfit, then boldly bought 2 buns, heading directly toward a certain location. Observing the man's demeanor, Xinhe realized he walked with purpose, likely having a destination in mind. Wukong and Xinhe followed closely until they reached the destination, where Xinhe's face flushed slightly, and she muttered under her breath, The scoundrel is shameless. This place was a den of iniquity, with lively scenes of flirtation and revelry above and below. Though she seldom visited the mortal realm, she understood this was not a respectable establishment. Stealing a glance at Wukong, she found him unfazed, his expression calm. Naturally, as a monkey, Wukong would have little reaction to such things. The man tossed a silver ingot, then embraced several young women as he entered. A smirk of derision appeared on Wukong's face. The saying goes, satiated and warm, one thinks of lust. Ancient wisdom indeed holds great truth. Shall we enter? Xinhe whispered, feeling both disgusted and curious. If you wish to go in, do so. If you do not find it to your liking, we can wait outside, Wukong replied softly, though his expression remained composed. He felt somewhat uneasy bringing a celestial being to such a place. Let us wait a while, Xinhe sighed in relief, patting her chest. For her, 3 to 5 days was but a fleeting moment, and she could afford to wait. Wukong settled beside a pillar, observing the diverse array of passers-by, some troubled, others joyous, while occasionally sounds of debauchery wafted through the air. Yet, he remained unmoved. Chapter 64. Refining the heart in the mortal realm. People often measure others by their own standards. Like those courtesans, they do not believe there are women who cannot be sold. Purity is merely a matter of price. If the price is not high enough, it is considered negotiable. They assume there are no men who do not seek pleasure. Merely lacking opportunity, a heap of garbage is naturally filled with refuse, like attracts like, and one's understanding shapes their perspective. Those who gain some wealth think of pleasure quarters, and thus their demise is not unjust. Wukong mused, while Xinhe observed the girls at the entrance, welcoming and parting with smiles. Her brow furrowed slightly. These mortals are truly strange. It is but a fleeting pleasure of the flesh, yet so many are ensnared within it. It is hard to comprehend. Noticing Wukong's distraction, her curiosity grew. The celestial realm is so strict, and she had never encountered such negativity. Listening to those indulgent sounds, a mere glance should pose no danger. Right? Xinhe pondered. After all, she was a celestial being, calm and serene. Detached from the cycle of reincarnation, the worldly affairs seemed like flowing water to her. With this thought, a glimmer of clarity sparkled in her eyes as she disregarded the barriers. penetrating the walls of the establishment. Instantly, vivid scenes of debauchery unfolded before her, a panorama of springtime feasting. Soon, she spotted the scoundrel, engaged in unspeakable acts with several courtesans, the sight truly appalling in that moment. Her mind swayed. Calm your thoughts. A gentle admonition pulled Shinha back from her reverie. Gasping, she was struck by the shock of the scene. Those images lingered in her mind, haunting her. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. And she found herself almost entranced. Wukong, you? He looked at her, puzzled by her unusual state. What is the matter? Those celestial beings do not sever their emotions easily. They should not easily fall into the snares of desire. How could Shinha so quickly succumb to such temptations? I couldn't resist my curiosity and took a glance inside. Shinha's cheeks flushed as she spoke. Humans possess emotions and desires. How much more so do they engage in the primal instinct of reproduction? The world is filled with suffering, and this is but a common outlet for ordinary people. Wukong did not shy away from the subject, explaining some biological concepts to Shinha. Since ancient times, discussions of sexuality have been taboo, often only hinted at and never openly spoken. Countless young men and women have erred in silence, reprimanded by their elders who treat such matters as family shame, too afraid to let it see the light of day. If one were to delve deeper, it is not without fault of the elders for failing to educate. Understanding the cause allows for proper application and reduces the frequency of errors if one continuously avoids discussion. When grave mistakes are made, regret will come too late. Shinha's expression grew complex, her face shifting as she struggled with her curiosity about Wukong's extensive knowledge, even regarding the intricacies of love between men and women. Your heart is stirred. This is likely your first encounter with such matters, catching you off guard as you become more accustomed to them. You will not react so strongly, Wukong spoke gently. These individuals may be mired in carnal desires, seeking to relieve pressure, unleash instincts, or chase novelty, each with their own motives, yet they all converge on the same path. Ultimately, it is the various human desires that drive them. Without these desires, can one truly be called human? To engage in intimacy with the opposite sex is desire. To toil for money is desire. To strive earnestly in study is also desire. Human nature, with its myriad inclinations, is sustained by desire. If one were devoid of all wants, what would distinguish them from a corpse in a coffin? After listening, he nodded in apparent confusion. Brother Wukong, I am already a celestial being. Why do I still have reactions to these matters? He inquired, somewhat puzzled. The beings of the three realms all harbor their thoughts, and celestial beings are no exception. You have attained a celestial body, yet have not cultivated your heart, nor have you engaged in worldly practice. Thus, it is entirely normal, Wukong slowly replied. There are many celestial beings in the heavenly realm who, without ever engaging in worldly practice, have ascended to divinity. Having resided in the celestial realm for so long, they are naturally untroubled by earthly distractions. However, should they descend to the mortal realm with a pure heart, they may easily be clouded by the tumultuous world and, lacking the methods to cultivate their hearts, may fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Ultimately, it is the absence of experience in the trials of the mundane that renders them susceptible to external influences. He suddenly understood. So, how does one cultivate their heart? Brother Wukong, she asked with curiosity. How does one test this? Cultivating the body is difficult, but cultivating the heart is even more so. The path has no ultimate destination, no matter how diligently one practices. We are merely traversing the journey, Wukong sighed softly. There is no end to cultivation. There is only the difference in distance. Sometimes, we may not even know where the destination lies. Brother Wukong, you are already quite formidable. You are here, yet you do not find yourself in the same predicament as I, he said enviously. If only she possessed Wukong's composure, she would not have been so flustered. Wukong paused at her words, smiling faintly without responding. He had once been as naive as he, filled with curiosity in his time. Mobile phones were merely tools for conversation. Occasionally, he would read fleeting descriptions of love in books and feel his face flush with excitement. As time progressed rapidly, he encountered not just words, but images, sounds, and moving pictures. Now, he felt little about it, and coupled with his cultivation of the Tao, the scenes before him had naturally diminished to mere trifles. He was no longer that youthful and innocent boy. It's important to explore the mortal realm more, to see and think deeply. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight, nor can the cultivation of the heart. When the time comes, you will naturally comprehend it. As the saying goes, all principles are found within the books, yet living as a person exists beyond them. Without personal experience, no matter how many times I explain it, it would not be as profound as your own encounter. Wukong spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Oh, I understand. Brother Wukong means for me to experience it personally, but such matters. Exine, his cheeks flushed, her face visibly reddening. Lowering her head, she stammered, unable to meet Wukong's gaze. How could one experience such things? She couldn't just rush into such establishments. Ah? Wukong was taken aback, wondering what she was implying. How did it seem as though they were not on the same wavelength? He was discussing the cultivation of the heart, while Exine he was contemplating something entirely different. Suddenly, Wukong realized the nature of the establishment before them. Cough, cough. You misunderstood. I meant for you to explore the mortal realm more. Cultivating the heart does not solely focus on matters of love. Though the mortal realm is fraught with hardships, it possesses its unique aspects that can greatly aid in the cultivation of the heart. However, if one becomes immersed in it, it may lead even celestial beings astray. Wukong explained, maintaining an unflustered demeanor. As for desires of the flesh, having become a celestial being, what need was there to indulge in such experiences? If Exine he were to develop earthly affections, it would be a grave misstep on his part. Oh? Exine he nodded, her face still flushed. So it turned out her thoughts had wandered astray. She had been considering that cultivating connections with mortals was contrary to heavenly decrees. How could Wukong possibly suggest she try? Seeking a companion among celestial beings was hardly an easy task, and one would have to wait ages for such an opportunity. Through their conversation, Exine he gained considerable insight. She learned that procreation stemmed from innate desires, leading to the perpetuation of generations. Yet, those individuals were also pitiable, many of whom had become ensnared in their desires, depleting their vitality without awareness, most having already suffered bodily harm. At this thought, her expression suddenly froze. Brother Wukong said this person would not live beyond 3 days. Could it be? She mused, her heart suddenly filled with suspicion as she gazed into the room. This time, her curiosity was not merely idle. She sought to verify something. That peculiar emotion flickered and vanished. She exhaled softly, realizing that as long as her mind remained calm, there would be no issue. This time, she remained steadfast, gazing intently. Indeed, she observed that the man continued to exert himself without fatigue. Noticing his dwindling vitality, she pondered that if he truly stayed there for 3 days, he might indeed face death. Brother Wukong, he cannot possibly die from exhaustion, can he? Exine he inquired, somewhat astonished, her brows slightly furrowing. Wukong fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Although men had perished in the throes of passion, this man had not yet reached the point of being consumed by lust. How could he possibly die from indulgence? There was a hint of truth to it, but it was minimal. Wukong's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint, the corners of his mouth curving into a light smile. Is that so? Exine he frowned slightly, feeling a sense of absurdity. It seemed she had misjudged the situation. Then how could he die unexpectedly? This rogue is indeed despicable, yet he does not appear to be of a short-lived nature. Given his vigor, having toiled for nearly half an hour without signs of fatigue, it seems unlikely he would perish within 3 days. Chapter 66. The Death Tribulation. Wukong's gaze lingered in the bustling crowd, contemplating Exine he's imaginative musings in silence. Soon, an entire day had slipped by, a full day and night. The man had spent his time within the establishment until the sun reached its zenith on the 2nd day. When he finally emerged with unsteady steps and vacant eyes, given his appearance, he seemed to be in a state of stupor, his vitality noticeably diminished. Unbeknownst to him, someone had begun to take notice of his sudden wealth and reckless spending. Wukong, observing alongside Exine he, understood the unfolding events. As night fell, it came as no surprise that 3 individuals, seizing the opportunity, dragged him into a dark alley. Exine he's eyes lit up at the sight. Who are you? When have I ever offended you? The man spoke, his voice muffled by a hand covering his mouth, yet the meaning was clear. Young Master Gu, have you forgotten? You truly are a man of means who easily forgets. One individual chuckled coldly, his face obscured by coarse fabric, leaving the man unable to discern his identity. Fear not, we do not intend to take your life. Merely hand over your wealth, and all will be well. Another said, his voice low and mocking. The man struggled, unwilling to part with the gold and silver he had only just acquired. After all, it had taken him a considerable amount of time to enjoy such comforts. As the saying goes, once one tastes the sweetness of life, it is easy to fall from frugality into extravagance, yet difficult to return. How could he endure living like a beggar once more? In a fit of desperation, he managed to free one of his hands. Amidst his struggle, he grasped the hilt of a dagger at one assailant's waist. In a moment of panic, he thrust it wildly. Thud! Warm blood splattered as the masked man grunted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Before he could utter another word, the grip on the man's collar slackened as he realized he had been stabbed. Old Liuzi! Another cried out in alarm. In the dim light of night, the remaining two figures beheld the glimmering dagger in the man's hand, still stained with their brother's blood. How dare you harm my brother? You seek death, they growled, their gazes fierce. Initially intent on robbery, the assault had escalated into a matter of life and death. You wretch, you have wounded my brother. How could we spare your life? Their anger surged. And murderous intent filled the air. No, I didn't mean to. I'll give you the money. All of it. The man stammered, trembling in fear, still reeling from indulgence, his mind not yet fully recovered. At this moment, he realized he had harmed someone, and panic consumed him, rendering him utterly helpless. Pay with your life. The two masked men shouted in unison, drawing their short blades and lunging at the man. He barely managed to block one strike, but before he could plead for mercy, another blade plunged into his chest. Slit. The sound of steel against flesh echoed, and the man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his surroundings growing increasingly blurred. In his fading consciousness, he caught a glimpse of two figures hastily dragging another away, escaping into the darkness. Help! Help me! He attempted to call out, yet his voice faltered, strength leaving him. He swayed unsteadily, then collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Lifeless. He watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded before her, her attention diverted from the fleeing trio, captivated by Wukong. He truly did not survive beyond 3 days, but how could Wukong have known? Does he possess some foresight? Suddenly, a thin mist began to rise, from which a voice emerged. He initially intended to speak, but upon hearing the voice, she suppressed her doubts and turned to glance. Beside the man, two ghostly figures appeared. These were the spectral messengers of the underworld. Jiu Liangjing, male, resident of the ghostly messenger, holding a register, opened it and recited the man's name, place of origin, birth date, and significant events from his life. Upon completing the recitation, a pure light emanated from the register, extracting his soul. How peculiar! This individual should have had over a decade of life remaining. A sudden change in these past few days? If not for my keen observation, I would have almost made an error, one ghost murmured. If we fail to apprehend him in time, the mortal realm will once again gain a solitary wandering spirit. Originally, there was supposed to be a fatal calamity a day prior, yet for some unknown reason, it vanished, allowing us to arrive just in time. Strange indeed. The ghost scrutinized the man's soul but found nothing amiss, leading him to mutter softly, "What are you worrying about? Just focus on our duties. Do not meddle in other matters." Another ghost tapped his head and replied coldly, "They were mere lowly functionaries, not ones to provoke anyone. In this line of work, the greatest taboo is to create unnecessary complications." Having said that, the two began to chant softly, "Evil spirits, seize the soul. The impermanence claims life. Commence." Before long, the mist had dissipated, leaving behind a cooling corpse, attesting to a murder that had transpired the previous night. Chapter 67. Returned in his youth, this man came from a fairly decent background, but alas, his parents indulged him excessively, fostering a sense of entitlement. Wukong spoke with a hint of melancholy, recounting how, years ago, he lost all his wealth in a bet, which inadvertently led to the demise of his parents, wife, and children, leaving him to wander the streets. It would be inaccurate to label him as purely malevolent. He might be better described as a prodigal, As Wukong traced the threads of causality, he concluded that a man who could wager his own family as collateral was hardly virtuous, driving his pregnant wife to despair, leading her to take her own life. The shock of the news caused his parents to pass away in quick succession. Regrettably, even this tragedy did not awaken a sense of responsibility in him. As Wukong continued to unravel the tale, Xian he discovered the depth of these long-forgotten events, prompting a complex expression upon her face. She could not help but feel sorrow for the man's wife and children, who fell victim to such a man, losing their lives far too soon. Utterly innocent, I wish to return. Xian he said softly. Indeed, there are many wondrous things in the mortal realm, yet it is fraught with filth and corruption. Mere gold and silver can provoke the basest of desires, prompting individuals to take reckless risks, ultimately squandering their chances at life. Her mood sank as she reflected on the terrors of desire. Very well, Wukong nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate. He understood that the experiences Xian he had endured over the past few days were particularly jarring for her, and she would require time to process them. With that, he concealed his presence and swiftly departed. The city remained unchanged, blissfully unaware that within just a few days, a celestial being had descended and subsequently left. Wukong and Xian he arrived at the outskirts of the city in an instant. But what lay before them startled Xian he once more. In the wilderness, there lay the bodies of the old man they had transformed into, along with the horse and donkey feigning death. Fear not, it is merely an illusion, Wukong chuckled as he dispelled the spell. He then conjured a flash of spiritual light, causing the previous scene to replay. It turned out that the young nobleman had summoned several horse thieves to lie in wait outside the city. Wukong had simply gone along with the charade, allowing the horse to protect its master, inflicting harm on the bandits, who ultimately met their demise at the hands of their own blades. Xian he was at a loss for words. She had thought the young nobleman to be quite decent. How could he harbor such malicious intent? Goodness, humanity is truly terrifying. She shuddered at the thought. Had it not been for Sun Wukong, she would have been safe. But trouble was inevitable. She found herself reluctant to linger in the mortal realm any longer. As the bodies vanished from sight, the horse returned to its original state, neighing a few times before Wukong and Xian he rode away, leaving the once bustling wilderness in silence, save for the chirping of insects. Upon arriving in the heavenly realm, they quickly returned to the Jade Horse monitoring station. Xian he, with her hands clasped behind her back, had nearly shaken off the earlier gloom, a smile gracing her face as her eyes sparkled. Brother Wukong, may I visit again? Xian he inquired softly. Wukong nodded gently. Seeing his agreement, a hint of joy appeared at the corners of her mouth. Celestial beings enjoy long lives, yet apart from cultivation, their days can become rather monotonous. Few heavenly denizens could entertain her, and during her time spent with Wukong, she found him to be quite amiable. Though he appeared youthful, she often regarded him as an elder brother figure. In truth, she had spent more time in the heavenly court than Wukong had lived, yet she still relished in calling him brother. Farewell. I shall return to visit again when time permits. Xian he ascended on a cloud, her voice fading into the distance. As her figure dwindled, Wukong averted his gaze, pondering the origins of this celestial maiden, who shared a carefree spirit akin to his own, yet possessed a heart as pure as a blank canvas. Most individuals exhibit patience towards beautiful things. Had a grown man requested his company, especially one he was not familiar with, he likely would have declined. He was no sage. After all, my lord, you have returned. Shen Sanyue's voice called from behind, bowing respectfully to Wukong. Wukong returned to his thoughts, straightening his demeanor. Just returned. Which palace does the fairy Xian he belong to? I do not recall ever hearing of her before. Wukong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shen Sanyue. He had not inquired about Xian he, nor had she mentioned it. His knowledge of the celestial beings in the heavenly court was quite limited. He only recognized Chang'e, and that was due to watching television dramas. Beyond that, he had little opportunity to interact with the other beautiful celestial maidens, and he had grown accustomed to simply referring to them as fairies. Shen Sanyue's expression briefly faltered, a hint of astonishment on his face. As he pondered in his heart, it seemed that during the time his lord had been away, he had spent quite a lengthy period with the ninth princess without even discovering her identity. He could only exclaim, impressive. Chapter 68. The Queen Mother. The young maiden rode on a cloud, humming a cheerful tune as she made her way to her palace. Though her sojourn in the mortal realm was brief, it was undeniably fulfilling. She had not anticipated encountering such a delightful person at the Jade Horse monitoring station, and she resolved to visit more often. Unlike other celestial beings, who adhered strictly to their duties and rarely included her in their pastimes, she relished the prospect of companionship. "Stop right there, you little rascal. Where have you been frolicking off to?" Just as she approached her palace, a voice filled with authority called out to Exine. "Mother, what brings you here?" Exine replied, slightly surprised, her eyes darting as she tested the waters. "What? Am I not allowed to visit you when I have no other business?" The voice belonged to the Queen Mother, who regarded her mischievous daughter with an exasperated expression. "Mother, you and father are always so busy. When do you have time to come to see me? I actually wish you would come more often." Exine exclaimed with a cheerful grin, then ran over to link her arm with the Queen Mother as they entered the palace together. "You know, my dear, you ought to settle down a bit. You've grown up, and it's time to curb your wild antics. Have you been causing trouble again?" The Queen Mother feigned displeasure. However, Exine, being well acquainted with her mother, could easily see through the act. "I haven't done anything. I am an adult now, not a toddler." Exine playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone slightly mischievous. "Besides, I have made a new friend, and he is truly wonderful, having helped me a great deal." Exine spoke with pride, her eyebrows raised in excitement. Remembering Wukong's demeanor, a smile unconsciously spread across her face. The Queen Mother regarded her innocent and exuberant daughter with mild surprise. "A new friend? Given the way you are smiling, I must know more about him. You should introduce us. I am curious to see just how remarkable he is." The Queen Mother spoke casually, yet her expression betrayed a hint of concern. Two kind-hearted individuals often find themselves vulnerable to harm. The Queen Mother worried that her daughter, who had seen little of the world's harshness, might be easily deceived. If Exine, like her sisters, fell for a mortal, it would undoubtedly become a source of distress for her. As such thoughts coursed through her mind, a shadow of worry crept into her features. Surely, it is not ideal if the Empress were to depart. It is likely that my newfound friend would cease to play with me. Xinhe's expression instantly turned glum. Brother Wukong may not be acquainted with her, but he undoubtedly recognizes the Queen Mother. "Now, do enlighten me about your escapades these past few days. I shall refrain from troubling your new friend," the Queen Mother remarked, her gaze shifting slightly, tinged with a hint of amusement as she dismissed the attending maidens. The two took their seats upon the bed, and Xinhe pouted. "Feeling quite helpless, I wandered about the mortal realm for a couple of rounds," she confessed candidly. "The mortal realm?" the Queen Mother exclaimed, her voice rising a notch in surprise. This girl had always meandered within the heavenly palace. What prompted her to venture down to the mortal realm? "Well, I heard that Lao Bai had introduced a newcomer who is working at the stables. I went to take a look the other day and borrowed a horse from him." Xinhe did not withhold the details, briefly recounting her and Brother Wukong's exploits in the mortal realm. She was well aware that if her mother wished to know, even if she concealed it, the information would inevitably reach her through other celestial officials. Not to mention, with the likes of the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear. Those two gossip-mongers never kept to themselves. It's the slightest hint of news, they would surely chatter away indiscriminately. The Queen Mother listened with a gentle demeanor, allowing her daughter to speak without interruption. "I have indeed heard of the newly appointed celestial official at the stables mentioned by the Jade Emperor." Initially, the Jade Emperor chuckled at the East Sea Dragon King's excessive caution, requiring reports even for trivial matters. "I hear he is a monkey, yet this girl has already gone to stir up trouble," Xinhe concluded, casting a cautious glance at her mother. Noticing her discontent, she felt a measure of relief. He is also a legitimate celestial official with duties to fulfill. It is not inappropriate for you to seek his company, but do not be overly reckless and impede his responsibilities. Do you understand?" the Queen Mother advised earnestly. Though she held the title of Queen Mother, in the face of her own daughter, she was no different from countless parents. Yet, due to her numerous duties, she often neglected her daughter's feelings. However, such was the fate of the heavenly family. One could seldom have it all. She could only choose the lesser of two evils. Most parents desire nothing more than the safety and happiness of their children. "I understand. I am very obedient. This time in the mortal realm, Brother Wukong taught me a great deal. If it were not for his intervention, Your daughter might have truly landed herself in some trouble, Shinha said playfully, raising an eyebrow. The Queen Mother gently ruffled her daughter's hair. Sighing softly, you have truly grown. Your brother Wukong is right. One should contemplate and consider matters carefully. While it may be effortless for a celestial being to harm a mortal, the cycle of life and death holds its own reasons and consequences. And fate is predetermined in unseen ways. The Queen Mother spoke gently, somewhat taken aback herself. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly encouraged Shinha to act freely. Even if trouble ensued, they would bear the burden. Yet, had they known of Shinha's identity, they might have taken the initiative to eliminate her altogether. Thus, the monkey's actions were indeed commendable. Though she had not encountered him, his character could not be deemed malevolent based on this incident alone. Chapter 69. Wukong's helplessness. Hehe. So mother has indeed consented to my visiting brother Wukong. You must not cause him any trouble. Shinha beamed with a victorious grin, prompting the Queen Mother to cast her a playful glare. Her daughter was scheming against her, yet she was not so narrow-minded. Otherwise, she would not have held her position for so many years. As long as she maintained a sense of propriety, cultivating friendships could indeed be a positive endeavor. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement. Every fledgling must eventually grow and soar into the skies. She was not so naive as to misunderstand this simple truth, yet as a mother, her worries would not diminish in the slightest. Moments later, the Queen Mother departed for her palace, leaving Shinha behind. As she traversed the path, her expression regained its calm and composed demeanor, restoring the regal and solemn countenance she was known for. Investigate this newly appointed celestial official, she instructed calmly, and the maidservants acknowledged her command. If the older celestial officials were of no concern, the newcomer, being of the demon clan, warranted scrutiny. She would not place her trust merely on her daughter's word. Son Wukong, I've heard from below that he seems to have acquired a treasure from the East Sea Dragon King. The Queen Mother mused, her brow furrowing slightly at the name. It was possible he was a disciple of the Taoist or Buddhist sects. Yet she remained unaware of which sect had taken him as a student. The fact that the Jade Emperor had mentioned him in her presence indicated that he was no ordinary being in the heavenly court. Very well, I shall wait for the investigation to conclude before drawing any conclusions. With that thought, the Queen Mother set aside her contemplation and returned to her chamber. Meanwhile, at the stables, Wukong's expression flashed with surprise as he had just learned from Lao Shun that the seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, the 9th princess of the heavenly court, a genuine celestial maiden, and one with an impressive lineage at that. Although many tales and discussions about celestial beings circulated in the mortal realm, particularly concerning the children of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, these were largely relegated to an era where divine miracles were not evident, rendering the existence of deities a matter of speculation. This was far removed from the present reality. Yet, fundamentally, the disparities remained. A vast chasm exists between individuals, whether in talent, familial background, wealth, or power. Differences that are undeniably significant. Many people spend their entire lives attempting to bridge such gaps. A scion of a wealthy family would not seek love with a farmer who toils in the fields, nor would a street thug captivate a prestigious university student. Some things, though seemingly within reach, are eternally separated by an insurmountable abyss. The youthful spirit is most unyielding, yet countless idealistic youths ultimately choose to squander their lives, bowing to the demands of existence, sacrificing pride, arrogance, and integrity to merely survive. He was but a fortunate monkey, and in this lifetime, he wished to have no part in any troubles. Associating with members of the heavenly family, regardless of the era, seldom yielded favorable outcomes. He simply desired to live a peaceful and free life. As for everything else, it was best to remain uninvolved, my lord. Shinsanue observed Wukong lost in thought, his expression tinged with confusion. When son Wukong had returned earlier, he seemed in good spirits, yet upon learning of the 9th princess's identity, he appeared somewhat sullen, even pensive. Shinsanue, being nearby, felt this shift most acutely. My lord, is there something troubling you? As Wukong seemed lost in thought and did not respond to his words, Shinsanue spoke again. It is nothing, merely a bit of astonishment. I had thought it was a celestial maiden from some palace, only to find out it is your majesty's daughter, which is indeed surprising. Upon hearing Shinsanue's words, Wukong couldn't help but smile wryly. My lord, forgive me. Earlier, the princess's gaze warned us, and hence we dared not speak. Shin Sanyue, feeling rather helpless, acknowledged that the ninth princess had a straightforward personality and that even if she had spoken, they would not be blamed for it. However, as the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Those of them serving in the heavenly court inevitably had to adhere to certain rules, now that the Lord had personally inquired. Informing him did not constitute a breach of decorum. Wukong shook his head, indicating that there was no issue. As the superintendent of the imperial stables, his position was not particularly lofty, and he had little interest in wielding authority over trifles. He had never been one to pursue an official career, and thus would not blame his subordinates for such minor matters. Chapter 70. Wukong imparts teachings. Wukong shifted his gaze to the table, recalling Xinha's appearance in the mortal realm. Given her status within the heavenly family and her character, it was not surprising at all. The treasure gem in the hands of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. It was only natural that she was naive to worldly affairs. However, the question of how he ought to treat Xinha in the future posed a dilemma for him. After all, knowing and not knowing are two entirely different matters. Nevertheless, he harbored no unrealistic aspirations, nor did he seek to climb to lofty heights. As the saying goes, desirelessness brings strength. With no demands, one naturally encounters fewer troubles. Inside the hall, seeing that his superior was lost in thought, Shin Sanyue took his leave to attend to matters within the stables. The various affairs within the imperial stables were mostly manageable with a mere glance from Wukong, who seldom involved himself deeply. Often, a simple word would suffice, and those below would comply without needing his direct intervention. Soon, Wukong reached a realization. He would let things unfold naturally. Some occurrences were destined to happen, while others were not meant for him to encounter. The trivial matters within the stables were few and far between. Suddenly, Wukong recalled the disturbances caused by the 9 halls of the East Sea at his Flower Fruit Mountain. After his departure, that Taoist Li seemed to have gained some insights. Being the first to notice the fluctuations on the stone wall, his intention in leaving that object was to ascertain if any of the monkeys were suitable for cultivation. He had inscribed several contemplations on the wall, all based on his own Taoist principles. If fate allowed, one might glimpse the mysteries contained therein. Though Taoist Li had grasped the subtleties of yin and yang, he lacked the corresponding mental techniques. As the saying goes, good fortune comes in pairs, and since the 3 siblings had assisted him greatly, he ought to reciprocate in kind. Thus, he resolved to accept this thread of causality. Wukong murmured softly, finally making up his mind. Meanwhile, at Flower Fruit Mountain, the stone wall suddenly underwent a transformation. The meditating monkey slightly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards a certain spot within the cave, where he finally located the dwelling of Li Qingyue. Taoist Li, do you have a moment? A clear voice resounded from outside. Startled, Li Qingyue, who had been resting within, suddenly sat upright, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. It truly is you. I have seen Taoist's son. Upon opening the cave entrance, she was taken aback to find son Wukong standing there. What brings you here in the dead of night? I thought you were in the heavenly court, she wondered. For the heavenly court was not a place one could enter freely, unlike small demons like them who might ride the clouds yet dared not approach even a fraction of it. As the heavens were guarded by celestial soldiers, in the eastern Victory Divine Continent, one could only ascend to the heavenly court through the southern heavenly gate. Yet celestial soldiers were not easily dealt with. A slight misstep could lead to obliteration of both body and spirit, with no chance of reincarnation. I am not here in my true form, but rather as my on the stone wall. Merely employing a diversionary technique, Wukong chuckled. If I were to descend in my true form, it would not be an issue, but I might inadvertently linger longer than intended. I have only left behind some mental techniques. My is sufficient. Please enter. It is an honor for me to host Taoist's son. Li Qingyue quickly regained her composure. If there were no pressing matters, given Wukong's nature, he would not visit at such an hour. Simultaneously, she had some questions she wished to consult him about. Wukong gently nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. After expressing his gratitude, he stepped inside. Before Li Qingyue could speak, he asked for some paper. With a subtle gesture, a sheet of paper floated in midair, and as Wukong softly uttered words, characters began to manifest on the paper. In a brief moment, the page became densely inscribed with text, glowing with a serene light. Li Qingyue glanced at it and was instantly captivated. Wukong's previous words echoed in her mind. and the cryptic characters that had eluded her comprehension earlier suddenly merged with his voice, making their meanings clear. It was truly wondrous. Wukong exhaled softly. Using his for such a task was somewhat taxing. Taoistly, you have grasped the mysteries of yin and yang. I happen to possess a that aligns with it and shall bestow it upon you. This is quite beneficial for cultivation, and even Taoist Lu and Huang may practice it. Seemingly oblivious to Li Qingyue's rapt attention, Wukong continued, aside from the three Taoists, should you wish to pass this on to others, you must exercise utmost caution and deliberate thoroughly. Treasures can stir the heart. Though this item is not a true treasure, it can easily attract misfortune. I hope you will tread carefully. That said, my business here is concluded. I shall take my leave. Wukong cast a glance at the still enraptured Taoist Li, smiled gently, and then his figure vanished from the cave, as if he had never been there at all. The stone monkey reappeared on the stone wall. A hint of a smile graced Wukong's lips as he thought, the Tao should not be lightly passed on. Even for him, this action was the result of careful consideration. The secrets of Fangtzuan Mountain must not be divulged. The teachings imparted to him by his master cannot be shared without permission. The he imparted to Taoist Li was derived from his extensive reading and personal practice, and he had confirmed its validity before bestowing it upon Li Qingyue. Chapter 71. The three siblings gained the profound as dawn broke. Li Qingyue's eyes fluttered open, filled with a hint of confusion. Upon fully awakening, she suddenly sprang to her feet, as if she had just emerged from a dream where she had encountered Taoist Sunday. Yet, he had come and gone in haste. Could it have been merely a dream? Furrowing her brow, she muttered to herself, if it were a dream, then the words of Taoist Sun should not have been so clear. Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon the paper on the table. Li Qingyue's pupils constricted slightly. The glowing characters on the page confirmed that this was no dream. What a peculiar technique! She marveled. It is dreamlike yet real. Transforming falsehood into truth. Approaching the table, she gently picked up the paper that displayed the characters through magical means. What was inscribed upon it was precisely that Taoist Sun had spoken of the night before. As she softly murmured the words, a wondrous energy began to resonate within her spirit. She soon realized that a power within her was in harmony with it. Li Qingyue felt a surge of joy in her heart. Her elder brother and second brother had been right. The black and white fish she had seen earlier were indeed extraordinary. She sensed that this was of no low caliber. Though it was neither a divine technique nor an offensive art, she vaguely perceived that this led directly to the path of ascension. While they could ride the clouds, it was still far removed from the true flight of ascension. It was akin to an infant just learning to stand and take its first wobbly steps. Barely lifting off the ground, with her elder brother managing only around 100 feet. Now, having received this wondrous from Taoist Sun, she felt incredibly fortunate. Convinced of its authenticity, Li Qingyue hurriedly exited the cave. Elder brother, second brother, come quickly. Her voice rang out, echoing as she vigorously waved towards her two brothers in the distance, her expression brimming with excitement. Taoist Sun has said that this can be passed on to you too. I cannot keep it hidden from you. What's the matter with the third sister? She seems to be looking for us, Huang Huai observed, narrowing his eyes at the sight of Li Qingyue beckoning them from afar. A hint of curiosity in his tone. Lu Yunxing also turned to look, shaking his head slightly, unsure of what was going on. Let us go. Perhaps she has gained something from the inscriptions on the stone wall. Lu Yunxing suggested, glancing at his sister's enthusiastic demeanor, believing it to be a good omen. The two of them soared into the air, riding a gentle mist. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of Waterfall Cave. Third sister, do you have something to share? Lu Yunxing inquired with a smile. Hee, elder brother, second brother, I have a treasure to show you, but do not be frightened, Li Qingyue exclaimed, standing with her hands clasped behind her back. A playful grin on her face as she observed her brother's expressions. Huang Huai was momentarily taken aback, then grew curious about what sort of treasure his sister could present. Lu Yunxing, though calm, still exhibited a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Look, Li Qingyue did not keep her two elder brothers in suspense. She retrieved a shimmering piece of paper from her person and presented it for their perusal. As Lu Yunxing and Huang Huai focused their gaze upon it. Their initially indifferent expressions transformed into one of intense concentration, their breaths quickening ever so slightly. What is this? Lu Yunxing exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. inadvertently raising his voice a notch. Where did you acquire this? Third sister? Huang Huai's demeanor had grown noticeably grave as he cast a spell to shield the area. Though he was aware of his limited magical prowess, years of habit compelled him to remain vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Oh, come now, second brother. You are overreacting, Li Qingyue replied with an air of composure, tinged with a playful smile. Observing his sister's demeanor, Lu Yunsheng pondered briefly before a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. As he began to form a hypothesis, it was evident that only one source could bring such tranquility to his sister. All right, I shall cease my jest. This is the artifact left by Taoist Sun last night. Realizing that her elder brother's keen perception could not be easily deceived, Li Qingyue recounted the events of the previous night. Taoist Sun is truly unfathomable, Lu Yunsheng remarked softly, his tone laden with admiration. As they gazed upon the intricate techniques inscribed upon the paper, they felt as though they were enveloped in a fog of mystery, understanding that grasping its essence would require considerable time. With this realization also came a sense of joy and relief. This was not merely a treasure. What they had been practicing paled in comparison to the authentic methods of the Taoist school. Huang Huai's heart surged with excitement, his expression barely concealing his eagerness, as he felt himself drawn to the profound essence emanating from the artifact, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In Chapter 72, Contemplation, the three siblings exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the other's thoughts without a word. Soon, they arrived at Li Qingyue's abode, where they gathered around a table, intently studying the spells laid before them. With Li Qingyue's elucidation, both Lu Yunsheng and Huang Huai found the process manageable, their own insights allowing them to retain the majority of the information. Yet mere memorization was insufficient. Li Qingyue's explanations were steeped in her personal interpretation. Just like with any ordinary text, individual understanding varied, inevitably colored by past experiences and perceptions. For instance, if one described the histories of noble families to a farmer, it would be challenging for him to envision the particulars. Similarly, discussing the nuances of manure with a young gentleman would likely evoke feelings of disdain, as he could hardly appreciate the toil of the laborer, let alone comprehend the secrets of Taoist practices. What suited Li Qingyue may not necessarily align with her brother's abilities. The same weapon wielded by a robust man could exude a fierce presence, while a woman could wield it with grace. The essence lay in who employed it and how. The two siblings diligently memorized the spells, practicing their circulation within their bodies under Li Qingyue's guidance. Their hearts swelled with joy. Indeed, they had stumbled upon a rare and invaluable technique. Even a single round of circulation yielded a surge of spiritual energy far beyond their previous experiences. This was merely the beginning. Once they became adept, the pace of their progress would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lu and Huang exchanged glances, recognizing the shared thrill and barely contained excitement in each other's eyes. Taoist Sun mentioned that the insight third sister grasped pertains to the essence of yin and yang. The techniques contained within this manual harmonize with that principle. Even without fully comprehending its profoundness, we are already experiencing such transformations. It is truly remarkable, Lu Yunsheng remarked, a note of astonishment in his voice. Though they bore no formal master-disciple relationship, the essence of such a bond was undeniably present in the future. He pondered how he would address Taoist Sunday. They felt a twinge of embarrassment. To call Taoist Sun a peer felt disingenuous. For the gap between them was vast. What will become of us? When we next meet, must I address him as master? Huang Huai murmured quietly, his expression conflicted. While the formality of bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times would not be out of place, their familiarity rendered such gestures awkward. The thought left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Lu Yunsheng laughed heartily. If that is the case, all 3 of us siblings might as well call Taoist Sun master. The mere thought of such a scene brought him amusement. In terms of years, they had surpassed Taoist Sun by a significant margin. Yet in terms of cultivation, they were but shadows trailing behind him. If they allowed themselves to compare, it was inevitable that feelings of jealousy would arise. The opportunities granted to beings in this world varied greatly. Fairness and justice were mere illusions. Tio referred to Taoist Sun as master would indeed be a boon for them. A tremendous gain, yet Taoist Sun had merely imparted his knowledge to their sister without further elaboration. Such magnanimity commanded Lu Yunsheng's respect. This is the reality for us ordinary spirits, even with a modicum of fortune. The path to enlightenment remains elusive. Unless one is fortunate enough to enter the realms of the transcendent, all else is mere fantasy. The trials faced by our demon kind, from the tribulations of awakening to the trials of transformation, as well as the lightning tribulations encountered at each major breakthrough, culminate in a perilous journey. The challenging nature of cultivation, the significance of a good practice manual. The essence of yin and yang is a testament to the legitimacy of various teachings and is exceedingly rare. At that moment, Li Qingyue grasped the magnitude of her earlier fortune in perceiving the two fish. Such luck was akin to a scholar from a humble background receiving a ticket to the imperial examination. All that was needed was to proceed with caution and diligence, the most fundamental approach. Eldest brothers, Taoist son mentioned that you may frequently visit that stone wall for observation. Perhaps you might glean something as well. Li Qingyue recalled Taoist son's words from the previous night. However, one must exercise caution if intending to pass this technique on to others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunsheng could only smile bitterly. Pass it on to others? They lacked the audacity for such an endeavor. The number of beings embarked on the path of cultivation was countless, yet a significant portion merely floundered in confusion or clung to fragmented teachings. Treating them as treasures, they practiced recklessly, often to their detriment. For them to possess this technique and keep it hidden was an imperative. The notion of sharing it was far from their thoughts. Perhaps when their lifespans grew short, they might contemplate such a legacy, but for now, that notion was utterly absent. In Chapter 73, Individual Opportunities, both Lu Yunxing and Huang Huai exchanged faint smiles. Their years of cultivation far exceeded those of Taoist son. Yet, in relative terms, they were but fledglings. Countless beings had walked the path of cultivation for far longer, and they were still among the younger cohort. They had yet to take on even one disciple. So the notion of passing knowledge to others felt premature. Nevertheless, the stone wall held a certain mystique. Though they had not gleaned the same insights as their sister, they had nonetheless been inspired. The more they observed, the more they appreciated its profundity, and they were confident that, given time, they too would reap rewards. With the acquisition of this technique, their future observations would undoubtedly yield greater ease. The gratitude they felt was substantial. In contrast, their previous actions seemed trivial. Meanwhile, the three siblings did not conceal their discovery but instead shared it with Sun Rui's Hin, suggesting that he inform the monkeys that they were welcome to visit the stone wall at their leisure, as they too might find something valuable before long. News of their sovereign's potential teachings left upon the stone wall spread among the monkeys. In an instant, the water curtain cave became teeming with them. Bustling and overcrowded, as they all sought to discern whether they could uncover the secrets of longevity from the stone wall. Yet, such enthusiasm was fleeting. Many monkeys lingered for a while, their eyes fixated on the image of a meditating monkey. After some time, feeling a profound disconnection from the Taoist teachings, they dispersed in disappointment. Few managed to quiet their minds enough to truly absorb the essence before them. Though the monkeys exhibited some degree of intelligence, their inherently mischievous nature made it difficult for them to concentrate. Even when an established technique was laid out before them, their patience often waned. Now, as they attempted to observe and comprehend, their restlessness grew. Those who managed to stay focused for a while found their eyelids growing heavy, some even dozing off. Even Sun Rui's Hin, standing nearby for quite some time, gazed around, only to find the same image of a meditating monkey. Devoid of the transformative scenes described by immortal Li, the fish and other wonders remained unseen. It seemed they truly lacked any affinity with the Tao. Yet, they did have their great king, after countless years. It was uncertain if another such formidable monkey king would arise. Just having someone as exceptional as their king was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune and opportunity. The mere thought that such a powerful stone wall was the result of their king's casual effort filled their hearts with pride. Esteemed immortals, might the monkeys be a disturbance to you? Sun Rui's Hin gazed at the three siblings with a smile and remarked, "How could that be, brother Sun? You are overthinking. Visualization is not achieved in a day. My younger sister possesses extraordinary fortune, allowing her to grasp a complete method of visualization within mere months." Lu Yunxing gently shook his head and replied softly, "For individuals like us, after several days of observation, we have merely grasped some hints. It is only with Brother Sun's assistance that we have significantly reduced the time of our contemplation. However, even so, it may still require a year or more. The fortune of Li Qingyue is unparalleled and rare. In this world, Such beings are exceedingly few. The speed at which most creatures comprehend profound truths is contingent upon two factors: the level of the teachings and their inherent talent. The lower the level of the teachings, the quicker the understanding is attained. Some easily accessible methods may even require just a glance to practice effectively. Yet, the rapid mastery of such methods often comes with substantial drawbacks, resulting in efforts yielding minimal results and even causing significant harm to oneself. It is not uncommon for one to inflict 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 10,000 in return. Our talents are neither exceptionally poor nor remarkably outstanding. The teachings provided by Wukong have a high threshold, naturally of elevated rank. Even with that mental discipline, considerable time is still required for us to visualize a suitable interpretation. Without this mental discipline, we might stand before the stone wall for 10 or 8 years and still glean no insights. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruizhen felt a twinge of surprise, realizing his limited experience. Among the monkeys, his temperament was relatively steady, and he could manage a few days of observation. However, achieving over 3 months of contemplation, as Li Xiancheng had done, was beyond his capabilities. Chapter 74. Each has their own affinity and practice. All lies within the heart. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh, for in this moment, many monkeys had also dispersed. Regarding the three who wished to impart their king's teachings to the monkeys, Sun Ruizhen politely declined. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a gem can invite calamity. If the king wishes to pass down the teachings, there is no need for such trouble. He can impart them to the monkeys at any time. Furthermore, the king has mentioned that even if the three immortals desire to bestow their knowledge upon others, they must proceed with caution. Though he could not fully fathom the king's specific intentions, he could at least grasp the king's earnest concern. Since the king had already left a legacy upon the stone wall, their inability to comprehend it was simply a reflection of their insufficient understanding. Without a certain degree of innate talent, learning profound truths could indeed lead to misfortune rather than benefit. Living a stable and peaceful life for a lifetime could be considered a blessing in itself. At his age, he had long since come to terms with the matter of cultivation. In his youth, he had once dreamed of joining the ranks of immortals, yet now, he had grown more pragmatic. With age, the fervor in his heart had nearly dissipated. Even if granted a young body and extended lifespan, his mindset was no longer as it once was, making it difficult to look back. Some things cannot be forced. The creatures of Waguashan were numerous, and even among the monkey clan, their numbers were considerable. Throughout the endless ages, many had contemplated venturing out to sea in search of immortal mountains and the path of enlightenment. Yet, only their king had truly returned after mastering such skills. Among those who shared the lofty aspirations of their king, they were indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. Sun Ruizhen sighed inwardly as he composed himself. After standing for a while, he felt his body weary, his physique no longer as robust as before, with certain joints aching. I shall not intrude upon the three immortals any longer. These monkeys are naturally spirited. Though they understand some rules, they ultimately do not favor restraint. If they inadvertently offend the immortals, I hope for your understanding, Sun Ruizhen said with warmth and sincerity. How could that be? Cultivation emphasizes a calm heart and alignment with the will of heaven. If the monkeys were to disturb me, I would have no face to claim to be a practitioner. Lu Yunxing spoke softly, his gaze tranquil and expression serene. Previously, my younger sister was entranced and should not have been disturbed. However, ordinary commotion could not possibly interrupt their thoughts, let alone a moment of enlightenment. They were merely cautious, fearing to jeopardize my sister's opportunity. Individuals like us, who observe and comprehend the teachings, are even more difficult to disturb. Even ordinary mortals, when engrossed in their passions, can become oblivious to their surroundings, their minds consumed solely by their beloved pursuits. It is akin to those enamored with music, chess, literature, and art. Their minds are entirely shielded from external distractions. For practitioners like us, achieving this state is even easier. Moreover, these monkeys have not been unruly. They have come here with respect, seeking their own opportunities, particularly the grand opportunity left by our king. Logically, it is they who should be apologizing. As Sun Ruizhen departed, the gaze of Lu Yunsheng and his siblings turned once more to the stone wall, gradually deciphering the insights left by Wukong. Huang Huai observed that the monkey's form had already become indistinct, seemingly beginning to coalesce into the shape of a tree, taking on a nascent form and continuously refining itself. Huang Huai knew that once the tree-like shadow in his vision solidified and ceased to blur, his method of visualization would be deemed successful. Lu Yunxing experienced a similar phenomenon. What he saw was an ancient, colossal bull, and compared to Huang Huai, the reflection in his eyes was undoubtedly clearer. At last, the siblings had each attained a method of practice suited to their own cultivation. Within the cave, a bird fluttered its wings, its eyes glistening with brilliance, occasionally tilting its head to observe the monkeys lost in contemplation before the stone wall, creating an oddly solemn atmosphere, akin to a pilgrimage, utterly absurd. Chapter 75. Testing the waters in the heavenly court at the Yaoqi. The Queen Mother maintained a calm demeanor, quietly listening to the reports from her subordinates regarding their investigations. Your Majesty, this is all the information we have on Sun Cixi. Since his emergence, he has been extraordinary. Although the brilliance has dimmed, he has embarked upon the path of cultivation. Her maid recounted the tales of Wukong, most of which were traceable and not difficult to uncover, yet they could not ascertain the specifics of his sect, confining their search to the Western Bull Huzhou, which puzzled her. Logically, if his sect were ordinary, there should be no reason for it to be undiscoverable. However, if it were a powerful lineage, with the heavenly court's channels of information and relationships, it should also not be beyond reach. Very well. I need only know this. There is no need for further investigation. You may leave. The Queen Mother spoke indifferently, her expression composed. Once the maids departed, she gently tapped the jade table, lost in thought. What kind of sect could a stone monkey infused with spirit have joined to achieve such cultivation in just a few short years? While the precise time of his discipleship could not be determined, the trajectory of his travels provided some clues. The sect that eluded even her subordinates' inquiries sparked her curiosity. In this world, few things could remain hidden from the heavenly court. A lineage with an obscure origin, paired with exceptional talent, and neighbored by the Dragon King of the East Sea, culminating in the auspicious manifestation of the Divine Sea's treasures, being acknowledged as a master, and attaining the position of envoy. All these instances revealed the profound blessings surrounding him. His demeanor is calm and reserved, treating others kindly. It is quite intriguing. The Queen Mother mused softly, contemplating. His conduct exhibited more humanity while lacking malevolence. Among the demon kings of the lower realms, few could reach such heights. Even in the upper realms, among the divine demons, altering their essence was exceedingly challenging. Often, it was due to the strict regulations of heaven that they suppressed their nature, cultivating a softer demeanor. Even so, many bold ones descended to the lower realms and engaged in unspeakable acts. They merely turned a blind eye, tolerating all but the most egregious offenses. Western Bull Huzhou? The Queen Mother murmured, a hint of confusion appearing between her brows. The West is a desolate land. Despite years of development, it still lags behind other regions. Moreover, it reveres Buddhist doctrine, emphasizing equality among all beings. With the rise and fall of all things dictated by causation, its methods of cultivation are easily distinguishable, starkly contrasting with Taoism. Yet, this monkey, judging by its previous encounters, seemed to straddle both realms, embodying aspects of both Buddhism and Taoism. Or perhaps neither. An exceptional rarity. As for the amalgamation of various teachings, few beings dared to attempt it, for each school held differing beliefs and perspectives. Unless one possessed exceptional insight, understanding, and talent, who would dare to merge the paths of different traditions? Furthermore, even if such individuals existed, how could they attain the true teachings of each sect? Although the paths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were the most prominent, other cultivation routes were not entirely extinguished, allowing for the possibility of attaining immortality. However, as the three traditions had long been renowned and widely known, achieving success within them was notably challenging. Thus, when she learned of Sun Wukong's circumstances, she found it somewhat perplexing. The Buddhist teachings could not produce such a monkey. The Taoist foundations were not rooted in Western Bull Huzhou, and Confucianism was even less likely. Therefore, it appeared that Sun Wukong's sect had indeed become a true enigma. Is it possible that there exists a hidden lineage in this world? Once this thought crossed her mind, she felt a flicker of interest. In the inner chamber of the horse monitoring office, Wukong was resting on a couch. The atmosphere was exceedingly tranquil, with nothing to occupy his time, allowing him to focus on the intricate Taoist principles imparted by his master. As the saying goes, one must be strong oneself to forge iron, regardless of what may transpire in the future. Every increment of strength he gained would bolster his confidence. As his mind wandered, Wukong's eyes gently closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged into the room, a flash of light heralding the appearance of a figure who launched a fierce attack. The intensity of the strike suggested that this assailant was a mortal enemy, intent on eliminating Wukong within these confines. In the blink of an eye, they were before him, aiming directly for his face. "Who dares to trespass upon my horse monitoring office?" came a fierce shout, filled with anger and indignation from outside the room. In an instant, it appeared that Wukong's life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 76. No evasion or retreat. Wukong's eyes abruptly opened, yet his gaze remained calm and undisturbed. "I am unharmed," he declared. As Shan San's thoughts raced with tension, a serene voice emerged, causing him to pause in confusion. Observing that there was no sound of struggle within the room, he realized it was indeed the voice of Sun Sishi. Momentarily at a loss, he hesitated, caught between advancing and retreating, his brows furrowed in uncertainty. Before he could speak, the door swung open. Wukong offered a slight nod, indicating that he was truly unscathed, prompting Shan San to bow and retreat with a sigh of relief. "Why did you not defend yourself?" A voice echoed from within the room, revealing the form of a woman. Even now, her expression bore no trace of mirth, leading Wukong to inwardly lament his distaste for dealings with women. It seemed that fate was conspiring against him. As he encountered one formidable figure after another even in his own sanctuary, this time, it was an ice-cold beauty. Her expression suggested she was not one to be trifled with. "You bear no grudge against me. Nor is there any dispute between us, so I cannot fathom your motive for wanting me dead." Wukong spoke without hesitation, surveying the woman before him. Earlier, she had struck with fierce intent, her murderous aura palpable, as if she sought to slay him on the spot. However, Wukong had not idled through the years without gaining wisdom. While he could not claim to be astute, he was certainly not foolish. He could not openly declare that her performance was woefully inadequate. It was evident to anyone. He reasoned that he had not offended anyone from the heavenly court. Even if someone desired his life, it would likely be merely a matter of duty. If they sought his head, so be it. The blatant malice and overwhelming hatred in her eyes were well executed, yet she had misidentified her target. Hatred does not arise without cause, and within this heavenly court, he could not conceive of a reason that would instill such profound animosity and murderous intent in someone. Thus, Wukong deemed her performance a tad exaggerated. Moreover, to speak a bit arrogantly, given the woman's prowess, it would be quite a challenge to eliminate him. Even if he stood still and did not resist, she would need the strength to breach his defenses. As he had surmised, the woman indeed bore no intention of killing him. The strike that had approached him vanished without a trace of its former power. Instead, she appeared astute and composed. Her demeanor and eloquence were commendable. At that moment, the woman was also appraising Wukong, her thoughts drifting. His ability to swiftly discern that she was not genuinely here to kill him was unexpected. Yet such behavior seemed somewhat presumptuous. She was aware that her earlier display of strength was not lacking, and if she miscalculated or failed to control her power, it could lead to severe injury. In what capacity does the celestial maiden visit today, warranting such an approach? Wukong inquired, slightly irked by her unabashed scrutiny. Despite his patience, he could not help but feel displeased. The condescending gaze she cast upon him, rife with arrogance and disdain, would inevitably reveal itself. No matter how well concealed, he was no sage, unable to embrace all beings with equality. However, having witnessed much, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. To act so brazenly in his presence, he found it hard to believe she had no backing. Confidence typically stemmed from a few sources: formidable strength, a substantial background, or perhaps, ultimately, he surmised that this woman was unlikely to possess the first. Most likely, her confidence derived from a background so vast that it overshadowed his own official standing. Despite years of cultivation, he remained susceptible to the mundane. He still judged others based on their status. It had long been said that the newly appointed Sun Sishi was extraordinary in demeanor and prowess. He had intended to seek a few pointers, but who would have anticipated that Sun Sishi would possess such keen insight, leaving him feeling exposed? "I humbly beseech your forgiveness." Wukong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had no faith in such perfunctory words. However, He had reservations and did not wish to offend. Thus, he chose to overlook it, responding, "I am but an unremarkable little immortal, unworthy of your praise." Wukong slightly shook his head. Maintaining his serene expression, his eyes resembled tranquil springs. "My abilities are too modest. I fear I cannot stand as a match for the celestial maiden. If you wish to spar, it would be wise to seek another opponent." The corners of the woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, finding Wukong's excuse rather unconvincing. Lord Sun is being excessively modest. However, if taken too far, it may seem somewhat insincere. What do you think? Lord Sun. Her words emerged in a soft, chilling tone, a being capable of sensing her intentions instantly yet choosing not to defend himself, if he were not supremely confident in his own strength. How could he act in such a manner? Even if it were arrogance, this monkey's cultivation must be formidable. I, too, would never intrude upon another's abode without cause, nor would I attack a stranger unprovoked. I find the circumstances here rather inconvenient. I must ask you to leave. Wukong's words retained a hint of politeness but lacked any room for negotiation, laced with a touch of coldness. Anyone would feel angered by a sudden intrusion, especially when faced with a pretense of impending death. Yet upon hearing this, the woman smiled brightly, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, melting the snow atop a mountain. "Do not be upset. Lord Sishi, I was merely jesting. Why do you take it so seriously?" Upon hearing this, Wukong refrained from further commentary, making a slight gesture. Creak, the door swung open, a clear indication that he intended to usher her out. Observing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing that he wished to curtail their conversation. "I have been quite rude earlier and hope for your forgiveness, Lord Sishi," she said, bowing slightly as she turned to leave. "However, if you are truly concerned for my sister's well-being, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with her. That would be best for everyone. Given your status, there is no possibility of a connection with my sister." Her cool voice echoed within the room, even as her figure vanished into the courtyard. "Sister? What nonsense is this?" Wukong mused, momentarily stunned, then chuckled mockingly. "Is this a warning? I wonder which princess this one is. Do they think so little of me? Surely, she cannot believe I have feelings for Xi and he. What do these celestial beings even have in their minds? They come to the mortal realm and act as if they are something special. Yet this was indeed a flaw among those in high positions. They often assume themselves to be the center of the universe. Those like him, even after ascending to immortality, were still viewed with disdain. What a ridiculous affair! Wukong muttered to himself, feeling utterly vexed. She barged in without a word and threatened him, only to leave with a parting remark that implied he had designs on the ninth princess. A mere monkey, what intentions could he possibly harbor? The very notion of affection seemed preposterous across such a vast chasm of difference. Even if he had once been human, he found little merit in that existence. Believing it far too challenging to be accepted by others, as a monkey, pursuing a human seemed a futile endeavor, and he had long since quelled such thoughts in the grand scheme of things. Romantic entanglements paled in comparison to the pursuit of enlightenment. Now, faced with misunderstanding, he could not be bothered to explain. Actions would speak louder than words, and in due time, the truth would become apparent. Yet the woman's unreasonable behavior truly irked him. Even if she were the daughter of the Jade Emperor, such conduct was uncalled for. Alas, he was of lowly status, lacking the power to voice his grievances. Old Tai-Bai has led me astray. The so-called princess, having ventured forth, sought not only to test her own abilities, but also to prevent any connection between him and Xinhe. In the end, she left not even a name behind. Were it not for Xinhe, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to have any intersection with him. Even now, they could hardly be said to share any bond. If there were any, it would be of the less favorable kind. Indeed, even celestial beings cannot escape the conventions of the mundane world. If she were genuinely interested in Xinhe, would that not merely echo the trite narratives of the world? The tale of a destitute youth falling in love with a wealthy heiress? Alas! Regardless of one's location, the chasm of class disparity remains insurmountable point. One cannot even dream of the scenarios depicted in novels. Cinderella does not engage with her Prince Charming, nor does a rich heiress take notice of a mere delivery boy. However, Wukong furrowed his brow, for he had never concerned himself with matters pertaining to the celestial realm. The seven fairies could not possibly be like the characters in storybooks, falling from mortals, could they? How could that be? They inhabit entirely different spheres. He did not look down upon mortals. It was merely that the disparity in status was glaring. With such a vast difference in cognitive dimensions, how could they truly come together? Yukong pondered for a moment before clearing his mind of such distractions, for these matters were of no concern to him. Even if they were as he thought, he would not be overly curious. The world is vast and filled with peculiarities. Clinging to such thoughts would serve no beneficial purpose for him, and besides, love and affection are far too intricate. He had never experienced them. Thus, he dismissed the possibility as overly presumptuous. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, and "Why, Lord, are you well?" Shinsanue, after much contemplation, stepped forward to knock. Watching the departing fifth prince, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had never imagined that the aura filled with murderous intent just moments ago belonged to the fifth prince. It was indeed perplexing. He could not fathom how Sun Sishi could be connected to the fifth prince. Among the princes, she was the most difficult to approach, with a peculiar temperament and a rather aloof disposition, rarely engaging with the celestial beings. Even her relationships with the other princes seemed rather strained, save for her bond with the ninth prince, the reasons for which were beyond his understanding. He had only encountered her a few times, and such knowledge was gleaned from idle chatter. Truth and fiction were hard to discern. Yet, this particular princess seldom revealed herself to the other celestial beings. Today, she had come to the Royal Horse Supervisory Office, nearly causing a conflict. His heart raced with questions. "Please, come in," Yukong said softly, fully aware of Shinsanue's intentions. Shinsanue, feeling apprehensive, gently pushed the door open. Upon seeing Yukong's calm demeanor, his heart settled somewhat. "I beg your pardon, my lord. Earlier, I acted rashly and nearly spoiled matters. Please, punish me as you see fit." Shinsanue suddenly bowed, hands clasped. Yukong, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. "It was not your fault. There is no need for such formality. Besides, you acted in accordance with your duties. How could there be any fault in that?" As he spoke, he gestured for Shinsanue to take a seat. Pouring 2 cups of tea, he offered one to Shinsanue before taking a sip himself. "You have come on behalf of the ninth princess, I presume, perhaps to evaluate my cultivation level, fearing I may not be able to protect her." Yukong reflected, considering this an explanation for the earlier incident. His relationship with the ninth princess was not as the other party assumed. Thus, he had not taken her words to heart, if he harbored any thoughts beyond that. It was perhaps a lingering sense of care for the innocent and kind-hearted Shinha. Yet, any romantic feelings were entirely absent. The other party was perhaps overly concerned. "I was worried that the fifth prince might not appreciate the Royal Horse Supervisory Office. Or perhaps that you have had past grievances, yet it seems I was overly apprehensive." Shinsanue chuckled awkwardly. Navigating the upper realm was no easy feat. Social niceties could never vanish completely if Lord Sun had offended someone. Naturally, his subordinates would not fare well either. Though Shinsanue did not fully believe Yukong's words, he accepted them to a degree. "The fifth prince?" Yukong's eyes glimmered with understanding. That must be the fifth princess of the heavenly court. He had not been diligent in his duties. Having been in the heavenly realm for quite some time, he had not made any special efforts to engage with others. Aside from the familiar mythological figures in his memory, he knew little else. Now that he knew the fifth prince bore no ill will towards the Royal Horse Supervisory Office, Shinsanue took his leave. Yukong did not urge him to stay. Merely nodding slightly, he understood Shinsanue's concerns. Should he truly offend someone from the heavenly family, it would spell disaster for his subordinates. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid entanglements with significant figures. Yet life does not always unfold as one envisions. Thus, he chose to let things flow naturally. The road ahead was long. When would it lead back home? The heavenly realm had been tranquil for some time, and Yukong found contentment in that. However, he was unaware that the mortal world had become unpredictable, fraught with undercurrents. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Standing on the clouds, Yukong gazed into the distance. It had been a long while since he left his master's side. He wondered how his master fared and what his fellow disciples were up to. It had been many days since they last met, and he felt a pang of longing in the mortal realm. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the ethereal aura of the upper realm. Under the blazing sun, the air seemed saturated with heat. Cats and dogs sought refuge in the shade, avoiding the wrath of the unforgiving sunlight. Passers-by perspired profusely, occasionally voicing their grievances against the relentless Sun in a corner of the street. A disheveled Taoist leaned against the wall, snoring lightly, with his slightly ajar mouth dripping saliva. Those who passed by could not help but wrinkle their noses at the unbearable stench emanating from him. His sweat-soaked clothes glistened with grease, a repulsive mixture of filth and oil. Such a slovenly Taoist was a rarity indeed. Hey, this Taoist cannot be genuine, can he? So unkempt, he must be tarnishing the reputation of Taoists everywhere. A young girl, holding her nose, asked disdainfully after inspecting him. Hurry up, Hewer, let us go. Why are you lingering with a beggar? A young boy waved his hands, calling out to her from a short distance. You, even if you have no money, at least go wash yourself in the river. It's sweltering hot, and you reek, the little girl exclaimed, but the slovenly Taoist did not even open his eyes, seemingly oblivious to her remarks. Only a glistening droplet of saliva slid down his chin, landing on his chest, while his filthy robe became slightly damp. Seeing him in such a deep slumber, the young girl became irked, feeling as though she was speaking to a wall. With an annoyed stamp of her foot and a huff, she turned to leave, but not before tossing 2 lumps of yellow dough behind her. Hewer, are you too soft-hearted? Why would you give food to a filthy beggar? The boy frowned, perplexed by her actions, but did not stop her. The stinky beggar was a familiar sight in the area, perpetually grinning like a fool and muttering about fortunes. Surely there is no such Taoist who dresses worse than a beggar. Even a beggar knows to cool off in the river on such a hot day, he speculated, thinking perhaps the man was simple dash-minded. In these times, peculiarities abound. The addition of a beggar to the town was hardly surprising. Not at all. I can't just leave him looking pitiful. I feel sorry for him, the little girl defended herself. Then why not give him some water? That bun is hard as a rock. He won't be able to eat it. The girl suddenly paused, tapping her head. Right? In this heat, it must be hard to swallow. She glanced back at the slovenly Taoist, who remained lost in his snores, though the 2 buns had vanished without a trace. She chuckled to herself. This guy sure is quick. You're right. I'll go fetch him some water. The girl nodded in agreement, leaving the boy momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. No, I just said that casually. I didn't mean for you to really get him water. You wretched beggar, only sister he treats you as a person. You are so lethargic, it would be better if you just vanished. The boy muttered, not far from here flows a small river. In the heat of summer, if one were a bit industrious, it wouldn't be too difficult to wash oneself. No, even a beggar knows the importance of cleanliness. As long as one is utterly lazy. After all, even beggars cannot endure this weather. Yet this fellow behaves as if nothing is amiss, entirely disregarding the feelings of the neighbors, looking so disheveled. To be this lazy is truly a rarity. Before long, the figure of a little girl reappeared beside him, holding a wooden ladle filled with a small amount of clear water. Initially, it had been nearly full, but as she walked over, the water had sloshed out, leaving only a small amount. The boy rolled his eyes but said nothing. After all, it would be pointless. What could he say to such a friend? Here. If you're thirsty, drink a bit. I know you can hear me, the little girl said, pouting as she offered the ladle to him. Who can sleep in this weather? She exhaled softly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Even just sitting idly, this weather could make one sweat profusely. Upon hearing her words, the disheveled man indeed slightly opened his eyes, immediately fixating on the ladle of water. It was as if sleep had come with a pillow, and thirst had brought forth water. The man reached out to take the ladle, draining it completely and smacking his lips, still wanting more. It was a bit lacking, but at least I'm not parched anymore, he remarked. This incited the boy's ire. How shameless! How can you even say that? You should have been parched to death, he retorted, disgust evident in his tone. You're a grown man with all your limbs intact. How can you be so filthy? There's a well not far from here. If you were genuinely thirsty, you wouldn't be unable to walk a few steps. That is a misconception. I am a practitioner of the way. Having long since abstained from grains, the desires of the mouth and stomach are no longer necessities. Thirst cannot kill me, the man said, sitting cross-legged with an air of composure. The boy couldn't help but snicker. His eyes filled with derision. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Abstaining from grains with your appearance, calling yourself a practitioner is simply laughable. Anyone pulled from the street, even the big yellow dog, would be more of a practitioner than you. The boy's expression conveyed his disbelief, while the man remained unfazed, shifting his gaze to the girl and displaying what he considered a very amiable smile. I owe this little girl a debt of gratitude for her kindness in sharing water. How about I offer her a divination instead? Chapter 79. Is it misfortune or fortune? Ha ha ha. The boy burst into laughter, pointing at the man. Did I hear that correctly? A divination? You, with your condition, can divine. That must be the coldest joke of the year. The girl cast a white glance at the laughing boy. Although she too held skepticism, she did not mock him openly. Can the Taoist really divine? She asked with a hint of curiosity, still addressing him respectfully, the innocence in her voice making it sound endearing. It wasn't that she didn't believe. Rather, she couldn't reconcile this person with the image of a fortune-teller she had in her mind. Her imagination conjured up an image of a fortune-teller akin to the town schoolmaster, though not ethereal. He should at least possess a gentlemanly demeanor, knowledgeable of fortunes and misfortunes, the yin and yang of the universe. Certainly not someone as disheveled as the man before her. Cough, cough, cough. I am indeed a genuine Taoist. With a modicum of understanding and divination, the man said, clearing his throat and sitting upright, as if to conceal his embarrassment. Sister let us go. He is just a fraud, and you believe him? The boy had already concluded in his heart that this disheveled man was merely a glutton, utterly detestable for deceiving even someone as kind-hearted as Sister He. His gaze turned fierce as he pretended to be menacing, ready to confront the man. If you dare speak nonsense, I won't let you off easily. My fist is as big as a sandbag. Xiao Feng, don't act like this. Speak nicely, the girl admonished, shooting the boy a reproachful glance. The disheveled man, seeing the girl did not refuse, paid no heed to the boy's threats. He merely squinted his eyes, focusing on the girl's dark, bright eyes. The boy scoffed. Is he reading faces? He certainly puts on a good act. As he drew closer, the stench emanating from the man became even more overpowering, causing the boy to instinctively cover his nose and take a few steps back. He could hardly fathom how Sister He could tolerate such a smell. It was far worse than a pigsty. And by comparison, pigs seemed clean. The girl, feeling the man's gaze upon her, felt her cheeks flush, nervous under the scrutiny of an adult man. Time passed, yet the man's gaze did not waver. It was as if he sought to see through her very being. She regretted looking at him, wishing she hadn't done so. Her heart raced, and she could hear the rapid beating in her chest. Leaving her uncertain, she averted her gaze, feigning calmness as she observed the pedestrians on the street, then lowered her head to stare at the cobblestones beneath her feet, avoiding any further eye contact with the man. Those somewhat murky eyes possessed an inexplicable power, causing her heart to flutter whenever she met his gaze. This sensation was utterly bizarre. If you keep staring at me, I might just gouge your eyes out. You old lecher! Have you no shame? The boy exclaimed angrily, hands on his hips, pretending to strike. At this moment, the disheveled man finally shifted his gaze away, allowing the girl to breathe a sigh of relief. If he continued to stare, she would have thought him a rogue. My dear girl, the disheveled man began, hesitating as his expression grew complex. You filthy Taoist, if you have nothing good to say, just shut your mouth. Don't think you can fool my sister? The boy turned, convinced that the man was no good. Yet, to his surprise, the man's expression grew serious as he spoke. The sins are profound, and the karmic debts are boundless. In this life, being human is both misfortune and fortune. Seeing the man spouting nonsense, the boy could not contain himself any longer. He had already warned him. Yet the man continued. This third man, the scruffy Taoist, appeared somewhat conflicted, as if he were contemplating whether or not to speak. The young girl felt that this Taoist must be mad, for his earlier utterances were undoubtedly the ravings of a lunatic. Yet, she remained rooted in place, pondering whether she too had lost her senses for listening to this fellow's nonsensical chatter. It was as if her feet had taken root beneath her. I have a junior disciple who is truly blessed. With boundless merit, if you were to gain his protection, you would surely be safe and sound, he stammered, his face a portrait of distress, as if he were thoroughly entangled in his thoughts. His hands rubbed together until a small ball of mud formed. A derisive snicker emanated from beside him. The boy rolled his eyes, recognizing the tactics commonly employed by con artists. This fellow's methods are so crude. Even I could devise far superior excuses than this. He simply seeks to swindle money from us, and it's despicable that he would stoop so low as to deceive a child. Dear sister here, this scoundrel is devoid of conscience, merely spouting nonsense. You must not heed his wild ramblings. What heinous sins he speaks of! You, sister here, are kind-hearted and lovely, treating others with kindness, and you have never harmed even a single creature, not even the smallest of insects. If you were to accidentally step on one, you would feel remorse for a long time. You have never even killed a chicken. His words are nothing but lies, proving he is undoubtedly a fraud. Let us go, let us go. Such a person deserves to starve, the boy urged, tugging at the girl's sleeve, attributing their misfortune of encountering such a character to the day's unfortunate turn of events. If it weren't for your kind heart, sister here, we would not have had to deal with this nonsense, I tell you. Had I been older, I would have shown him what it feels like to be beaten, making him wet his pants in fear, and then he would think twice before trying to deceive anyone again. After casting one last fierce glance at the Taoist, the boy unceremoniously dragged the girl away. The scruffy Taoist sighed softly, lamenting the loss of what could have been a lucrative opportunity. In this day and age, it is truly difficult for honest folk to get by. Alas, good fortune often requires perseverance. As the young girl left, she frequently glanced back, sensing something peculiar about the scruffy Taoist. Sister here, he speaks mere nonsense. You cannot possibly believe him. The boy appeared somewhat uneasy, scrutinizing the girl's expression. He is just a fraud. How could he possibly know everything just from a mere glance? Fortune-telling requires casting lots, examining bones, and analyzing one's birth chart, he asserted, growing more resolute in his reasoning. Look at him, dressed in tattered robes that seem to have been stolen from who knows where. Lacking even a decent outfit. How could he possibly tell fortunes? Besides, if he were to truly divine, he should at least learn the craft first, he scoffed. Such a blatant trickery. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for it. I'm not saying we should believe him. Why are you worrying so much? The young girl replied, bemused. She merely found it strange that if one were intent on deception, they could concoct something more believable. Perhaps weave together a tale of minor ailments or misfortunes, rather than this absurdity. Hee hee. The boy chuckled lightly. I'm just worried you might be taken in. Sister here. His eyes are darting around suspiciously. He surely harbors no good intentions. The two children exchanged words, soon casting the matter aside. It seemed as if the heavens conspired against them, for even at dusk, the heat was unbearable. Their backs were soaked in perspiration, visible patches of dampness marking their skin. Disaster is impending. One must seek their own fortune, the scruffy Taoist mused, squinting up at the clear sky. What nonsense is this little beggar spouting? Bah, I am blessed with boundless longevity. A man passing by caught the Taoist's words and felt an immediate sense of misfortune. Already agitated, he could feel his temper flaring. Casting a sidelong glance at the scruffy beggar, a wave of revulsion washed over him. A sudden gust of wind swept through, mingling the oppressive heat with an odor that was no longer merely foul. Even the stench of a latrine seemed more pleasant by comparison. Ugh! A wave of nausea surged in his throat, but he suppressed it, the disgust growing stronger. Filthy beggar, get the hell away from here. Who told you to lie about here? The man cursed, feeling the urge to vomit linger in his chest. He had no desire to linger any longer. Eager to escape the repugnant atmosphere, no wonder this place is so deserted. It's because of such vermin. If it weren't for the unbearable stench, I'd have taught him a lesson. However, he thought better of it, fearing any contact might soil his clothing. Calamity looms. Corpses will litter the ground. How tragic, the Taoist wailed, sending shivers down people's spines. The surrounding crowd felt that his cries were more ghastly than any ghostly wail, especially since he spoke nothing of good fortune. Hearing his words felt like receiving a curse. The scruffy Taoist wobbled to his feet and wandered toward a nearby vendor. Good sir, allow me to share a secret. Hee hee. You are about to meet your demise. Upon witnessing the Taoist's grinning visage, the vendor felt an immediate chill of bad luck. He hurriedly gathered his wares, for the stench was so overpowering that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to sell anything. Initially, he had thought the beggar unresponsive, only catching the scent as he approached him. But now, the beggar had the audacity to come closer and offend him. "Get away from me! If you come near, I won't show you any mercy," the vendor shouted, his voice sharp yet lacking conviction. He dismissed the beggar as a madman, unwilling to engage further. The Taoist, however, felt no fear. He merely swayed away from the stall, then pointed at another person. "You too shall perish, you, and you, and you. All are on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, calamity is upon this town." As the crowd observed the increasingly deranged behavior of the Taoist, their anger began to rise. "What is this? Cursing others for no reason. How dare you curse my life? I'll teach you a lesson right now." One man, unable to contain his rage, seized a stick, ready to impart a severe reprimand to the lunatic, determined to demonstrate why flowers bloom so vividly. "Hey, Tai Dan, put down that stick. Why bother with a madman?" A quick-witted individual sprang forward to intervene. This man was known for his fiery temper. Even a mere glance could provoke a retort. Yet, engaging with a lunatic was simply foolish. Indeed, he is mad. Why should you descend to his level? If something were to happen, and he kicked the bucket, what would become of your family? Others chimed in, recognizing that a moment of impulse could lead to regrettable outcomes. Why risk it? He is spouting nonsense. Death holds no fear for him. You have a family to care for. Their words rang true. The madman's ramblings would not diminish their lives. They could afford to turn a blind eye. The hot-tempered man gradually cooled down, realizing the futility of his anger. After a moment of reflection, he deemed it not worth the trouble. "Consider yourself fortunate today. I won't hold this against you. Just keep your filthy mouth shut." With that, he discarded the stick and stormed off, his face taut with displeasure. He had no desire to remain in the vicinity of the lunatic, fearing his temper might lead to regrettable consequences. The scruffy Taoist, oblivious to the turmoil he had stirred, continued his erratic laughter and wandered about, declaring death upon anyone he encountered. Passers-by swiftly veered away, for the stench emanating from him was simply unbearable. As night fell, the streets grew desolate, with few souls lingering. A calamity approaches. If one were to leave now, perhaps a glimmer of hope remains, the Taoist bellowed, startling those nearby. "Why are you making such a ruckus in the dead of night?" "Keep your distance," shouted a woman from her window. Most, however, chose to remain silent, as the ominous words carried little consequence for them. After all, a few ill-fated utterances wouldn't cost them a penny. A light laugh escaped from one individual, who remarked that these ordinary folk could hardly drive someone away. If things turned physical, one could incur significant consequences. After all, the officials were not mere decorations. Should you provoke them, they would strip you of your skin. And you wouldn't even make it out the main gate. As the saying goes, the gates of the court open southward. If you have no money, do not enter. Although not all government offices are thus, there are certainly good and bad among them. When they seek a place, it is hard to gauge whether it is good or bad. However, trivial matters such as these are seldom attended to by anyone. A few words exchanged do not cost a thing. One can simply pretend not to hear. It is hardly a significant issue, one advised. Speaking of which, what happened to that madman? There wasn't a sound from him in the latter half of the night. Did he wander off elsewhere? Ha ha, I saw him this morning, lying in the corner again. I suppose he just got tired of shouting. Even a fool needs to sleep, doesn't he? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, feeling that the speaker had a point. With this, the collective frustration dissipated considerably. They all agreed that the madman had not been in the town for long. Previously, no one had paid him much mind. After all, in these times, who notices the presence or absence of beggars? Few take notice. Had he not suddenly gone mad yesterday, no one would have brought it up. Have you heard about Oldley from the west? As the sun rose, the street vendors gradually multiplied. Those selling food had already set up their stalls. There weren't many people out for breakfast, and a few nearby vendors began chatting. Oldley? The owner of the steamed bun shop raised an eyebrow slightly after hearing this and glanced at a nearby young man. He recognized him. After all, the town was small, with only a handful of people. They would inevitably cross paths now and then. There were few strangers, even if one rarely saw them. Neighbors frequently spoke of one another. "What's wrong? Is Old Li's health failing? One merchant asked curiously. The young man shook his head and then nodded, leaving the crowd perplexed by his contradictory gestures. You see, Old Li's daughter fell ill not long ago. Isn't he an old man with a late child? He is quite distressed, the young man explained, pausing briefly before continuing. Our town's doctor failed to identify her ailment, so he was planning to go to the city for a consultation. At this point, he exhaled deeply, his expression darkening. Observing that everyone was eager to hear more, he decided not to keep them in suspense, organizing his thoughts before speaking slowly. Little did he know that on his way there, he met his end even before reaching the city. It is said that a mountain demon was to blame. The owner of the bun shop gasped, and the others also changed color slightly. A demon? Zhang, don't scare us. How much meat could Old Li possibly have for a demon to consume him? The owner couldn't help but interject, finding the tale rather sensational. Demons are known to feast on humans, yet most victims tend to be strapping young men or innocent children. It is rare for an elderly man to fall victim. It's more likely he was murdered by bandits, which seems a more plausible explanation. You may not believe it, but I speak from a place of knowledge. It is said that when Old Li returned, he was nothing but skin and bones, his chest bearing a large gaping wound. Quite terrifying indeed, the young man elaborated, his description causing the faces of the crowd to pale. From what he said, it seemed highly plausible that a demon was at work. After all, if it were merely bandits, they would have killed him and left it at that. Listening to the young man's account, one could not help but wonder if he had been drained of his essence, or perhaps had his heart devoured. Hence his emaciated state. Let me tell you, this matter is known to us alone. Let us keep it to ourselves. We must not spread rumors, as news will likely emerge in the next day or two, and it will surely be reported as a bandit attack. The young man exchanged knowing glances with the others, indicating that being killed by bandits would certainly have less of an impact than the notion of demons. Such a strategy of downplaying significant matters is quite common. So this incident has just occurred? Someone queried. The young man rolled his eyes at the question. Naturally, the body was returned just last night. And it wasn't just Old Li. Several others from nearby towns were also victims, personally delivered by officials from the city. He felt a sense of pride in possessing such information, as it was not something easily obtained without connections. In truth, there were more whispers he refrained from sharing, fearing they might frighten the crowd. Whether they were true or not, there were rumors that the mountain demons might have escaped from the officials. Several groups sent to capture them had also met with disaster. Old Li was merely unfortunate, having crossed paths with them at the wrong moment. Such is fate, beyond one's control. As for the need for discretion, it was merely to protect the official's reputation, as it is rather embarrassing. Given their reactions, he estimated there was a high probability of truth in it. However, even if it were true, he dared not speak openly about it. To discuss the affairs of the officials casually could cost one their head should it come to light. This was not something to be trifled with. Who wouldn't he wish to live a few more years? Why invite unnecessary trouble? Even as he recounted all this, he felt a twinge of regret. However, having already spoken, his vanity had been satisfied, and despite his apprehension, he reasoned he hadn't leaked any sensitive information about the officials. He merely spoke of Old Li's predicament, ultimately only tangentially involving a vague demon. Surely, nothing would come of it. Alas, Old Li's daughter is to be pitied. She is only 12 this year. Isn't she? The owner of the bun shop sighed softly, recognizing they were all from the same town, and one often encounters familiar faces. In light of this shared experience, anyone would feel uneasy about such misfortunes. Who can say otherwise? Her mother passed away early, and now Old Li is gone, leaving the household without a caretaker. It's quite unfortunate. One person nodded in agreement, although their sympathy was fleeting in these times. Who is untroubled? Every household has its own struggles. Who has time to worry about others' troubles? We ought to help with Old Li's funeral arrangements. We are all kin in this village, and we cannot simply turn a blind eye, someone suggested. Indeed, we must ensure he can depart in peace. Several individuals began discussing the arrangements for Old Li's funeral. Funerals cannot be too simple. Life and death are no trifling matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young child was bouncing joyfully on his way home. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. Sister, I have heard some good news. From afar, he waved at the girl and quickened his pace. Slow down, don't fall. The little girl turned to look at the excitable boy, unable to help but call out, "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Ouch." Just as the boy boasted about his well-being, he tripped over a protruding clod of earth, sending the bun wrapped in paper rolling away. The once pristine bun was now dirted. His little face contorted, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. "Are you all right? Where does it hurt? Let me see quickly. You didn't hurt yourself, did you?" The little girl's heart tightened upon seeing the boy fall. She hurried over to help him up, anxiously examining him for injuries. After a thorough check and finding no wounds, she finally sighed in relief. "Sister, I'm okay. I just tripped a little. It's just the bun that got dirty," the boy pouted. Feeling upset, that was their family's food supply, and now it was ruined. He would surely face a scolding. He regretted getting overly excited moments ago and not watching his step. "As long as you're fine." "Here, I also bought some. You can have mine," the little girl said without hesitation, offering him her own bundle of buns. She then turned to pick up the dirted bun, carefully blowing off the dirt before wiping it with her clothing. "No, I can't take your buns. If you take them home like this, you'll get in trouble too." The boy's joy quickly faded as he watched her actions. While he was indeed unhurt, sister, he would surely face a scolding, and if it were serious, perhaps even a beating. After all, their family was not affluent. He had caused the mess and couldn't he let her bear the burden. "Quit the nonsense. If I say you can take it, then take it. I'm your sister. Are you going to ignore my words?" The little girl adopted an exaggeratedly mature demeanor, glaring at the boy and threateningly pointing her finger at him. "Sister, I'm a man. I can't let you, a girl." "Ow." The boy's protest was cut short as the girl seized his ear, spinning him around. "What does a little brat know about being a man? You haven't even grown a full hair yet. What do you mean by a girl? Come on, tell me." Anger flared within her as she twisted his ear playfully. Okay. It hurts. I'm sorry, sister, I truly am." The boy could only beg for mercy, worried about dropping the items he held. He had to follow her lead as she spun him around. "You are a true hero, a female warrior. I admit my fault. I want to call you a girl again," the boy pleaded, knowing he had spoken out of turn, having absorbed his father's repetitive taunts about girls, in a moment of thoughtlessness. The words slipped from his lips. "Humph. I implore you to cease your incessant prattling. Should you dare do so again, I shall twist your ear until it turns crimson," observing the now reddened oracle. She released her grip but feigned composure, all the while pondering whether she had exerted too much force. Surely it must be painful. Just this once, sister, you are truly kind." The boy chuckled, yearning to reclaim the steamed bun. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he decided against it. He was well aware of Sister Here's temperament. Despite her typically gentle demeanor, her wrath was formidable, and he understood that the bun was irretrievable. He could only bury this within his heart, vowing to treat Sister Here with utmost kindness henceforth to merit her affection. Enough with the flattery. The young girl rolled her eyes, feeling a surge of self-importance as she strode forward with her head held high. Only to abruptly halt. "You mentioned having good news. Do share." She nearly forgot that this boy had stumbled upon her while intending to impart some favorable tidings. "Oh, right. Sister, let me tell you, that odious Taoist is actually a lunatic. Utterly foolish." The boy smacked his forehead, recalling the matter at hand. As the two little ones ambled along, he continued, "This morning, I overheard them saying that he was acting mad yesterday, proclaiming doom to all. Spouting nonsense about dire calamities. He was rambling nonsensically while casting lots. He spoke with utmost certainty, fearing that Sister might take the Taoist's words to heart, or worse, harbor even a flicker of doubt, which could lead to distress. That fellow spouted nonsense all night, claiming that everyone in the town was doomed. Those with fiery tempers nearly struck him down." The girl frowned. "And this is what you call good news? You are telling me this?" The boy, seeing her lack of concern, surmised that she had dismissed it entirely. Is it not good news? This indicates that his ramblings were mere fabrications. Sister, you need not worry about his drivel." The boy grinned broadly. "Well, I suppose it is somewhat reassuring. I never believed it anyway. You are the one fretting over nothing. All right then, we have arrived home. You should head back, or Uncle Han will start to worry about you." The young girl halted, standing at her doorstep. Their families lived in close proximity and often visited each other, which was why the boy spent time with her daily. Understood. But sister, how about we swap the bun back? My father won't punish me, the boy tentatively suggested. Scram! The girl shot him a glare, feigning a kick, causing the boy to shrink back in fear and hastily retreat, knowing all too well that sister here was serious. Such kindness goes unthanked. Sister here, I promise to treat you well when I grow up, the boy shouted as he ran off, disappearing around the corner before she could respond. Little brat, what do you know about being good to me? The girl muttered, already feeling quite grown up. She was not as naive as she appeared. Girls were inherently more sensitive than boys. Yet, she understood that he simply wished to reciprocate her kindness. She hoped he would remember this sentiment as they matured, knowing that with the passage of time, some memories might fade into the depths of consciousness. With a deep sigh, she gazed at the soiled bun in her hands, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She had acted impulsively, trading the bun without a second thought. Now, standing at her doorstep, claiming to be unbothered was a lie. She was hardly older than the boy. The bun was in such a state that she would surely face reprimand. However, she had brought this upon herself. After all, she was the older sister, a little adult. A scolding is but a trifling matter. I was merely doing a good deed. Yes, just a good deed. With this thought, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, even if some anxiety lingered. She could manage it. Father, mother, I am home, the girl suddenly called out, her voice unexpectedly loud, startling even herself. That troublesome girl, just returned quietly. A woman's voice resonated from within the house as she pushed the door open. Took you long enough to fetch a bun. Even a pig would be quicker. Hurry, your brother is starving, the woman chattered incessantly, utterly oblivious to the girl's anxious demeanor, as beads of sweat began to form on her palms. Why are you dawdling when I'm trying to talk to you? The woman leaned out, a hint of confusion on her face. The girl, feeling timid, kept her head down as she stepped inside, placing the bun on the table and standing motionless. Time dragged on, and she wished for it to pass quickly, yet simultaneously desired it to slow down. The woman moved about, momentarily unaware of the bun's condition on the table. It was only after she set the porridge down that she approached the table with a deliberate pace. In that moment, the girl's heart seemed to leap into her throat, pounding mercilessly. Dear, Xiao, it's time to eat, the woman called out, as usual. What? Qin He, are you trying to get yourself killed? The woman's sudden outburst made the girl flinch. Goosebumps prickling her skin. You, the woman pointed at her, momentarily at a loss for words, before resorting to gritted teeth. How much does she despise me, that she cannot even let me enjoy a meal in peace? How am I supposed to eat this bun? The woman's voice echoed, reaching far beyond their courtyard, easily audible to nearby neighbors. Woe is us, our fates are truly unfortunate. If she dares to tamper with my food again, she might as well poison it. Tears welled in the woman's eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Despite her coarse attire, her beauty shone through, resembling a delicate flower amid the hardships of life. While not a national beauty, she certainly possessed a charm that was rare among common folk. A man emerged from another room, still bleary-eyed and clearly not fully awake. He appeared somewhat weary, and as the cold wind hit him, his gaze sharpened slightly. What is going on here? Why the commotion so early in the morning? As he entered the room, he quickly grasped the situation. How did this bun end up like this? Xiao here, you really are too careless. He feigned severity, glaring with wide eyes. Quickly, apologize to your mother. The girl clutched her clothing nervously, glancing cautiously at the woman. Mother, I am sorry. I tripped on the way back. She felt anxious, her words tumbling out in a jumble. Humph, tripped, you say? Why didn't you trip yourself to death? You look perfectly clean, yet this bun looks as if it rolled in the dirt. Do buns enjoy rolling in the soil? The woman's cold remarks caused the girl to lower her head, rendered speechless. Enough, the child did not do it on purpose. It's merely a bit dirty, the man interjected, swiftly taking the bun and washing it outside, peeling off the outer layer. While it appeared somewhat unappealing, it was still edible. Sister, how can you present a bun in this state? Surely it was not intentional. If you dislike me, you could just say so. There's no need to take it out on our parents, a small boy, who had somehow appeared by her side, piped up in a high-pitched voice. Though his tone was undeniably endearing, it carried an undertone suggesting the girl had deliberately sullied the bun. I did not. The girl attempted to defend herself, but the woman's disdainful gaze stifled her words. At that moment, whether she explained herself or not seemed utterly meaningless. Don't you dare bully your sister. Sit down and eat, the man promptly admonished. He valued harmony within the household and despised discord. As it disrupted his peace, I won't eat. How can I eat this? The boy turned his head away, pouting as he watched his father extend the bun towards him. I want something delicious. I want chicken. I want meat. The boy felt wronged, tears brimming in his eyes. With both hands forcefully striking the tabletop, he exclaimed, all right, my dear father. I shall take you to savor some delectable dishes. Fine, you rascal, always eager to delve into your old man's purse. The man, resigned, stood up and gently patted his daughter's shoulder, signaling her not to take it to heart. He then scooped up the boy and strode towards the door. It's merely a matter of losing some money to avert disaster. I am full of ire as well. Let those who wish to eat indulge. The woman let out a soft huff, not even sparing a glance, and turned back into the house in an instant. The room was left desolate, with only the young girl remaining. The atmosphere grew palpably somber. She gazed at the steamed bun in her hand, her heart heavy with unspoken grievances. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, dripping down silently. No one noticed her silent sobs, and even if someone had, who would care? She consumed the bun in large bites, accompanied by the watery porridge mixed with her tears. Alone, she swallowed, her once appetizing meal now devoid of flavor. She knew she was at fault and had no justification to defend herself, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, inexplicably so. If only her father could embrace her as he did her brother. She longed for that simple affection. Alas, it had been ages since he had last held her, so long, in fact, that she was on the verge of forgetting the sensation of being cradled in his arms. After all, she was still just a child. Yet, the phrase she heard most often was, "You are no longer small. You are a little adult now. You must learn to be sensible." Indeed, she ought to be sensible, to avoid causing trouble for her parents. Though her mother was not her biological one and treated her with indifference, she bore no ill will towards her, as for the occasional harsh words. She understood. After all, she was not born of her. Her mother's early demise had sealed her fate. Compared to others, she considered herself fortunate. She had heard tales of a girl in the neighboring town who was cast out after her father remarried, forced to live among livestock and denied the privilege of sharing a meal. Life had been abysmal for her. Such occurrences were not uncommon. She had heard of stepmothers who even sold their daughters, though the details of whom they were sold to remained a mystery. She had no desire to be sold, nor to dwell alongside animals. If the day came when her father no longer favored her, she would depart on her own, seeking a quiet place to reunite with her mother. She missed her dearly, with an ache that was profound. The young girl, feeling despondent, continued to consume the porridge, her thoughts lost in the past, oblivious to the fact that in her sorrow, her dark, luminous eyes resembled the celestial bodies in their dance. Of course, without a mirror, she could not behold the fleeting peculiarity in her gaze, and mirrors were indeed a rarity for her. Alas, fate is predetermined, and while circumstances are influenced by human actions, the cycle of cause and effect seems unchanging. In a corner of the street, a disheveled beggar snored, muttering incoherently in his dreams. Just as he was about to close his eyes again, a graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. The swaying form, as she moved, caused a flicker of life to ignite in the beggar's eyes. His eyelids, which had nearly shut, flew open wide. What a calamity! He thought, his throat dry as he felt an unusual thirst. His gaze followed the figure, transfixed, unable to divert his attention. Is she not captivating? A voice, sweet and intoxicating, wafted into his ears. Chapter 82. The rising tide. Passers-by halted in their tracks, some glancing over intentionally or unintentionally. Their curiosity was understandable, for the woman before them was mesmerizing. Every smile and frown seemed to lure in the onlookers. Her exquisite beauty was accentuated by her tantalizing attire. Anyone who beheld her could not help but swallow hard in the sultry weather. Such a sight stirred a heat within their hearts. The pedestrians glistened with sweat, while the woman appeared utterly unaffected. It was not entirely surprising. After all, the world is rife with oddities, and a few who did not sweat could be deemed normal. They were but ordinary folk, seizing the opportunity to gaze a little longer. The bolder among them allowed their eyes to linger, while the more self-conscious pretended to glance away, though their reluctant gazes betrayed their true feelings. Only the disheveled beggar remained unabashed, his eyes greedily roaming over her form, utterly lacking in decorum, as if each glance was a loss of silver. Those who noticed this scene whispered amongst themselves, deeming him shameless. Truly, the audacity of the bold knows no bounds, the woman, with a playful air, spoke again, her fingers inadvertently tracing her neckline, a gesture that accentuated her alluring curves. Beware, O foolish seeker, for one may easily be ensnared by such beauty. The beggar, eyes unwavering, responded with a nonchalant air, How amusing your words are. Dear lady, a mere token of gratitude, not a true offering. The woman, far from offended, smiled wider, producing a few pieces of silver from her waist, offering them with a slight bow. Inadvertently, she revealed more than intended, granting the beggar an indulgent view. Thank you, thank you. You are indeed a benevolent soul, and great fortune shall surely follow you. The beggar's eyes sparkled as he accepted the silver, tucking it away with glee. The woman merely smiled, remaining silent, her enchanting countenance radiating a charm that held the gaze of all who beheld her. Such a person, with a wealth of silver to spare, seemed to be a rare find indeed. Once the woman's silhouette faded from view, he slowly withdrew his gaze, muttering under his breath, Come now, hand it over. That trinket is not yours to keep. Surrender it willingly, and I might show leniency. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, and the beggar's view was obstructed by a pair of large feet clad in ill-fitting, tattered shoes. When he looked up, he was taken aback, realizing someone was treating him as if he were a beggar himself. My good sir, what do you wish for me to surrender? I am but a humble man, with naught but these rags to cover my body, a gift from my parents, not to be lightly given to another. The beggar, incensed by the feigned ignorance, retorted, Do you take me for a fool? I have shown you mercy in your plight, but that silver must be relinquished, handed over, lest you face the consequences. With his intentions made clear, the beggar's hands were already poised for action, ready to pounce. He had spoken plainly. If one merely sought sustenance, they shared a common bond of hardship, and he would turn a blind eye. But the silver gifted by that woman was no mere pittance. He far exceeded what he or any other beggar could amass in 10 days or more. It was no wonder his envy flared. My good fellow, you are mistaken. Wealth is but a transient possession, a source of ill fortune. To me, it is a blessing. To you, a curse. The beggar wore a pained expression, adopting a tone of concern. Ha, what nonsense. In your hands it is virtue. In mine, it is misfortune. You, a beggar, still harboring the hope to deceive. I seem like a fool to you. Spare me your platitudes. Hand it over now, or I shall take it by force. He brandished his fists, then delivered a swift kick to the beggar's shin. The beggar winced, gritting his teeth as pain surged through him, gasping in shock. Silver is precious, but you must be alive to possess it. It should never have been yours to claim. With a derisive laugh, the beggar dismissed him. With those spindly limbs, you think you can keep what you have? Dream on. My dear fellow, can we not cultivate a bond of goodwill? Kindness toward others is the greatest virtue. The beggar, reluctant to part with the silver, continued to plead earnestly. Bah, you are a jest. Even a dog would be more useful than you. The man sneered, and by unfortunate coincidence, his foot landed squarely on the beggar's darkened ankle. With just a slight pressure, the skin broke, and blood trickled forth. Hiss! The beggar's expression shifted, a pained cry escaping his lips. Fine, fine. I shall give it, the Taoist, flustered and visibly in pain from a toothache, hastily produced the freshly acquired silver, still warm to the touch, and tossed it to the beggar. Only then did the latter shift his feet, weighing the coins in his hand. Having observed the situation from a short distance, he was well aware that if this fellow dared to shortchange him, he would undoubtedly receive a beating. Such a wretched creature deserved to experience hardship. Indeed, the beggar spat a thick gob of phlegm, which landed squarely on the Taoist's thigh. Yet, the Taoist, wearing a broad smile, appeared utterly unperturbed, though the onlookers, it seemed as though the man had frightened the beggar into submission, who merely feigned anger while being too afraid to retaliate. At least he had the sense to recognize the hierarchy among beggars. A person of his ilk was hardly worthy of being given the time of day, and allowing him to beg here was a rare act of mercy. The Taoist, in his disheveled state, felt that even a madman ought to display a modicum of wisdom in his presence. Gazing at the fragments of silver in his hand, his lips curled into an increasingly smug grin, rising to an exaggerated angle. Wealth, after all, was power, and he was growing impatient. He had not visited the ladies of Tsuehua Tower in quite some time. The woman he encountered today was truly a sight to behold, a pity that he could not dare to indulge. He had the self-awareness to recognize that such company was beyond his reach and could brother. That straw hat suits you remarkably well. Adorned with it, you could easily captivate the hearts of countless young maidens. Chinyu suppressed her laughter as she observed her elder brother's impassive expression and gracefully remarked, "There's something I haven't uttered. If you were to forego wearing it, the ones enchanted would not merely be the thousands of maidens. Enough with the flattery. We shall take up residence here tonight." The young man casually declared, "It's merely a fade. One comes into this world with nothing and departs in the same manner. Landlord, we require lodging," he called out loudly as he stepped into the inn. The gazes of the onlookers instinctively turned towards them. Both individuals donned straw hats, yet their demeanor was strikingly incongruous with their attire. A phoenix is still a phoenix, no matter how much it masquerades. It cannot blend in with a flock of chickens. Moreover, neither of them had any intention of concealing their identities. "Landlord?" Chinyu called out when no one responded. Coming, my apologies," a voice finally echoed from upstairs, followed by a figure descending slowly. The reason for the leisurely pace was evident. The figure's girth was somewhat extraordinary, akin to that of a pregnant woman, one who would likely bear triplets with each step. The flesh quivered, and even an untrained eye could discern that this man was indeed fortunate. His demeanor was amicable, and his appearance and stature evoked no discomfort. Rather, he exuded a warmth that made him seem approachable. "You rascal, lost in a daze and fail to attend to our guests." The rotund landlord cast a mild glare as he descended, delivering a gentle rap on the head of a young attendant, rousing him from his stupor. This lad, his eyes practically glued to the young lady, yet he didn't respond when she called. How infatuated he must be! Alas, fate is cruel. They are not of the same ilk. As the saying goes, rich doors meet rich doors, bamboo doors meet bamboo doors. The notion of social standing is not mere rhetoric. Transcending such barriers is akin to scaling the heavens. Oh, are these not the Yun siblings? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The reality does not pale in comparison to the reputation. Chapter 84. A minor conflict in the corridor on the second floor. A woman cast her gaze upon the two, leaning on the railing with a smile that held a hint of scorn. The landlord's heart sank. As a businessman, he could not afford to offend any of these esteemed guests. It is the third of the Mo family from the Falling Flowers sect. My apologies. The young man did not display anger but instead offered a slight bow in her direction. At the mention of her name, the glamorous woman's expression turned icy, her gaze sharp as a sword. She despised being referred to as Mo the Third, yet the moniker had become notorious throughout the realm, overshadowing her true identity. Though she was a radiant and enchanting lady, being addressed in such a masculine manner left her far from pleased. This sentiment was compounded by a secret known only to a select few, one that outsiders could not grasp. With their mutual disdain, it was no surprise that their meeting lacked cordiality. Humph, the esteemed second young master of the Yun family can only boast with words. It is truly shameful. Having failed to gain the upper hand verbally, she resorted to lecturing. I dare not. I would gladly treat you with respect, yet you provide me no opportunity to do so. We are of similar ilk, the young man replied blandly, gesturing for the landlord to show them to their rooms. The smile faded from the woman's face, her expression cold and unresponsive. It was clear that they were not on speaking terms. She turned and entered her room, slamming the door with considerable force. The townsfolk, unaccustomed to such high society, remained oblivious to the weight of the exchange. To them, the Yun family, the Li family, and the Zhang family were indistinguishable, merely powerful families to be avoided. As long as one did not tempt fate, the common folk had little chance of offending such prominent clans. They were viewed as ants, existing in a realm far removed from the lofty heights of aristocracy, lacking even the privilege to be acknowledged, let alone incite conflict. Right this way, please, the landlord maintained his cheerful demeanor. These patrons were either wealthy or noble. He sought only to avoid trouble and ensure their safety. Anything beyond that was of no concern to him. "Brother, that flashy wench arrived quite swiftly, even before us," Chinyu remarked, baring her teeth in a feigned display of ferocity. She was not foolish and recognized the scorn woven within her rival's words. Yet, unable to confront her physically or verbally, she chose to remain silent, biding her time to vent her frustrations. Such trivial matters are of little consequence. Do not dwell on them, should you encounter her again. As long as you do not provoke her, she will not dare to act against you. Individuals like her are backed by intricate webs of power. Although they may seem at odds, they adhere to certain boundaries. Should anyone dare to act outside these rules and cross the line, the consequences would be dire. They relish the privileges their status affords them, yet such privileges also bind them. For every gain, there is a loss. One cannot choose freely. The third, while her actions may appear erratic and unsophisticated, she is, paradoxically, the most rule-abiding of them all. They may exchange insults, engage in conflicts, and devise schemes against one another. But none would dare take each other's life. They simply lack the assurance that they could eliminate their opponent and escape unscathed. The identities bestowed by their families and sects serve as both protection and constraint. Of course, there are no absolutes. This is merely a conjecture based on reason. If she truly were to unleash her wrath, I could not predict the outcome. What a relief! I am utterly exhausted from the journey. Upon entering the room, Chinyu vented her frustrations, flinging herself onto the bed and tossing and turning. If only that detestable woman were not here, Chinyu muttered to herself, and the mere thought of her rival sharing the same space dampened her spirits. The young man found her amusing. His sister, at times, was adorably foolish. Though she frequently referred to the woman as that detestable wench, her heart harbored little genuine malice. If she were an ordinary young lady of high standing, even the slightest grievance would prompt thoughts of revenge against the offender. Accustomed to their elevated status, the power to decide life and death lay in their hands, all at the whim of their thoughts. He had witnessed too many instances, from the daughters of high-ranking officials to the heiresses of wealthy merchants, who displayed a complete disregard for the lives of others, though his sister could be a handful at times. She seemed a saint compared to those individuals. The world was indeed ridiculous. If she were to venture out alone, only the most extraordinary luck could protect her. Otherwise, her life would be fraught with difficulties. Good people often struggle to thrive in this world. Such was the nature of society. With countless paths before her, the whims of fate are merciless. Which path she chooses and its outcome rests solely on her own judgment. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it ultimately lies in the hands of destiny. Yun Qingfeng, what path shall you tread? The young man's gaze darkened as he pondered within himself, unable to provide an answer. The uncertainty that plagued the world afflicted him too. Answers that eluded comprehension seemed to be left to the passage of time. The room here is quite clean. Should you feel hungry, simply call for the attendant to bring some food. It may not compare to the grand establishments, but it will suffice. Upon finishing his words, he did not wait for a response, stepping out and closing the door behind him as he retreated to his own room. Chinyu had, of course, heard her brother's words, yet she found no inclination to respond. Who would relish the constant chatter of a man resembling a clucking hen? A handsome face does little to ameliorate the situation. In the adjacent room, the young man opened the window, letting in the warm breeze that carried an unpleasant odor. Fortunately, he merely wished to gaze at the scenery outside. Before long, his actions drew the attention of passing women, some gazes unabashedly lingering on him, as though they wished to take a bite out of him. At that moment, he felt akin to a performer at the Jiangulu, under the scrutiny of an audience. Despite his displeasure, he thought it foolish to become irritated over such trivialities. Feeling vexed, he contemplated closing the window. Umitba, from a distance, he heard the chant of a Buddhist, prompting him to lower his hand. The sound resonated with a hint of spiritual power, calming his restless heart and dissipating his irritation in an instant. He furrowed his brow as his robe fluttered slightly, momentarily dispelling that force. At the same time, their eyes met briefly before each withdrew their gaze at a monk. Must those of the Buddhist order also involve themselves in these matters? Indeed, if the rumors are true, then there may be great demons lurking near the treasures. The conflict between the Buddhist and demonic factions is as fierce as fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. For years, they have clashed incessantly, leaving one to wonder the source of such deep-seated animosity, while he too has vanquished demons. Compared to these monks, it seems but a child's play. For the monks, encountering demons is akin to avenging the murder of their kin. Their fury is unwavering, their enmity eternal. If it were just one or two, it would be acceptable, but he is well aware that every individual within the Buddhist community is similarly inclined. They often utter the phrase, "The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore." Yet they are adept at ferrying people while leaving the demons behind. Nonetheless, these matters hold little significance for him. He is merely filled with curiosity. He is not a do-gooder, nor does he possess a saintly heart, and thus sees no necessity to meddle in the affairs of others. As the window slowly closed, a chorus of sighs emerged from the street. Such a splendid day, yet it was now obscured from view. What a pity! The nearby men could only spit in disdain, remarking that it was merely a matter of good looks, something inherited from birth, which hardly constituted a true skill. Perhaps they were nothing more than pretty faces that lacked substance, and they believed themselves to be far more rugged and capable than those they judged. They weren't unattractive either, a little sun-kissed and weathered, but a wash in the river would reveal a handsome visage. Chapter 85. A Great Conflict? A season of turmoil. The monk sighed softly as he observed the townsfolk still laboring tirelessly for their livelihoods. A fleeting glimmer of compassion crossed his gaze, only for his eyes to return to a tranquil stillness. The Buddha spoke of the emptiness of the four elements and the purity of the six senses. Yet, the world is rife with struggle, and they are no exception. What the essence of Buddhism is, he himself could not ascertain. A faint sound, a delicate hum, caused the monk to momentarily halt his steps. He raised his gaze slightly, and a ripple of surprise flickered in his deep, pool-like eyes. In an instant, even ordinary folk became aware of an unusual noise from above and looked up in unison. Something was approaching from the sky. What could it be? One person pointed in astonishment. Soon, a piercing shriek sliced through the air as a fierce wind began to stir. The townsfolk's expressions shifted dramatically as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Something extraordinary was imminent. Some, driven by curiosity, watched in anticipation, while others wore grave expressions. Such occurrences in their small town were fraught with uncertainty. Umitba, the monk intoned once more, summoning the name of the Buddha. Remarkably, the intensifying wind began to subside. Those nearby, however, remained unaware of the monk's peculiar demeanor, merely bewildered by the abrupt gust that arrived with such haste. "It's a large bird," someone exclaimed, as the dark spot in the sky grew larger. Those with keen eyesight discerned the silhouette of a massive bird soaring above. "Indeed, it's a bird. But what kind? It's enormous. I've never seen anything like it," one person exclaimed, having witnessed larger birds like eagles before. Yet finding this creature dwarfed them all. As there's someone atop it. A gasp rippled through the crowd, as one person felt a chill run down their spine, their voice trembling. The majestic creature approached the town, initially seeming to pass by, but for reasons unknown, it altered its course and veered towards them. As it drew closer, several small figures became discernible on its back. What had initially been doubt now crystallized into clarity, and a sense of dread settled in. If those figures were indeed human, then this was no mere bird. It was evidently a great demon. "We are doomed. Just look at its size. It could consume all of us without a second thought." Someone screamed in terror, their voice laced with panic, and the crowd erupted in chaos. Merchants, intending to pack up and flee, were paralyzed by fear as the ominous creature drew nearer, with lives at stake. What was the worth of money? Within mere breaths, the street was left desolate, save for a few lingering mosquitoes. Each household hastily shut their doors and barred their windows. A profound silence enveloped the town, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. "Ha!" Simple-minded country folk, lacking in vision, the figure perched upon the great bird observed, a sneer of disdain etched upon their features. Merely ants, foolishly believing that hiding in their homes would provide safety in the face of a true demon. Such pathetic illusions of security only serve to amplify their folly. Then, the figure's gaze fell upon the solitary silhouette of a monk standing on the cobblestone street, causing their brow to furrow slightly in surprise. "Oh, I did not expect to see a bald-headed monk here. How tiresome, truly tiresome." Though the tone of their words seemed casual, the eyes betrayed a simmering discontent. For dealing with the monk was the most tedious of affairs. The voice carried over the distance, while the monk maintained an expression of serene calm, unfazed by the taunt. "You may descend," he said softly. The man complied, and as the great bird descended closer to the ground, its size diminished until it stood but 10 feet tall, and in a moment, it shrank further, until it was no larger than a single person. Ultimately, it alighted gracefully upon the man's shoulder, resembling a crow in its appearance. With a casual sweep of his gaze around him, the man regarded the monk, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ah, look at that bald monk's shiny head. It shines brighter than a lantern. If it were any brighter, one might mistake it for the jewel atop the Jingxiang courtyard." The black bird, perched on his shoulder, spoke with a sharp wit that mirrored its master. As for the Jingxiang courtyard, its significance remained a mystery to the onlookers. "Umitba, I bear no grievances against you two gentlemen. Why must you trouble me so?" "Such transgressions are truly regrettable," the monk responded, his hands clasped in prayer, his demeanor remaining tranquil. "Ha ha ha, bald monk, you misspeak. I find you insufferable. Is that not reason enough for my disdain? I need no justification to do as I please," he declared, laughter erupting from his lips, but abruptly halting as his expression turned cold. "For one like me, slaying you requires no rationale. It suffices that I desire it." Such arrogance rendered the crowd silent. Even those who had been peering through cracked windows now fell mute. What audacity! Yet the man possessed the means to back his words. Had they possessed such a formidable creature, their arrogance might well have surpassed his. "Ah, so it is not the monk's fault. If you find satisfaction in this exchange, feel free to continue." "I shall endure it," the monk replied, his words not only startling the man but also leaving the curious townsfolk astonished. "Humph, such pretentiousness is utterly repulsive," as the man observed the monk's lack of anger. A flicker of caution ignited in his eyes. He detested those who wielded their intelligence with sinister intent, for they spoke sweetly yet harbored malice behind their smiles, making one feel as if they were constantly under scrutiny. "It seems we have the esteemed young Master Han here as well. Why squabble with a monk? Come, come, it is rare for us to meet. Let us share a drink." At some point, a woman appeared atop a nearby rooftop, striking a flirtatious pose as if to entice the men. "While I speak, do not presume to interject, you shameless harlot. It is evident you crave attention." "What, are you interested in the bald monk?" the man retorted, his expression unfazed, but his words were sharp. The woman's countenance shifted immediately. Today is truly bizarre, filled with nothing but vexations. She was none other than the third daughter of the Mo family, having sought solace from the inn's confines. She had hoped to play the peacemaker, yet found herself caught in an awkward predicament. "Han Wanli, you are insufferable," she exclaimed in outrage, her ire flaring. "You are like a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor's heart. Had I known this would transpire, I would have stayed away. My dear patrons, our meeting is fated. Why must we harbor anger? Harmony breeds prosperity, and anger only harms oneself," she implored, her voice echoing in the sudden stillness that enveloped the gathering. "Begone," came the simultaneous cold retort from both men directed at the monk, their brows furrowing in mutual disdain. The third daughter of the Mo family felt exasperated. She had intended to mediate, but found herself embroiled in a quarrel with Han Wanli, while the insufferable monk persisted in his attempts to play peacemaker. Igniting her fury, "Umitba, life is fraught with suffering. Why allow trivial matters to sow discord? It would be wiser for us to take a step back. Would it not be virtuous?" the monk reiterated, his voice calm and steady. "You insolent monk! I am no mere novice. Do not presume to instruct me," the man growled, his countenance darkening. This monk's preachings were an irritation, and had he been certain of the monk's capabilities, he would have struck him down without hesitation. He found himself boiling with fury. This is infuriating. This monk's heart is as dark as night, reveling in our misery. The black bird chimed in. "We are merely here to vex the monk. We have no quarrel with this brazen woman." "Indeed, thus it is. It is certainly not due to cowardice or fear of these two individuals uniting against their master." Chapter 86. An unexpected turn of events. Benefactor, harsh words wound, while kind words warm the heart. All beings in this world ought to possess a spirit of compassion. The monk spoke calmly in response to the blackbird's malicious slander, showing little concern for its vitriol. Han Wanli cast a cold glance, scoffed softly, yet ultimately remained silent. All of them are cunning individuals, meticulous in their actions, and none are easily dealt with in an instant. The three pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards the distance. A sharp sword aura sliced through the sky, cleaving into the distant mountains, followed by a rumble akin to thunder that gradually resonated. The oppressive sound left those hiding indoors gasping for breath, as if a natural force of suppression had descended upon them, rendering their bodies somewhat uncontrollable. Even the three of them felt a tremor in their hearts. The wielder of that sword aura should not be underestimated. Merely one strike had instilled such grave expressions upon their faces from such a distance. Its might seemed capable of tearing apart this realm, and upon careful reflection, they could still feel a stinging sensation on their skin, a consequence of their own probing. The other townsfolk felt discomfort, yet remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of the sword strike, unable to fathom its magnitude, let alone comprehend it. Suddenly, in a flash, the three figures vanished without a trace. After a considerable time, the nearby residents cautiously opened their doors and windows. Exchanging bewildered glances, remnants of panic still lingering in their eyes, the bird of such size could transform into something so delicate and dainty, and it could even speak human words. It nearly frightened the old man to death. His heart raced, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. They had heard tales of monsters, yet had encountered so few. After all, aside from a handful of non-violent spirits, most beings were likely to take lives when confronted. That bird alone was terrifying enough. Its master was surely a more formidable creature. Didn't they notice how the monk dared not lose his temper? One man feigned contemplation, for indeed, if a common person were addressed as bald donkey repeatedly, how could they not feel anger? Even those wandering monks were not without their tempers. Even a mud figurine would possess a measure of ire. Could they be the legendary immortals? They vanished in an instant. A man whispered, glancing around with lingering trepidation. They stood at the entrance, ready to close the door hastily once the others returned. You know nothing. They are nothing like immortals. Look at that woman. Her words seem to ensnare souls. She resembles a fox spirit. A young man abruptly quelled his impending words, hastily reformulating his expression, wary of being overheard. In any case, caution was paramount. After all, life was precious, and one could not afford to be careless. The group exchanged glances, suddenly falling into silence. Indeed, how could immortals be like them, with such foul language? Bald donkey indeed. Even the monk, recalling the incident, found it quite uncanny. For if those two were indeed demons, then the monk ought to have been vanquishing evil, yet he exhibited not the slightest sign of agitation. They suddenly felt as though they had stumbled upon something of great significance. One by one, they shut their doors again, the atmosphere now more tense than before. The others remained unaware of the events transpiring, but they all imitated one another in their caution. The streets grew quiet once more. In an old alley, a sudden rumble echoed, a cloud of dust arose, leading the households to believe that the great bird had reappeared, and they hastily shut their doors in fear of the monster seeking them out. The oppressive sound was particularly jarring. The window quietly opened a crack, and a man, trembling, gazed at the scene in the courtyard, shaking even more violently. "Auntie, there's a person." The man raised his quaking hand, pale-faced, pointing outside. His voice barely audible. At that moment, the silence enveloped them, and the woman naturally heard him. The sound he heard had become still. He initially thought it was a monster come to feast upon them. Yet there was no movement after a while. Gathering his courage, he dared to take a glance. However, the situation was not much better than an encounter with a monster, for a person now occupied their yard, the condition of whom was unknown. Such a loud noise could not possibly have come from the roof. Moreover, they had not heard any commotion from above earlier, which was the most terrifying part. If it wasn't the roof, it could only have come from the sky. If a person fell from the heavens, who could say whether someone was pursuing them? If a flying immortal had crashed down, what if another followed? They feared they would meet a gruesome end. What should we do? Head of the family, say something. The woman's face was devoid of color, and if the man was frightened, she was even more so. Her hands clutched tightly to the man's arm, Yet even that failed to provide her with sufficient reassurance. Her eyes were filled with terror. In the midst of this panic, the man suddenly realized he was the pillar of this family. If he faltered, his wife and children would be left in a dire predicament. I must not panic. I must remain composed. He forced himself to calm down. But the more he sought to steady himself, the quicker his heart raced. He was truly afraid. It's all right. Perhaps it will leave soon. Perhaps it will. The man chastised himself for such thoughts. This was no dream. After a while, without a sound, it was certain that the being was gravely injured. What if it awakens and seeks to eliminate us? Or I have heard tales that certain wicked sorcery can transform a person into medicine, greatly enhancing vitality. What if, upon awakening, it intends to refine our family into elixirs? Faced with death either way, he found himself at a loss, but he knew he could not delay. He must devise a plan swiftly. Otherwise, his family would not escape this calamity. Here, take care of your brother and your mother. Do not let me worry. The man's expression hardened before he cast a gentle gaze toward his wife and children, unable to conceal the reluctance in his eyes. Yet, he was not a clever man, truly lacking in viable options. Father, perhaps I should go out and take a look. When it's safe, you can all come out. The little girl gathered her courage to speak, unwilling to lose both her mother and father. Should anything happen to her, it would be akin to reuniting with her mother prematurely, though she was uncertain about the temperature outside. The man managed a bitter smile, shaking his head to dissuade his daughter from such thoughts. He had not sunk so low as to send his daughter into danger. He cast one last look at his wife, whose eyes glimmered with tears. She nodded gravely, and they understood each other as unspoken sentiments. The man felt a sense of relief wash over him, his fear abating slightly. Be cautious. Take care, the woman finally said softly, comprehending her husband's intent. Should he fail to return, this household would rest upon her shoulders alone. He wished for her to treat his stepdaughter well. How could she not understand? Though her fate seemed unfortunate, her choice in men was commendable. Yes, fine. Perhaps the man intended to offer some comfort, yet the words caught in his throat. He ultimately nodded slightly, opening the door that resembled the gates of hell, then slowly closed it again. Dragging legs that felt as though they were filled with lead, he approached the figure. The cloaked individual was shrouded in darkness, rendering their features indiscernible, now resembling the grim reaper beckoning to him. Fear flickered anew in his eyes, yet he knew that behind him stood the three most important people in his life. He had no path left to retreat. Chin-san, why the hell are you hesitating? Go! The man inwardly screamed, bloodshot eyes betraying his resolve. With determination flashing in his eyes, he strode forward, seizing the unknown figure and hoisting them onto his shoulder, then flung open the courtyard gate, heedless of the consequences. Sprinting away from the small town, at that moment, he merely wished to distance himself from this being, as far away as possible. As for saving the person, he had considered it, but could such a gamble be made? Rather than wager on someone's conscience, it was simpler to choose a different path. If the figure were to awaken mid-journey, it would be only him who perished. If they did not awaken, he might still have a chance at survival. Once he burst out of the town, the light in his eyes grew brighter. At least, his wife and children were unharmed. He ran, as far as possible. Though he felt the weight on his shoulder increasing, he dared not pause. As a rugged man, he could not fathom the capabilities of these beings and could only strive to enhance the odds of his family's survival. Stop! The voice that rang in his ears was clear and melodious, like that of a bird, yet at this moment, it sent chills down his spine. He could not stop. He must not stop. Death was not an option. The man paid no heed to the words of the figure on his back. Like a madman, he quickened his pace once more. He ran, and at some point, all that remained in his mind was the act of running. Ultimately, his steps slowed, and even a normal person would surpass him. Thud! With a muffled sound, both figures collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. His final thought was, I did my best. Chapter 87. The affections of humanity reside in the heart. Cough. After collapsing and losing consciousness, the individual on the ground could not help but cough up blood. His struggles had transformed the precariousness of life into a matter of life and death. As he staggered to his feet, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of collapse. With a pair of beautiful eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, She fixed her gaze upon the man for a long moment before finally uttering a single sentence. Based on your recent actions, you do not deserve to live. The murderous intent in her eyes was nearly overwhelming. Yet, she refrained from striking, instead turning and slowly making her way into the forest. There was something she had left unspoken. For daring to risk his life to protect his wife and children, he might still be considered a man. This was her sole reason for sparing him. Sometimes, a single reason is all that is needed. The figure in the black robe gradually receded, while the man remained in an unyielding slumber. The once vibrant town now lay in silence, stripped of its former splendor and bustling scenes. In the courtyard where the earlier events had transpired, it seemed as if nothing had ever occurred. Inside the house, a mother and child clung to each other, trembling in fear, while only the little girl stood at the door, peering through the crack, wondering when her father would return. Approximately half an hour passed, and her anxiety only intensified. If something had happened to her father, she would truly be left without kin. Such a life would be indistinguishable from death. Mother, it has been so long, and no one has come. Surely everything is fine. You and my brother stay inside. I will go and take a look. Perhaps father is on his way back, Chin-hee hastily declared, pushing the door open and running outside before her mother could respond. I will be back shortly. By the time her voice echoed back, the little girl had already dashed out of the courtyard, a small figure racing towards the direction her father had departed. Come back, you foolish girl. Are you seeking death? The woman called out, regaining her senses and shouting after her. Yet, there was no sign of the little girl to be found. She wanted to rush out to bring Chin-hee back, but glancing down at her son, she ultimately sat back down slowly. She might be willing to die, but her son could not. That foolish child would have to leave her fate to the heavens. If the heavens had any mercy, they would protect that girl and the head of the household. Upon exiting the alleyway, Chin-hee found herself momentarily lost, having focused solely on leaving without considering which direction her father had taken. At that moment, with no trace of him in sight, she surmised he must have gone outside the town. Resolute, she chose a direction that would lead her closer to the town's exit. Surely, her father would not venture the other way. After running for a short distance, she found herself somewhat out of breath. She had sprinted too hurriedly, yet at that moment, she could think of nothing else. Observing the desolate street, she remained silent, mustering all her strength to run wildly. In the distance, her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a familiar figure resting against the corner. In a way, even at this hour, that guy is not afraid. With her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, Chin-hee rushed to the disheveled man's side. Taoist, have you seen my father? He was carrying someone and wearing black clothing, she exclaimed, gesturing with her hands to illustrate her father's and the stranger's approximate sizes. Ah? So it is the little girl visiting. Come, have a seat, the disheveled man replied, wiping the drool from his mouth and opening his tousled eyes, making space for her. Taoist, I have an urgent matter. If you have seen him, please tell me first. I can chat with you later, Chin-hee insisted, her urgency palpable. She felt certain her father was headed this way. If he hadn't seen anything, that would mean she had misjudged. She would have to search elsewhere. Fortunately, the next words from the disheveled man provided her with some reassurance. As for your father, I do not know, but I did see someone carrying a pitch-black corpse rushing past. In broad daylight, such audacity is truly shocking. TSK, the world has changed. Thank you, Taoist. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl dashed ahead, not forgetting to express her gratitude loudly. The Taoist sighed softly, his gaze becoming clearer as he looked up at the sky. Ah, the heavenly way is merciless, yet some dare to establish a celestial court, opening the cycle of reincarnation, binding all beings with rules. Such is the nature of this world. It is neither too challenging nor too simple. He seemed to reflect, but before his thoughts could fully materialize, a thunderous roar echoed from the clear sky, resembling both a warning and a threat. What's the rush? I'm merely speaking a few words. Haven't said anything too outrageous in this day and age. One cannot simply silence others, can they? The Taoist muttered, shrinking back slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Yet, he lowered his head, choosing not to provoke the heavenly wrath further. If I cannot engage, I shall at least evade. This path I walk has turned me into a mere spectator, unable to intervene. Watching as these minor players flail about, I cannot afford to act. It is truly vexing. Any slight brush against this web of fate seems to bring disaster upon myself and my sect. How peculiar it is. The more I know, the more I find myself bound. Is this not akin to weaving oneself into a cocoon? If so, what is the point of my cultivation? What is transcendence? What is freedom? He could not comprehend. What a source of frustration. If this continues, he would surely lose all his hair, and then he would be no different from the Buddha himself. Junior brother, you indulge in the pleasures of the heavenly court. By all accounts, you should not be entangled in worldly affairs. How could you? The disheveled Taoist murmured to himself, his fingers moving as if to calculate. However, as time passed, his frown deepened. A sudden thunderclap roared from the ground, striking above his head, causing his hair to stand on end. With a huff, he exhaled a breath of stale air, a bitter expression on his face. You want to allow me to calculate this, nor that, if you want to kill me, just do it. Must I always remain a mere observer? Surely, you can grant me some semblance of a lifeline. What wrong have the common folk committed? Past grievances belong to the past. Present consequences belong to the present. Why must the innocent be dragged into this? He could not grasp it. Life is truly difficult, and the path of cultivation is even harder. Difficult upon difficult, when will it end? The world boasts countless extraordinary talents. The thoughts of those who hold the reins of fate are beyond his comprehension. Yet, as he watched his fellow disciples being schemed against, could he simply remain aloof? He must intervene in some way. Otherwise, what madness had he been indulging in these days, stuck in this remote valley? Living from one meal to the next, he found himself longing for his junior brother's culinary skills. The flavors were simply divine. Regrettably, his junior brother had no desire for such matters, which left his stomach in a predicament. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, the air still oppressively warm. Throughout it all, the Taoist's words and the sudden lightning remained unknown to others in this realm, apart from the disheveled Taoist himself. Others gazed at the sky as if it were merely the sky. Though the ants not know their place in the vastness of the heavens, is this not a form of luck? If I do not take action, when my junior brother learns of this later, he may very well look down upon me, his unworthy older brother. The Taoist lowered his head in contemplation, tracing circles on the oil-slicked stone beneath him. His gaze fell upon the glossy surface of the stone, and his brow furrowed tighter in the heavenly court's horse management bureau. Wukong, who was meditating in his chamber, suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Repeating the incantation several times did nothing to quell his anxiety. His eyes suddenly snapped open, his eyelids twitching. What is going on? Is something amiss? Wukong's gaze flickered as a surge of consciousness enveloped the horse management bureau, encompassing every blade of grass and every tree in his mind's eye. Seeing that all was well in the bureau, Wukong felt a slight relief, yet his lingering confusion remained. Helpless, he directly connected with his spiritual essence, reaching out to the realm of Flower Fruit Mountain. After a thorough search, he found nothing, leaving him utterly perplexed. The heavenly court was quiet. Flower Fruit Mountain was calm. Could it be that he had idled too long, resulting in some sort of affliction? As for his master, he was the least worried. With his master's cultivation, those capable of causing trouble within the mountains were few and far between. This was confidence in his master. Well, since he could see nothing, he would let nature take its course and observe as events unfolded. Immortals are not omniscient or omnipotent. Fundamentally, they are simply beings who have walked the path of cultivation a bit further than ordinary people. They are nothing like the divine beings imagined by the masses. Chapter 88. Fate and Destiny on the cobbled streets of the small town. The disheveled Taoist's figure felt utterly out of place against the surrounding environment. Hey, you smelly Taoist! Have you seen the girl who gave you bread the other day? A boy's voice carried from a distance. He too was panting, having run quite a distance from home upon hearing the commotion when the girl had dashed out. It took considerable effort for him to escape his house. Yet, he had no idea where he had gone. Were it not for noticing the disheveled Taoist on the street, he would have had to search the entire town. It wasn't that he couldn't ask the nearby residents, but their doors were all tightly shut. Even knocking would likely startle them. He halted in front of the Taoist, who had yet to open his eyes. Taoist, may I inquire if you have seen the girl who gave you water before? Suppressing his displeasure, The boy pinched his nose and altered his tone. One must have the demeanor of one seeking assistance. He had realized his earlier bluntness was inappropriate. Though the Taoist did not speak, his hand gestured sideways. Thank you. The boy seemed to force the words out, sounding rather stiff. It was clear he rarely expressed gratitude. Making it awkward, after saying this, he dashed towards the outskirts of the town. At that moment, the Taoist turned to look in the direction the boy had come from, his expression complex, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Safe travels, everyone. The boy's footsteps raced with remarkable swiftness, his heart entwined with concerns for the safety of his sister. Here, with singular determination, he dashed outside, entirely oblivious to the sudden silence that enveloped the town. As the chirping of birds and the buzzing of cicadas vanished without a trace, a crimson cloud loomed ominously on the horizon, tinged with a hint of blood. An invisible wave of foreboding enveloped the small town. And in an instant, it fell into a profound stillness. If the previous atmosphere had been one of mere quietude, now it was suffused with a sense of lifelessness, akin to a desolate graveyard hidden deep within the mountains. Devoid of any semblance of vitality, the inn, the door to the maiden's chamber was flung open with force. Qinyu lay with her eyes gently closed, resting on the back of the man. Yun Qingfeng. His expression was grave. In a fleeting moment, he realized that every soul in the town had perished. Who could be so heartless? He was aware of the earlier conflict involving several individuals. Yet he had chosen to remain uninvolved, wishing to avoid trouble, while his sister, eager for excitement, had succumbed to a deep slumber. Sensing that this matter was more complex than it appeared, he remained vigilant. Understanding that enhancing his experience was not an invitation to folly, if the situation proved untenable, he had no desire to wade through such murky waters. At that moment, the patrons and attendants within the inn lay sprawled on the ground. Their expressions varied, yet even in their final moments, they were blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Why had their assailants spared them? With such power, it would have been trivial to slay a few more. He felt no inclination to confront them. Leave, if you wish to survive here. A voice devoid of emotion echoed without a visible source. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave, Yun Qingfeng replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. Though he felt regret for the townsfolk who had lost their lives, the safety of his sister took precedence. Once they departed the small town, it fell completely silent. The previously sweltering weather inexplicably giving rise to a chilling breeze. The clouds above gradually converged, obscuring the blood-red cloud beneath a veil of darkness. Had one not observed closely, it would have been difficult to discern the crimson remnant lurking above the thick layers of cloud. Brother, what madness has seized you? Why did you suddenly knock me out? Was it merely a troublesome bird? Several miles away, Yun Qingfeng traversed the forest, his expression impassive, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. The girl on his back stirred awake, her tone tinged with displeasure. Today's events feel amiss. We may have inadvertently trespassed into another's territory. It is a stroke of luck that we remain alive. Though Yun Qingfeng's voice was calm, Qinyu recognized the gravity of his demeanor. At that moment, he was no longer jesting with her. A sense of unease gripped her heart. She was indeed somewhat headstrong, yet in critical moments, she would not falter. Closing her mouth, she refrained from questioning her brother's choice to remain low to the ground. Understanding that there must be a reason behind it, was there something in the sky that her brother sought to avoid? With her meager cultivation, she could only be a burden if trouble arose. Sometimes, the greatest assistance one could offer was to refrain from causing more trouble. Yun Qingfeng furrowed his brow. The only mystery lingering in his mind was why the townspeople had perished. What benefit could there be? He had sensed the earlier surge of sword energy but chose not to involve himself further, prioritizing their departure from this perilous place. The young girl who had fled the town searched the dirt path for traces left by her father. She followed the trail down the mountain and eventually spotted her father's figure. Father! Qin He's heart raced. The figure in the black robe was nowhere to be seen, yet her father lay on the grass. The moment her pace slowed, she hastened once more as she collapsed beside him. She discovered he still bore warmth. Upon closer inspection, her father's breathing remained steady, and his chest rose and fell. Not seeing any injuries, her anxiety lessened. It seems he is unharmed. Father, please wake up. Don't scare me. Qin He shook the man's body, and in a daze, he heard his daughter's voice, believing it to be a hallucination. He opened his heavy eyelids to see her face gradually come into focus. "Stop shaking. It makes me uncomfortable." The man finally managed to speak, though he felt dizzy and unwell, as if recovering from a grave illness. If she continued to shake him, he might truly meet his end. "Father, you're awake?" Woo-woo. Upon hearing her father's voice and confirming he was indeed well, he was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Yet, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, turning her into a weeping figure. The man continued to lie there, breathing in the fresh air, a feeling of elation flooding his heart, as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once he regained some strength, he struggled to sit up, suddenly realizing, where is everyone else? What happened to the man in black? A cold sweat broke out as he recalled the terror he had felt. His hair standing on end, sensing an eerie chill creeping up his spine. "Be some miracle. I've survived. They actually spared my life." In that moment, he understood that he had underestimated the intentions of his adversaries. However, should he face them again, his choice would remain unchanged. He was not a gambler. "It's all right. Father is fine," he reassured his daughter, gently patting her back and stroking her shoulder, smiling to alleviate her distress. "Come, let us return home." With a smile, he wiped the tears from Chin-hee's face and took her hand, striding purposefully back toward the town. Not long after, on their way back, they encountered the little boy who had sneaked out. "Here, Jia, Uncle Chin, you're safe. This is wonderful." The boy's face lit up with joy, his brows raised in delight. "It's Xiaofeng, you reckless child. It's dangerous outside." The man intended to scold him but quickly realized that the boy had likely come out of concern for his sister. His expression softened. "Come, let us head back together." As they walked toward the town, the boy animatedly chattered about how he had slipped away from home, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Yet, upon entering the town, an inexplicable tension gripped their hearts. Having lived there for many years, they were intimately familiar with its every facet, but the familiarity now felt unsettling. Something was amiss, though they could not pinpoint what. It was as if everything remained unchanged yet somehow felt strange. "Could it be that monster has returned?" the man murmured, glancing around for any signs of disturbance before hastily grasping his daughter and the boy's hands. Quickening his pace toward home. Chapter 89. Life is full of surprises, eh? There are still living people. A voice laced with surprise emerged. The man halted, his eyes filled with caution, pondering the meaning behind those words. What did it mean that there were still living people? Suddenly, realization struck him, and his expression darkened, breath coming in short gasps. Could it be? Your reaction is quite astute. You guessed correctly. In this town, it seems you three are the only living beings left. However, the figure blocking their path paused, deliberately elongating the last word. Your timing for returning is rather unfortunate. The tone dripped with mockery, and the meaning behind the gaze was unmistakable. Run as far as you can. The man released the hands of the two children and stepped forward, a newfound resolve in his eyes. At that moment, he stood alone against the figure. He stared blankly at her father. Realizing that even in this perilous moment, he was still willing to afford her a chance at survival, it dawned on her that what she had always desired had been there all along. She had simply overlooked it. Meanwhile, the little boy gazed at Jia, summoning his courage to stand trembling before her.